Let it ready. Let it
Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Feel electric. Do you feel eccentric, 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 eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel? Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? into ocean, the soul will reflect a chain reaction, the cause and effect.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series, live from Moscow, Russia. And here is your host, Ifya Shocks Departner.
I'm Ifya Shocks Departner, and welcome to the second day of our Week 2 coverage of the League of Legends European LCS Summer Split. Once again, we're coming to you live from the MDM Palace in Moscow, Russia. And of course, won't you give a huge welcome to my co-host once again, Vitaly Vodnev.
Hello, Shocks! Привет, МДМ! Всем здравствуйте! Привет тем, кто смотрит нашу трансляцию в интернете. Сегодня день второй регионального чемпионата СНГ и Европейской лиги League of Legends.
Now, yesterday we saw some great matches. Of course, we started with the first round of the CIS Regional semifinals, where Instruments of Surrender triumphed in an exciting best-of-3. We followed that with 3 great regular LCS games, in which we saw Fnatic, Meet Your Makers, and Gambit all taking home a win.
По итогам вчерашнего дня полуфиналов следующие результаты. В раунде CIS чемпионата СНГ в полуфинале Instruments of Surrender побили команду и вышли, конечно же, в следующий тур. Ну и еще 3 команды в матчах Европейской лиги одержали победу. Это команда Fnatic, Meet Your Makers и, конечно же, Gambit.
Of course, we have more in store for you today as we'll kick things off with more regional CIS action.
Ну и сегодня, конечно же, мы продолжим и увидим несколько интереснейших полуфинальных региональных матчей.
And then we'll dive right into today's LCS matches with Lemon Dogs versus SK Gaming, Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses, Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Lemon Dogs, and then Alternate versus MYM, and finally Gambit finishing out the day against SK Gaming.
Что ж, сегодня мы увидим интереснейшие матчи Европейской лиги. Команда Lemon Dogs схлестнется с командой SK Gaming. Fnatic против злых гениев. Ниндзя в пижамах будут драться с командой Lemon Dogs. И, конечно же, наша любимая команда Gambit сразится с SK Gaming. Поддержим Gambit!
But as I mentioned before we go to our LCS matchups, it's our special coverage of the Regional CIS Championship.
Ну и, конечно, начнем мы сегодня со специального матча и немного заглянем в историю, как же там все происходило в лиге СНГ чемпионата.
Now, yesterday, Instruments of Surrender won the first matchup of the semifinals by knocking out only Gragas. And today, it's Good Team Multigaming versus Gaming Gear EU in another best-of-3. The winner of this match will compete against Instruments of Surrender in the CIS final round on Sunday for a shot at $20,000 and a chance to play in the International Wildcard Tournament at Gamescom.
Ну что ж, вчера в турнире Best of 3 в серии «Лучший из 3» Instruments of Surrender побили команду Only Graggers и вышли в финал. И сегодня Good Team Multigaming сразится с командой Gaming Gear EU и определится победитель, который будет играть с командой, которая победила вчера. $20 тысяч и путевка на мировой чемпионат Gamescom на кону. Так что, друзья, болейте за того, за кого считаете нужным.
But before we get ahead of ourselves, we have a Twitter question for you. Which one of the new players has impressed you the most? You can send your tweets at LOLesports, #LCS, and we'll respond to them later in the show.
У нас идет твиттер-трансляция, и есть вопрос, на который вы можете отвечать посредством твиттер. Какой из игроков поразил вас больше всего? Посылайте ваши ответы на @LOLesports, #LCS, и мы ответим на ваши вопросы и ваши пожелания немного позже.
And of course, if you want to check out all the recaps, the results, and the standings, you can log on to lolesports.com.
Всегда сможете узнать результаты расписания матчей на сайте lolesports.com.
As for now, we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll have the first match of today's CIS Regionals. It's going to be Good Team Multigaming versus Gaming Gear EU right after this.
Итак, друзья, буквально через несколько минут следующий матч Good Team Multigaming и командой Gaming Gear EU.
Well, my name is Ilya Saivko. I'm playing for GTM, Good Team Multigaming. I play as an AD carry.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I have never played against with such a crowd. We have been to DreamHack, but it's not the same.
Well, I like PG and Fnatic. I think that Yellow Pete played the best. As for me, of course.
I would love to meet Gambit Gaming's jungler Diamond Proc. He's very innovative jungler. He plays a lot of different junglers very well.
Gambit Gaming are like all Russians. That's the first team to actually compete in the all nationality team.
I expect to win this regional championship, to get invitation in Köln.
I think it will be amazing to play in front of such an amazing Russian crowd. This crowd is gonna just shout at us and make us nervous.
Of course, it's a really good experience for every player of these teams to play, I don't know, with such a good crowd in front of them. So maybe they will get better, and some Russian teams, we will see more Russian teams in next LCS. I hope at least.
We know Good Team Multigaming, and we have won against them in the first qualifier.
We play against GG, Gaming Gear EU. I think they are pretty strong, but we can beat them.
We have played against Good Team Multigaming in qualifier, and we know how to play against them. We should win.
And welcome back to Russia, where we're about to begin today's games.
Мы ведем нашу прямую трансляцию из России. Это второй день соревнований.
Now it is time to introduce our teams on stage.
Давайте поприветствуем команды на нашей сцене. Зрители, активнее. Ваша очередь.
First up, on the blue side, give it up for Good Team Multigaming. And on the red side, put your hands together for Good Gear EU. And who better to lead you through the next matches today than our esteemed commentators. For the English stream, we'll be having Joe Miller and Quickshot, and for the Russian stream, Aviartum and Yuppie
Thanks a lot, Shocks. I'm Yo Miller. Yesterday, we saw a fantastic first semi-final as Instruments to Surrender took down Only Gragas to earn a place in the grand final.
Yeah, and those games were extremely action-packed. Even though most of the total game time was actually quite short, each match in the 3-game series was non-stop combat. And Game 3, even though it was only like around 25, 26 minutes long, had 40-plus kills. So, Instruments to Surrender, they earned their spot in the grand finals tomorrow. The question is, who's going to be joining them?
We're going to find out, aren't we, here today? And of course, it's going to be a tough one to call here. And a lot of people have been talking to me about Gaming Gear EU and saying these guys are possibly the big favourites for this game. But I think it's going to be a hard one. We heard there from Team Multigaming that they're actually pretty confident. They know they've played against each other before. These teams have faced off a lot in Go for Lols, for example, so they're no strangers to each other.
Yeah, they'll know how one another plays, but one of the things that Gaming Gear does have in their favor, they did compete at DreamHack. And although they did go out in the group stage, it was against some pretty stacked teams. You know, they had some recognized names in there. Heimerdinger's Colossi ended up placing, top 4 in the event. They were in their group, etc. So we'll see if they've learned anything from those losses and can apply it to this stage right now.
So let's have a look down the two teams then, and pretty sure we're not going to get any trouble from these names here today, Trevor.
Well, we'll have a look at Good Team Multigaming. Good Team Multigaming. It's the second time I've got that name wrong. Turtle Bazila up in the top lane. Gumbek in the jungle. Peter Poker in the mid lane. My lovely form is AD carry, and Jay Mesa as support.
We already predicted that for this game we're going to be all over the place with the names, because there's too much gaming.
There's too many Gs.
There's too many Gs.
And then Russian names
kind of
on
like
top of
yesterday
it.
with the OGs, but today there's just loads of Gs for this one. So let's have a look at their opponents for this one. Gaming Gear EU starting out in the top lane with NBS. Nice and simple, that one. In the jungle, they have Alunia. In the mid lane, Mazarin, not to be confused with Mazzarini, former Call of Duty player. Deadly Brother as the AD carry, and Inspiro as the support.
So we'll see how well this game does pan out for one of these teams. They are in the semi-final, so the winner will be going to the grand final. We said already $20,000 on the line from this event alone, and an invitation to the International Wildcard Tournament at Gamescom. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's great prize money, but the really important thing is, of course, that slot in the wildcard tournament, basically for the world playoffs. The regions that obviously don't have their LCS going to be having a bit of a stakeout for that one, so you can go through. So yeah, really important games here for both teams. As we said yesterday, Instruments of Surrender look really, really strong throughout that series, although you have to give it to Only Gragas as well. During game number 2, they really turned up and made a great performance. So we're going to get into Champion Select here and see exactly what these two teams are going to bring to the table.
One of the things I want to see between these two teams is how well they perform, because yesterday I arrived a little bit late. I needed to catch up on the games by VOD, and I was talking to some of the Russian casters about the matches, and he actually used the word reckless to describe the play style. He was saying Instruments of War and Only Gragas, they're very aggressive teams, but they also make maybe slightly non-completely calculated moves, just throwing themselves at each other, and we'll see whether or not Good Team and Gaming Gear will do similar.
Well, hopefully we see more of that today, because it's certainly fun to watch. So first bands coming out here, Jace, Malphite, Jarvan and Thresh over the other side. Honestly, completely normal bands at this stage. We heard yesterday from the Russian casters that Jarvan, and we saw it even yesterday, they like to play that Jarvan sometimes in the lane. Draven going to be banned out, which was actually heavily used yesterday as well.
Twisted Fate and Shen both available. So, two of the ones that we see like permabanned at, top level LCS play have been allowed to slip through. I'd like to see what they do decide to go with, because if you are sitting on the red side, you do tend to be forced to ban that TF if you don't want to face in the mid lane. And in actual fact, they're deciding to go with the AD carry of Vayne, so they don't want the hyper carry in the hand of My Lovely Form.
Yeah, apparently an accomplished Vayne player coming into this one. Let's see then what GTM actually go for here as their first pick. As we said, Twisted Fate is left open, Shen is left open, you've got the likes of Zac, Kha'Zix, Zed. There's so many options still available here, and it looks like that Twisted Fate will be the first pick for GTM.
They're taking a lot of time to lock this champion in, though. So what that tells you is not only were they really considering it, they were, well, if we take TF, we're pretty confident they're going to take the likes of that Shen. If they want to put Elise in the top lane, it might be a Shen in the jungle if they wanted to go that route. But the question is then, does Ali know how to play him? And it doesn't look like that's the answer right now. So we may even see a Shen top lane coming out of GTM.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing now. GTM still have a whole host of options open. So Nautilus is a big, hotly contested pick in the jungle over here in the CIS countries. So that's why we're seeing that. Elise, if Soaz as Elise yesterday is anything to go by in that game, then we're certainly in for a treat. Looks like, though, Xin Zhao and a Sona pickup for GTM.
So I really like this combination because you've already got a lot of aggression from both sides. Now, Twisted Fate in the lane is somewhat passive. He's not really a massive kill threat until he's got a lot of items, but he does like to gank often. And Xin Zhao is definitely a gank-heavy jungler. We've seen Diamond Prox running it yesterday, and he was just in over and over and over. And it was great to see him playing, even after he spoke out against Xin Zhao earlier in the week. His social media was saying, well, at this level it doesn't work, and then he goes and picks it and really makes it work.
Yeah, that's an interesting statement, and you have to wonder sometimes if Diamond is playing us all for fools with comments like that. It's like, you know what, I just hate it. It's not good. It's rubbish, in fact, and then he's like, what up?
Well, it's the truth,
against the league leaders who've not been beaten so far.
Everybody thinks that and sticks around. What we do not see coming out of GTM is their top lane and their AD carry, and knowing that they've already banned Draven, Vayne was taken out away from the pool. So Varus has been available. Ezreal is still available as well if they wanted to go that route. But, it just depends what they want to. At the moment, Deadly Brother's sitting on Quinn, but I don't expect Quinn to be locked in.
and there was a Singe there for a second, which made me happy. Hey, there's a Singe. And the crowd actually cheering for the Singe. So I'm on the same page here with the Russian audience. Like to see a bit of Singe, but I think that's going to be a top lane Elise anyway.
Yeah, I think so too. That's definitely what my instincts are telling me. It is a possibility to be a support Elise, which is not unheard of, but with Zyra being locked in, I think that's going to be the more traditional, I dare say traditional support. The pick that's going to go in the support role. They've still left their mid lane open, which is another common trend. Going up against a Twisted Fate, there are so many options. You can go an all-in like a Kha'Zix or a Zed, and that would work very well in the lane, but they need to think about the global presence as well. They may want to take somebody with a teleport to try and help counter that mobility that the Cardmaster offers.
Right now, they are hovering over Urgot, who honestly we see once a blue moon, I think is safe to say, but he generally does well when he comes out. Misfortune, another heavy pick here in Russia, and especially with that Draven being taken out and a Vayne being taken out as well. Looks like they're going to fall back onto that one. And a Renekton as well as the top lane here for GTM.
So that's an interesting pick, actually. Renekton, knowing that you're going to be going into Elise. At the lower levels, Elise is just going to be completely going to be able to control that lane in a 1v1. Being ranged, having the percentage HP damage, and just being able to keep away from Renekton as long as she's got that repel up. If, however, Renekton does get some, jungle assistance and some items, he should be able to out-duel Elise. Even with her mobility, Slice and Dice will be able to close the gap, etc. So the early levels are very, very important for NBS.
And the final pick here then for GG was, in fact, Kassadin. We see Kassadin usually as that final pick here. And, of course, great mobility. Going to be right up in Twisted Fate's face, trying to, just annoy him and take him out that lane.
And the reason that I like that pick is we're discussing the likes of the all-ins, the Kha'Zix, the Zeds, the very aggressive that'll help you shut down on Twisted Fate. You know what you're in for. This is a very, very obvious I'm coming at you to fight composition. And against a Kassadin who's so mobile, as long as he's got his cooldown available, he's just going to Rift Walk away to safety. Audacious Charge is going to land on him, and he's just going to Rift Walk away. If Renekton's coming up, etc. So I like that pick. It's safe. And it's very difficult for GTM to get through a Zyra. That's 1-2 melees as your initiating force. Zyra's going to use 1 E, and that's it. Your whole attack has been slowed down.
So, we are in the second semi-final here of the Regional CIS tournament. As we said before, the winner of this best-of-3 will go through to play Instruments of Surrender in tomorrow's grand final, Sunday. I say tomorrow in the loosest kind of way, because it depends, of course, where you're actually from as to whether that is a true story or not. But some interesting choices coming out here. That Twisted Fate getting through. I'm quite surprised as well that a Shen, not banned, not picked at all, just completely ignored this game.
Yeah, it's not a preferential pick, and you can see why. You've got much more aggressive junglers, you've got much more aggressive top laners, so Shen is a little bit more of a passive type of champion. You have to rely on your teammates to really set up plays, and then you react to it. The one thing that I do like about the composition that Gaming Gear EU has put together, it's so much more mobile, and I feel like they can deal with any of the threats that GTM are going to throw at them, Good Team Multigaming. So if GG play the composition correctly, they should technically never be caught.
Well, we're going to find out as we get into game then. It's a Good Team Multigaming versus Gaming Gear EU, second semi-final of the CIS Regional Championship. And are we going to see any early action here? One can only pray.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that with a Cocoon on your side, NBS might be looking to set something up, as well as that dredge line from Nautilus. It can work out well. It'll slow his jungle path down, but it could set them up. At the moment, it's just a defensive start. Not to confuse the GG with Gambit Gaming. This is the CIS Regional.
They've not got a completely new lineup.
No. So for everybody that is on the stream or busy wondering what's up, this is, of course, the second semi-final for the CIS. Right now, though, Good Team Multigaming, they are moving into the jungle. Gold card is primed, and if a flash gold card lands, maybe, but they're not going to risk it just yet.
No, just going to move themselves in there. That gold card going to be timing out here as well, so that's going to be on cooldown. As Ezreal coming around the backside there, needs to be a little bit careful of his positioning from that one. Good Team Multigaming here, got right up by that red buff. Going to get themselves some, or at least our ward down, and we've got an early pause.
Yes, we do have a very short pause. We'll see how quickly we can get the problem resolved. But good luck to us trying to figure out what it is by reading chat, right?
Yeah. We'll find that one out. Hopefully we'll get the message relayed to us here in just a second, and we'll be able to see exactly what the problem is. Seems to be over with Gaming Gear EU. As you can see, a whole host of admins behind them there.
Admins and translators, I imagine. Dave,
Exactly.
Dave in the background saying, somebody let me know. So
Actually, these guys speak, as you saw in the video, they're great English as well,
yeah.
which is really nice to have.
And huge props as well. It's quite a stressful situation if you've never been in front of a camera before and in the studio, the soundproof room and everything, and they start saying, what do you expect? Who are you going to defeat? You know, tell us about the tournament. But it's good to see these guys coming out on the stage and being quite optimistic, actually.
Yeah, and Deadly Brother actually said in the team chat earlier on, he's like, oh, not this video again. I don't want to see myself speaking English. But as you said, props to them. And as first language English speakers, not many of us actually know another language. So that's I appreciate people that can.
I have been a bit lazy. I would like to pull a Joe Miller, maybe learn a bit of German on the side as well.
But I can't even speak English today, so we'll forget about that one because we are going to get on pause.
As you've been officially anointed Yo Miller, you might have to do some casting in German.
And it wasn't even by Ocelot today, which surprised me. So here we go then. We are going to get back into game on pause. And we'll see what else is going to happen here at level 1. Currently, though, it looks to me like it'll be a pretty standard start. Those early wards going down just to keep the vision high on the junglers.
One of the things that is very good for good team multigaming is the fact that they got that ward on the red buff. So they're going to be well aware of when Aliner's Nautilus is going to be, picking up that buff and ready to set up ganks. So we'll see how well that affects them at the moment. As you rightly pointed out, just a very standard start. But we do see a lane swap coming in for Gaming Gear EU as well as good team multigaming, actually.
Yep, going to be switching that one around. We can see here that GG just making sure that red buff is going to be secure. They knew that there would have been a ward put down there and they weren't going to risk any kind of late invade from that side. And Misfortune and Stone are going to be in this mid lane then against Elise, and it will be Renekton versus the Ezreal Zyra in the top.
So pretty well played here from Gaming Gear EU, realizing that the duo lane was going to go mid. So they put their top lane in a 1v2. So you've still got a 1v2, but in different lanes. And they've stuck the mid v mid, which means Kassadin is not going to be denied quite as hard as he could be by that duo lane. So a good reactionary play. And we'll see how well it pans out because, of course, TF should have the advantage in that lane against Kassadin in these early levels.
And I think we should point out at this point, because it confused a few people yesterday, we are playing on the 3.7 patch. That's because basically Europe, we've had DreamHack, we're here in Moscow. The teams, quite frankly, just not had the time here to be practicing that to a level which is fair to them.
Yeah, and there was quite a lot of changes in 3.8, of course, to the jungle and things like that. So basically, we are 3.7. And we'll see how well these guys do. It's the patch they've been playing on for quite a while right now. Dealing with that Zyra in the top lane is very, very difficult for Turtle Basila because of her immense range, but a little bit of help from this jungle Jin Zhao may work into their favor. He's got that double buff up. He's going to jump in onto Zyra, and there they go.
Yeah, I don't think Renekton really got the memo from that one, as we do see Grasping Roots go down, and Exhaust will stop them following in from that one. But, as far as things go there for Gumbek, he actually did a great job of walking literally right in behind him. He may come for another go here on towards Zyra, who flashes away.
So she does get to safety. A very good Grasping Roots, both first in the lane, then following it up in the entry from Xin from the bottom. But burning the exhaust on that first gank, using that summoner spell, just means that if they do pick another duel, this Renekton and Xin Zhao will be able to overpower them and brute force them in a lane. The fact that Zyra is so incredibly low will allow Renekton some free time to farm.
Oh, down on the bottom there, we see a good engage coming out from both champions. The starting items between them, actually Boots and the Pots actually came down for Twisted Fate. On the other side, Crystalline Flask and the single ward coming out there for Kassadin up until now. So, right now, we see that top lane again, Turtle Basila having a few issues getting in there anywhere near that farm. Doing a great job here of zoning him out.
And he's actually doing relatively well when you consider that the ranged Elise is only a couple CS ahead. Just quickly touching on the top lane before we move to the mid, Ezreal is running 8% armor penetration as well as 8% magic penetration. So slightly different to what we're seeing out of these AD carries. Gumbek on Xin Zhao has managed to set up an evade and go on this big wolf. He's picked the fight.
Yeah, going straight in towards Nautilus here, and don't want to give away that double buff, as we are going to see Sona come around the side as well. He just gets that last shot in onto the wolf, says thank you very much. That's enough gold. That's mission successful for me.
Going to be happy with that. Good invade, a lot of free damage into Nautilus, so it's going to, prevent him maybe setting up a gank after he clears out the jungle camps for the next, little wave or two. And very good aggressive play coming out of Gumbek's Xin Zhao. It's something you have to do on the champion, but it is affecting his CS. He's 10 behind his opponent, even with that steal.
Yeah, he's gone back and picked himself up the Spirit Stone. We can see now that GG's starting to put down some damage as that wave. Now, they tried their best to freeze it out this entire time, but eventually pushing out towards that turret, and that will, or at least should, give this Renekton a good bit of free farm underneath his turret there. We hear the pings actually coming down, and that is because they've seen Zyra walk away, actually putting a pink ward down there inside River.
So we'll see how well the vision control works out for them. Xin Zhao's going to move up. Stun. Oh, that's actually a sidestep from that grasping roots. Inspiro's going to make sure he's going to need to land those to prevent them being jumped on later in the team fights. But with the immense mobility of Ezreal, with Elise, with Kassadin, it's actually going to be very, very difficult to make any of that hard CC stick for any lengthy period of time.
Yep, so we see the pings going down in mid lane once again. Going back, he's going to be going around the backside, actually smiting and taking away that big Wraith, which is going to be quite annoying, to be honest, for Alanir. Is going to walk in there with his Nautilus and be like, ah, damn, he's taken away the big minion in that camp, the big monster in that camp as well. Right now, we can see that Misfortune is really pushing heavy with Sona on this middle lane. Does have a good, solid 15 CS lead as well over Ezreal.
Now, the thing about that is that Misfortune's going to be a little bit more difficult to take the tower down based on a shorter range. And even though you do have Sona, who's going to be able to heal whatever damage you do take, it's not quite as effective as the zoning potential as the likes of a Zyra under the turret, who can just put the grasping roots plus those little weed wards or weed towers, whatever you want to call them, down to help out. But the CS advantage is definitely playing into favor. The fact that Gumbek has ganked so much in this top lane has meant Ezreal has been under a lot more pressure to get those last hits, and it is showing.
Yeah, and one thing that's been really quiet is the bottom lane. Of course, Twisted Fate versus Kassadin, both of them being back, both of them picking up double Doran's ring. Obviously, the only real difference there, the starting items, the boots for TF and the flask for Cass.
Well, we have to give massive props to Mazarine because he is a melee champion in that lane, and he's got nearly a 20 CS lead, 15 is now with that wave, which should be practically impossible. Against a ranged champion as Kassadin, you just take so many auto attacks whenever you try to last hits, and I feel like that Peter Puka did not play aggressively enough with that Twisted Fate.
Well, he is now level 6. And the thing is with the Twisted Fate, if he's in that bottom lane, you actually limit his capabilities, of course. In the mid lane where you used to see him, he can step north or south and gank both lanes, but right now he's not got many options in the bottom lane.
No, he can only go middle, but the one thing that does work out when he does go middle, he can stack the gold card and then follow it up with Crescendo. So even a slippery champion like Elise will be locked down if he gets hit by one of those two forms of CC. So we do see Alinea trying to find an opening. He's gotten that ultimate available now as he is level 6, and because of that massive CS advantage over Xin Zhao, he actually hit it. He's been about half a level to a level ahead for the majority of this opening stages of the match.
All right, now we see him coming down towards this bottom lane. Twisted Fate just gonna see that via the ward that he put down earlier on and knows that that Nautilus is there. We'll have seen him backing off as well when he wants to be very, very sure that that's not going to turn around to him. Blue buff is now going to be coming up, and I expect Kassadin to back away from that one. May even give it over to Elise here by the looks of things. Elise just backs off towards the turret, but we'll see about that. No, it's going to be Kassadin that comes up.
Yeah, it would be very useful in either of their hands, and for simple, the fact that they spam their abilities in either human form or just Kassadin likes to be spammy. We do see that Gumbek is trying to invade once again. He does have level 6, and we've seen a couple of very good tower dives from Alternate coming onto this middle lane tower when they had the numbers advantage. It's actually how they beat Evil Geniuses last weekend at DreamHack, just diving in from the side, from behind the tower with a 3v1 situation. Instead, though, Alina looking to set up his first gank of the game. I do stand to be correct, but I don't think we've seen him present at all. And if Twisted Fate oversteps his bounds, he's going to eat a depth charge for his troubles. It does look like they got the chance to go. There's the silence. Depth charge is coming.
Depth charge coming in for this one. He's going to be going down. This is surely going to be first blood. There is a Kassadin Rift walking in to pick it up. And that will be GG Gaming Gear EU taking the first blood of the game.
So very well played, and it was great in terms of their combination. They waited for the silence to come in, then the slow, then the depth charge. I'd actually thought that Nautilus would have opened with his ultimate first, but that was silly because it would have given Twisted Fate time to flash away and put more distance. So very good coordination coming out of Gaming Gear EU. And you know what? Even though Nautilus has only had one gank, it's resulted in a kill. So props to him.
And the thing is, he's played that farming game and he's played it well here. Obviously, got himself ahead in levels of the Xin Zhao. We've seen his top lane constantly being pushed now. True Shot Barrage was used by Deadly Brother to push the waves completely away from this one. They want to get the first turret with this.
And we'll see how quickly they can do it. It's down to about a third of its HP. And it's been a bit of a strange one because they haven't necessarily been focusing the turret quite as hard as maybe they needed to if they wanted a fast turret. So I think the reason I point that out, it's just to highlight that they only lane swapped to counteract Kassadin being shut down. That's all they wanted to do. Save Kassadin, let's give him an easier lane. Right now, though, it does look like good team multi-gaming has started off the first dragon of the semi-final.
Yep, that dragon going to be kicked off here. That's with the fact that they spotted them. But look at this. They're going to come right into this one. GG. Twisted Fate going to get involved. Rift walk away. Can they lock down anyone? Stun card is pulled. It lands on Nautilus. But the dragon is going slowly but surely. Finished off there finally by Xin Zhao. But they're going to take the fight here as well. They're going low. The bullet time comes out. Now they chase off towards Nautilus, who won't quite get away from this one. Now it's NBS who will get ignited up. Sends out the Spiderling and is headed down bottom side here. And I think he's going to get the escape from that one. And in the end, it ends with a 1-for-1 dragon taken by GTM, but on the other side, the top turret has fallen.
So you're going to see that is exactly how team fights will play out the entirety of this match for Gaming Gear EU. They just kited, went in and out and in and out the entire time as if they were dancing. And the crescendo from Sona, it only caught out Alinur's Nautilus. He was the only man that was stunned up by that ability. So very good play from Gaming Gear EU, but they're going to need a little bit more damage if they want to try and pop the carries down, because they did try to jump onto Misfortune being played by My Lovely Form.
So things quieting down again as we are seeing some different items coming out. Spirit of the Ancient Golem already picked up here for Xin Zhao. Brutalizer in with the... actually, we can forget that here because of the top lane. We're going to see some action. And there is a flash away from Turtle Bazilla, but he was, in fact, exhausted up. He's going to slice and dice through that wall and gets himself away. Close stuff there in that top lane.
Overall, he'll be happy because he did actually burn out the exhaust coming out of Sona there. So not too bad. And he actually picked that fight. He had full vision. He knew that Sona was trying to recall and Zyra was trying to recall and just jumped into that engagement. So very well played.
So let's have a look at the overall gold right now. Really close still, just a 300 difference. Obviously, the dragon there and the tower really working off against each other. And right now it's GG with a 2-to-1 kill lead. Both kills lying with Kassadin, and we know what happens when a Kassadin starts to get fed up early on.
Yeah, it's vitally important to get that Kassadin either some early CS or, of course, those early kills. And the question is how well Mazarin can actually position in these team fights, because if he does get focused by all the CC, he'll go down. What it means is the rest of his team will then need to clean up the team fight. So he is moving towards this mid lane from the river. Some very good wards actually from both teams right now. And just making sure that they're able to act and react as and when they need to. But very importantly, Twisted Fate's ultimate will be up shortly. So when that Destiny is available, expect good team multi-gaming to make a play.
Yeah, I would certainly imagine to do that as we see Mazarin going down, farming up that bottom again. CS lead only building at this point, because it looks like My Lovely Form will be the man that is gifted that red buff. So red buff over on Misfortune. Looks like they want to make a play with that one. I can maybe get to the items here since they seem to be in a bit of a standoffish position once again. But yeah, if we look at the AD carries, BF Sword plus the Vamp sets coming out already for Ezreal with that tier. On the other side, Brutalizer first up with a Vamp Scepter and Doran's Blades.
So in terms of damage, they're actually pretty even. About 140 on Misfortune, about 150 on Ezreal. But the one thing that is interesting, we do see a bit of a steal going on. There's the blue, but it's taken away by Gaming Gear EU. Too many Gs, but a good blue steal there. Damage-wise, they're similar. But with the Vamp Scepter and a Brutalizer, it's going to take MF a little longer to get to that Bloodthirster plus Black Cleaver, which is what she's working towards.
Yeah, we see them once again pushing up this mid lane. The turret not very healthy at this point. True Shot Barrage coming out. That'll certainly slow the push down. And GTM once again have to back away and wait for this one. pretty much a full stack of champions in the mid lane at this point, aside from Elise, who's in the top.
Yeah, and the thing that we pointed out is that if Good Team Multigaming want to dive in, they need to throw everything they have forward. You notice Mazarin, actually, he took a little bit of poke from Sona, but was scared of a gold card landing, so he used that Rift Walk away very, very defensively. If they're able to sort of bait that ability out, know that it's got a 6-second cooldown or so, then flash engage, they can shut Kassadin down very quickly. After that standoff has been running for a little while, Elise has finally moved down. Destiny's up, they're going onto the top.
Twisted Fate coming in there, and there's a repel coming out. Where is she going to come down? Right on top of the Stranglethorns coming in. Bullet time goes across. Not doing masses of damage right now, but the rest of the team may mop this one up. Zyra is burning from the Ignite. Actually will walk away there. Must be single-digit HP. 2 kills coming in, though, on the other side from this one. And right now, they are exchanging. My deadly brother going around the side. Can he come back in? Will actually come back in with the Arcane Shift. There's another repel away from Elise, and he's going to go back in, and there is a double up, and that will be a triple kill for Miss Fortune, and 4 kills that fight.
And remember how that started. Gaming Gear dove onto Good Team Multigaming, picked up a very quick kill early on. They were at a 4 versus 5 advantage in that position, but because of how out of position Gaming Gear EU were, they couldn't use that mobility to focus down one target quickly enough, and the double up simply doubling his kills onto both Ezreal and Zyra. So very, very good play there. Puts him in a 4-0-1. I was talking about how it's going to take him longer to get his items. Not anymore, it's not.
Yeah, and picking up a Bloodthirster there on that way home, so nice little pickup for that. The bullet time, as we said, not doing masses of damage just yet, but that's not really where his biggest power was coming from during that last fight. There we see Blue Buff going over once again towards Kassadin. Turtle Bazilla going to be pushing out this top lane, which, don't forget, he's already lost that outer turret on much earlier on in the game. Twisted Fate picking up a needlessly large rod now, added in towards that Cage's lucky pick, so he's starting to become a little bit, or he certainly is going to become a little bit of a problem. Those waves not going to be lasting very long whatsoever, and we just saw there that they really like to use that Destiny. They're not holding it back for a special situation. They seize an opportunity when they can.
Yeah, and it was purely because Elise was a little bit out of position there. NBS moving down, trying to support his teammates. We do see another fight engaging in the middle. There's the crescendo.
Oh, it's a good one as well. Manages to catch 3 men in it. And My Lovely Form is now unstoppable as he picks up his 5th kill of the game, yet to be taken down. Juicy target for the opposition, though, right now to get that bonus back.
So they got the dragon in the very first dragon of the game. They've got the timer on this one. It does look like Gaming Gear want to at least try and challenge for this one, but they don't have that smite. Look for maybe a flash gold card. Oh, Twisted Fate doesn't even have flash, so that's not going to happen. Zyra ultimate's down.
Yeah, and then we are going to see them go in here. GTM looking for blood as he going towards NBS. Let's see if they can actually lock him down, though. Elise going to be tricky as a bullet time comes in. Elise will get away from that one. Kassadin was being an annoyance from the back. He had to Rift walk away with hardly anything, and in the end, no kills picked up.
Yeah, it's so difficult for Good Team Multigaming to stick onto GG in the setup. Almost every single one of their champions has some form of mobility or crowd control that's just going to make your life hell. You've got to walk through that Riptide of Nautilus, the little minefield that slows you down. You've got to walk through Zyra. And if you get through those, the mobility on Elise, Cass, and Ezreal is the reason they could have that very pokey 4 versus 5 engage and actually get away relatively unscathed.
So, pickaxe added in there for Miss Fortune. On that last trip home, we are going to see them try and defend now this outer turret in the mid lane. Zyra just putting the plants down. Well, bring them to life here to try and hold them back in just a second. There we go. That turret looks like it will survive, at least for this wave.
Yeah, so if they do stay together and continue this pressure, they should be able to get it down within the next couple of waves. Unless, of course, GTM decide to engage and really hold on to that tower. They're still even on towers 1-1. They've traded the middle tower for red side for the top tower on blue. And look at all those wards around Dragon. I mean, that is a mass of wards. It was in preparation of the previous Dragon fights, but it'll also determine the pace of these next few fights because both teams are going to be fully aware of where their opponents are.
Yeah, and probably the support's going to be out of a bit of a cash here to get those wards down in future anyway. Both already upgraded to that Ruby site. So there is Mazarine just pushing this bottom lane out, but in response to that, GTM actually going towards that inner middle turret, and as you see in the on the minimap there, Mazarine and his team decided we have to pull back for this.
Now, outside of that True Shot barrage, GG actually have relatively poor wave clear. Castellan is very short range, as is Nautilus, you know, in terms of his abilities. Yeah, you've got the volatile spiraling from Elise, which will of course help, but it's not your traditional wave clear that you've got from the likes of a Twisted Fate using his wild card. So in terms of defending a siege, it's going to be quite difficult if a concerted effort is put down from GTM.
There is the blue buff going over to Twisted Fate once again. Finally, once he takes it down, not exactly super high on damage right now.
There we go.
There we go.
Then it took, what, eight wild cards, I think?
Slowly but surely he gets there to pick that one up. This top lane actually being pushed out here as well. If you look at the CS there, at least does have an advantage, but it's not huge.
No, but with the massive wave, you can see the entire team of GTM stacking up. Initially, I thought they were going to dive onto NBS. There's the stun, and here's the fight.
Yeah, they are going to go in for this one. Cassidy coming around the side as well. The grasping root's not quite connecting. And all of a sudden, both teams just kind of say, well, didn't quite go as we expected that one, but that may change it. The hook going to come in onto Jay Mesa. Can he get away from this one? We still have Nautilus at the front. He has to flash away from that. Great grasping root coming in. Not sure it was even meant for a Renekton there, as he actually did slice and die straight over into it. But again, low health on a couple of men across the board, but still no kills.
Really interesting from Alan. Even though he caught Sona, the call was not to fight. The call was not to engage in that particular setup because he didn't use his ultimate. He didn't send out that mine to chase down somebody else and interrupt their abilities. That's the key. The members of GTM are so tightly stacked that they'd pulled Sona towards them, and if that mine had hit somebody in the back, you know, a little further behind, it would have actually bought time for Elise and Castellan to kill Sona instantly, but it didn't happen, so they get away with their lives instead.
Now the Rabadon's death cap has been finished by Twisted Fate, and that makes him, of course, a whole lot stronger already. See what impact he can have. He's still 20 CS behind the Cassidy, who, as you mentioned earlier, doing a great job, but Cassidy could be in trouble.
So we'll see if Twisted Fate does jump in here, because look, Renekton snuck into the bottom bush. Sona's coming from the tri-bush as well. GTM, they reveal themselves and just stack up. They just want to shove the tower down. They have the tower advantage, and if they manage to pick this one up, it's going to give them a very good map position to play from.
Cassidy doing a great job here, getting that silence off, getting a slowdown wherever they can, and they're going to try and force them back here from this. There was a Rift Wall, which was kind of Rift walked in and walked straight back from it. It's like, nah, I'm not sure that I can really start things off. Zyra and Nautilus are still up by that blue buff, and they want to make sure that that is secure.
Yeah, they're going to definitely want that in Castellan's hands. If he wants to keep those Rift Walks stacks up and deal all that additional, you know, damage from stacking it up as quickly as possible, he needs the regen. And if you look at his items, he's only got a Philo Stone as well as that, sorry, on the front, Catalyst Protector and Tear of the Goddess. So that hasn't been upgraded to anything. He did so well shutting Twisted Fate down early, but it hasn't actually shown in terms of itemization.
No, but he will get there, and that's, now, I mean, let's not forget, he's 3-1-1 right now. Pretty much the opposite of what Twisted Fate has got, if you look at the scoreboard. We'll see how that one all works out. GG going to be headed back here now that that bottom lane seems to be a little bit safer, although saying that it isn't really that much safe. Cassidy went back because he wanted to get that Rod of Ages as early as possible to start the stacking.
So it is in there at 23 minutes, which is actually a little slower than what we see out of the usual mid players from LCS. But of course, it has been a pretty chaotic game, back and forth in terms of the map presence. They have jumped onto Alinur's Nautilus, but he's just gonna spider pull himself away to safety. And right now, just GTM, they're trying to find an opportunity. Zyra with a good ward will reveal them, but you can just see it's GTM saying, we want to fight, we want to fight, we want to fight, and GG going, well, we don't really have a comp for that. So they're playing the passive defensive game.
All right, now they've got the positioning on Dragon, but there are wards everywhere. Cassidy was pushing out of that top lane. GTM probably had their opportunity right there to start things off. But now Cassidy is coming down and they decide, okay, now let's do it, which I'm not sure is going to be the best idea.
Yeah, they do start with a fight. The True Shot barrage doesn't manage to steal it, but he has a big engage.
Yeah, there we go. Stranglethorn's going to be flashed away from Crescendo, came in as well. But Misfortune is being focused, going to get shut down here by Elise. Can they get any more? Twisted Fate, the next target for GG. Double kill Elise. Can he get any more here? Yes, well, actually, it was Cassidy that picked that one up, and they're going to keep focusing down on towards Xin Chao. Ezreal used the barrier. He will get the kill. and Elise somehow manages to survive down this bottom side, but on the other side, it's only this Renekton who's up until now getting himself away there. We saw Mazarine actually rift walking right on top of him. Doesn't have the mana. He's going to get that regen from the blue, but either way, it's a solid fight coming out from GG.
So two things we have to point out. Gaming Gear EU, they managed to drag that fight out and split up the members of GTM so that their skirmish, dive in, dive out composition could work. They end up trading 2 deaths to pick up 4 kills as well as his tower. They'll be very happy with that even though they lost the dragon. The one thing I do want to point out, though, is that that fight took a very, very long time to conclude. And once Renekton and Xin Zhao start getting tankier and beefier, it's going to be much more difficult for them to clean up as effectively because it'll take much more members. And if they split up and they do that one-on-one, 2v1 kind of thing, it may not actually work against that very powerful Xin Zhao and Renekton.
We saw the beeline there for Miss Fortune as well. Like, she was a little bit too involved at the middle of that fight. They said, well, Miss Fortune's there. It's an easy bounty for us if we head off to that side.
And I don't think she used her bullet time in that engagement either. Nope. So because she was too close to the fight and, you know, the gap closers of her enemies were able to, you know, close it down, she couldn't use that bullet time. With the Last Whisper in there, with the Bloodthirster, that is going to hurt a lot.
Right now, we gather up once again. That blue buff here for Twisted Fate. And hanging on a bit of a knife edge this game. It is a 3,000 gold lead, give or take here, for good team multi-gaming. They're behind a little bit on kills. We're tied in turrets. So, you know, it's one of those scenarios where things can switch so very easily. One person being caught out and then a bad team fight for GTM would actually see them pretty much going behind in gold straight from that. And it's hard to say exactly when this next fight's going to come up because I don't think either team really wants it at this point.
No, I completely agree with you. And I think that the longer this game goes, the better it actually looks for Gaming Gear EU. And the reason I say that, Elise, Cassidy, and Zyra are all going to scale so incredibly well. And even though Ezreal is going to be a slightly different AD carry to Miss Fortune, his mobility and the ranged poke is going to be so much more useful in these type of sieges. So the longer it goes, the better they're looking. Right now, though, doesn't look like they want to wait time. Here's a big engagement.
And there we see, though, they go in on towards Ezreal. The Arcane shifts away, gets to cover from Nautilus, who just dredge lines away from it. It's really easy for them to get out of this fight, and GTM, unless they, I feel like, land a brilliant crescendo, they're going to find it hard to get it started.
Yeah, especially if they have those signals. If you're relying on Renekton and Xin Zhao, it's very easy to plan that grasping roots, very easy to strategically place a Stranglethorns from Zyra. So she's just going to put the ultimate down and pop it up. And look at how difficult it is to defend a tower against this team. Ezreal, Zyra, Elise are so good at poking you down from range. And if you get low enough, Nautilus is just going to say, well, I'm going to dredge line you, or I'm going to, you know, put my bomb on you, depth charge, and just chase you in there.
Again, they push back. I mean, they do, as you mentioned earlier on, the wave clear on the other side from Twisted Fate, to be honest, is probably enough to be giving them a decent defense, especially with that Miss Fortune, a double up in there, and pretty much the entire creep wave is gone. But they risk the whole fact here of being caught out by that cocoon, by anything really that rolls on in from Zyra, and then the fight will get started. At this point, they're still pretty determined to keep this mid lane pushing, though.
Yeah, I'm so glad you pointed out that cocoon, because if the cocoon catches the likes of TF, MF, or Sona, that's going to be an instant go, because Elise, Cassidy, and Ezreal will all jump on you in a heartbeat and manage to, you know, burst down those squishy targets. I do want to touch on Ezreal's build, because we haven't actually really pointed it out. Bloodthirster, so he went tier first into Bloodthirster, and now the making of the Blade of the Ruined King. It's a very non-traditional Ezreal build. It's not a DPS Ezreal, and it's not a traditional blue Ezreal either. So he's making a build that's comfortable for him, and it's working out for the most part. I mean, he doesn't have the same kills as Miss Fortune, but he's positioning well. He hasn't been caught, and he picked the right AD against the composition that he's facing.
Yeah, and that poke certainly is doing decent. And, well, if he loses any health, he's got the Bloodthirster in there as well. He gets it all straight back from the next wave coming out. And we see that poke coming in. And there's a rhyme in there somewhere with Peter Poker. Picked a poke of Ezreal's. Something like that. I'll get that one in later if I can manage it. It's going to take some thinking and the right situation, I think. But right now they wait again on this inner turret. but now they back off. It's like, well, we can't quite get through there. We need to do something else with the time that we've got.
The thing that's scary here for Gaming Gear is that if they do get close enough to a tower to start auto-attacking, it means they're close enough to have Zinzao and Renekton dive on your face or a flash crescendo to happen. So basically, they're playing the poke game because they have a little better poke, they have a little better range across the team members. And that's all they're doing, is they're just stalling for time. They don't know how to get onto that tower yet. And with Twisted Fate's passive, the entire team of good team multi-gaming is actually generating quite a bit of gold with each of the CS that they pick up. You know, it's let's do a quick thing, 400, 300, you know, it's close to about 1,000 gold already just from the TF passive.
Yeah, and that's maybe what's giving them, you know, what makes it look that way. We've seen Blade of the Rookie now finish for Ezreal. If we didn't really talk about the Zhonya's that was finished earlier on by Elise. We're seeing Dragon now being done by GG. And we'll see if they can hold them out.
So this is the first Dragon that GG have done. Take a look at this. Zinzao flashed over the wall to try steal. He's jumped in to pick a fight.
He may just end up losing out to this one, but we do see Renekton coming in, the depth charge, the Strangled Thorns, a crescendo at the back. That's the important thing in this fight as they take down Misfortune. Sona will die as well. Or will she? Actually getting away from that just about. But look at Ezreal. He's doing masses of damage to them as they chase down all the other champions. He's at full HP. He'll be able to clear up this one if they don't take him out here. And there is the finisher. That will be an ace for none.
An ace for nothing, plus the Dragon triple kill picked up by Kassadin. He was soaking up so much damage at the beginning of the fight, and even though the crescendo was amazing, a 4-man Strangled Thorns knocked up every single member of GTM. The kiting that came out of GG was simply superb. They were positioned so well during the course of that fight, and the Blade of the Ruined King kept Zinzao off Ezreal. Zin dove onto him, was about to get the knockup. He got hit by the active, and he just backed away. Such a good fight there from Gaming Gear EU. The Dragon, the Baron, and 5 kills, they're in the driving seat.
Yeah, and I mean, the funny thing is that Misfortune was right at the back of the fight there, but they went in onto her. Again, bullet time wasn't used in that fight, which at this stage, with a Black Cleaver, a Last Whisper, Bloodthirster, that's a lot of damage that wasn't brought out by My Lovely Form.
And the reason for that is because of Gambit going in aggressive into the Dragon Pit. He flashed over the wall to try steal and went, oh, bugger, it's not here. And then he decided, all right, let's use my abilities, let's pick a fight. So the rest of his team was not positioned. They were not ready for that engage because they didn't burn their flash to clear the wall, which meant Misfortune was out of position, no bullet time across everybody, and effectively team fight lost. If that bullet time had been cast, all of those 200, 300 HP bars might be 0.
Indeed. That's ifs and buts that they'll surely be asking themselves after this game if they don't go on to win it. It is, despite that, still close. Of course, the gold was in favor of GTM before. It's taking a swing now to around about 300.
And in order for Gaming Gear to actually win this game, they're going to need to do that. Ooh, Kassadin putting so much damage down onto My Lovely Form. That's one single combo. Rift Walk into the Null Sphere, plus the Force Pulse, and that was it. That is how low MF went. So she's in definitely insta-pop range.
Yeah. That death cap now finished off, and right now GG looking for another tower for turret number 4 this game. We are 32 minutes in, which, if I'm not wrong about this, I think it's the longest that we've seen out of this would be, of course, the 4th CIS game, as we are going to see Gambit going in there. But can they actually lock them down here? Elise is not with the team at this point. There is Destiny Pop, and that's going to be the signal to actually go in for this. Twisted Fate coming around the back, but he's going to go down. There is the bullet time. He gets them 1 kill. Sona gets a good crescendo off as well, but again, the Strangled Thorns coming in. Zyra will die at the backside, but again, the focus coming right in on top of them. Kassadin doing a great job. Picks himself up a double and a triple. Can he get another one? Hooked in there. Quadra kill coming down. Can he chase in here for the pentakill? And right now, Turtle Bazilla is running away, and they decide not to chase in. Well, that will be a 4 for 2 this time around. This time they got the Ezreal out of the fight, but it was the Kassadin again doing work. Mazarin
is just playing Kassadin to perfection. He knows exactly how much damage he can deal and how much damage he can survive, kiting in and out of every single one of these engagements. 11-1-5. He won his lane against a ranged opponent, and now he's winning every single team fight. He got a triple kill in the previous fight, a quadra kill now. If one more fight happens, statistically, I think we'll get that penta.
Yeah, I guess you're right. With that one, it took me a minute to realize what you were getting. I was like, that doesn't, wait a minute. Oh, okay, I get you now. But yeah, I mean, with that Rod of Ages in there as well, and double Doran Strings, we shouldn't forget. he's really tanky. Got about 2,500 HP, plus he's sat on just over 400 AP as well, so he's got the best of both worlds here.
So with the items that he's just completed now, the Ceros Embrace, his ability power is just skyrocketed to 681. He has double the ability power of Twisted Fate right now, who's sitting at around 350. So there's a massive difference. And of course, all of that mobility from Riftwalk, plus the bonus damage of having multiple stacks. You can see it on the bottom left of your screen. He's on 4 stacks. That'll go to 5. That adds more damage with each stack. And he can pretty much one-shot Misfortune now if he does get all of his spells on him.
Yeah, if he gets the chance to get in. You see that Elise has finished up now the Leandrid's Torment. Going to be going in to the Crystal Scepter here to add into that as well. So nice and tanky, good damage. Got the fallback option, I guess we can say, of that Zhonya's Hourglass. We've got the Mura Mana now added in and finished for Ezreal. So since that last fight around the Dragon, you know, take the Dragon, get the Ace, get the Baron, that's really just pushed them to a different level.
Yeah, and I really like the itemization as well. So not only is the team incredibly mobile, that Blade of the Rune King, the active, allowing the slow, will keep one of the melee champions off Ezreal for a couple seconds longer. You can see the Leandries is now being built into the Rylai's Crystal Scepter as well as his next item for release. So there's going to be an on-hit slow there as well. And just look at this poke. I mean, you have to go through all of that before you can even get to your opponents. And even if you do, they're just going to use the rest of their abilities to escape. It's a very difficult position to be in if you're a good team multi-gaming.
This is an inhibitor by the looks of things. Well, GTM decide to try and stop this one.
So they're going to have to, because if they let it go down, obviously the map will be in complete favor of GG. But the problem is, every time they have tried to pick a fight with Xin and Renekton, the rest of the GG members have been able to escape. So there's another fight, and we'll see if any CC lands.
They're going to go straight in on towards that one. Nautilus is in the middle, and look at the Stranglethorns. He knocks 4 of them up. This is going to be an absolute massacre. Good bullet time coming over, though. That will take down Ezreal. Mazarine is forced away at the backside as well. Is he going to be taken down? He'll Riftwalk out. Actually puts the Null Sphere down. Here comes Twisted Fate, who doesn't quite get the stun card down. The Cocoon comes in. He does die there just about in the end of that one. And Misfortune now against Elise. Who's going to have the best time of this one? Misfortune with that constant damage. Flashes over, and they get an ace. 5 for 4.
5 for 4, massive trade there, and it was a very good engage in a tight quarter. What Xin Zhao did is he knocked all of the mobile champions from GG away, meaning that their mobility spells were used to just get back in the fight as opposed to deal damage in, at the same time. What we also seen is because they were forced to, react to that Xin Zhao ultimate, they weren't able to just pile on top of Misfortune, and the first bullet time that we've seen in a very long time, successfully dropping the HP of their opponent. So good positioning, fighting in a choke hold, and working out in favor of GTM.
Yeah, and as you said, Ezreal focus, Kassadin focus. That was it in that fight. Even though, let's not forget, 4 people were knocked up by that Stranglethorns, which is a successful Stranglethorns. Usually you'll not get 4 men up in the air with that one. But really, really well done. And that just shows that this game is not over just yet. I mean, we're 37 minutes in. He's 22 to 15 in kills, which is a substantial lead for GG. But only 4,000 gold really separates these two teams. So one more fight here for GTM, especially with 20 seconds on the Baron and the Dragon being live. It could swing around again.
Yeah, it's just going to depend on these next couple of engagements. The thing is, GTM cannot afford to lose. They cannot afford to have any more mistakes or any more misplays because they've got an exposed inhibitor. So, they'll just make a beeline for that bottom lane and grab themselves that inhib. What I do like out of the itemization here from GTM, you've got the Twin Shadows on Twisted Fate, which is not too unusual, but it's going to help him slow down his opponents, removing some of their kiting power. You have Quicksilver Sash that My Lovely Form's been sitting on for a little while, and against the Cocoon, the Dredgeline, the Silence, the Root, that's a lot of CC that you can, at least get rid of some of it during the course of a team fight. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on that active and see as and when it gets used, because it could determine the difference between a bullet time and not a bullet time.
Oh, and that's going to be bad there. The Cocoon landed in on towards Gumbek, and he's the man who is supposed to be all strong and tanky, and in the end, he's almost lost his life to just that quick combo coming out, and that might be enough to force him back. Of course, he's the one with Smite that is off cooldown at this stage as well.
So they're relying on Sona's heal to bring him back up to life. There is some vision at the top of that little banana bush, as you can see. So the members of GTM, they're in full vision of their opponents. Xin Zhao's gone in, and he's been separated from his team. The Dredgeline misses, though.
Oh, there was Kassadin in there. It's a nice combo coming out again. he puts Xin Zhao low. They are going to force these wards away. Oracle on the jungler and wards over the top of the wall. So they've got complete vision control now, GG, over this Baron area. Will they go in for it? I say that. Obviously, Destiny is something that will be able to change that one out, but he's not going to be able to use the second part of that Destiny to get himself actually into the fight. And that will just reveal that they were starting off that Baron. There's J-Mate, so look at that. Downed instantly by Mazarine, who's going to be in trouble himself. Actually, will Rift walk away, just about escaping there at the back. They turn around onto Twisted Fate. Ezreal's still at half HP from this one. They turn around. Misfortune going to get down from Ezreal as well. And now they are going to lose Renekton, and it's all going to be on the Xin Zhao. He was low, he came back into the fight, but he is not going to escape it again, and that will be an ace with a double kill from Ezreal with a 40-second spawn time.
Once again, just fantastic positioning from Gaming Gear. They simply kited their opponents perfectly. They went in and out, dodged the damage, and you know, there was so much thrown onto Kassadin that when he did get away, it was like, oh my word. He survived the last tick of Ignite, he survived the last bit of damage from Bullet Time, and his team just really playing the composition well.
So one thing that's interesting right now, they're going to go for this inhibitor. I don't think that they might have time to get through for the rest of it, you know. It looks like they're going to try this one at least. Sona's up, 10 seconds for Xin as well.
There's a lot of damage, and even though, you know, they've got two mages on their side, they've got a lot of ability power between them, so you can see how quickly they're chunking those Nexus turrets down. It looks like Gaming Gear EU going to pick up the first game in the series, and in what style? Crescendo's out, they just pop Sona instantly.
Mazarine getting another kill, and that'll be 1-0 now for Gaming Gear EU, a 13-7 Kassadin at the end. Something tells me that we won't be seeing a Kassadin in game number 2 after that performance from Mazarine. Again, it's a last pick, a very situational pick, but it really worked for them, and they did amazingly well with it. 5-3-12 on the Ezreal as well, at least 7-2-13. Overall, a massive performance coming out of Gaming Gear EU. It's not over yet, though. If you just join us, it's a best of 3.
Yeah, so they're going to need to do this at least one more time, but take a look at the bench of Good Team Multigaming. They look destroyed, and rightfully so. They had a very good engage comp. Their opponents just simply outpositioned them in every single fight. They made one misplay on the inhibitor, and other than that, that was basically a flawless game.
Flawless stuff. We're going to head over to the analysis desk to break down game 1 with Demon and Captain Kaplan.
Thank you very much, Joe. So you could say that they were outbaited and outsmarted there, and honestly, Gaming Gear looked very good, the European team. It was back and forth action, though. That game honestly could have gone any direction.
Yeah, I mean, just from the get-go, we did see over on Good Team Multigaming, it's really hard to say these names, Good Team Multigaming, they actually were behind in the beginning. Where on the other side, we saw Gaming Gear actually pull out, you know, the first blood, pull out ahead in the beginning. And then we saw a couple of fights, actually, towards around Dragon that really turned the tides in favor of Good Team Multigaming. And then, of course, obviously, it changed back later on. It was very back and forth, just like you said, with a lot of fighting, a lot of action, but that's kind of what we've come to expect out of these CIS teams.
Yeah, and the mid laner, of course, Mazarine, not to be confused with Mazzarini, the ex-Call of Duty 4 Pro. It's not the same guy, guys, unfortunately. It'd be great if he was here, but it's not. He was really pretty much being kited around, and also for the AD carry, the Deadly Brother was just completely kiting, and you know, Trevor was mentioning it during the cast, how much the whole team was just simply backing away, kiting them around, with the fact that you could Arcane Shift away, with the fact that you could Rift Walk away. It was just, nobody could sort of pick a target.
And it was actually, there's a couple of missteps in some fights where he wasn't touched at all because they just left him alone. We saw Renekton just go straight in. I believe that was towards Cassim, because obviously you need to lock him down since he has you know all the kills for the team, but you can't let an Ezreal who he went reddish, bluish, like purplish build a little bit since he had a Blade of the Rune King in there. But they weren't able to go for him, and he was just allowed to attack from behind the entire time, which we're going to see in the replay a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, talk about the replay. I was actually talking to the Russian commentators off air, and they were basically saying, if this game gets to about 30 minutes, good, what are they called?
Good Team Multigaming.
Good Team Multigaming, GTM.
Let's just go with GTM.
It basically said, at the 30-minute mark, they're not really going to know what to do, because if the game's not over by then, the Russians are kind of start to lose their momentum because they're so used to games finishing quickly, just as we saw yesterday. And ironically, it takes us to this replay, which is bang on 30 minutes.
Yes, it is. So it's, just like I said, 30 minutes in, it's 8-9 in favor of GG. I'm just going to go by their initials. It's a lot easier.
GTM, GG.
Yeah, it's the 39.6 thousand gold for GTM to the 37,000 gold of GG. And it's a fight that, honestly, it could have gone either way. But as we were saying before, how Deadly Brother wasn't touched, they ended up winning the fight here. So let's go get the replay screen and just walk you through it and show you, kind of exactly what goes down. Because we're going to see GG. They're going to pick up the dragon first of all. We're even going to see Zinzo. He's going to flash in to try to steal it away, which is very honorable on his part. But now he's like, "Ooh, guys, I'm stuck here. I need some help." As the rest of the team just closing around him. Luckily, he stays alive for quite a long time here. But the thing is, look where everyone goes. Like, you have Cassidy not being touched in the backside. He's just able to get a lot of damage onto the backline of GTM. You have Deadly Brother who not being touched here because Turtle ends up turning away from him, trying to protect against that Cassidy because they're just so hit and run the entire time. And of course, you do see Cassidy on your screen. I want to pause right here real quick. You do see a Mazarine not dead yet. Like, they thought they killed him, or at least knew he was close. Maybe he's going to back off. He's going to come in here and pick up a double kill, actually. He's going to miss the force pulse, unfortunately, onto Sona, but ends up cleaning it up anyways. And he gets away yet again. He walks away just so, Zen, he can't jump onto him with the Audacious Charge. Look on the backside yet again. Deadly Brother not being touched this entire time, getting all this free damage in, and every single member of GG escapes from this fight. It was pretty much a complete ace here.
And it was just a great cleanup overall, and that really sort of set the pace for the whole game because it was just constant. The fights were back and forth, very mobile, very fluid. But, as Trevor and Joe just said, pretty sure we're going to see Kassadin banned in the next match.
Yeah, I mean, they mentioned earlier, the Twisted Fate and Shem are still available after the bans. And when you first pick a Twisted Fate, you can easily follow up with a Kassadin pick. Because
that's an interesting one because they also said to me, the Russian commentator said, they don't really play Twisted Fate in Russia. I'm kind of surprised that they went for the pick there.
I mean, it's actually really fun. I don't remember who said this. I know I heard it, though, for a fact that one of the EU LCS players actually said that a lot of teams try taking like the Korean meta and using it into their own style. But what they don't realize is you can't just pick a champion because he's overpowered or whatever.
Plays it here, yeah.
You have to use it like with your team. Like, first of all, they have to learn how to play with that champion, and then you have to learn what kind of compositions work with that champion. So Twisted Fate, which we actually did see in the bottom lane, unfortunately, for him one time where he ulted in completely into the backline, into the outfield.
Oh, God, yeah.
No, not that one, not that one.
Okay.
Into the outfield against GG, and he got blown up instantly. But luckily for him, they actually won that fight because they all focused him down. But, like, you can't pick a champion. Like we've been seeing Kennen lately. We've been seeing Kennen rise. Like, they don't necessarily work just on their own. You have to have a good composition for it. And that's maybe why I saw the Twisted Fate come in.
Well, I mean, that's the classic Twisted Fate, honestly, when you go your solo queue. That's the classic play. You're just like, I'm going in. Why did nobody back me up? You're kind of ahead of us, guys.
We were watching it, and we see him like, oh, he's ulting. Where's he going? Oh, he goes back on. I'm like, he's dead.
It was when he used the Twisted Fate ulti, he went into the Dragon Pit and then flashed into the Stranglethorns. He was like, what? Why did you do that?
I was going for a play, but unfortunately it didn't work out too well. But still, I mean, Twisted Fate, he can be... To me, I've said this before with Fronlord, who played him quite a bit, that it can either be extremely good or extremely bad. Like, usually there's no gray area with the Twisted Fate, in my opinion. Unless you're going for the backdoor, which we saw, obviously, expect to do quite a bit. But it's a very strong champion. But if you first pick it like that, and you know the other team can play Kassadin, and you don't take that away, they're going to counterpick you. And what did he finish off? Like 11-1 or something like that? Something ridiculous.
Way up there in the stats. Of course, that was game one. There are going to be 3 games to go. The food is about to arrive, so we're going to go to break because Moscow.
back to Moscow, guys. We're about to move into game number 2 between Good Team Multigaming and Gaming Gear EU. And of course, Gaming Gear have the 1-0 here in this best of 3.
And in what style did they pick that one up? The composition that they played was incredibly mobile, was focused around the fact that they needed to kite in team fights. And the level of communication and coordination that needs to pull off is immense.
Yeah, and they pulled it off, and that's a real key thing for them. And I think a great warm-up in itself for this best of 3. I know it is, of course, part of the best of 3, but to play such a, which is a micro-intensive and a communication-intensive lineup like they did there, probably sets them in good stead, because I don't think that they're going to go for that kind of lineup again here, just for the fact that Kassadin, at least, will probably be banned this game out.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. The thing that you've got to remember is that even if they wanted to not ban out Kassadin, they could pick a composition that maybe Kassadin would not work against. You know, if they had something that's a bit more difficult to read, if they had the Elise instead of Renekton, who's a little bit more diverse in that top lane in terms of her engagements, it can work out that way. And you have to give props to Mazarine's Kassadin. 2 or 3 of those team fights, he was dropped down to, you know, sub 200, sub 100 HP, survived, and still was cheeky enough to come back in with the Riftwalker and the Silence to pick up exit frags.
Well, we are going to get ourselves underway here in just a second in the bans and picks. And there you see Deadly Brother on your screen, the AD carry from Gaming Gear EU. And the bans and picks are going to come in just a second. So what are we going to see this time around? Twisted Fate was let through. Didn't have a massive impact, though, on the game.
No, it really didn't have too much, and I think that stemmed from the fact that it was shut down in lane. Something that we see from these Twisted Fates is if they don't get ahead very early, and those 1 or 2 Destinies early on don't help, Twisted Fates actually can lose games.
Well, there weren't any Destinies early on, and we pointed that out with the fact that his bottom lane is very limited then as to where he can go. But we are in the bans here. Jarvan, Jace, don't really need to really say much more about that.
Malphite would be another one that I would consider. It's been banned on a number of times. Thresh, this is pretty much rinse and repeat of the previous matchup, but we did see a Draven and a Vayne being banned out. I don't know if they're going to do the same again this time, because let's be honest, the AD carries, while they were impactful, it was because of the rest of their teammates. It wasn't necessarily the AD carry specifically that managed to get those scores on the board.
And this time, GG have actually banned out the Kassadin. That's pretty smart, because it's GTM who have last pick here. And as we saw before, and as we've seen many times before, it's usually that Kassadin that comes in last.
What it also means is they might be considering picking up Zinzan Renekton or something similar themselves. They might be picking up a combination that just needs to run at you. So we'll see if that does work out for them. Twisted Fate, Shen still available, Kha'Zix, Zed, you know, all of those high priority big names. And I wonder what they're going to put in the jungle, because with TF banned, we could see Gaming Gear EU picking up the likes of that Shen. And we know that Nautilus is pretty hotly contested.
Orianna, first pick, and no messing around there. That just shows me that GG have a very clear plan about this one. In the break, I actually was downstairs with a couple of their players, and they looked very relaxed about things. They weren't, you know, really talking that much even. It was more of a case of, you know, we've done it. We know what we've got coming into this one. We've got a game plan for each match.
The thing that was great to hear when we did the preview interview and build-up, you heard Good Team Multigaming saying, we're going to beat Gaming Gear. And you heard Gaming Gear saying, we're going to win the CIS tournament. They were already looking a match ahead. And I can imagine that, you know, going to DreamHack last weekend, even though they lost in the group stages of the Open tournament, the experience it would have given them, and I imagine that was for training. I think both of them, you know, all of the players would have been very aware, look, this is LAN experience. Let's get under some lights. Let's get on a stage, play against some big names, and use that experience here.
Well, if we're fair to them as well, they lost every single game at DreamHack did Gaming Gear EU, but they had some very tough opponents. The team from Spontex and Nono. We had Heimerdinger's Colossi was in there, another very strong team. You know, it was really a difficult tournament for them. Either way, with this one, the picks coming in, Elise and Nautilus for GTM going to be locked straight in there. On the other side, that Shen, which has got through in the first game completely without being banned or picked. And also a Kha'Zix has been flashed around there, which we did see. Also, in game number 1, not banned and not picked.
Now, I'm wondering if that's not mind games. I'm wondering now that they decided to... And you put it up there and you just remind people, hey, this is free, this is available. The Shen, to me, is bigger than the likes of the Kha'Zix, because you either play Kha'Zix or you don't. And, you know, he can fit assassination comps. But sitting on Shen in the jungle or hovering in that position, it just makes you think, should we take it? Do we want to put Shen top lane, put at least mid lane? Right now, it doesn't look like Good Team Multigaming are even interested in thinking about that. What I do like is this Janna hover over. That's an instant fight reset. That's instant. No matter what happens, if you dive on us and we're not ready, I'm just going to monsoon you away and we'll deal with it another day.
Well, currently hanging over the Ahri, who we saw Charu yesterday playing to, well, ridiculous levels. Those charms were all over the place, and pretty much 99% of the time, I think, landing on who they needed to be landing on. Janna is going to get locked into this one. They're still wondering whether this Ahri pick right now is the thing to go for. Of course, Orianna is in there. Kennen has already been locked in as well. So with that, you're looking at the mid lane and top lane already. Don't expect to see an AD Kennen, although we've seen stranger things. Yeah, we have seen stranger things, and actually the synergy would be quite good. The on-hit slow from Nami to allow you to get those additional auto attacks, to allow you to get the Mark of the Lightning from Kennen. So it could work, but I don't know. I do think it's probably going to be top lane Kennen, which would be a little bit more traditional. Over on the other side, that Ahri pick is going to be fairly difficult no matter who she lanes against, Kennen or Orianna. She'd ideally want to lane up against Kennen. It'll be a little bit easier for her to deal with Kennen and get away from the range. If, however, she's caught by the ball, that's it, she can get popped. So right now, Shen was locked in there. They're currently hovering over the Vayne, which is going to be an interesting choice. Let's not forget that that was the third ban in the last one from GG. So seems like My Lovely Form is definitely someone who likes to play with the Vayne. I would prefer to see something like a Tristana, and for one reason, having the Buster Shot and the Monsoon, the double resets, is very powerful against an Orianna and a Kennen and a Shen who are going to be running at you. Even if you're hit by a Tidal Wave, use that Buster Shot, get rid of the threats, get them out of the fight, focus them down, because you've got Elise and Ahri who are very mobile and very aggressive at, chasing single targets if they want to. Vayne can do the same, but obviously in an aggressive stance as opposed to a defensive stance. So if she's caught by anything, that's going to be one dead Vayne. Well, it is going to be the Vayne locked in this time around, and that will go over to My Lovely Form, the AD carry in this one. So, Shen jungle, ironically something that we've seen working fairly well in the LCS on the split. Already seen him twice in the jungle there, whereas normally we'll expect to see him in that top lane, but that'll of course be given over to Kennen this time around, the Orianna in the middle. So that whole ball delivery system is gonna pretty much rely on, the Shen to get in there first, or even with the Kennen, because quite frankly, he has to get in there anyway. The thing that's great about that is if you do combat with Kennen, who's a slightly less traditional ball delivery champion, so to speak, is that when he puts that Lightning Rush on, if you do decide to use that W as an initiation tool from Orianna, you're going to have that massive speed boost. Yeah, that massive speed boost. If we do see the likes of a Shirelia's Reverie picked up by Nami or Shen, we're going to have a lot more wee engages coming out. That's the technical description I like for it, I believe. The wee. But at the same time, Janna. And that's the problem that they have. Of course, the Condemn from Vayne, yes, going to have a similar effect in there, albeit with the shorter range. But we'll have to see about that one, because it's dangerous stuff. Janna here, J Mesa, or JM Acer, still not quite sure which combo that 100% should be. He's going to have to hit those monsoons perfectly. And those Howling Gales as well. So not only will this ultimate be so crucial, if he's able to interrupt that rush in from Shen, interrupt that Lightning Rush from Kennen with the use of the Janna Q, that's obviously going to buy them a lot more time as well. So it's going to be very crucial on the supports in this matchup. Nami, in order to set things up with a good Tidal Wave, with a good Aqua Prison, and with Janna to save her teammates, and when they do get dived on by the impending Gaming Gear EU team. So we're about to get in-game then. It is Gaming Gear EU 1-0 up over Good Team Multigaming. Good Team Multigaming moving over onto the red side now. We'll see if they can pull off the comeback and bring us back to a tied 1-1 game. So that's definitely what they're looking for. It's definitely what we're looking for. Yesterday, we went all the way to 3 games, and we definitely like to repeat that process here again. Slightly less kills in the previous matchup, but still equal levels of skill being displayed, and a slightly awkward ward there from Nami. Yeah. Mostly just saying, look, we don't want to be invaded. So that ward's not going to give you information on your enemies, but it's defensive. I didn't see the timer on that, if it was the Explorer ward or not. So
I don't think it was. So yeah, just giving himself as much life or vision from a defensive point of view.
Yeah, still has that Explorer award with him there, so we'll have to see how this one works out. GTM right now on the top side of the map. MBS is just like, I've just seen them, guys. They're all up here. We know that they're going to be coming that way. And that ward, as you said, it was slightly weird. I made a funny face when I saw that, because it's like, if you're going to put one there, you might as well at least put it a little bit on the ramp or up the ramp. Or
get some more vision.
But still, now it is there, and we'll see what it can spot for them early on.
So remember, in the previous game, GTM did have that very aggressive invade. They went from blue to red side. They went into the red jungle, and they just brute forced their way in, almost landing a gold card on... I'm trying to remember what the jungle was for the previous matchup. It was Nautilus as well. So they didn't manage to make it work in that game. And in this game, a little bit more defensive. They don't want to do the same trick twice and run the risk of getting caught out. What we do see, though, is a lane swap coming in. Both Vayne and Janna will be going top lane to face off against Kennen, who should have a slightly easier time of farming, being manless and having that Q to last hit from distance.
That's a blue buff start for GTM. We're going to see that Elise down in the bottom lane. See what he can do. Traditionally, these Elises have been doing well in 1v2s, to be honest with you. I mean, the Kubon game yesterday really springs to mind against EG, where he was just out of this world when it came to being in 1v2 situations, albeit most of them right directly underneath his tower when they were trying to dive him.
I'm really happy you pointed that out, because in the same game, Charu's Ahri just went unstoppable. I think he was like 10-0-4 or something towards the end of the game. He was just so good on that champion, and we'll see how it works out. Down in the bottom lane, Elise does sidestep that Aqua Prison, and that was very good control. If she'd been caught out, there would have been a lot more damage from that Graves Nami combo.
It's funny you mention that, because this is actually a combo that you would actually think, okay, that could be meet you makers. They love a Nautilus in the jungle. We've seen Makla's Vayne before. Probably the Janna is the only thing that doesn't really fit 100% with what they like to run and what they feel really comfortable on. But this, of course, is good team multi-gaming. 1-0 behind in this best of 3. We have Instruments of Surrender waiting in Sunday's grand final for a spot at Gamescom for one of these two teams.
And a chunk of that $20,000 in prize money as well. So,
not to be sniffed at.
Yeah, definitely a lot on the line here, and we'll see quite just how these two teams perform. A little bit of damage almost going onto the tower, but very good timing from Alinea. He's able to move up into this lane and help defend it. Now, in the previous game, he had a very slow clear time. His farming numbers were not on the same level of Gumbik, and we'll see if he's actually going to keep that up, because Shen as well is a notoriously slow, farming wave clear type champion.
Yeah, definitely not going to be as fast, I think, as this Nautilus running through the jungle. We'll have to see about that one. He obviously spent quite a lot of time here in his top lane, as has Nautilus. Sat with those double buffs on, hoping that he can get Kennen to step one step too far out there and land that dredge line so that they can pull him through.
Yeah, that's definitely what he's looking for. It's going to be quite difficult to catch a Kennen. Not only does he have the lightning rush for mobility, he's also got his flash available. We do see on the bottom lane a little bit of poke and damage onto Elise, but it just looks like they're trading right now.
Yeah, that tower though is very low after just 4 minutes into this game, and it looks like, with if not this wave, not the next one, as we are going to see Mazarine here and Peter Poker going head to head, and in the end, a little bit anticlimactic.
It was just a little bit of poke being put down into Peter Poke there in the mid lane, thanks to Mazarine putting some good damage down. But it was a very good point-blank charm, actually, from Ahri. And it was the charms that really make Charu, stand out. What we do see, Alina is up in the top lane. He just got revealed by that ward. So he was hanging around. Nautilus decided to back off. And if you look on the bottom lane, he's actually moving into lane. He's got that red buff up, still got a third of its time left. Elise is going to need to be on the ball here. The Cocoon has caught out the fish.
Oh, this is bad news as the rappel's going to come down. Is this first blood? Yes, it is. It's Elise that picks that one up. There's a flash away. And Deadly Brother will escape this one. And again, it's an Elise that picks up first blood.
Yeah, so, the natural chain, of the food chain, working in favor here of GTM, managing to land the Cocoon on their opponents, holding them in place, and then just putting all the damage down, following it up. So very good play there. They now return that first blood. They lost first blood in the previous game. But look at the damage Janna just took from Kennen.
Yeah, and that's the danger of this Kennen. Obviously, he's going to be up at level 5 as well by now, so we'll see if he can actually get in there at any stage for anything. Here comes Nautilus in towards middle. Dredgeline gets him onto a minion, and they're actually going to taunt him up here. This could be bad news for this Nautilus. His shield will save him for some time, but he will go down. Mazarine picks up the kill, and that will level us up at 1-1.
And that was without their ultimates. That was just Mazarine making the call, I can kill him, I can kill him. The taunt landed from Shen, which was perfect. Put the ignite down instantly, and then landed every single attack, even bursting through that Titan's Wrath shield, which is level 2, and does block around 160 HP. That's a big chunk of HP at this level. The Shockwave catches Ari.
Oh, Shockwave does come into the mid lane, but Mazarine there being charmed under the turret is able to escape things, and crazy action between these two in the middle. Always a pleasure to watch, really, Orianna versus Ari, because they're both champions that can go in at any time. And speaking of that, Mazarine here is in all kinds of trouble. No Shockwave for him, and he will go down to Ari.
And absolutely, again, but this time the roles reverse. Pizza Poker realizing that he has enough damage to pick up the kill. He had the mana pool available and just used all of his abilities. If he continues to land the charms that he has done already, in the mid game, it's going to spell certain death for his opponents. Level 4 Gumbik is going to try catch out this electronic hamster up in the top lane, but it's not going to work out.
No, I think if he'd have gone in there, he would have pretty much got naught or less. But anyway, he's going to go back into the lane anyway and have a try, as a dragon has been started here by Gaming Gear EU.
So this is the first dragon in game number 2. It's actually a very early dragon, and Shen, not level 6 yet. He's just trying to use that feint to tank up as much as possible. With Graves joining the party, they should be able to get that dragon down very quickly indeed. But the top lane tower is under threat as Vayne and Janna and push that wave all the way up. Slowest dragon EU. And it is just finishing up now.
Oh, top lane, we're actually going to see MBS coming in here. He's managed to get the flash ulti off on towards Vayne, but can he finish him? There's the Zephyr to slow him down, and that will be a Vayne escaping, at least for now. He does manage to just back off from that. Actually, he is being chased at Vayne still in that top lane. Is it going to be finished off? No, not quite.
But down in the bottom lane, it's not over.
It's not over. At least in towards the Tribush. Crazy action here on both sides of the map. And, well, as true to form, no kills either.
No, not yet, but this is what we were seeing yesterday from both of the teams, just in one another's faces over and over and over. Some very good aggressive play, but a very early 2,000 gold advantage for Gaming Gear EU, thanks to that tower and thanks to that dragon. If they can convert that to items, it may mean that these almost kills will result in actual kills.
Which is what they need. Right now, blue buff gifted over to both mid laners. Nothing unusual about that one. They do finally finish it off there. Mazarine just having to move a little bit further in towards that jungle. Let's have a look at a couple of early items, shall we? Between the two AD carries, who are very level on CS at this point, double Doran's Blade boots and a Vamp Scepter for Graves, and the Cutlass single Doran's Blade and boots going over for Vayne.
So Vayne's going to have the advantage of Janna in the lane, hence not picking up that second Doran's. Going to be able to get that Eye of the Storm shield on her. Will give her a lot of attack damage. At level 5 right now, it'll be level 3. So around about 30 attack damage coming from Janna alone. The one thing that's going to play into her favor as well is the passive from Janna, giving Vayne that additional movement speed. So she's already very quick when chasing. Will continue chasing, chasing down even faster with Janna helping out. In our top lane though, Haunting Geysers for both Kennen and Elise, but Kennen is a pair of boots ahead.
Right now we do see Ari is headed up towards this top lane. Will they be able to get in on anyone? No, there was a ward in the brush, and Ari is going to go back. So a bit of time wasted there, but should be able to get back to lane without really missing too much. Shen, in the meantime, is now headed down towards this bottom lane, and look at this, there's no turret behind him. This could be really dangerous.
Yeah, there's no flash for Kennen, but his ultimate is up. Slicing Maelstrom will get channeled as soon as the cocoon wears off. Here comes Shen, and there goes Elise.
And that was a great move coming out of Elise as well, but will he be able to get away from the stun and the taunt? No, he won't, at least not for now. And we see Kennen actually backing away from this one. He's going to come in for the final hit. Brilliantly done there from MBS. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Peter Poco is in all kinds of trouble, and he doesn't quite get finished off there by the Ignite.
No, and while all of that was happening up in the top lane, there was a Tribush skirmish. There goes the Spirit Rush from Ari just to help farm out the lane. I think she was even thinking about using it to get a charm down onto Mazarine. And I think from now on, I'm just going to call Peter Parker Ari. Sorry, dude.
No, I'm not.
It doesn't roll off the tongue quite as quickly as I'd like.
It's a challenge, I think is what it is. That's why he named himself that, just for this tournament here. So right now we are going to see Nautilus again coming in towards his top lane, and well, he kind of just saunters on in. He's like,
I'm not
Then
quite
walks out
sure.
again.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he thought, you know, or what he was thinking. There may have been some thought or some talk about a dive, but instead he just walks in, takes a shot, and backs away. He's now moved up to those double golems. Right now, we do see that Vayne's flash and barrier are down. If you look at the cooldowns, Aqua Prison misses. And it does obviously mean that they get away relatively unscathed.
Here he comes again, Nautilus into this top lane. There's a ward in the brush though, which is going to reveal his entire position. So probably going to take another hit and then back away.
Now, Stand United is up. So with all this time, they could start deciding that, look, let's bait this fight. Vayne is 50% HP, whereas the two champions in the top lane are at full. Add the Stand United shield on top of it, they should be able to survive the damage because Nautilus, not necessarily known for being a high damage dealer. So we'll see how they decide to play this one out. Shen is hanging around the Dragon Pit. And at the moment, Nautilus is just chilling. He's hanging out in that bush.
Yeah, he is spending a lot of time chilling. In fact, he spent so long chilling, he's 2 levels behind the Shen from the jungle and behind in CS. But here we go, we are going to see them coming into this one. They're going to go down. Are they going to be able to save it? There comes the Stand United, and here is Shen. Who's going to be the target from this one? They go in towards Vayne, just about getting away from the taunt, but not from Deadly Brother. Now it's Janna trying to escape. Will get away from it, but look at this Mazarine in trouble. There goes a flash over. Nicely done from Ari.
So very well played. Peter Poker managing to pick up a kill there, diving over the wall. Up in the top lane though, the flash taunt coming out from Shen, trying to extend the distance, and a beautifully timed tumble from My Lovely Form. He manages to get away to safety. So they trade 1 for 1, but it does a lot of damage onto this mid lane turret, and GTM will be very happy about this.
A 3,000 gold lead right now coming in, as we are going to see the push around the back from Kennen, but honestly, can he really get in for this one? Manages to land the Shuriken on towards the Elite. Shenny's off towards the side as well. We do have the ultimate up for Kennen, but not sure that he's really going to risk this one. He can see he's a little bit tempted to just get in there, but with Janna now around, definitely doesn't make sense.
Yeah, really wanted to dive in there, really wanted to put some damage down, but also understood that going in 1v3 is never going to end happily for you or your champion. A lot of vision going down, preparing for Dragon, which will be up in around about 30 seconds. So you can see that Graves has already recalled. You can see Nami is already in the mid lane. And Gaming Gear EU are going to start to stack up and be ready for this Dragon to spawn. The fish has been caught.
Cocoon coming in there on towards Nami, but not quite got the damage to finish things off just yet. Mazarine does have Shockwave available, and there is the Shockwave. Well, they didn't follow it up.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what Mazarine was hoping, because the Eye of the Storm shield was on Ari, and he decided to pop his ultimate while that was there. So he was only burning through Janna's shield as opposed to dealing HP damage. But what it does do, it keeps them a lot lower for if they start this Dragon. So unless Ari recalls, she's going to be fighting at less health, or of course she's not going to be available. So 5v4 on the health advantage, and I think that was the decision making behind it, but they've been caught.
Ari actually going in for this one here, but look at the ultimate from Kennen. Graves ulti comes in, there's the wave coming across, but it's actually Vayne that picked up the first kill there on towards Kennen, flashes away. They're all very low from this one. There is Graves, knocked up, the Spiderling comes down. Mazarine though is still at full health. He gets charmed over the wall. There is the Spider diving right into the middle of them. Does get another kill before being shut down, and right now it's a 3 for 2. Might not quite be just over yet, as Peter Poker is going to come back in, but he gets a ball to the face, and it's a triple kill. Will it be a quadra kill here, as Jay Mesa is trying to run? He's got no mana, Mazarine, and I think that is going to be an escaping Janna. Yep, gets away.
Yeah, she's going to be able to run away thanks to her passive, and of course all the points in Zephyr. What we did see from Peter Poker is he tried to poke a little bit too deep and too far, miscalculating how much mana Orianna had. So he thought he could get away with getting some free damage down. Orianna was able to get a good QW down, and she just popped under the pressure of that ball.
So 7-5. Kind of following the form that we saw yesterday from our first best 3, which always entertaining to watch here. A lot of kills coming out. You know, not many turrets at this point. It's still 1 for 0, funnily enough. Dragon is still alive after that, and it looks like we're going to see another fight for it.
So good team multi-gaming, they've stacked up now. Vayne with the triple attack speed dagger. They've caught out Graves, and there they go.
Yeah, there is a depth charge coming in. Stan United will join the party. They may be able to turn this one around here. Can they get in? Actually, no. GG have decided to back away from this one, and maybe wisely so, although you look at the health bars of GTM, there's not much left for them.
The shockwave missed entirely. Command Protect was put on Graves, and they thought, or Mazarine Mazarine thought Graves was going to just get dumped on by everyone on GTM. He popped the shockwave, and Graves quick drawed backwards. So he took the shockwave away from his opponents. None of that damage landed. So if that fight had continued, Good Gaming EU were always going to be in a bad position. Because they had the numbers advantage, though, they will get this tower down and back away safely.
Yeah, high pressure situation on a stage in front of this many people. That kind of communication failure, basically, is all it was. Can happen. Don't forget, Dragon still alive. He's wondering, how have I survived all this? We've got no Stand United, no Shockwave. That could be the big thing. Ari's ultimate is up, though, so they can control the fight with that. And also, Kennen does have that slicing Maelstrom.
So what we seen the last time they did this Dragon fight was that GG were unable to kill Vayne. They jumped on her, put a lot of damage down, but couldn't finish her off. So Vayne rejoined the fight a little later and was able to help out. So we'll see if they have got, an ability to break through it. But with Vayne having her ultimate up now and Depth Charge getting very, very close to available, the advantage in team fight pressure is definitely going to be for GTM.
Well, Shockwave is also just about to hit cooldown, and there it is, up. But can they get it in the right place? That is the big question mark on this one. Dragon is still alive. We see Alania has actually backed away completely from this one. So as soon as they realize that, which I think they already have, they know, or they should know at least. It depends how well they're doing the timings here, that Stand United is not going to be up.
Yeah, and the longer they take, the seeds of doubt are going to become more and more powerful, because if they're already unsure, that very confident...
The longer it goes on.
Exactly. That very confident play from Alania of being in the mid lane pretty much says, hey, we're ready. And then River, though, he has a big fight.
Oh, they're going into the Shockwave. This time lands onto 3 of them, but Ari coming in around the back. They are going to take down Kennen. Graves is all on his own here. Flashes over the wall. Fail flash on Peter Pucker, and that will be just a 1-for-0 in the end. Oriana's off towards the top side here. This is a little bit strange in terms of positioning. Will they be able to come back around? Here comes Shen. They now know where exactly they're going to be. Nami coming in from that backside. Can they actually lock them down? Dragon has started to reset itself. He's flying out there saying, come on, finish me off already. I'm bored of being alive. And there is the charm onto Shen, but not able to follow up with enough damage, and a crazy standoff.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, but very, very good play from Good Team Multi-Gaming. They dove in there. Now, Janna, a little bit out of position, does not get taunted up, able to actually get away thanks to the usage of that Howling Gale. And may decide to pick a fight because they're looking to engage. The thing that GG are doing well, they delayed the recalls long enough for their reinforcements to arrive. Graves is now respawned, he's here, and the Dragon standoff continues. This has been the longest Dragon ever.
In the history of League of Legends. Possibly not. So we are going to see Peter Pucker going in, does manage to land the charm onto Mazarine, who will try and get away and does get away, even getting the kill now. He's on a rampage. Can they follow up with even more from this one? There is a repel from Elise, dives into the back to take down Mazarine. They want to get this Vayne though, or do they? No, they've split up and gone north now, and they're going to go for whoever they're going for is anyone's guess. This thing on the bottom though is going to be a kill, and there we see Elise finally being dropped. It took a while with Nami and Graves, but they do get 3 kills for 1.
So they do manage to pick that one up. Very, very good play. Realizing they had the advantage, they took so long on the previous Dragon engagement that they got a lot of their abilities back and they had positional advantage. Peter Pucker thought he could burst down Mazarine, but he couldn't get through the command protect. And his last dash actually face planted into the wall. He tried to chase Kennen, and it just wasn't able to get in range. So he ended up being held in place, locked up by the Aqua Prisoners, shut down by the members of Gaming Gear. So a good fight. But after all of this is going on, after all the farming and the numbers, we're now got a 6,000 gold advantage in favor of Gaming Gear EU. And I didn't see who the Dragon actually went to, so I'm going to quickly check the chat logs.
It went to GG.
There we go.
Yeah. So let's have a look at the items. I think we're safe right now. I don't think there's going to be another all-out war because Dragon's down finally. And I want to look at the mid lane here because that 5-3-1 Oriana, Morella Nomicon in there with the Haunting guys and the Sorcerer's Shoes with that tier stacking up as well. On the other side, Peter Pocker's Ari going straight in for the DFG.
So that's not unheard of for Ari players because they really want to get a lot of burst down. And when you're facing the Nami, the Graves, the Kennen, you can actually burst them down very, very quickly, on base stats alone. The thing is, he still hasn't finished his Sorcerer's Shoes, so he doesn't have as much mobility or as much penetration, and I think that's really what he needs to pick up next, and then follow it with some more ability power.
On the other side, Kennen is finally headed up towards that Zhonya's Hourglass. Going to be a key part of GG's game right now if they want to be successful. Speaking of key parts, they've got a Shen as well, who's now got that Sunfire cape on. Taking him a little bit longer to get up there, of course, due to the fact that he's a jungle Shen rather than a top lane Shen. But he has got 9 assists to his name as well.
Yeah, unfortunately his team only has 10 kills, so he's contributed in 90%. He's been there for every single one of them. And I think it's mostly due to the fact that the ganks and the fights have only happened as and when they've had stands united. Right now, though, Gaming Gear EU are just stacked up on this bottom lane, put a lot of damage, and with both Kennen and Graves being very heavy auto attackers, those towers will go down very quickly.
Protection coming around, this blue buff looking to be stolen away. Mazarine will definitely not turn his nose up at having another one, and they've not done anything about Shen. He's going to take down that outer turret in the top lane.
And now the stand united is available, so if they do continue the split push, they can actually join, a fight. They've stolen blue, they've taken the top tower, everything's in favor of Gaming Gear, and it's up to GTM to make an engagement happen, or at the very least, send somebody to control Shen. You need one of your members looking after him.
Well, they are starting to spread further towards that top lane, but with that, they've drawn him away to deal with this Shen, but the bottom lane is once again going to come under pressure. Minion's going to walk in, and actually they do back away. It's now Vayne against Shen in this top lane. What is Vayne going to be able to pull from this one? There we see the Blade of the Ruin King active being used on him. Will he be able to escape? Doesn't look that way to me.
So he's going to be able to at least flash over the wall. The question is, can Vayne follow? In the bottom lane, there's a slicing Maelstrom.
Yeah, but there goes a shockwave, and he again manages to catch a lot of them. The tidal wave comes across. Peter Parker is burning from the ignite, and he's finished off. Nice last-second monsoon, which you got to feel should have probably come a little bit earlier out there from Janna. We talked about that in the pre-game and how important it's going to be. Meanwhile, Mazarine is still going. Couldn't quite finish off. Janna was not far away, though. That range was pretty close.
No, they definitely needed Vayne in that fight. And look at that burst. Command attack into Dissonance, shredding her HP. Stand United from Shen was used in that team fight, so the numbers advantage is in favor of Gaming Gear EU. A couple more auto attacks, and that tower is going to drop. 1, 2, 3 towers without reply in the last 2.5 minutes.
Really nicely done, and Mazarine is starting to really hurt at this point as well. It's not as if he's got masses of AP in there either, with that Morellonomicon, the Haunting guys, and obviously those sorcery shoes with that Tia stacking up nicely. He's got to be sat on a lot of gold at this point here.
Yeah, we'll see what he does decide to spend once he has finished this recall. What we do see, though, is Graves has been saving that money up to purchase himself a Last Whisper. You've got a very bursty composition with the Haunting guys is in your AP. You get that buckshot and collateral damage down quickly. Just shred their HP and allow Kennen, Shen, and Graves to just land the rest of their abilities to help finish up the fight. So the key for GTM is to dodge or to avoid that initial burst. If they survive it, they have they do stand a chance in winning a team fight.
Well, let's see. Right now, GG starting to push this middle lane out. Of course, there's no inner turret there either, and they have a completely open inhibitor on the bottom lane. Kennen has just gone back, and that Zhonya's Hourglass is now finished. That's another key ingredient to victory for GG.
So this is also a complete repeat of the previous game. We noticed that once that bottom inhibitor was open and revealed, Gaming Gear EU just went in there and picked a fight. They brute forced their way in. They did have, actually I think they didn't even have a 10,000 gold lead. It was a lot closer at that time, but they'd won so many team fights, they felt a lot more confident. Right now we see Nami getting caught by another Cocoon. Inspiro needs to learn to dodge those, and we'll see whether or not GG decide to force this bottom lane.
He caught it on purpose just to prove that he can in fact catch. Because the spider can't reach him fast enough anyway to come around, funnily enough, from that side. Right now, they are headed down to Dragon, and one can only hope that this Dragon fight is anything like the last one.
Yeah, definitely. Drag that one out, get a couple of good engagements and, fights over it. Right now, though, Gaming Gear EU are just so far ahead, and I think good Team Multigaming are aware of it. Inspiro going to eat one of those volatile spiderlings. Basically, they're trying to find an opportunity to engage, but again, you've got a very easily readable team in the form of GG. It's going to be the Kennen, it's going to be with an Orianna ball, or it's going to be a Shen. Otherwise, there's not going to be any of the fights.
And that's the thing, it is readable, it's predictable, they know what they're going to do. The problem is, they can't stop it at this point, and avoiding a fight is pretty much all they can do, or making the fight happen on their terms, you know, so that Oriana's maybe out of the fight, or the Shen's got his Stand United on cooldown. But other than that, it's going to be very hard for GTM.
A very important thing that'll have to happen will be a charm from Ari. And the reason I say the charm, it's a slightly longer duration than that of Cocoon, and it's also more impactful. If Ari is aiming the charm and she lands it, she will then follow it up, say, onto the Graves or the Kennen with all that additional damage. What we do see, though, is Graves forced to recall. He does have... He had a bit of an inkling that something was fishy. There was no one around. Very wisely backsourced.
Came from Nami, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't remain in the lane, so well played there.
Bottom tower here, pushed down by Vayne. Took quick shot, a couple of seconds to get up with that one right there. But Graves right now is going to be pushing in. Is Kennen as well, and they're going to try and lock down this Nautilus. And by try, I mean they are, as he misses the trench line on towards the trees on the side. And he will go down. There's a shockwave onto Peter Pocker. He's going to have to use his ultimate to try and get away from this one. Mazzarini flashes in. Charm will land. Peter Pocker survives to live another day. But the red buff might not be so lucky here.
Yeah, Peter Pocker picked a battle that he certainly wasn't in a position to win. Right now, Gaming Gear EU, they're stacking up. They're stealing away another red buff. The previous one was stolen by Shen during that prolonged engagement on the bottom lane. Up in the top lane, you can see that Turtle Basila was thinking about picking a fight, but decides against it as the rest of GG decide to show their faces.
And this is what we were talking about. Shockwave down. Shen not quite there at this point. This is a possible opportunity for GTM. I mean, I'd say they've got nothing really to lose at this point, especially when you see a Cocoon land like that. There's the Aqua Prism locking the Elise in, though. And it's just that ball that they're so scared of right now from Mazzarini in his position. There is once again Vayne chasing down. Shen's flashes back up, though, and we saw how that ended last time.
Good Team Multigaming have decided to pick the champion that they've assigned to controlling Shen is Vayne. The only one that really, can do it. But the problem is they need her damage in team fights. They need her presence in a position. The Shockwave catches two.
They do catch two, but can they follow up with the damage? They're quite happy to just force them away from the turret at this point. Well, that is two big ultimates down. And now Vayne is coming to this top lane. They may try and do something about it.
So they used the collateral damage for burst, and there was no follow-up from Kennen. Even though he's got that Zhonya's Hourglass, he decided against the tower dive, and that's a missed opportunity. If you had added the Kennen in there, tank up 1 or 2 turret hits, pop the Zhonyas, get untargetable, drop the aggro, it would have been enough presence and pressure to maybe secure the tower. Instead, they played it safe. They didn't risk anything, but they've backed when they've lost that opportunity.
Well, we've just seen a couple of pickups here. Nami getting the oracles in there. We have a Rabadon's death cap now completed for Mazzarine's Oriana. In terms of the AD carries, looking like that Blade of the Ruined King will be added in for Graves very soon on top of his Bloodthirster and Last Whisper. And when you compare that over to Vayne, it tells a bit of a sorry story at this stage for GTM.
Yeah, definitely. The one thing that does play into their favor is that Vayne's damage will continue to scale, whereas Graves will begin to peter out a little bit, as it were. He's going to start hitting this plateau where he's not going to be able to poke, the GTM lineup down and not even burst them as they get more armor. But we do see Janna's been caught out. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, wow. Going to go down there. Mazzarine having no problems. And you have to wonder what Nautilus was doing there in that time. He's just like, just going to be chilling here, recalling, whatever in the bush. Save you? No, don't need to save you. You're dead anyway. So that's already a 4v5. Baron is there, and it seems like GG are very much tempted for it, especially with Stand United available to be used.
So they don't have the quickest Baron teams around, but it will be a little bit quicker once or if Shen manages to get in there. So they started this off as a 4-man on the Baron with Stand United available. If they do need that assistance or their support, he will obviously be teleporting himself into this engagement. The one thing they're going to be very aware of, Stand United is now being used. Here comes GTM. Attack and distance drops down Ari, so if she wants to jump over the wall, it'll hurt. They've dived on Graves.
They've managed to catch Graves here, but Kennen's right on top of the three of them. The wave of Nami's going to send them all flying. Elise manages to back away from it, but the Baron was still being damaged. It's not reset itself. 2,000 HP. Mazzarine going to be basically the wall between GTM and the Baron, and it will be finished off by Gaming Gear EU.
They have picked every single engagement over the course of the last, 10 or 15 minutes, and it's just working into their favor so incredibly well. They have got control of the map, they have control of the team fights, and they have the communication to focus down the right targets.
Well, right now they're stacking up outside of that middle inhibitor turret. Tori? What's one of them? But in the bottom lane, of course, the inhibitor is in fact open, so they've basically got 2 doors to open here at once, and there is the first one. First inhibitor will go down. I'm sure that it will head towards that bottom lane to take away the second one here. GTM trying to put the damage into Kennen.
The shockwave in the mid lane catches out too.
Oh, and it's that Vayne that's going very, very low here. The Monsoon will try and knock them back a little bit. Blade of the Ruin King active was used by Vayne just to escape from the Graves. There's the Zhonya's. Down goes Peter Poco, and the rest of his team are going to go back to the base to heal themselves up and try and defend from what could be a final push.
Yeah, there's minions coming in. They've got the numbers advantage and the damage advantage. Elise is going to have to pull off something magical to pick up kills, but with Nautilus and Janna, they may be able to hold. The problem is they're not stacking up. They're not focusing or committing to this defensive play. There goes the depth charge, and Vayne wants to run in.
They're going to go fighting right on top of this one. Elise is going to have to back straight away. There is Vayne, actually getting good damage down, but can she get the kill? Yes, shuts down Kennen, but he's finished off afterwards. There's only 2 men left. Janna is trying desperately to escape. That won't happen, and it's now all on Elise with no Nexus turrets available. They will finish hammering away at the Nexus, and Gaming Gear EU will take down Good Team Multigaming and move to the grand final to take on Instruments of Surrender in the CIS Regional Championships.
What a fantastic game. The control that came out of GG was simply on another level in game 1 and in game 2. They picked the fights, they controlled the fights, and even when they were a little bit behind early on, they bounced back. So a very, very good game from them. We'll see how well they perform in the grand finals tomorrow.
Well, fantastic play. We're going to head over to the analysis desk and break down the 2 games that we've just seen with Demon and Jason.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the analysis desk, and joining me is Olsior. Get the pronunciation right on that name, of course, and of course Jason Kaplan alongside us. You can see there, not good team multi-gaming. Gaming Gear EU. Oh God, I can't get my mouth around those names. I will do for tomorrow, don't worry guys, but they have managed to go through actually kind of a predicted result here, I believe.
Yeah, I guess it's really predicted because Gaming Gear was the main favorite of all the amateur tournament, I guess, for all CIS tournament. They are playing together for 2 years or 3 years. They recently take 3rd place, I guess, on EMS, Nordic and East, so they considered the best, I guess, CIS team right now, and maybe they will win tomorrow between iOS and them.
Yeah, Instrument of Surrender, of course, who qualified yesterday. Is there anything in the game that you particularly saw that kind of surprised you from them, and certainly from their opposition as well? I remember we were talking about off-air, the fact that they went for that Twisted Fate game on, you were like, they don't play Twisted Fate.
Yeah, Twisted Fate is a little bit surprising in Russian scene, and I guess the thing is that Good Team Multigaming are Russian meta right now, and GGU is European meta, and they are really different right now because Russian meta, as you see yesterday and today, it's really aggressive, it's fast and lots of kills. Usually it's about 11-5 or 15-10 or 15-5 at 15-minute mark, and today Good Team Multigaming can take 5 kills at 15-minute mark, so it goes to European meta where GGU is quite good. In second game we saw Vayne. Vayne maybe to break this European meta in the late game, but they couldn't live to the late game, I guess.
And there's one thing that's interesting between, I guess you're saying, the Russian meta and the European meta is, at least in the spring split, the newer teams we had that came in, the newer teams being Against All Authority, Ozone Giants, and Dragonborns, they had a tough time, well, even Copenhagen Wolves, sorry, they had a tough time closing out games. It wasn't necessarily like the 30-minute mark. They'd have like a really strong lead early on, and then they could not seem to just get that final push going on. But over on the Russian side, we're seeing like that whole point where you hit 30 minutes, they don't know what to do next kind of thing. Is that, do you think that's something that's going to hinder them if they want to compete in the World Finals? Because remember, they're competing for a spot at Gamescom to play for a spot in the World Finals.
Yeah, I guess it's the main problem of Russian scene because the games are really aggressive right now. So if on 15-minute mark there are no kills, they really don't know what to do. Maybe it's because the meta is different. So it's usually like that, and we don't. Our teams, our players, our commentators don't know what to say if the game goes like 0-0, 15-minute mark, and we just say boring plays, bot players, bot commentators, bot viewers. So Russian meta doesn't live like that, but I guess we will go to maybe more professional meta right now, less mistakes. Russian meta is right now is like Gambit meta 2 years ago. We make 50 mistakes, but we will make you to make 80 mistakes.
Yeah.
So we will win.
They'll keep the pressure on, basically,
Yeah,
the aggression,
yeah.
which actually we kind of saw from Gambit yesterday against Alternate.
Yeah, that was a great game and the great crowd yesterday it was, I guess. But maybe Gambit Gaming is now more. They are more professional. They don't want to take so much risk in their games. So
it's like controlled aggression out of them. Like they know when they want to go in because they know exactly when they have that advantage, when they know they can win a fight. And even then, like they push it to their limit, like where they'll escape with sub 100 health on multiple people because they know that we can do this, we can do this, we can do this, and we can escape and still come out ahead in that fight. And we saw Instrument of Surrender yesterday, and they were just bashing heads. Like they were constantly fighting, and it seems like. Well, it seems like that is only a real way to figure out your limits.
Yeah,
like, is to play to get the experience of doing that.
You remember yesterday's player Nixar? He plays Draven. He can't stop killing. He just go and kills and kills. And if he can't kill a single time, he will go 0-7. But he will go still kill to try to kill, and he can't stop. I guess it's his play style, or maybe his mind games of his play style. Maybe it's his mood in the plays. Because yesterday, the player who plays on Cassiopeia, I guess it was Slayer, he went 0-2. I asked him yesterday. He said, when I go 0-2, I don't know what to do, and I just go 0-8. Okay, it's
pretty
okay
much what he
me.
did. Yeah. I mean, how do you see these two teams measuring up? We're going to have the finals tomorrow of the Commonwealth Independent States. Tomorrow it's going to be Lithuania versus Russia. So obviously the home crowd will be cheering on the Russian team. How do you see it? Instrument of Surrender versus good Gaming Gear EU.
You know, if they get up with good legs, if they go and they are fine, if they play like a team, if they play aggressive and it will go fine, they will win. Easy, 2-0, 20-4-5, 20-4-3. If it's not fine, it will be like today, just like today.
If it's not fast game,
30 minutes mark, and it's almost 90% that GGO will take this game, I guess.
So is that the counter to them? Just pick champions that are good late game and just try to stall as long as possible?
I guess, yes, maybe, and counter pick, because Russian players, you know, today we see good team multi-gaming. Peter Porky is a player of maybe 2 or 3 good player of 3 or 2 mid laners, but he can play up, but not very good. And also they have a sub for their support, so and their support was their mind, so they lost their mind who says where we go, why we go, who we kill, why we kill. So they don't know maybe what to do today. I guess tomorrow iOS will fight a little bit more, so it will be 2-1, I guess, but I guess 2-1 for GGU. Still.
And how do you counter? I mean, obviously you're talking about, you think the European meta seems to be stronger than the Russian meta. The Russians are all about the aggression, which honestly works in Korea. So what is it that the European meta right now has over the Russian meta?
It's different. Korean meta and Russian meta are now different. Korean takes advantage and they go this advantage little bit
take the objectives.
Yeah. They go home, they take more items. Russian meta, I can go home only with when I have about 5,000 gold. not less, I guess.
Gotta make sure you got enough to get one of those big items as soon as you go back.
2 items, at least 2 items.
At least 2 items.
Yeah.
Well, you could go back. Yeah, well, I suppose you could, unless you get into Trinity Force, which is pretty expensive.
Russian players want to be rich. You know?
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Of course, that is all coming up tomorrow. It will be Instrument of Surrender versus Gaming Gear EU. That'll be happening at 2 p.m. Russian time, and that is 12, I believe, in European team. Same time we've had pretty much every single time. We're going to go over to Sharks, though, who is on the main stage, standing by with the mid laner from Gaming Gear. It is Mazarine.
Great couple of games here from Gaming Gear EU. Congratulations, Mazarin. So in the beginning of the first game, that misfortune was really dominating you guys. Was that the nerves? You got that under control? And how did you contain them?
We lost the first team fight because of miscommunication, and that was kind of it. And then we were losing before we initiated ourselves and killed the misfortune, and that happened over and over later.
But then you got the nerves under control and a great victory. Tomorrow in the finals, you will meet Instruments of Surrender. Do you know the players on that team? Do you know the team? And how good do you think they are?
Yes, I know them, and we all know them, and we scrimmed against them and also played against them in the first qualifiers to this tournament. And they're about our level, I think. And yeah, that's it.
Can you beat them?
Yes, we can, of course. It can go either way.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations once again. So that caps off our CIS Regional Games for today. Coming up next at 5 p.m. Moscow time, that's 3 p.m. Central European Summer Time, and 6 a.m. Pacific, we'll see all the LCS matches you've been waiting for. Yeah, you can give an applause for that. But remember, we're still looking for your answers to our Twitter question, which one of the new players has impressed you the most? You can shoot us your answer at LOL Esports, #LCS. And you can also vote for who you will think will win the matches this weekend over on lolesports.com. And when we come back, it will be time for the first LCS matchup of the day, Lemon Dogs versus SK Gaming after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel... Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Movement, emotion, the soul will reflect. A chain reaction, cause and effect. Out of sight, out of mind, invitation decline. Situation can turn around to turn around. When conditions are right, then a spark will ignite. Pressure rising, building up, up, up. Here in the moment, two hearts will connect. A chain reaction, cause and effect. Movement, emotion, the soul will reflect. A chain reaction, cause and effect. In the beat of a heart, interaction will start, leading to anomalous inspiration. More momentum to gain on this foreign terrain, racing onto the finish line, record time. Here in the moment, two hearts will connect. A chain reaction, cause and effect. Movement, emotion, the soul will reflect. A chain reaction, cause and effect.
Let it ready. Let it
Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? 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 Do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel... Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Here in the moment, two hearts will connect. cause and effect. Movement in motion, the soul will reflect. A chain reaction, cause and effect.
Welcome back to week 2 of the European LCS, coming to you live from Moscow. We're moments away from our first pro match of the day, but before I hand you over to our lovely casters, let's take a quick look at yesterday's games.
Друзья, мы приветствуем всех в Москве на второй неделе европейского чемпионата, который проходит в городе Москва в МДМ. Мы буквально в нескольких мгновениях от начала матчей профессиональных команд. Однако давайте отступим назад и посмотрим, что же творилось здесь вчера.
Now, in our first game yesterday, Fnatic handed Ninjas in Pajamas yet another loss. Meet Your Makers added another W to the win column as they beat Evil Geniuses, and Gambit used home field to their advantage as they won a real slug match against Aranea and Team Alternate to hand them their first loss of the season.
Ну что ж, друзья, вчера состоялись замечательные матчи. Ниндзя в пижамах немного проиграли команде Fnatic. Meet Your Makers сделали победу над своими соперниками, побили злых гениев. И, конечно же, команда Gambit, пользуясь территориальным преимуществом и поддержкой зала, вас, дорогие друзья, нанесла первое поражение в сезоне команде Alternate.
Now, of course, we're going to take a look at the scheduling for today. Today is going to be Lemon Dogs taking on SK Gaming for our first match of the day, followed by Fnatic as they take on EG, the Lemon Dogs as they take on Ninjas in Pajamas, Alternate versus Meet Your Makers, and we're going to close out today with Gambit versus SK Gaming.
Итак, друзья, расписание матчей на сегодняшний день следующее. Lemon Dogs сразятся с командой SK Gaming, Fnatic против Злых Гениев, Lemon Dogs встретится с ниндзя в пижамах, Alternates, Meet Your Makers и сладенькая на концовочку, как обычно, последний матч — это Gambit против SK Gaming.
All right, it is time to meet our teams for the first matchup. First off, on the blue side with team captain Ocelot, give it up for SK Gaming. And on the red side, the new kids on the block, put your hands together for Lemon Dogs. It's with great pleasure that I pass you on to our commentators. For the English stream, it is Joe Miller and Captain Kaplan. And for the Russian stream, it is Olsi and Fanka.
Thanks a lot, guys. I'm Joe Miller, joined here by Captain Kaplan himself. You don't get to see him too often. Ahoy. But we're going to be moving into our first game of today, and it's going to be Lemon Dogs taking on SK Gaming. Now, a few of you may have thought this game was coming up yesterday, and you thought right. However, due to some flight problems for the Lemon Dogs, the game was moved from yesterday to today, which means that you guys at home get one more match on this lovely Saturday.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what's going to happen here. Lemon Dogs, you got to ask yourselves, the travel that happened. If I'm not mistaken, 4 of them were actually here, but because of one visa problem, he got here yesterday. So, you know, I'm curious to see how it's going to work out. Maybe they haven't enough time to practice, but they're a strong team, so we'll see what happens.
So before we head into the game, here is the lineup for these two teams then. Starting off on the blue side, of course, with SK Gaming and their top laner, Kevin, who has put in great performances so far. Hercubot in the jungle, Ocelot in the mid lane. I still love that photo of him. Candy Panda, the AD carry, and Nif on support.
I'm looking over at the Lemon Dog side. On the red team here will be Zoro in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Nuke Duck in the mid lane, and Tabs and We Will Failer in the bottom lane.
So before we actually get into the game itself, we're going to take a quick look back at how the standings are right now in the summer split of the European LCS, because things are very close. Even though somehow it doesn't seem it, they definitely are. Alternate and Meet Your Makers 5-1 right now, but Gambit have a chance to actually close on them here today. Fnatic 3 for 3, with Lemon Dogs now 2 for 3. So, you know, in all rights, Lemon Dogs could be tied with Fnatic right now, and that would, funnily enough, put 3 out of the 4 new, 3 of the 3 new teams, obviously, in the top 4 of the tournament, which is pretty insane, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, we're only 2 weeks in. Well, not even fully 2 weeks in so far. So you know these standings can switch up at any time. And really, it's anyone's game right now. It's about who's been putting in the practice, who's prepared for these games. Because, you know, considering that the big prize at the end of this tunnel is the World Finals, to get into the World Finals, you're going to be trying everything you can. And these early games are the games where you should win. Like, it's, you know what patch you're playing on. You have the time to practice for like a month. You should be winning these games, and every team is trying to, you know, scramble to get the ones they can.
So, as we said, both teams have had a bit of a shaky start to the summer split, but you know, we're in a different city here. We've had time between DreamHack and now for the teams to really talk about things. We were actually eating food a little bit earlier on. SK were actually sat there as a 5 and their manager going through all the plans of what they're going to do here against Lemon Dogs today to pick up a victory. But Jason, what are you expecting from today's matchup?
Well, exactly what you said. They've had that whole week to practice, and to me, it's about how teams are preparing. Like, you know, you can be a good team, you know, personal skill level, you can be a good team together, but your preparation is what it's all about. And since they've had that week, they, you know, they've gotten their well, for Lemon Dogs, they've gotten that first week under their belts. They know how LCS now is. How have they prepared from the matches they've lost, the 3 they lost last week, to this time, is really gonna show how much they've grown as a team or how strong they are as a team.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how much the whole travel chaos that they'd had a little bit there. I believe one of them got in at 6 a.m. this morning, so he's basically slept on the point, if you can ever do that. I certainly never can. I'm rubbish at falling asleep like that.
Especially when I'm there, like, bothering you, like, hey, Joe, there's a cloud.
Yeah, exactly, which he actually did on the flight here. When I fell asleep, he actually did that. You are annoying, Captain Kaplan, sometimes.
You're lucky there's no snow. Oh, man, that's where I get going.
Yeah, that's a story for a different time when it's not quite so warm in here. But, you know, let's have a look at the voting here, because this really interests me, considering where everyone is. Don't forget, you can go over to lolesports.com and still vote for who you think is going to win this one. But right now, 66% of people who have voted, not just people in the world, although that would ring true as well, I suppose, believe that SK Gaming are going to take down the Lemon Dogs here.
See, that's kind of surprising to me. Well, in two ways. So, SK, they ended off the first week very strong with a very dominant win over Evil Geniuses. Lemon Dogs, they lost, I believe, 2 in a row at the end, and they looked kind of, hit or miss, but Lemon Dogs, just throughout the entire first week, they looked a lot more solid than SK did, if we look back. SK 1-4, Lemon Dogs 2-3. So we're going to see, exactly how they're preparing for this. But, I mean, just that 40-minute walk Ocelot talked about, that I think in particular, before they won their first game on the final day, he was saying that, gave him some time to clear his mind, gave him some time to think about some things, and that might be something that really people are behind that. He's, had that time to prepare. As you see right now, he's still going over his notebook. He has a plan, and we saw yesterday how much a plan can really help you when it was Fnatic versus NIP.
Yeah, Fnatic's plan certainly went to plan. That doesn't make much sense, but you get the drift of that one. They had that plan on paper. They stuck to it throughout the game. Things, of course, have to go well for you in the game for that to happen, but it worked out. Let's see what SK are going to do here right now. Bans coming thick and thin if you call Jason Kaplan, or thick and fast if you're a normal person. Evelyn, Caitlyn, and Kale taken out here by SK. Thresh and Twisted Fate so far for Lemon Dogs.
Okay, so in the first week, Demon, myself, I think even you and I talked about it on the analysis side of it, about tabs. He's been playing Caitlyn most of the time. If not, it's been banned against him before, and he didn't do so well, but Caitlyn seems to be his go-to champion. Caitlyn is like Cretan's Ezreal, pretty much. So they're going to take that out of the running for him and force him to play something he's not necessarily 100% comfortable with. The Kale ban, though, that actually catches me off guard a little bit, and that might actually be towards something SK wants to work towards. We saw, Nukeduck on Ari do phenomenal in the promotion tournament, carried his team quite well. We have Malphite available, where Zoro played him in the top in the promotion tournament and just did fantastic. I think him and Nukeduck were the ones that really won the game for them there. But we're going to see what they're going to pick up here.
I think a Zed, for example, is something that SK might look at. They've already played it this split. And that Kale, with that being in there, of course, you can counter most of what Zed can throw in. Jace, of course, wasn't banned in this one, and SK saying, thank you very much, we'll have that first pick.
Okay, so we did see Froggen. I believe that's the only Jace that's gotten through so far until today against Fnatic in week 1, where he just blew them up constantly. It was quite a one-sided match, but SK, they've kind of transitioned a little bit. It seemed like where Ocelot was always the focus of the team, and then the last match we saw against Evil Geniuses was more about Kevin being the focus of the team. He was the one that was middle. Actually, no, it wasn't against Evil Geniuses. It's one where Ocelot was playing Orianna top lane, if I remember correctly. I don't remember who. It was Fnatic, sorry. There we go. I was trying to remember there. There's a lot of games. It was a super week, but they seem to switch over to Kevin is like the person to go to now, and it kind of shows a shift in synergy and a shift in dynamics, and I'm curious to see if that will actually be Ocelot or Kevin on that Jace. But on the other side, Malphite and Nautilus being locked in, so Nautilus kind of grew back really popular after the changes to him in 3.6, I believe it was, where they buffed his Titan's Wrath, his W, the cooldown, they reduced it, gave him more armor earlier on, and then the Malphite, which we talked about, was Zoro. Just fantastic Malphite player. Well, I don't want to say he brought it back, but the summer promotion tournament, I think, for me, brought back Malphite, period, because we actually saw the LCS teams finally playing him in week 1.
Yeah, Malphite coming through very strong. It's been featured extremely heavily so far in the summer split.
It's been very hit or miss, too.
It has. There's no doubt about that. We saw, for example, Peke. This is probably the right time to bring that one out. Against SK, destroyed Ocelot in 3 1v1 situations, which you just don't expect to see. Zoro, as you said, promotion, Malphite, that was his time to shine. But for SK, they're coming in quickly here with their picks. It's going to be Nasus for Hercubot and that Ezreal for Candy Panda.
Very interesting to see the Nasus, which kind of really has fallen off lately, just for the fact that his wither was changed around a little bit and used it against attack speed heavy champions, which, I mean, Varus can and can't be. Genji obviously doesn't build him with any sort of attack speed. We'll see how well that works out. Obviously, Hercubot was a big Nasus player when we saw Diamond Proc spin him around in the early stages of the spring split, but
yeah, in the spring split, actually, Nasus was played by Hercubot 4 times, and they won 3 games.
There you go, so 75%.
Statistically, pretty strong champion here for SK Gaming. Lemon Dogs coming in. Looks like they might want to lock in that Varus Sona combo.
Yeah, very strong lane, just for the amount of poke you have, the amount of damage you have overall. Not to mention, if you look at the lineup they have with the Malphite initiate, with the Nautilus ultimate as well, you follow Crescendo up with that. They're locked down for a really long time. It allows Varus to get his ultimate in for it to, finally chain around. And I'm curious to see actually what they're going to follow up with their AP middle, because what you're seeing them do right now is they want to counter Ocelot. They're leaving their AP middle for their last pick, or AP whatever lane he's going to these days for their last pick. And they really want to kind of shut Ocelot down. So it looks like Ocelot will try to play someone a little bit safe, I have to say. Just someone that he knows he can handle quite a few champions on.
Well, let's see then. They've been here. Certainly Ocelot has been here since very early on this one. He actually took the bus in with us, probably too early in the rights. But he's been practicing all morning long playing solo queue. So he's certainly, you know, trying to step up his game that bit more, and has said in the past that he feels that he still needs to step up for his team. There's Karma. It's not going to be Karma, Jason.
It's like, there's Karma, and she's gone. Yeah, so we're not going to see her most likely here, but we will see Nami this time. So we're going to have, looks like a Nami Ezreal lane, and we're going to have Ocelot on Ahri, which, matter of fact, he was playing earlier today in solo queue. He was playing, actually, he's solo period in that game. He played with Wicked a little bit earlier than that on Ahri, but we'll see how well he's actually going to do on that, because he did a phenomenal job in his warm-up, but Ahri is one of those kind of game changers, or it can be, depending on how well you play her, where, you know, if you gank early on with her, you can create some opportunities. Also, late game, if you can catch a charm, like we've seen so many charms be so crucial with Pharrell and Lord yesterday, just every charm you hit could really set up an entire fight. You could blow someone up, and we're going to see how he's able to do that.
So, there's a Kassadin here right now for Lemon Dogs. They're actually going to lock that in there. I was thinking maybe, you know, Orianna's available. If Nuke feels comfortable going 1v1 against that Ahri, you've got the, you know, the ridiculous combo, the wombo combo of the Orianna ball on top of Malphite when he goes in there, which we used to see pretty much all the time. That was like the combo
that was it. That was
to have, was the Malphite Orianna. This time though, they've gone for Kassadin against Ocelot's Ahri.
Yeah, so I mean, Kassadin, he's going to be really hard to lock down with the charm. Obviously, early on, you can harass him quite well, which I might expect also to level up his Foxfire first. You level up your Orbit Deception when you want to push the lane, but obviously Kassadin can't push that lane and get hard against you, so he wants to harass him quite a bit. But it just depends on how well Nukeduck roams, which we've seen him do on Ahri before. He's a fantastic roamer. And the Orianna wouldn't be a bad pick, but I know that at least for Nukeduck, he'd have a very hard time in lane against Ocelot. So the Kassadin, it gives him the opportunity to go for a complete counter pick here. And not to mention, I mean, look at the champions he's against. An Ahri, an Ezreal, and a Jace in terms of damage. They're relatively squishy champions unless you finally do get like a Zhonya's onto Ahri. So he has that potential to burst someone down if need be. And also it's running teleport. So that just shows he wants to interact with other lanes. Because he took a note out of Charu's book, taking teleport. And we'll see how well he actually uses it.
Now we see the lovely people of Moscow.
I was about to say, we're watching OGN right now, where all the women cover their faces.
I was just about to say some lovelier than others, but
oh god,
that's true for all of us, I think, Jason. I'm being the lovely one, of course, in this pairing.
The beard is fantastic.
I'm actually pretty proud of what I've achieved so far, but I'm still working on it, so don't worry, guys. It's only getting more impressive. So yeah, we're going to get into this one here, and really excited to see how Lemon Dogs do after, you know, a mixed performance at DreamHack. 2 for 3, definitely not a bad string of results what they have under their belts right now. SK, on the other hand, of course, they are not looking too strong right now. They know it themselves. They've put this work in that they need to do to get things fixed. They're currently, of course, 1 for 4. They could be tied with NIP down with 1 for 5 if they're not careful here.
Yeah, that's it's just not the start you want. Like, it just takes such a big hit on you, just and your mentality of the game and how you've been pushing for this, you know, the World Finals here. But also, I want to point this out before we fully get underway and, you know, start talking about what's going to happen. He's running actually 8 flat armor pen. So that just shows you he expects to go up against Nukeduck. He wants to harass him like crazy under lane. And as you can tell, we have a little bit of a pause here. But in terms of level 1 action, Joe, I'm not really expecting too much. If anything, SK might go for some sort of invade where they have, you know, that charm to work off of, follow up with the Aqua Prison, obviously, and really try to burst someone down. But at this point, you know, in the season, we're only 2 weeks in, you're 1 and 4. Is that the time to go for something crazy, or is that the time to play safe?
That's a really difficult question to ask, because some would argue that's when you have to take your risk to climb back up. On the other hand, especially a team with a name like SK Gaming, people would say this is when you play safe and you play your game that you know you can win, and any risks you don't really need to, you know, you don't need to take that gamble at this point in the season. You just need to get those results in that on paper you should be having, and I'm quite sure that SK Gaming coming into a game against Lemon Dogs have this. If they looked at their fixture list before the season, they probably would have had ticks for a win next to the Lemon Dogs game.
Yeah, and this reminds me of something that I was talking about a long time ago about a certain fighter game, is that, you know, new teams that come into the league, like, you're not necessarily used to the style that they're playing. They might not play the exact same meta that you're playing at in LCS. And one thing I can think of in particular was this fighting game where someone actually went into it just spamming buttons, didn't play the game at all, ended up beating like the best player there, because just the whole change of a play style can really catch you off guard, and maybe that's what these new teams have done to SK.
Well, right now we are backing towards the game, and you can see that both teams are actually looking to invade, with SK on the top side of the Lemon Dogs jungle and Lemon Dogs on the bottom side of the SK jungle.
And it looks like I want to see who backs first, actually, who backs out of this. Or they're just going to both go to ward and back out. But it looks like that's exactly what Lemon Dogs will do. But SK, they want to go for this steal here. But Lemon Dogs, they're gonna run into a ward. They're gonna spot this, and we might see a big fight breaking out. But both teams are staying in wards. They know where each other are.
Yeah, this is a very interesting start to this one. Let's see if Lemon Dogs go in. I mean, SK are somewhat pinned in there right now. Of course, they can take the top exit out of that jungle, as we do see Lemon Dogs almost inch forward there. We Will Failure. Of course, that was the Explorer ward down from We Will Failure in that brush, which is now timed out. So they've lost vision there. However, they still have the vision on that curve bush underneath the red buff. And it looks like we will be seeing a red steal here coming out from SK.
I'm kind of surprised that Lemon Dogs let that one slip by them, but obviously not too comfortable with their level 1 fight. SK just lets Zoro walk by, then they're going to go for the red here. But it also means Kevin, he's not positioned to get down to whichever lane he's going to go to. Neither is Osset, since we mentioned before, he has that flat 8 armor pen, flate, kind of combine the words there. And he wants to go up against Nuke Duck, but it doesn't look like he's going to get that opportunity. So he'll be top lane against Zoro here. And Kevin, I'm not sure which lane he's going to go to just yet, as it looks like he will in fact be middle.
Yeah, it looks like he is going middle here, and then Lemon Dogs have actually been spotted going down to the red buff, and they've only come with 2 men here. SK can stop this red buff being taken, and that could give them a 3 buff start, similar to what Fnatic pulled off yesterday.
We do have Hercubot coming down, though, from middle, so it looks like he's going to try to stop this, and Lemon Dogs, they end up staying a ward in the end. So now Dexter, he's a little bit behind, and he's actually going to leech a little bit of XP middle just so he doesn't fall too far back. But it looks like he's not done just yet. He wants to go for a blue steal.
Well, it looks that way. I mean, he is headed over there. There's a ping towards the top lane there just to warn Ocelot of what's going on. And I'd be surprised if SK didn't actually come around this side. We can see on the minimap that Nasus, or Hercubot, is doing his red buff here. But there is a ward from Lemon Dog, so they spot that he's down there. They know that he's not coming around. And Dexter should be able to take this blue buff away, which... it's slightly weird how this one's going to go down now. It means Lemon Dogs get both blue buffs and SK get both red buffs.
I don't think I've seen that happen too much before, but...
it's not what you really want.
Well, yeah, not in the end. And luckily, Dexter does hit level 3 here, and Ocelot did spot him with a ward. Actually, both teams had sight of both junglers in the end, so they know exactly what's going to happen. And because of that, you know, Lemon Dogs were able, or not Lemon Dogs, sorry, SK was able to push Lemon Dogs out of lane in the bottom lane. So we saw Nuke Duck get pushed out relatively early on, sitting on 9 CS, so he's pretty much tied even with Ocelot, but they're going for that lane swap. They want to send Kassadin against Ahri here.
Yeah, Kassadin is going into that top lane. It looks like Ocelot is actually backing away from this one. He's going to recall, so we'll see if we see another switch. And you can see on the minimap the bottom lane of SK is actually recalling as well, and we are going to see another switch around.
Okay, so this is actually a really interesting point in the game in terms of what's going to happen here. Actually, we do see a teleport coming in, so Ocelot will get there a lot quicker, but still his 80 carry support lane's going to have a tough time since they will be a little bit behind in terms of getting back to lane, but it causes a very low-level, low-farm kind of game where it's more about team fighting, unless they want to extend this laning phase out for, you know, at least 10 to 15 minutes.
Now we can see already Ocelot putting down a bit of pressure on towards Zoro, who's going to find his farming a little bit more difficult now that Ocelot is in there. Like you said, running that armor pen as well will certainly be helping things out. There is Dexter. Wow. He just he missed probably the easiest stretch line that he's ever going to have right in front of him there, which I don't know if that's a signal maybe that they're feeling a little bit nervous for this one.
It wasn't about hitting it though, it was about sending a message to it in the end. I was thinking there was maybe a joke in there too in terms of like using the wrong bait on the hook to get the fish, but anyways, Ocelot's still going to be applying pressure down towards the bottom lane here. And he's up in CS compared to his counterpart in the top lane right now, and also the person he's laning against currently.
Yeah, certainly doing a good job of that one. There's Hercubot putting a ward down over on the top side of the jungle once again. Interesting to see what happens when the buffs respawn on this one, because they're probably going to try and settle into a bit more, you know, of a red-blue pattern rather than just 2 reds or 2 blues, which means that they'll probably change things up in terms of the order that they actually go in for these buffs afterwards.
You would hope they'd switch it up, but we never know what's going to happen. And yeah, it just depends on where, you know, Nutuk is. He can't actually get a blue buff unless it is SK's right now, just in terms of where he is. But the thing is, Lemondogs have the timer on blue, so they could go for that steal. They don't necessarily need to give it over to their middle lane. And actually, if anything, Dexter will be keeping his own blue if he's able to pick it up, just to keep up those levels.
So right now, Jace already got that tier in. Had himself a ward there as well, just to make sure that he doesn't get caught out anywhere around that middle lane. But right now he's safe because that Nautilus is in the top, trying to stop Candy Panda and Nif being such bullies onto Nukeduk.
And if you look, actually, Kevin is out farming Candy Panda right now on his own team. And he's in a 1v2 lane where Candy Panda has been in a 2v1 lane this entire time, which might be a good or a bad sign here.
And we'll have to see how that all develops. One thing's for sure, though, he's behind the other AD carry. That's a real big thing. Tab's 50 CS right now compared to the 35, as we are going to see a gank coming down onto this bottom lane. Zoro0 going to get withered up. Here comes Ocelot. He's going to be right underneath the turret, and indeed, he's got no mana there. He's taken a lot of damage. You can see Jace is coming down from that middle lane, but there's the unstoppable force. What reactions from Ocelot.
Looks like it's not over just as Nif's getting caught up here.
Yeah, he's ignited here as well. Puts down the Aqua Prism. Why did he... I don't know why he turned around there. I'm not sure why Dexter just turned around. He could have got one more auto attack onto Nif, which I think would have killed him.
It definitely might have here. It might have been a misclick. It might have just been strategic, just trying to push him out of the lane in the end. But Nukeduk, if he was level 6, I mean, there's no doubt about it. They would have picked up at least 1 kill there, maybe even 2. But wow, Ocelot, that reaction time, dodging the unstoppable force out of Zoro0 with his ultimate. The last charge of his ultimate, too. That was just ridiculous.
One has to wonder if he was already planning to do that and it was just happened to be at the same time.
You have to wonder about that.
No, I think that was just pure amazing reactions coming out of Ocelot. That's the kind of thing that you've got to do if you want to play at this level here in the LCS.
That's what's kind of scary, though, is that if you get him pumped up about that, like, yeah, I dodged that, he gets all excited, it's really going to affect his team as well, because they're going to get excited and it really gives them a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, and that's one of the strengths, really, of Ocelot and how he plays games and how he really interacts with the rest of his team there. As we do see the blue buff being given over to Kassadin, who's now going... No, he actually didn't. He went to Dexter.
Yeah, it looks like Dexter unfortunately did get it, but Nukeduk is going to take a little bit of damage getting back to lane, and that was obviously a mistake because you saw Nukeduk. He was helping out with that blue, trying to get it for himself, and that is going to hurt him a lot. It's pretty much just like SK taking the blue away from you.
Yeah, and I have to say that from what we've seen from Dexter so far, he certainly seems to be feeling the pressure here on the stage in Moscow. We saw that dredge line at the start not really connecting where he would have wanted. The auto attack that may or may not have killed Nif right at the end is he's burning from the exhaust and taking the blue buff away there from Nukeduk. I mean, these are the little things almost that when they stack up can end up being bad for you in the long run.
I'm trying to think back to Lil, where he was actually subbing for Dragonborns then, and whether or not he played a really consistent, a really well played out game, but if I remember correctly, he unfortunately didn't. But then again, DreamHack he did extremely well, so it's kind of hit or miss here. It might just be an experience thing, you know, over time he'll be completely fine, and that's even if it's just him looking a little nervous or maybe a little tired or something, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and that can certainly happen. I'm not 100% sure which player it was from Lemondogs who got in 6 AM this morning. Okay, so apparently it was Tabs. That clears things up a little bit, so can't give Dexter that excuse just for
yeah, and Tabs is doing like phenomenal. He's out farming everyone in the game, and he got in at 6 AM, so depriving him of sleep is the key to getting Tabs to play exceptionally well.
Apparently so. Right now we've got Ocelot versus Zoro0 again in this top lane. Ocelot at 43 to the 46 CS of Kassadin, and is also behind the Malphite as well. As there is the unstoppable force. This time Dexter lands the hook, and he's going to get the first blood coming down with a death charge.
Poor Ocelot, I bet he was wondering, like, can I have control of my character for 1 second here just so I can get away? Because they just locked him up perfectly. Really well done by Dexter to come in through the lane, but now Candy Panda going to be trying to push Nukeduk out of lane here and trying to hold him back and farm. But Joe, this might be the first turn of the game going over to Lemondogs.
Yeah, and that's completely the opposite of what we were just talking about from Dexter. This time playing very, very patient, landing everything that he needed to land, and gets them the first blood in the end. And look at this. This turret is going down. The middle lane turret is actually going very, very low here as well, and may end up falling soon.
Well, it looks like SK is going to respawn, though, by taking the bottom turret, and Kevin is in the middle lane defending it here. So just a 1-for-1 trade. The gold difference isn't that bad, to be honest. About 500 gold at this point, and considering how, you know, Candy Pen has been behind in CS a little bit. Ocelot kind of fell a little bit behind earlier on, but has caught up now. It's not too bad for SK, because they still have a very strong team. The poke they can have out of Kevin, since he hasn't been hindered at all in lane right now, as he's sitting at 79 CS, now 80. He should be able to apply a lot of pressure, and it doesn't really matter if Ocelot falls, you know, any further behind at this point. Well, obviously there's a limit to that, but it looks like Dragon was started for SK, but Lemondogs does stop them.
Yeah, that hook almost landed in there from Dexter, but they've done what they really came to do there, which was stop that Dragon from being taken. They will have a chance at taking it down themselves. There is a pink ward on it, though, from SK, which means that we might have to see a pink ward coming down. In fact, there is one coming down now from base with We Will Fail Us. So they're going to try and get control of that Dragon area. See, whilst you're a little bit ahead, the Dragon is something that you want to keep a tab of.
Well, it's funny about Dragon is that Lemondogs, they are the slowest first Dragon taking team in LCS right now at around 13 minutes and 48 seconds after their first week performance, but they have taken the most Dragons in the entirety of LCS with 14. So SK looks like they're going to start this off here, and no one in Lemondogs camp is near this.
No, and that's really strange for me in a way, because We Will Fail Us did come out of base, as I pointed out, with a pink ward. They knew that SK had tried to do that Dragon before. For me, you've got to get wards down there and make sure that you've got vision of that one. They've pretty much given that one up right now to SK Gaming. That gives them a 400 gold lead.
Yeah, the thing is, like, they weren't in position at all. I mean, you pointed out that SK tried doing it previously, and they kind of should have known there's an inkling for it, but they just said, forget it, go back to your lanes, just keep farming up here, because they're currently winning that war right now. And they are winning, well, not winning the gold war anymore here, but the thing is, Lemondogs have a very strong team for an engagement. If Zorazor does want to go in, obviously he needs to get a little bit tanky, but SK, like, they need farm to really do any damage here.
Yeah, certainly do. And let's not forget that teleport from Ocelot could make an appearance back in the game any minute. Is now off cooldown again. There's that pressure on mid turret, and a little bit cautious of going in, and rightly so, really. I mean, you've got Nif who can lock you up in that Aqua Prison. You've got the charms that will land quite easily from Ocelot. There's some charms that you definitely won't see people be missing. And then you're locked up for a long time underneath the turret as well, which is the real bad point of that. Right now, Dexter is going to be going up into that top brush, and there are pings on his position because he's walked over a ward.
Yeah, great ward by Kevin right there to put that one down. And you saw Nuke Dog try to go for a combo on him, and it didn't do that much damage, which is a great sign for SK if they can hold Kassadin back. We're going to have to see as time goes on, obviously, if that will continue, or if maybe he'll change up a little bit here. And then again, Kevin, I mean, his poke doesn't do too much damage just yet either. He doesn't have that Metamune completed.
No, but does have the Brutalizer in there, and that tier already been in there for quite a while. I'm assuming he's stacked pretty highly with mana already. And there is Zoro0, thanks to a pink ward, has cleared out any vision on this between middle and bottom lane on that far side of the jungle. So he's got pretty much a free alleyway almost to switch between that bottom lane and the middle lane if he needs to get involved.
You can see what Lemondogs is trying to do right now. They have currently pink wards picked up onto Dexter and over onto We Will Fail Us. So it looks like they want to start going for some fights here and try to make those opportunities happen. So if they deny that vision and Zorazor just surprises them, it's really hard for SK to kind of compose themselves. But meantime, SK, they're going for a push on here on this middle turret.
Yeah, but they realize that damage comes back very quickly out, and the piercing arrows coming out from Tabs, throwing those hail of arrows in there as well. Going to force Nif to use every single cooldown on that heal at this stage. Like you said, though, good poke coming out of Kevin, but that's only going to be getting stronger probably in the next 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, when that Manamune's done, it's instantly going to increase quite a bit, and that'll allow SK to harass quite well, but again, they're against a Sona. So the harass you do, if it only hits one person, should be able to heal it up over time. And then again, Lemondogs, if you try to go for damage on the turret, try to siege it down, if Candy Panda isn't quick enough on his Arcane Shift or his Flash, he could get caught by Zoro0 and just blown up.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing here, that Lemondogs do have a big going combo with that Kassadin, the Malphite in there, the Nautilus. Got to get the Crescendo in place, and then the ultimate out of Varus. And if they manage to chain all those things together, then they should be able to lock up a fight. But it only takes one miss, the Crescendo to not follow in after the unstoppable force, and things quickly go badly.
Exactly. We've seen how hard it is for teams to pull off combos, depending on what's, in the current meta. Remember the Curse of the Sad Bullet time?
I was just about to say that. We saw everyone outside of Korea trying it, and everyone don't remember a good one.
Exactly. They just could not hit them. They would unfortunately miss them. And even Gambit tried it. That's the thing. Like, even the top-tier team tried to make it work, and unfortunately, they just just weren't able to. But Lemondogs, I'm assuming they've been practicing, this composition a little bit, practicing their ability to work together here. But it comes down to how fast SK can react. If they can get out of it somewhat or make someone on Lemondogs miss, then they should be able to have those fights.
Well, we've gone into a more passive farming phase of the game. And if you look down the CS here while we've got some time, we can see that Jace and Malphite pretty much bang even right now. Just that one assist coming out from Malphite. And Jace's big wave that he's just taken down there to shut me up for a while. Mid lane 92 to 81. So Ocelot has really brought that total back where Duck Nuke. No, Nuke Duck. I get it out eventually. Nuke Duck was ahead of him earlier on. Jason, take it away.
Sure, yeah. I mean, he was able to catch up here, and that might be a bad sign for Nuke Duck because a lot of kills aren't happening. It's just one in about 16 minutes, wherever, in CIS we saw about 15 to 20 at this point. And the thing is, Nuke Duck needs the money. He needs the income from somewhere. All he has is that tier and that catalyst. But the thing with Kassadin is, if you start to win one fight, you can snowball really quickly and really hard. But it's about, can SK let him get to that point? Will Lemondogs go for any fights relatively soon to stop that? We'll see.
We shall see. And there's the Bloodthirster actually finished off by Tabs, who's Varus. We talked about it earlier on in the bans that Caitlyn has definitely been his go-to champion when it comes to the AD carry role. He's picked up Varus here. He's had a good lead pretty much the entire game over the Ezreal. Got that Bloodthirster in already with a Berserker Greaves and a couple of Doran's Blades. On the other side though, Ezreal already working himself up.
And that's what I'm kind of worried about for Candy Panda is that, blue build Ezreal, if you go that traditional blue build, if you fall behind early on, well, not even if you fall behind, if you don't have a lead early on, your build doesn't really keep up in terms of damage, which only with that Spirit of the Elder Lizard done so far, he might be lacking a little bit here, but SK should be able to stay out long enough. Like, they have some pretty decent wave clear with their whole setup to really, stop any kind of aggression towards that. But Lemondogs, they're sitting up for Dragon here. They have a lot of pink wards down, and they're going to go for it.
There is a lot of pink wards down. Ocelot a little bit far back here, but he does have teleport if he needs to be called into action early on. Can they take this one down? Both junglers do have Smite available, as we are going to see them moving closely, and it is going to be taken by Lemondogs. Where's the fight going down? Good wave coming in, but it's a kill already. Varus picks that one up, and the ultis do string together nicely for him this time around. Kevin goes down. That's a double kill coming out for Tabs. Candy Panda fails. They hook him in. Triple kill, Tabs. And that is 4 kills for nothing and a dragon for Lemondogs, and they're getting at least 1 turret from that.
And just like that, the game gets kicked underway. You talked about Nuke Duck. They need to get some fights going on really soon for him to get the gold he needs. And the thing was, we saw during the fight, before it broke out, Hercubot mismited Dragon, and it allowed Zoro to pick it up with a ground slam. And now Lemondogs, they're going to go for a pull on Ocelot.
They're going straight in on towards Ocelot. There's a rift walk from Nuke Duck. Couldn't quite get it in, but there goes Zoro. Shard and the ground slam to go down. Nuke Duck tanking up the turret. Now that is teamwork if I've ever seen it before.
And look how quick, in about 2 minutes time, we saw a 0-1 score for Lemondogs go to 0-6 now. They have almost a 4,000 gold lead. Took 2 turrets off that, and a dragon just snowballed so quickly. And SK has to be very careful. They cannot afford to be losing any more members right now. They need to recoup here and just kind of take a second, put a pause timer on, just farm up a little bit more and get some items. But what you said about Nuke Duck was like hitting the nail on the head. It was just so well done by him to tank the turret for as long as possible, just to allow Zoro to get in there and pick up the kill.
And Zoro would have probably died there as well, actually, if he'd not taken those 2, maybe 3 hits from it. We see a Rod of Ages now finished up for Kassadin. Sunfire Cape is in there with the Negatron Cloak, and the Chalice already for Zoro. He had that a little bit earlier on. And then if you look down with the junglers as well, I mean, for Nautilus, got that Locket of the Iron Solari already finished up, and you can see that he is ahead when it comes to that.
Yeah, he's a full item ahead just with the Locker of the Iron Solari. Not to mention a little bit of extra armies picked up here. The thing is, he's 104, he's level 11 to the level 9 Hercubot, so he has level 2 ultimate now. And the thing is, Hercubot, if we go check out his Q real quick, if I can look at that, it's plus 147, so it's not exactly where you want it to be at this point. But with the way SK is playing, they're channeling their farm into Ocelot and channeling into Candy Panda and Kevin. So the only farm he's going to get is pretty much from jungle if there's any left for him. So his Q won't be doing much damage. He's strictly just utility right now, just to shut down tabs, which he isn't even going for attack speed at this point.
So there we see Nuke hammering away on that bottom turret, and should be able to have this one away. There's no one really near him, and the amount of minions that he's got will be able to tank it up long enough for him to finish that one off. So good stuff by him, and that will be turret number 4 for Lemondogs as he going on to Candy Panda. There's a disengage, but Varus had already got the ulti down. Tabs picks up another kill. He's now 4-0-1, and Zoro0 doesn't seem to be finished here, but he might have to be because Ocelot is coming in around the side. Can he escape this one? This is not looking good for him. Gets slowed, uses the unstoppable force, but it was stoppable this time around. On the other side of the map, Lemondogs are now pushing in for an inner turret in the bottom lane.
Great reaction at that. This is exactly what they should do. This is what Gambit does with Darren in the top lane when he overextends. They take another objective on you right away when he goes down, and you look at how many members of SK were committed up there towards the top side just to kill Zoro0. So now another turret in the gold lead, up to about 5,000 right now. Just fantastic job by Lemondogs, and I think Tabs kind of proved us wrong now, and yeah, he can play more than Caitlyn, as you see him 4-0-1 with 187 CS on Varus.
Kevin has actually pushed this top lane out though, and this will be turret number 2 for SK Gaming here in just a second once that actually gets itself finished off. Actually not pushing out too hard here. He still wants to farm in this lane.
Yeah, and he's trying to deny a little bit more CS if possible over to Lemondogs, but I don't think Lemondogs really care. They just want to go for some fights now. They want to go for aggression. But SK, they're going to pick up 2 turrets just by a little bit of mispositioning by Lemondogs where they went back to buy. As we have the last whisper. Oh my god, Ocelot.
Ocelot sniped. Actually has to use his ultimate there to get away from that one. Are they going to try and follow through? Yes, they are. Zoro0 is right on top of Candy Panda, and Tabs will snipe him down. And that will be another kill for Tabs. 5-0-1 right now.
And just the way Tabs leveled up in terms of how his Hail of Arrows was changed in 3.7, he's taking his Piercing Arrow, his Q first, and with that Bloodthirster Last Whisper combo, you saw how hard he chunked Ocelot. You saw how hard he chunked Candy Panda.
Oh. That wasn't as much as I heard the ping at the same time, and that sounded like the low health ping to me. I'm very excitable today. I don't know why. There we go. Half HP on that inhibitor turret. I can't speak. I'm excitable. Yeah. It's a great day for League of Legends casting here at the LCS. Are they going to be able to get in and finish this one off? It's a bit risky for them by the looks of things, and they decide to back off.
So I definitely have to agree with that. Like right now, with the lead they have, there's no point in going for something that could throw the game for yourself. Where SK, after picking up those 2 turrets, they're not that far behind anymore. It's only about 4,000 gold. And at this point in the game, when it's 23 minutes in, that's not that big of a difference. So they're just trying to be very safe here. And if you look at the kills on the board, I mean, we talk about kill spread, Joe. We talk about that quite a bit. And if you look at right now, Tabs has all the kills for this team pretty much. Zoro0's at 2. Nuke only has, well, 0. He has 0 and 4 assists. But luckily for him, he does have the Raw Ages completed, and he is sitting on 1,600 gold. So even with just those assists, he should be able to buy up here. And if a Piercing Arrow lands on Candy Panda and Nuke goes in, Candy Panda's dead.
Yeah, and that's the thing that you were talking about, the kill spread thing. If Tabs dies here in a fight, that's when SK really have a chance to get back into things. It's not a walk in the park from at this point by any means, but it is still there. The gold isn't massively in favor of Lemondogs. There is a dragon coming up in just 10 seconds. You can see that Dexter has this one timed down nicely, and they are going to be taking another one. Can't see SK coming out for that one.
And you're seeing why they have the most dragons taken in LCS so far in the summer split, because they always time it, they always take them, and even though they might lose first blood, might lose first turret, you know, a little bit more after that, if they're always taking the dragons, if they're always trying to take these objectives, then they're definitely going to keep up in gold.
And there we go then, dragon taken down. And it is almost exactly 5,000 gold. SK at this point are in the process of getting a bit of farm, shoving the lanes out. Lemondogs on the other hand, We Will Failure is going to be throwing all the wards down that he possibly can to keep a real grasping hold on this bottom side of the SK jungle.
Yeah, and Lemondogs, they have to be careful here. They need to keep this aggression. If they take their foot off the pedal at all, SK should be able to claw their way back into this and be able to take as much as possible in terms of their own jungle, in terms of some kills potentially. But We Will Failure with that Oracle, with the amount of wards he's putting down, just like you said, he's trying to stranglehold them, he's trying to keep control, and it shows with the current war coverage that they potentially want to go for a push on this bottom turret.
Zoro0 takes literally no damage right now from that Jace poke through the acceleration gate. Like, because of how tanky he is at this point, he just really isn't taking a lot of damage. The question is, can Lemondogs find the opportunity to really string those ultimates together like they're going to need to? Looks like they're going to go for the third and final inner turret, which is that one in the top lane.
And the wards are just being put down everywhere, just littered across the map right now. But still, with that Oracle, they're able to clear all this vision against SK, and right now, I mean, they have the ability to go for this turret. If SK tries to defend this turret and Lemondogs pretty much go for it, attack him under this turret, engage, and Zoro's going to catch him, but Dexter's the one to do it this time.
Oh, they went in on towards Candy Panda there, decided not to blow the ultimates on him as Weevil Failer takes a blast there. And actually going to back away. Zoro getting withered up there. Here comes the Nami wave, but are they going to be able to follow in? Zoro turns around. Kassadin's off towards the side, but can they get everything else in there? They're a little bit disjointed here, Lemondogs, and SK managed to survive it. Candy Panda himself went very low, but still was able to walk away from it. And now it's Lemondogs on the back foot. Zoro did get himself home, and now they just walk off. Crazy fight that ends with no kills.
Candy Panda was so lucky right there, just based on his positioning, because he was off towards the wall. Nukeduck, if he just ulted over the wall and hit him with like one force pulse or something, he would have died right there. So lucky for him. And still, they're going to lose an inhibitor off of this. Oh, no. It's just going to get very low at this point. But that's the point, you see. It's so low that you can dive under the turret, you can have tabs hit it a couple times, kill it, and not worry about that damage anymore. So SK, they can't really afford to fight under the turret anymore there.
We just saw them there chasing down towards that bottom lane where Nukeduck was, and you just can't catch him, Kassadin. Nope. If he's got mana, there's not even really much point in trying to catch him, because he will get away from you. But let's have a look at the items now that everyone's backed off a little bit. Gives it a bit of a breather between the constant sieges. Kassadin working up towards that death cap, almost there with the needlessly large rod and that blasting wand, and of course the Rod of Ages from early on, compared to the DFG that Ocelot's gone for, and a blasting one on top of that as well.
Yeah, so the DFG, it gives him a lot of damage, but the thing is, with where he is in the game currently, he's level 11 compared to level 15 on Nukeduck. Like, that right there just tells you the story of the game. So the DFG, it's going to give him a lot of damage, yeah, but the point is, he doesn't have the levels or the AP behind it for it to really make a huge difference. I mean, obviously, it's a flat amount right now. And then one thing is, I was looking over at the items, is that I think Tabs hurt you, Joe, because he's building a GA. He realizes that he has all the kills. If he dies in these fights, they're going to have a hard time, you know, winning the rest of it out. So he's going to build that GA. He's going to get that little second life alive, as I think that's the crowd going wild to ward killing, if I'm not mistaken.
I do believe they are, in fact, going crazy over ward kills. That shows you, you know, what this game is. It sounds harsh to what it's developed into, which is not a boring game or anything like that, but the point is that Lemondogs are pushing where they can and playing it very, very safe, and SK just sit back and soak up the pressure. And they don't want to make a false move, because they know that they are still in this game somewhat. But if they lose another big fight, they could possibly be completely out of it.
I think one thing that could completely change the game around for SK is Nif. He's made big plays before, like on different champions like Elise, even Sona back in the early spring split with his like 4 or 5 man crescendos. But if he lands one Aqua Prison on Nukeduck, that can completely change the game around. Or maybe even onto Tabs, completely can change it around, where they can knock him up yet again, they can stack as much CC as possible, kill that person, and then just continue to move on, as the mirror mana is now finished for Kevin. So SK, they're not out of this at all.
No, definitely not. And Lemondogs know it. Don't make no mistakes about that one. Lemondogs know that this is not over just yet. That GA, of course, is finished for Tabs, having to go in there just for matter of self-protection. You see the Randuin's Omen finished up as well over on Zoro. So another couple of big items coming in for them.
Joe, this is really deadly right now. How can you afford to face check a team? I thought they were going to stay in the bushes and bait them in, because how are you going to face check a team like that, where they can silence you, they can crescendo you, have ridiculous amount of CC? And that actually might be their game plan here, because it can really catch them off guard. As long as they can dodge the shock blast, they have the ability to do it, though. It looks like they might be starting Baron here. They have the damage to do it, like you have bars. But I guarantee you, they're going to break off from this, and they're going to engage upon SK when they try to stop them.
Yeah, this to me smells of we're doing Baron, come and get it. Only joking, that's fine.
Exactly.
We'll see if they continue to do that. They're actually still doing the Baron right now. It's down to half HP as Nukeduck actually has to get himself away here. Can they get that perfect exchange? Yes, they can. Onto both Ocelot and Kevin here. Can they follow up though? Nice tidal wave coming out from Nami. They still push through. Crescendo lands on Candy Panda and Hercubot. Great Aqua Prism coming out. The Charm lands onto Zoro Zero, but look at Tabs at the back there. He's going to take Kevin out. Switches over on towards Ocelot. He's a dead man as well, and that is already 3 men down for SK Gaming. Candy Panda being chased down by Nukeduck. Sniped off in the end by Tabs, who is now up at 8-0-2, and that in the end was a 4-for-1, and he was just the support player for Lemondogs that went down.
That fight was just crazy on so many different levels that I guarantee most people can't even see. I know I didn't see some of them in there as well, is that you saw Tabs. He actually put down his hail of arrows to slow down Hercubot from catching Nukeduck there. You even saw the crescendo come in, which is perfectly well timed in terms of it caught Hercubot, it caught Candy Panda, it kept him out of the fight for a while. And then you saw Tabs. He just came around from the middle side of the river from behind them. He pushed Kevin out right away, and no one turned onto him because he has his GA done. Like, you're not going to kill him. If you spend everything on it to kill him, he's going to pop right back up, and you still have Zoro Zero attacking you, who does a deceptively large amount of damage, and then Nukeduck free. Just it was really well played by SK. You have to give him credit for that. Nif, the Aqua Prison he landed was perfect. Yeah. But unfortunately, they just didn't have that damage behind him to finish people off.
No. That certainly is the case here. And just looking at Nukeduck's score there, 0-0-6, playing that support Kassadin role that we also love and cherish. Got that death cap now in there and finished, along with the Rod of Ages earlier on. What else did we see picked up? Another Oracle coming out for We Will Fail It. Nif got one of his own here, as you can see. And they're just going to have a bit of a ward war around that Baron area, because the Baron, after all, is still up and available for the taking.
Yeah, and that was a very smart play by Nif right there, too, because that was his one opportunity to get in here and get these wards down, because he knows they can't really check. Like, with they're behind, 10 deaths, or 10 kills, they're down about 8,000 gold, and they realize that how are we supposed to push into Baron when you have such a strong team to engage upon? But also does teleport behind him.
He's coming behind them, and Nukeduck might be in trouble. There's the Nami tidal wave, but a great crescendo over the top will lock Ocelot off. Where has the damage gone, though? We see Candy Panda going in on towards Zoro Zero, and Lemondog say, no, let's not do this one. Let's not fight, but Dexter gonna get charmed in. Hercubot getting turned upon here. They're still trying to run away from this one. They'll manage it. We saw that Varus was just not there. Tabs had gone from the fight, and now SK going for it, but look at the piercing arrow. The damage it does send SK running for help.
And that was a fantastic engage by SK. They realized like where they were in this game, what they needed to do. Oh my god, Ocelot almost dropping right there. As Tabs isn't even afraid. He's gonna keep pushing in here.
Is he going to predict this one correctly? No. And he's charging up right now. It goes through, but no one's behind the turret. And it looks like Nukeduck is actually going down towards his bottom lane to push that one out on towards the turret as well. Are they going to try and four-man Baron here?
I think they can. We Will Fail It. He has the Oracle. He's going to clear all the vision that SK just gained, and that's what gave him the opportunity to go for the fight. You have Nukeduck still bottom lane right now. He's pushing up, trying to go for this turret here. You should be able to get that one, or actually anything. They're going to get at least one objective. Either it's an inhibitor turret, or it's this Baron.
Well, we see Nukeduck has now left that bottom area. Kevin is going to be coming to try and steal, but as he just realizes the Baron is still far too healthy to be finishing it off with that Shock Blast, but it is dropping very, very quickly here, and it will be Lemondogs to pick up the Dragon. They're now 7,600, the Baron, 7,600 gold now in the lead.
And the thing is, SK threw everything they could at Lemondogs right there, but unfortunately for them, it just wasn't wasn't enough to pick up one kill. And they had the far superior position there too, because the damage for Lemondogs was on the other side of the wall in that blue buff cove. And that just kind of gives you a sign that SK, they realize they're kind of desperate right now to make something happen. But with this Baron, with Lemondogs backing and picking up some items, which some really key items are being picked up here, it's going to be really hard for them to defend here.
Yeah, Runic Bulwark picked up now by Dexter. And actually, it was a little bit slower getting that in than SK, who had it 3.5 minutes before them on that one.
And we do see a BF Sword picked up on a Varus as well, so Tabs is going to have even more piercing arrow damage on top of what he already had before that. And we even see Zoro Zero going for a bit of damage himself, picking up that Abyssal Scepter relatively soon, as he already has the 2 parts for it. But picking up blue buff for Nukeduck. Looks like Lemondogs are starting to position down towards bottom. They have the middle inhibitor down. They have the bottom inhibitor turret relatively low at this point. and they should be able to push for at least another inhibitor here. Like, this is the point where SK realizes, all right, guys, are we going to go for engage here and try to take the game back, or are we going to let them have it and try to go from a, you know, farming kind of standpoint where we just try to get as much gold as we can in the little time we have?
And look at the difference there. I don't know if you noticed it, We Will Failure took a shock blast. With the items that have just been picked up in that last round, he does so much less damage to him. So
little damage?
No,
less
compared
damage.
to earlier, so less damage than before. Whatever, you know what I mean. As we are going to see them going in towards Kevin, and it all gets dumped on Kevin. He's a dead man. Hercubot gets locked up as well by the Varus ultimate. Ocelot is having to use his defensively as well. Is he going to be able to get away from this one? Another piercing arrow comes flying through from Tabs as Candy Panda gets caught. But it's important that the inhibitor turret's gone down. Ocelot is just chilling at the bottom. They know that this one is going to be GG. We Will Fail takes down the inhibitor, and now they go towards the Nexus turret. Surely, are they going to try and finish here? No, they're going to go. Oh, yes, they are. They seem to be undecided there as they head towards that top lane, but they are going to go for the win right here, right now, as once again, Nuke puts down the damage on towards Nif. First Nexus turret is gone down. The second one is going to fall as well, and they focus straight in onto the Nexus, and Lemon Dogs are going to take down SK Gaming here in week 2 of the summer split in the European LCS. Fantastic performance.
Perfect, Joe. Fantastic is like the perfect word for this, because we talked about earlier on before the game started, how have Nukeduck, or not Nukeduck as he's on the screen, how have Lemon Dogs gone from the first week of LCS to the second one? That is a key thing. They prepared for over a month for the first week, but they've only had a week to do it for the second one. And you saw it there. They had a plan. They prepared extremely well, and they came out with the victory, taking themselves 3-3, tied with Fnatic.
And think about the start of this one for a 2-0-9 Dexter by the end there. Missing everything, stole his teammates' blue buff, probably could have got himself first blood in there as well. By the end, you could see that he's grown in confidence, and as a team there, Lemon Dogs, I mean, Tabs, 9-0-3 by the end. What a performance from them. That obviously now puts Lemon Dogs at 3-3, tied up with Fnatic, the team that won everything in the Spring Split, the playoffs and the Spring Split itself. So overall, just a fantastic performance coming out of the Lemon Dogs. We're going to head over though to the analysis desk where Demon and Quickshot are going to break it down.
Yes, thank you very much, Joe and Captain Kaplan. We are, of course, back on over at the analysis desk. And wow, some wombo combos coming out there from the Lemon Dogs. You know, they arrived very, very late last night.
Yeah.
Last so obviously managed to get very much the last team to arrive by a whole day. Yeah. But the fact is, as Jason just mentioned, you know, they had a month to prepare for that first week of DreamHack, that Super Week. They've only had effectively a day, 2 days to practice and prepare for this one. They've come up against SK Gaming and they just look so confident.
One of the things that played into their favor is they got comfort picks. You know, we talked about the champions. You've seen Caitlyn was actually banned out against Tabs. It was done last week as well. And we're saying, well, can he play other 80s to the same level? And the answer is yes. We had Zora Zero on Malphite again. You had Nukeduck playing Cassidy. He plays Cassidy all the damn time in solo queue. They know these champions. They are comfortable with them, and they played them perfectly well.
And like you talked about, the fact that Zora Zero, he basically got them through the promo series with Malphite. He is one of the confident picks. But it was all about the wombo combos that kept coming out, and they kept coming out non-stop. You know, as soon as someone was caught, everybody would pile in. It wasn't a simple case of they weren't deciding. Like, I mean, Ocelot at the top, the first blood, you think back to that one, that was simply a case of hook, slam, boom, dead.
It was one into the other, and they stacked it perfectly. They weren't on top of one another. It was, you know, spaced out correctly. And that actually brings us to the replay. It's about 17 minutes 50 on the clock, and the game was incredibly close. Let's actually just jump in here so I can quickly show you the statistics. There's 1,000 gold that separates these teams. 1 kill. I mean, you can see it's just so good. As we start the replay, pay very careful attention to Candy Panda's positioning, because the rest of Lemon Dogs are focusing on the Dragon. Dexter actually misses Nasus by a hair and catches onto Candy Panda. And the main thing that turned this fight away from SK Gaming is the focus. Every single member of Lemon Dogs focuses one target after the other. Now they turn their attention to Ari. They realize she's a bit out of distance. And you see the crescendo, locks up 3. It allows the chain of corruption. And look at how all of them turn. The call is Kevin. Even Zoro Zero, who was 1 or 2 steps away from punching Candy Panda, he steps back to finish off Nami there. And obviously Candy Panda getting wrapped up right at the end. It was pretty much the story of all of these engagements. Lemon Dogs, they found their target, they stuck to him, and they got him down.
But SK, they almost pulled off a couple of plays in there, and they just lacked that little bit of damage towards the end. They pulled off. They went very aggressive, very ballsy. I mean, you saw our Ocelot going through on Ari, going through on the blue buff and trying desperately to get those kills, but they just didn't quite have the damage to back it up by the time they got there.
The problem is it came too late.
Yeah.
The problem is by the time they made those big plays, they were so far behind that they couldn't make them stick. So, you know, you're talking about where you teleport into the river, came in from behind, and they just did not have the damage to pick it up. So, yes, SK had moments of goodness and awesome, but they need to do it earlier to give themselves an advantage.
And very interesting to see the Genji build coming out from Tabs this time around. Looking very casual, by the way, I might note, in the corner. Sat there. Back. Yeah, very sat back. I can't do that. But we are, of course, going to go across to the stage. We do have an interview. One of the players, Shox, is standing by with Dexter.
Thank you very much. I remember Dexter, incredible game of you personally and of the entire team. Now I have to ask you, it looked quite easy, especially the early game. Did you expect that it would go as smooth?
Sorry. One moment, please, да. Шокс спрашивает Декстера о том, легко ли, думал ли он, что будет так легко играть с командой SK, please.
Coming into this week, I think we had zero expectations because like we didn't practice at all. We didn't have like a single good practice day, and we were like, I don't know, we thought we won't perform that good, but when we were in game, like everything was fine, and yeah, we just closed out the game.
Ну что ж, они сильно не готовились к этому сражению, однако практика показала, что они оказались немножечко сильнее, по этому поводу команда, я думаю, сегодня будет очень рада.
I want to talk to you about the picks and bans. You banned out Nunu, Thresh, and TF, which tells me that you weren't targeting a specific player on SK, but moreover just banning the generally annoying champions.
Декстер, скажи, пожалуйста, почему ты выбрал таких игроков, как Трэш, Twisted Fate и Nunu?
Yeah, like we never specifically ban out one player, and we just ban out that it's really annoying to play against. And yeah, Thresh and TF are kind of mess ban, and then we saw the enemy bans, and we're like, yeah, what could they possibly pick as first pick? And then we were like thinking of Nunu, so we were like, yeah, Nunu was really annoying to play against, just ban it out and play our game.
Здесь следует непереводимая игра слов и выражений, понятны только профессиональным геймерам. Надеюсь, вы поняли, друзья.
Now, finally, of course, you were in the spring split for a little bit as well. How are you enjoying life as a pro gamer and coming to events like this in Russia?
Декстер, круто ли быть про-геймером? Расскажи немножко об этом.
I think pro gaming is really exhausting with all the traveling right now, the 2 weeks. But in general, it's a really cool feeling to especially win on the stage. And yeah, I'm looking forward to win more games, of course.
Ответ очевиден, друзья. Конечно, круто быть геймером, круто путешествовать, постоянно сражаться на сцене, получать овации, моменты славы. Друзья, давайте искупаем геймера в овациях.
Thank you very much, Dexter. As for us, it is time for another break. But when we come back, we'll head straight back into the action as Emo Geniuses look to improve their record against the Spring Split champions, Fnatic. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, we had an alright weekend last week. Definitely not the dream start we would have hoped for. A few other teams came out of there like unknown positions, such as alternates, such as MYM, but all our eyes are aimed at the playoffs. It doesn't matter what you do now, you need to be ready in the playoffs because anybody in the top 6 can get to Worlds, and that's where it matters.
Having a great time so far.
Друзья, тысячи человек сегодня следят за событиями в НДМ. Вам нравится то, что происходит? Отлично, друзья. Передаем привет тем, кто следит за нами через сеть интернет.
Well, we've got another great matchup next, so let's welcome the teams to the stage.
Друзья, встречаем следующие команды на сцене.
First up, on the blue side with Expeke in the mid lane, give it up for Fnatic.
Аплодисменты, команда Fnatic.
And on the red side with Froggen in the mid lane, give it up for Evil Geniuses.
Злые гении в красном углу ринга.
And your casters for this game will be for the English stream, D-Man and Jason, and for the Russian stream, Alcy and Fanka. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Shock. So, as you just saw, the teams are just about setting themselves up. So let's check out the lineups. On the blue side, of course, it is going to be Fnatic. You just saw them there on your screen. And the top laner for them, if we finally get it on the screen.
It's coming.
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Is going to be CIS, of course. Alongside him in the jungle. Well, he generally is alongside him as well in that jungle. It is the top laner that help the most. It is Cyanide, of course. Peke in the mid lane. Is he going to be at a back door? I had to ask him where the back door to this venue was yesterday, actually. He was like, he's like, come on, I can show you. I got this covered, don't worry. Yellow Star as the AD carry, of course, and the support alongside him is the ever smiley German N-rated.
And over for Evil Geniuses in the red corner, we're going to have Wicked in the top lane. Of course, Stupi will be in the jungle. And a special surprise, hopefully, I try to convince him here out of Froggen to give us that wink in the mid lane. And then Yellow Pete and Crepo going to be together in one of the lanes.
In one of the lanes. Well, yeah, I mean, you say it's good that you do say one of the lanes because we never really know where the AD carries go these days in the support. So both of these teams, they did go 2 and 3. Two wins, 3 losses, of course. During DreamHack yesterday, Fnatic also did manage to pick up a dominant win over Ninjas in Pajamas. It was pretty much a one-sided stomp. While, of course, Evil Geniuses, well, they went down pretty hard against Meteor Makers. So despite a rough start, though, we can't also forget that the Fnatic, they did go and win the spring LCS. They actually won the league and won the playoffs in pretty much exciting style. They went the whole 5 games against Gambit. But of course, Evil Geniuses, you know, the wins that they did pick up, the fact that they are, 2 and 4 now in the league, the 2 wins that they did get was against Fnatic and Gambit. So pretty big wins.
Yeah, and overall, the whole series between them is 3 and 2, including the spring split. Yeah. But we saw last week at DreamHack just how one-sided the match was between Evil Genius and Fnatic, where Froggen on Jace, just wow. It was in a 1v2 lane. He finished off the game so well. And him and actually Yellow Pete on Varus finished up with 11 out of the 16 kills total for their team. So they paired up quite well. They looked unstoppable. But something tells me, though, that Fnatic, they're not going to be allowing that Jace to get through this time.
No, we just saw it a moment ago. And actually, that's the first loss for Jace so far in the LCS, in the European LCS at least.
Wow. Well, he's only been played twice. Well, yeah, twice so far, right? For the summer
maybe
split?
3 or 4 times, yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty, not many. He's been banned pretty much 100% of the other games.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a strong champion, period. You just see him over in Korea do a lot different play style, but the poke he puts out, if he gets ahead early on, is a very, very, very strong.
Indeed, of course, this was Fnatic's first 3 straight losses, if I can get my words out, which, you know, actually, when you come to think of it, they went
23 and 5.
Yeah. Big win, either way. Either way, they did very well in the spring LCS. So immediately, they, along with all the other teams, we've just seen SK going down to the Lemon Dogs, you know, Gambit had a rough start to start with, have all struggled to find their way in this new season. And actually the same has kind of been mirrored in North American LCS as well.
Yeah, well, I guess since it's finally been 24 hours, we finally...
We can talk about the North American LCS.
We can talk about the first day, is that Cloud9 actually went down to CLG, so that was their first loss, just like we saw, well, Alternate go down to Gambit. Yeah, that's trying to think of the team they played yesterday. But, on Fnatic's side, we've seen actually a lot of things develop in European LCS in terms of lane swaps. Like we've seen, the top laners go middle a lot more, and then the middle lanes go into a solo lane 1v1 against like the actual top lane of the other team quite a bit. Where in SK Kevin's been playing middle lane a little bit more, and we've seen Xpeke actually play Malphite quite a bit, which we saw them versus SK, and he just destroyed us at the top lane. 3 times in 1v1s, and then so as playing Lissandra, which I have to say he didn't do too well in the game versus Evil Geniuses, but I mean that was a pretty one-sided game just because of how far Froggen got ahead.
And it's interesting, we've seen Lissandra a number of times. Obviously we saw Alex Ich pulling out yesterday, and upsetting for Unlord, the fact that he did take it. But of course, you guys at home, you have been voting on this one. You can get over to lolesports.com. So let's check out what those votes are, and well, you can see it on your screen. That's pretty impressive Fnatic vote.
Yeah, it's pretty one-sided, and I don't know, like, you can agree to it some days, but other days you're kind of like Evil Geniuses. They can either be, like mediocre one day and the next day just be phenomenal on you. Like they can completely catch you off guard, or the other way. Like they've been really inconsistent. But Fnatic, I think they've been consistently good. It's just they just had a couple of bad games here or there, and 64%. That's still a lot. That's still a lot
of votes. Yeah, I mean, you would expect Fnatic to be the favourites coming into this one. They did win their first 2 games at DreamHack, and then they just had a bad last two days. Honestly, they thought as soon as they came in, they thought business as usual. Fnatic going to be up the top there again. They're looking pretty strong. Evil Geniuses with a shaky start. They came back in day 2 and played brilliantly. So this is day 2 of Moscow. Can they do the same?
No, I guess only time's going to tell us here. And I mean, Fnatic, they looked good yesterday against NIP. They looked, well, damn good. They had a plan perfectly set up for NIP. I wouldn't be surprised if they have something prepared for Evil Geniuses this time, because we have to keep in mind, EG, when they played last week against them, was on the blue side. So they had the first pick. They had the opportunity to pick up that Jace right away. So I think Fnatic might be trying to go for a certain champion as well.
It's interesting. These teams, they've been together and around events for just so long now in the European scene. It's great to see in the European scene that basically, even just here in last night, Moscow, these guys are playing each other, but they were quite happily sitting in the bar, having a chat together, having a beer, sharing stories effectively of their time here in Moscow.
That's what I love about Europe, though.
There's quite a few stories as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stories, but I mean, like, after every game, we'll just go hang out. Like, you'll see every team talking to each other, no bad blood between them, just having a good time and enjoying it while it lasts for them. And that's what makes Europe so much fun to be in, I have to say.
It does make Europe is a fun place to be. Currently in the LCS scene, and it's just amazing how much they have got together. We've only really, I mean, we had 12 weeks together in the first spring split. We're coming into the next one for another 9 weeks, and these guys are all good friends now, it's safe to say. Everybody kind of knows everyone. The new teams, of course, they're going to take a little while to blend in, but you know what? They started off with a bang, so I wouldn't be surprised if they blend in pretty quick.
And they've been proving to everyone, the viewers, the players of other teams, that they deserve to be here. Like, they prepared so hard and so well. You can tell, just look at the standings. There's your perfect example. And they want to be here. They want to play for that world final spot, which I guarantee every team out there in Europe, every team out there in the world right now that can qualify for it is really gunning for.
Well, you heard Crapo talking about it. At the end of the day, the top 6, anyone can get through, assuming that the playoffs are going to be done the same way as the spring playoffs were, which I'm guessing that's how it's going to go. We are into picks and bans, though, ladies and gentlemen. So immediately, it is going to be that Fnatic ban on Jace. They don't want to have to deal with Froggen this time around. Nunu being taken away. Nunu, very strong jungler lately, has started to rise to the top of those jungle trees.
Yeah, the thing about Nunu is when you run him, we've seen Arnea do it in week 1. It was ran kind of with an AD carry that relies on a little bit of attack speed. We saw him yesterday in the jungle where we had a Kog'Maw, actually was on Meteor Makers, and he would just blood boil him in the fights. He'd be like kind of supporty, but he's one of the few junglers that you can still run as like a support jungler.
So we're just waiting. Malphite now banned out, and Elise. What are we thinking? Are we going to see Twisted Fate banned out here? Because it's not going to be Fnatic. Fnatic are going to maybe want to sneak it through, but is that a wise first pick these days? So many times we've seen it first pick, and people are countering it now.
Yeah, that's what's tricky about first pick. Like, you can leave open the OPs, which has kind of become a trend for a lot of teams lately, is leave open as many as you possibly can. It just depends. Like, we saw Twisted Fate picked earlier on today. It was countered by Kassadin, as it looks like Shen and Kha'Zix's taken away. So a lot of champions available here. And it looks like Evil Geniuses, like, they want to guarantee themselves at least 2 OP champions. Remember, we do have Zac open, which Wicked's been playing quite a bit of. We have Soaz, who can play him as well in the top lane. It's only time to tell exactly what they're going to pick.
I want to talk about the ban strategies, because I've actually been discussing this with the teams, and that we've obviously been, they've always been having the discussions about maybe wanting another ban in there. But the current strategy is you basically let 3 OP champions, what people consider OP champions, and that's probably what they've done here. They maybe snuck it through, but like I countered with them, I was like, well, what do you consider OP? Because then they listed the champion off, so well, that's completely different to Korea, that's completely different to North America, so we're talking about a worldwide game here. Where do we draw the line? Who's right, who's wrong?
I think no one's wrong in that situation.
Exactly.
It just depends on region, what's really popular and how the meta is currently going.
And currently Twisted Fate is very popular, and we do see Peke, the backdoor master on Twisted Fate, ladies and gentlemen. Best tell your friends of that one, because also it's looking like Crepo is going to be able to get his grubby little hands on that Thresh, and he's going to be very happy. Will we see Zach coming out? As you mentioned, Wicked has been playing him quite a lot. Or will they maybe look to counter Twisted Fate early on?
Well, I can tell you this. Wicked is happy Malphite's banned, so he doesn't have to play that champion, because he's been very vocal about not liking playing that champion.
Surely a very good counter right now would be Kassadin against Twisted Fate.
It depends.
Teleport Kassadin maybe even as well.
Chari's not playing. Calm down.
We'll see what Froggen does.
Yeah.
And honestly, because obviously he played Kha'Zix yesterday, ironically he's banned out this time, but by them, he's not happy on Kha'Zix. So there was discussions between Ocelot and Froggen at dinner last night, and he was basically saying, you know, you should just play what you're comfortable on, play what you're happy on. Maybe that's also what Snoopy's doing right now, because he's selected Nautilus. That's a champion he's kind of falling back on that he found very strong early on.
Yeah, it's kind of at the point where the really experienced teams have been together for so long, kind of get into a rut, and they're like, how can we get out of this? And sometimes it's due to maybe they haven't enjoyed the game as much lately, so they need to play some champions they really enjoy. It's just finding your way out of that, and it's really hard for some teams to do that, which we might even argue that Evil Geniuses has been having that problem with since Spring Split started, you know, where they placed number 3 in the World Finals. So we'll see what's going to happen here, and I don't really expect a Kassadin to come out for Evil Geniuses just yet. I mean, there's no point to pick it right away, even though you know obviously the opponent's mid laner, but you have to have a certain composition for Kassadin to work.
Oh yeah, I'm going to see Janna possibly coming out once again for Unrated. And in fact, now I come to think of it, the 2 games that Fnatic won, I believe he played Janna.
He has played Janna quite a bit, actually. And he's been playing a strong Janna. I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Couldn't
if it
tell
was
you at the
Janna
top of my head, but Cyanide on Jarvan is definitely a strong pick. It's a champion that he's been renowned for many, many times. And it does look like he's going to get that one in there. See if he can outsmite and outsteal on Snoopy. There's Froggen baiting the crowd. Will he go Anivia? See, this is another interesting thing, because, you know, the fact that we're having the chat with Ocelot, and he was like, the champions that you ban, there's certain
the
people
OPs. No, the OPs is that certain champions are not overpowered, but like, why would you give Anivia to Froggen?
Yeah, unless there's a player in there, why would you give it to him? Which actually some of the teams have figured out ways around, because you think at Lemon Dogs, they allowed him to have Anivia last week at DreamHack, managed to get the win.
Yeah, it's just about strategies and executing them. Like, if you can guess what the other team's going to play, which RNA, he's been actually very vocal about that against their game earlier on today against Gambit. He had every single pick of theirs picked, like already written down. Like, he knew what they were going to play. Yeah. And you can kind of work a strategy out around that. Whether or not it actually works and you can implement it in game is a different story, but it does give you somewhere to start.
But and actually, when you think about it, Alex had said the exact same thing. He said we knew exactly what they were going to play, what they were going to pick as soon as we did our picks, which is. It's all mind games going on there.
You get that really headache mind games, like, they're going to pick this, unless
so
they know I'm going to pick this, and then they're going to pick something else. But what if I know they're going to pick that, and then my head explodes after that one, so I didn't go any further. But we do see Vayne being sat on for Yellow Star, but over on Evil Genius' side, Zach was picked up, so we will have Wicked on Zach, and it looks like Yellow Pete will be on Ezreal. And I talked to him a little bit earlier today, after the CIS games, when we saw an Ezreal actually go 8% armor pen, 8% magic pen, and no flat, and 4% lifestyle. I asked him, what's with that? I was like, that's a little uncommon. And, you know, him and Ocelot and Froggen are standing around, and they're like, you know, it's actually not that bad. Like, it's pretty much like 30 points into offensive, but it's still really high damage, and it can work out really well.
We'll see whether it does work out. We can see that Draven did get locked in. And actually, come to think of it, who was it played it near? There's Draven Thresh, wasn't it? Draven Thresh, very, very strong lane. But he's got Draven Janna this time around. Of course, that shield's going to be buffing up that attack damage. Yellow Star's going to probably be quite aggressive here with N-Rated alongside him. It's also going to be top lane, I think top lane, so has Kennen, which I have not seen for a while. Of course, Elise was banned out. You know, we saw Joe Miller dropping the bomb yesterday of the fact he's only lost one single game in the LCS so far on Elise. So as and honestly, it showed yesterday because he was brilliant on it against Ninjas in Pyjamas. Dominant form. Last final pick, Froggen. What are you going to play? Will it be Anivia? It is the bird. It is the word.
And Crepo's like, you know what? I'm not gonna toss it around. I'm just gonna go straight for it and lock it in. Boom. Yeah, and people will love me for that. But I'm trying to think. Fnatic's lineup. You have a really weird composition. I'm like, I understand what they're going for in the end, but having Jarvan, Kennen, and Janna it kind of throws each other off, all three of those at the same time, where you have Kennen, you want them grouped up.
They want to get them grouped up and they're going to knock them out.
Yeah, and then Janna wants like, no, get away. We don't want you around here. So I guess what it does is it gives Soaz an easy way to get in with Cyanide, and it also gives him an easy escape. So he doesn't have to go for zoners right away, which is the key point. He can go for a lot of AP if he wants to. So that might be exactly what he's going to do here. But what's really curious for me is what's Wicked going to build? Because we've had Soaz be very, very vocal. We talked about this yesterday about if you're behind in lane, build tanky, and you'll be fine. If you're ahead in lane, build damage. But Wicked, he will always build like sword boots and a haunting guys, and then go straight tank after. And I wonder how well Soaz will be able to counter that.
And if they build tanky, that's going to limit them on damage for certainly a period until Froggen gets going. Because you're going to have Nautilus, he's going to be a tank. You're going to have Thresh, well, he's obviously going to be the support. You're going to have Yellow Pete zipping around, but he's going to be as far back as he can because he's on Ezreal. He doesn't want to get too involved in this one. So effectively, it's a very tanky build from Evil Geniuses here. We'll see how it works out from here. It is, of course, the crowd here in Moscow. They are very vocal, it's safe to say. Even loving the ward kills in the previous game, which is, of course, where it all started at CLG EU versus Team World Elite back in the Season 2 World Finals, and that game has a lot to answer for in more ways than one.
I'd imagine you still have nightmares about that.
It's still not a pleasant experience to think back to that game. Of course, we are about to get underway. So, we also have signature champions, two signature champions, honestly. The mid laners, Twisted Fate versus Anivia. How do we see this one going? Because more importantly, are they going to be up against each other? Because we have seen a number of lane swaps in the past. Anivia, well, we know what Froggen's going to do. He's going to farm. He's going to sit farming. Peke, though, he kind of is always very mobile, and expect to see him maybe stacking up with Soaz. If you think back to the spring split when they were together, it would always be Soaz split pushing, Peke would join him, they'd get kills, push a tower.
See, the problem that they're going to run into Fnatic, I think they will send the mid laners middle and go against each other. But the one thing is that if you're in against a Twisted Fate and you're not running teleport, you want to run someone that can push really, really quickly. And Anivia has the ability to do that, obviously, with her ultimate, with her Q if he does level that first, and then just push the lanes really quickly, punish Twisted Fate for leaving. But in the meantime, we'll get back to that as potentially some level 1 action coming out here soon.
Well, the big thing is they've got the full-on Hook City going on there, with obviously Thresh and Nautilus in there. We'll see whether that managed to land any of those combos. We did see those hooks landing early on from Thresh in previous games last week at DreamHack. Oh, and Rated coming close. Does put the ward down. They didn't throw out that hook, though, because, of course, you know, Snoopy doesn't really want to start out with that as a level 1 skill.
Yeah, he sometimes had to when they went for invades take taunt, who's Shen most of the time, take his taunt level 1, and because of that, he was slower in the jungle, so he was, counter jungle a little bit, but he was able to come back in the game. But with the Nautilus, you want that level 6 as quick as possible, so he's definitely going to be choosing something a little bit more safe. But thinking back to Fnatic in terms of, you were mentioning split pushing, having Soaz split push and then Xpeke joins. If you do that, Froggen, if he goes by himself, he can stop that push, just if he has the mana for it. And then, of course, Fnatic would be left with, their Janna, their Draven, and their Jarvan. So I don't imagine he's going to go for things just like that, but I want to see how well Xpeke works around the changes to Twisted Fate in 3.7, where the E no longer gives cooldown reduction, and your ultimate at the base level, or at earlier levels, is a lot longer.
Yeah, and just to remind everyone, we are on 3.7. Unlike the North American LCS, it was on 3.8 this week. We're on 3.7 because we've been on the road for the last 2 weeks. The players, it would be a little bit unfair for them to throw that out. And we do have the hook going thrown out. And of course, we have this duo lane pairing of Pete and Crepo up against Yellowstar and Emrated in the top lane. So it's going to be Evil Genius that have initiated this switch. They wanted to go up the top. They wanted the 2v1, but Fnatic have just said, no, we're quite happy to have Draven and Janna up against Ezreal and Thresh.
Yeah, Draven, he hurt so much early on. If you apply a Janna shield with that as well, his attack damage is just ridiculous because the Q gives him extra AD, not to mention the bleed that gets applied as well. So you cannot really trade with him early on unless you get a lot of harass down, but in the end, I don't think Evil Geniuses will be able to do that to him since Yellowstar, he's going to have lifesteal sitting at 4% currently.
Oh, meanwhile, of course, the bottom lane, that does mean that the two solo laners are against each other. That'll be Wicked and Soaz, and that's going to be Kennen and Zach going off against each other. They both just hit level 2. No crazy aggression coming out from either of them, and it is, of course, SOAS winning out in terms of CS early on. The mid lane, of course, we did talking about it, the fact that 2 of them are on the Signet champions. It is going to be a hook, though, landing on Yellowstar, and actually Crepo's going to follow through on this one. Did just hit level 2. Have they got enough damage down? Pete taking a lot of aggression from Yellowstar there, and that was actually a pretty even trade.
And what's really cool about that poll is it kind of tells you a story of Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic, where Fnatic has never gotten first blood against Evil Geniuses in the spring and summer split so far. Not one first blood.
And that's actually quite a lot of games against each other. Probably about 8 games by now, I'd say, because they played 4 in the season.
Well, sorry, that's not including the playoffs. That's not including playoffs. That's separate for me.
Well, nevertheless, the hook does come through once again. Yellowstar was the target, and Rated also being bullied out by Snoopy. Turns back in there. There's a pink ward actually from Fnatic in that bush, and Snoopy's like, "Get away from here! Stop, you Jay, easy." No, he's gonna get it anyway. One more swing of it. Well, will Crepo land that hook through? Is it going to be the double hook combo? Yes, it is. Actually, they're both through him at the same time. They're going to get out towards Yellowstar, but in comes Cyanide. There's going to be Yellowstar, the focus, the barrier's burned. Have they got enough damage? One more, the Ignite's there. There's going to be Thresh picking up the kill. Now Snoopy, the hook will be back available shortly. N-Rated might not be able to escape this one. Is the cooldown going to be enough? Yes, it is. Howling Gale comes in. There's one hook. There's the second. And it's going to be a kill for Yellow Pete. And that is a double in the top lane for Evil Geniuses.
And EG keeping true to that whole fact of them always getting first blood against Fnatic in at least the regular season. Great job by EG, though. I wonder if that was actually a slight mistake. At least Fnatic might have misjudged their damage there because they knew Snoopy was there. They knew he was sticking around. And Cyanide came up the river to try to counter it. Got a 3-man knockup. But as you can tell by the scoreboard, obviously it wasn't enough in the end, and Yellow Pete's able to pick up a kill as well as Crepo securing one.
I think the fact that those hooks did come out, they were obviously watching Snoopy, they knew that Crepo was there, but the fact that they completely locked up Yellowstar for a long period of time, he just didn't get any chance to lay any damage down. He was just simply focused. SOAS, though, going aggressive on Wicked here, does get the stun on the turret, continues those shurikens thrown towards him, happy to take a tower hit, and that does force Wicked back for a short while. Not going to go back yet, though. Those double Rejuvi builds aren't going to be enough to regen.
And something a little bit interesting about SOAS is Kennen, actually. He's running 2% lifesteal. So he's not down there for utility, but he has one quintessence for that. So we'll see how that's going to work out for him. Gives him a little bit more sustain, but Froggen doing what he does best, just like you were saying earlier. He's farming up that 5 CS ahead of Xpeke currently. There's also a huge CS difference in the bottom lane, which is the top laners, if that makes sense. Where SOAS has 37 CS to Wicked's 19.
Yeah, that's a big CS advantage building. We'd also have Froggen just slightly ahead in terms of farm. Actually, interesting to hear Froggen last night talking about, we were on about the blue buff, you know, the fact that you can get taken away from you and everything. It's like, I could play Nivea without the blue buff. I just don't care. And also, he seemed pretty proud of his record. I was saying, you know, you and Rapid Star both played a lot of them. He's like, I reckon I've got about 1,000 more games than him. Doesn't matter though, Wicked getting dived on. He's not going to be able to escape this one. The passive's going to come up. Is it going to be enough? The hook comes in, doesn't land on SOAS, and that's going to be a flash from Cyanide. He's taken very low as well. Wicked, the Ignite's going to take his passive down. He's going to try and tick towards the turret. No, he picks up the little globule and survives.
If I'm not mistaken, he actually made that globule fall off by just using ability really quickly, then picking it up so it healed him enough. Great job by Wicked to show the mastery of Zac, and he saves his passive, which is like real key point because it committed the Ignite out of SOAS right there. And looks like Snoopy's not done just yet. He wants to force him out, but Dredge line, not long enough, unfortunately.
Not quite. Very close, though, with Froggen, though, making a move, chugging through their mana pots, heading towards the top lane here. There's actually no vision whatsoever from Fnatic. They're going to know that he's not in lane. They haven't backed away, but instead, Froggen does and chooses wisely to back off. Didn't think he could have get in there. Honestly, I'm not sure about that one. Maybe better turn it, but look at this bottom lane. They're still sticking around.
Wicked flash.
Oh, Wicked flashing in, trying to get the Let's Bounce on. Does manage to use it, doesn't catch on towards SOAS, though. SOAS already getting away from that one. Dredge line maybe going to come out from Snoopy. I don't think they've got enough damage on the seat to finish this one through. But now it's going to be Peke. Peke joining down there, the stun on towards Snoopy. Snoopy's going to be the focus. He is going to go down. The Ignite is ticking. SOAS turns that one. The charge comes down. Peke's going to be able to pick a card. Stun card on towards Wicked. That's going to be the wild card following up. The Shuriken's coming through. And that will be the passive procs. They've got the minions coming in. They just need to clear that way very quickly.
Oh no,
they're going to get the red card. SOAS taken down by the turret. Oh, and there wasn't any hits coming out. Wicked does reform. The globules back there, but unfortunately nobody managed to get any damage on SOAS.
I think that's the definition of going ham right there. What SOAS just did under that turret. Got taken down, but luckily he didn't give anything away, just like you mentioned. And Wicked lives to fight another day here, but Froggen, meantime, is going to push middle lane since Xpeke's no longer there, but Cyanide, he's going to be there to stop it. He's going to be able to pick up the CS, get the extra levels, as he's now at level 5. He should be really close to level 6 now at this point. But great job by Snoopy just to be there quick enough in time.
Great job by Wicked as well. He's still hanging on in there. And obviously realised that Peke completely out of mana in that bottom lane. So he's just like, well, I can still stick around. True Shot Barrage flashing through there. Hook did come through, but it's Crepo simply getting a CS with it instead. Didn't quite manage to hit that minion. Wicked taking the damage in that top lane, sticking around just as long as humanly possible. But look at the CS between them, 51 to 33. And that's a big advantage for SOAS.
Yeah, it really, really is, especially since he has it haunting guys now. But it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a breather here, a little bit of some downtime before any fighting breaks out again. So I think we should take stock, actually, in terms of items, because there's some really key items built, and it's strictly for Snoopy, in my opinion, where he has the boots mobility. So we know Snoopy is being a support jungler, mostly, and he's playing somebody who's comfortable on, like, Nautilus, but he went for the boots early on because he wants to get around the map. He wants to help out all of his lanes, and obviously it's been working out very well for him. We look over at Froggen, who, almost has his Catalyst done, has the tier done, so he's going to have that heavy mana pool built up very soon. And even over on Yellow Pete, who has the Spirit of the Elder Lizard, and we also see Xpeke going for very early Lich Bane, so Xpeke might be trying to go for some really quick pushes, like onto turrets.
Well, that wouldn't be nothing new for Fnatic, that's for sure. Also, it's going to be Froggen picking up that blue buff that he said he doesn't need all the time, but he's going to get it anyway. Wicked returns to lanes, gets himself that Giant's Belt as well. The Shurikens continuing to fly from SOAS there. In terms of CS, he's almost double now. SOAS definitely causing problems for Wicked in this bottom lane. And remember, it was Evil Genius that initiated the switch, and Fnatic immediately responded. They wanted this lane. They wanted SOAS up against Wicked. And look at that, despite the fact he's got that giant spot, that extra chunk of health, SOAS already with that Haunting Guys doing a lot of damage to him.
Yeah, so we mentioned earlier in the picks and bans of having the Janna mixed in with the whole Kennen Jarvan combo. And it's kind of showing in terms of items. I mentioned that he's probably not going to go for Zhonya's first because he can afford to go for the extra damage since he has that safeguard of Janna. So it looks like he's going to be doing that. And with the CS lead he has over Wicked, he's going to be able to apply a lot of pressure. But it looks like Evil Geniuses, they're going to be heading down towards Dragon here. And they should be able to pick this one up because they have all 5 members there.
Well, they do, but Fnatic are already responding to this one and are actually a bit closer. And if you think of the advantage that SOAS has, immediately Evil Genius is like, whoa, we do not have any positional advantage here. We thought we'd snuck down there in time, but Yellow Star and N-Rated had followed the whole way through. So could we see some of those wombo combo hooks getting in there? But I think Xpeke may well be the target. We see that wave being wiped out very quickly. Froggen goes looking, poke on towards N-Rated. Yellow Pete just trying to keep them at bay. Xpeke did back away for a short period. They're going straight for Dragon.
Yeah, and the thing is, Evil Geniuses, they are the quickest first Dragon taker in the entirety of LCS, or sorry, of Europe LCS in the regular season, and with about 9 minutes and 48 seconds, which is a little bit behind where we're currently at, but they show they really want to take Dragons as much as possible, but they might be baiting in a fight.
They do. N-Rated got out. True Shot Barrage comes across. The combo comes in. Peke now the focus. Snoopy goes on towards him, but the Ignite is running. Peke picks up that kill. We also see another one going down. Froggen's going to get taken very low. Peke's trying to get away from this one, but he picks up. Yellow Pete goes down. Froggen doing what he can. In the moment, he's just playing sheer chicken at the moment, trying to run away from this one. So he's going to flash through. He could pick up a double kill. Froggen's trying to get on towards Cyanide. One more hit. Will it be enough? No. He can't get the tick. Kennen, meanwhile, does manage to take down SOAS on towards Crepo. He's going to come back around, and look at this. Froggen's going to get away with this. And Fnatic, well, instead, they're just going to push the mid lane.
That bird, oh my gosh. You just saw him kiting as much as possible, and that was against 2 or 3 members of Fnatic where they couldn't lock him down and pick up the kills. But in the end, I believe it was just a 1-for-1. No, sorry. Yeah. No, did Yellow Pete go down?
Yeah, Pete went
so
down.
1-for-2. Wow.
Yeah. Snoopy went down, that was 3.
Oh, okay, so 3 for 2.
3 for 2 in favor of Fnatic, I believe, was the advantage gain there. But the Dragon didn't go down, it is still available. Wicked's going to clear out that bottom lane. Didn't really get heavily involved in that fight, and again, it was Froggen that simply tried his best to keep them away. And actually, Evil Geniuses, in terms of team fight, were very split there. They weren't sure what focus they wanted to go on. Peke did get caught with those hooks, but nobody else went with him. And we talked about this in the previous game, Lemon Dogs, how quick they were to just focus those targets. We didn't see that with Evil Geniuses there.
Yeah, I think it was like a little bit of a cockiness just in terms of, hey, we got N-Rated down. We have a 5-on-4 fight. We could probably win this really quickly. But SOAS did a phenomenal job of zoning them away. And Fnatic, they're looking here to try to take Dragon. They've only taken it once against, or taken the first Dragon once against EG, but they're going to be going in here.
The Howling Gale keeps them away, as does the Monsoon. Cyanide picks it up, and Crepo completely out of position. Wicked also being focused on by SOAS just at the top there. The Flay comes out. Crepo's going to go down. That's 1 kill. Can they get on towards Froggen? Oh, and you see Wicked just gets away. It's actually Snoopy Peter blocks it off. Pete getting stunned up instantly though. Cyanide slides on through and Pete gets taken down. It's a double kill for Yellow Star. They're not done yet though. Soaz is going to keep on going. That's going to be a triple kill. Can they get on towards the egg? You see Soaz, he's doing what he can. They're going to push the wave in. Here can we see the quadra kill coming out from Yellow Star. One more hit. There it is. And that's a quadra kill. Very nicely done.
And you never want a Draven in this Fed right now. He's going to be able to go back with a lot of items sitting on 1,500 gold. They got Dragon. They got 4 kills. Fantastic job by Fnatic to turn around what looked like a very, well, which was a very early lead for Evil Geniuses, and they're going to get a turret off of this, and that's how quick a game can turn in League of Legends. That's why you have to be so careful to not make that one mistake, because a team like this, a quality team like this, will not let that happen, or not let it go by unscathed.
A dominant performance so far from Fnatic. But if you think back to DreamHack, Evil Geniuses did exactly the same on Fnatic. This time around, though, Fnatic are looking unstoppable in this game. Oh, Greppo's going to throw out the hook. And just like that, the flash, the blue pill comes through. It is going to be the bottom lane, though, the first turret of the game, second turret of the game, sorry. The middle turret went down just a moment ago, of course, and that will be the bottom lane taken down. 95 CS to 62, keeping that 30 CS gap, but more importantly, he's 1-1-4 to a 0-1-0 wicket, and overall, all the lanes tell a little story, and Fnatic are way ahead in gold.
Yeah, I think what's most important about all this is just how much gold they really picked up. They got 2 turrets, 4 kills, 1 dragon, off of just that one fight alone. We see, so he's gonna get pulled here. We see the actual ultimate come out of expected, but he goes down to bottom.
Oh, he's gonna try and catch on towards him. Didn't quite get the stun. There it is. There's the stun through. The stun card, will he get layered on top? You bet your boots no. One more shuriken will do it. Soaz comes in, does the lightning charge. Meanwhile, Evil Geniuses, they're trying to get aggressive on towards this middle turret. I'm not sure they have it in them though. Yellowstar comes in there. Cyanide slides on through. Just bounce him in the air. Froggen tries to turn the damage back around on him, but the tower is defended. But while this is all happening, we have the top lane push coming in, and that inner turret is starting to get pressured by Fnatic, and it's going to be Soaz and Peke once again doing work in the lanes.
And they have a Lich Bane on Xpeke, so they're going to be out pushing them right here. And Yellow Pete, he might get the turret, but losing a tier 2 turret for that top turret is definitely not worth it in the end. As you see the picture-in-picture, it's going to come down. But still, a great job by Fnatic right there.
Fantastic play, and the fact that they could keep that 3-man defense in the mid lane because Pete wasn't there, because Pete was off at the top there trying to do what he can. And honestly, there's nothing wrong about that. He's doing simply what an AD carry should be doing, and that's keeping those lanes pushed, trying to get some free farm going on. But as is always the case with Fnatic, once Twisted Fate is allowed, Peke will be zipping off into those lanes and keeping all the split push going.
And speaking of the split push in terms, and as well as the kills that's gone down, look at, we do see Stubeshi going to pull into Cyanide. Wicked's going to go in on this, but Cyanide should be able to escape. And look at the kill spread we currently have right now on Fnatic. 2 kills over to Soaz, 3 kills on Xpeke, and 4 on a Yellow Star. They have all their kills in the right places. 7 assists, 0 deaths for Cyanide. Fnatic, just in terms of how this game is going to progress, are looking so perfect at this point.
And the scary damage that Soaz can do now. I think Zhonya's Hourglass probably will be coming out next. He's already got the Sorcerer's Boots and Haunting Guys in there, so he's got their Magic Pen already sorted. Once that gets completed in Zhonya's Hourglass, it's just gonna do so much. Froggen is trying his best. He's trying to keep the waves going. He's trying to keep the CS going. He's ahead at the moment in terms of CS of anyone in the game, but unfortunately for him, the rest of his team are letting him down. Now, Rod of Ages will be ready soon by Froggen, but what else is he going to be able to do? We did talk about the fact that the damage would be missing from EG. They're going to have to stall this one out, and you know what? With Anivia, that's exactly what they can do.
Exactly, they have the ability to do that as long as they can keep control of their own blue buffs. But Fnatic, with a Jarvan, they have the ability to pull off a Harding Age, though, depending on where it happens. If Froggen actually gets his wall leveled up relatively soon, you can cut off the rest of the team. So if Cyanide goes in by himself, you can cut off the cannon, keep him out of the fight. In the meantime, Fnatic, they're going to go for a push on this top turret here. It's already down about half health, but Froggen's actually getting caught bottom.
Froggen's going to get caught out. That's going to be the interrupt. There's the Axis spinning back there. Yellowstar's going to get on towards him and takes him down. Cyanide caught out in the jungle as well there. We're trying to set up a gank on Yellow Pete, actually. He does Cataclysm on towards Wicked just to gain that little bit of distance. He can slide away from this one, no problem. But Yellow Pete, he's got to be careful. It's Twisted Fate. Peke's coming in. He gets on towards Wicked, puts the stun guard down. The Lantern's actually in the Baron pit. This means Wicked's actually going to take a couple of Baron hits there. He gets taken down. Yellow Pete in the top lane gets pinned off by the summon. He gets dropped as well. And now Snoopy's in trouble. He's trying to use that Dreadline to escape. Cyanide's going to have his combo. Once that comes down, he should be able to slide back in towards him. Peke trying to chase onto it, and that's the top tower going down. It's 12-3 in kills.
But look what happened. Yellowstar was left alone at the bottom. They took that turret. Now he's on the inhibitor turret, already down to half health here. And Fnatic, they're hitting them from every single angle, and it's working out so perfectly for him. Yellowstar is going to be A little caught out here, but he could be able to turn this around.
He may well turn it around. The dredge lines lands though. He's going to get popped this time. Froggen's going to pick up this kill, and this is going to be a big bounty as well. The wall comes in, but he goes to Snoopy. Snoopy picks up the kill, but the top turret, that's another inner turret going down here. Fnatic, just as you talked about Gambit doing, every time they lose someone in one lane, they take an advantage in the other.
And the thing is, this is like the first time they've lost someone in one lane to go push for another. They've just been hitting them on 3 separate lanes at the same time, and they've been doing it so well that they haven't really lost anyone until that moment right there. And now they picked up 2 more turrets, if I'm not, 3 turrets total off of that. They're 12-4. Wicked's gonna go and expect it. He might be in trouble here. We'll see what happens.
Well, he's going to try and walk away from this one. That Sunfire K burning away, doing the damage. Is he going to be able to get the stun card? The flash dredge line comes out. Snoopy should be able to get the slowdown. One more hit will really do it. There it is. And it's going to be Wicked that picks up the kill. An important kill for Evil Geniuses there. Can they turn an advantage? They want to get that middle turret. Froggen's wiping out the waves as quick as possible.
The thing is, they did get another bounty off of that as well. Dragon is available if they want to go for it. So they should be able to pick up this Dragon. Should be able to turn it into, Tower and then Dragon if they want. But in the meantime, Fnatic is there. Soaz is there. Cyanide going in.
Cyanide going straight in. Soaz is going to back it up. He's going to charge on towards him. Can he get that ultimate going? He's going to get under the course grab. Oh, what a great wall comes out. But Cataclysm from Cyanide jumps in. Realizes they don't really have the positional advantage. The lantern being thrown out. Can he take that dark passage? It's available. Soaz actually stands on it purposely.
Wow.
And he simply attacks him for a great positioning from Soaz.
And that's a Yordle blocking it up from a Zac. Like, that is hard to do. But now Fnatic, because Dragon's available, because of the aggression they just applied on EG, they should be able to take this one for themselves. And look at the goal lead at 19.5 minutes.
Well, the action certainly hotted up here in the last 10 minutes. Crepo's going to get caught out there. The stun comes out. One more shot from Soaz. Will it be enough? Tries to get the shield down. Pops out. There's lightning surge. He gets dropped. Very nicely played there. Froggen comes in, but again, it's Snoopy that gets the kill.
And Crepo said, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. He landed the hook on him, kept him there. But it's a very good point. Snoopy getting 2 crucial kills that he doesn't necessarily need. Expect he's going to chase down Yellow Pete here. Oh my God.
Throws out the stun card, goes in the wild card, ignites down, but barrier from Pete. Is it going to be enough to turn it around? No, it's not. That Lich Bane doing work for Peke.
Oh, that was like a next level play right there because he popped his ultimate a little bit earlier and then just went ahead of him after the gold card hit, but Froggen's coming in. He's not spotted yet. He could take Expeke down.
He's going to throw out. There's going to glacial shard. Can he get enough damage down on towards him? The wall is available. Uses it to try and get vision. One more shot comes out there. There it is. Oh, he gets the stun card back on Froggen. And you can see Peke. He's going to try and get away from this one. The bird is so slow moving, but Cyanide is closing the gap. He's coming in towards Peke. Another wild card lands. He could turn around. He doesn't want to chase this one through. And now you can see Cyanide's going to slide in. He gets him down. There's going to be the passive from Froggen. He is going to be an egg on the floor, and that is simply going to be a runny mess right now. He's going to get respawned in there. We do see Snoopy chasing back in off the side there. Dark passage thrown out. Cyanide gets hooked in. They can turn this one around. Peke trying to get away from him. Monsoon from Enrated. Some great plays coming out from both teams. Cyanide's going to get lashed down. Crepo picks up the kill. Now they're turning tail. They're on towards Snoopy. It's going to be Soaz chasing him. Can he get the stuns down? They're going to give up on this one. Wow, what plays. Cyanide actually the only one to go down after Pete.
Someone get Demon a new oxygen tank because I think he's going to need it here. But wow, just like you said, constant action left and right, constant fighting, and it's chaos, but it's like almost controlled chaos, except both teams are just kind of reacting to how other teams playing. But overall, you have to say Fnatic really came out ahead right there. I cannot believe Expeke escaped that, especially with Yellow Pete's ulti coming in with Snoopy hot on his tails with Boots mobility. But Expeke with his item build, oh, the hook!
The hook through the Howling Gale into towards the leash. Is it going to be enough though? Yellow Pete comes in. He's got that Oracle on. He doesn't want to burn anything he can. So when the Snoopy comes in, lands the Dreadline. True Shot Barrage comes across. Evil Geniuses get themselves another kill.
And now what are they going to do off the back of this? Because every time they kill someone, they need to make a play happen. Fnatic's been doing it this entire time, but with just the aggression they're applying with pushing up every lane, they're not able to just push out and make a play happen. They're not out of this game just yet. It's about a 10,000 difference, or at least it's approaching it. But they still have Froggen and Anivia. And I wanted to say, when actually Froggen was chasing down Expeke, he couldn't catch a Lich Bane and Boots of Swiftness, Twisted Fate. It was just too fast.
It's just a flapping little bird that goes a little bit slow, unfortunately. Has got flash available if he maybe needs to chase it next time around. So red buff just being picked up by Yellow Star, blue buff being picked up by Peke. So at the moment, Fnatic do have that advantage on the positions as well. 5-1 in turrets, big advantage there. Gold, you can see already, it's nearly 8,000 gold. It is 8,000 gold. In fact, it's not nearly, it's bang on. 14-8 in kills, 22 minutes gone. Are they going to go for any objectives now? It seems they are grouping up. Potentially, now they could try and set up something for Baron, set up some sort of ward placements, and it looks like they're going to try and get on towards Froggen, but the wall straight away says, Cyanide, no, you're not doing it today, lad.
I'm glad you say that, because Fnatic has never taken first Baron against Evil Geniuses, and that's because in 2 of the 3 games that they beat Evil Geniuses, they didn't need it. with the way it's going right now, it might actually happen. Expect he's going to get caught by Wicked here.
Wicked's going to jump on towards him. He only pulled a red card, actually. Let's Bounce was used. Is it going to be enough? The flash comes out, and you can see Peke's going to try and get away. He's got nothing to stun him, nothing to upset him, but he's going to come around straight in towards Snoopy. Cyanide there to try and cut him off, and now we're going to see Soaz come in. They're going to try and turn this one around. Dredgeline from Snoopy actually pulled him into Fnatic. The slide through, and it's going to be Snoopy going down.
No, it's not.
No, it's not, because the Dredgeline, the so dark passage come out from Crepo once again. How many times have these supports saved the asses of their players?
Too many for me to count, Demon. I can tell you that. I guarantee this could be an amazing highlight reel off this game. And Soaz not being aggressive, pushing up towards Crepo, who currently has that Oracle. But the thing is, when was the last time we saw Yellow Star?
When was the last time we saw Yellow Star in a fight? I'm wondering that. He's just been farming.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make, because look at his items. He almost has an Infinity Edge done if he wants to go for that. He has a Zeal. If he does start participating in these fights, they're going to be completely one-sided, and yet Evil Geniuses, I wanted to see Snoopy's face there when he dredgelined in towards blue, because you know he was like, oops, don't want to be here, and he tried to back away, and luckily Crepo was there to save him.
I was like, don't worry, bro, I got you. I
got your back, I'm a support.
You can do the pull-ups for me.
I don't know, he looked pretty good doing it in the video.
Oh, a ward going down there. That delights the crowd every time. Crepo there with that pink ward. Oracle on, sorry. He put a ping down after he cleared it out. Well, that's dedication right there. And Rated looking to do exactly the same around that Baron pit area. Trying to get any vision they can. They know the Baron's possibly going to be the next
Look at
target.
He's going for it.
So scared about going into that push. He's like, I'm going blind, guys. I'm going in. So as you win me, you got me back.
It's a support war.
It's a support war.
But I mean, in the end, it's actually a smart play to put a pink ward down, because that way you'll know if someone wards that. So later on, when you try to go for like maybe a gank up behind Soaz right now in the top lane, you'll know if there's a ward there.
I'm wondering where Peke is going to go. If they try and close in towards that top lane, Froggen is miles away from the action. And you can see they're already pushing up towards that mid lane. Wicked is the only one there. Already we saw Froggen trying to back off, but it does mean that 3 members of Fnatic, now 5 members of Fnatic, all in the mid lane, and only 4 to defend it for EG.
And they don't have the key member, or the key man there to defend against it with the Anivia. So looks like Fnatic will be able to pick up this turret quite a bit. Crepo trying to go for the engage.
Crepo tries to get a flash hook. The Dreadline not coming out from Snoopy as well, because he got locked up by the stun. The box coming out as well. That is down for Crepo now. And Fnatic, well, they got a lot of damage on that turret, but the rest of Evil Geniuses are here to block it off. Now Froggen is in there. That Anivia ultimate will wipe out the waves, no problem.
Oh man, Demon, I took a look at items real quickly again. The Zhonya's Hourglass is done for Soaz. That means we're going to see some dives happen really soon. I mean, that's it. That's if they want to go for it, unless they want to keep letting Xpeke split push, which he's currently doing. But you see, the rest of the members of Fnatic, they're grouped up middle, they're trying to make a play here, and knowing that the flash is down for Crepo and the box, it kind of gives them the ability to kind of play around with them and mess with them.
That's a giant bubble on Cyanide there. The rest of the team looking to come around. Peke only draw a blue card. Is actually the hook goes in. There's a second hook as well. They get the stun card. Peke gets completely locked up. Zonya's Hourglass didn't even get a chance to use. Soaz goes aggressive. Tower did go down. Yellow Peak does manage to get away from this one. Zonya's Hourglass comes out from Soaz as well. True Shot Barrage goes across. There's going to be an egg from Froggen. EG can turn this one around. They're all very low though. Wicked's going to be in. Dredgeline doesn't land. Froggen is back up. Full mana, full hit points. And that was a 2 for 0 for Evil Geniuses.
Holy crap. So this is what Evil Geniuses does best when they run with Anivia. They wall someone off and they lock them down, but they did it reverse way. They did it with Snoopy landing a pull, Crepo phone up with a pull, Hook City, just like you said earlier, Demon, and then of course the Flash Frost coming out of Froggen to lock them down. Expect didn't even have a chance.
But, again, Fnatic are picking up an advantage. They're taking the Dragon, they're stretching that gold lead, they're keeping the advantage going, and now it's going to be 10,000 gold between the two teams. You wouldn't believe it if you see the fights, because it's been working so well for Fnatic, for Evil Geniuses rather, but Cyanide and Co. Every time they go somewhere, Cyanide is there. He's helping out. He's trying to create the plays. And now it looks like the blue bluff is coming in there. Are we going to see Snoopy? Is he going to walk in and try and smite it? No, he doesn't land the smite. He does land the dredge line, though, on towards Yellow Star. The rest of Evil Geniuses are closing the gap. He gets the slow on Yellow Star. Is it going to be enough? We're going to have to see a flash come out. True Shot Barrage lands on towards Yellow Star. Dredge line will be available in a moment. Who will they focus it on towards? The slow catches on towards Cyanide. He may be the focus. And Rated's going to have Howling Gale if they get that one little step closer. Dredge line has to come out now, but there's the Howling Gale. Perfectly timed. Snoopy tries to go for it.
He flashed for it too.
Tried to flash, didn't happen, but look at what they've left open. They've left Snoopy, Peke and Soaz once again. The double threat combo from Fnatic going straight up the mid lane.
The rest of Fnatic's actually backing away, and you see the rest of Geniuses, they're going for a flank here onto both of them, but this turret shouldn't be able to stay alive that much longer, and if anything, they can back away, leaving it at a quarter life, but they're not going to do that just yet.
And that's going to be the ultimate. Peke is going to spot where they're going, immediately going to back away from this one. They took, what, 2/3 of the health off that one. Peke is going to back away from it. He leaves Soaz on his own. Snoopy could land that dredge line if he wants. Wicked's coming around the side. He might try and charge up and land the bounce on towards him. Doesn't matter. Lightning Surge gets him the hell out of there.
Yeah, man, so as poor guy, expected just leaving. I was like, yeah, you got this, don't worry. I believe in you. You're Usain Bolt, you can run away. And the rest of the time, Krepo has another Oracle. He's going for a pull, but unfortunately not hit anyone just yet. And still, this game is very close. You saw the CC chain that Evil Geniuses were able to pull off. If they could do that yet again, maybe to Expeke, they could hold this to happen, but in ready to force the flash over that wall.
Force the flash, that's a good sign. That's going to buy time for the middle turret, surely. While this is all happening, they do throw the Dark Passage out. That is going to pull in towards the turret. So that'll be an inner turret picked up by Evil Geniuses. It's actually only the second turret of the game that EG have picked up. And they're just bullying their way through that mid lane. They're going to back off, advantage gain. Let's go back home.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that Fnatic, if you look at the top side of the map, they've kept that lane pushed up the entire time. Expeke and Soas were pushing bottom earlier on, but the lane has finally reset and pushed back out for Evil Geniuses, so that's the only one that's left open. But look what EG's doing. They're waiting for Fnatic to push out. They're trying to make something happen here. They do have a ward to spot Soas right now, but luckily for Fnatic, they're actually going down towards the bottom side of the map.
They wanted Soas to go for it. He nearly fell for it, but instead they stuck around. Like you mentioned, they were trying to go for it. Instead, doesn't matter. Peke is going to wipe out that bottom wave. Let's have a look, Jason. Let's just take a moment to go over the items, because there's a lot of big items starting to pop into shape here.
Okay, so yeah, I guess we can do that right now. Take a little breather. Yeah, you can replenish your oxygen tank, as we see Wicked right now. So he has Sunfire Cape to get really tanky. He's building towards an Abyssal Scepter, and I noticed something a little bit earlier. He actually has 8% armor pen and 8 flat magic penetration, so he's going for the stack of flat penetration. You look over at Snoopy, who has been having the best games so far, but because of those kills he's secured earlier, he was able to get his runic bulwark done. So he makes himself a little bit tankier, it makes his team tankier. You look over at Yellow Pete, he has his Mirror Mana done, he has his Last Whisper done, and he's working towards his Iceborne Gauntlets relatively soon. So he's going to do extremely well as damn, Expeke is fast. Sorry, I just noticed that. But then you look over on Expeke's side, he has his Zonias now, so if he does get pulled in, they won't be blown up.
Well,
unless he gets stunned. Then
unless he gets stunned, and then there's a whole lot of stuns that could follow if one goes out there. Peke, Enrated does clear out the ward, and immediately one's put back in there. He's just going to stand back a moment. Saw the ward go down, may just go back in and try and pick up another one. You know, you did mention that, of course, he is very fast. He's also got Twin Shadows as well alongside him, so he can slow them down.
And speed boots with alacrity.
The boots of swiftness. Yeah, you can just try and get the hell out of there. There is the ward. The hook comes out. It actually lands on the Baron. You don't want to follow that one up, Krepo, that's for sure. Big Eye being aggressed. Actually, well, technically he did want to do that because it caused a little bit of damage on towards Enrated, forced him to back away. But Peke is again pushing that mid lane. Evil Genius is like, fine, you can go over there. We're going to go aggressive. Actually, they do manage to get on towards Soas. Zonia's Hourglass used. Is it going to be enough damage? Yes, bounce being used. That's quite a few ultimates being used to take him down. Peke is on the turrets right now. He's on towards the inhibitor turret. We're going to see, it looks like Froggen going back to try and deal with him, while the 4 members of Evil Genius is trying to push up on towards the inhibitor turret. There's the inhibitor turret going down. It's going to be EG pushing on towards their one, but Peke once again doing his backdoor trick. We see Froggen coming out there, catching the damage on towards him. Flash Frost also used. He does catch him. Is he going to have enough stun? No, he's not. Where's he teleporting to? He's gone to the river. And now we're going to see Cyanide going in. He's going to catch across towards him. There's enough damage coming out here. Evil Genius is turning around. That's a mistake because Peke comes in, throws out the wildcards, gets on towards Krepo. The Twin Shadows go out, slows down Wicked as well. Snoopy's not even worried about him. They're not even focusing him. Now they're going to turn around. Stun card will pull down, slows him down, and that is going to be Snoopy going down. A double kill for Yellow Star. 17-12 now, and well, once again, the damage coming out. Froggen, as soon as he'd been pulled away from that fight, everybody just claps on EG.
And that was 3 kills for 2 deaths, but they got inhibitor turret off of that. Not to mention, if Expeke could have got the inhibitor, he could have walked right over to middle turret, which has less, I guess like a 5th life left, and taken it down, and that was a big crit. That was 1,018 damage out of Yellow Star, who has gone relatively unnoticed for a huge portion of the game because he's just been farming up quite a bit. 215 CS, and he has Infinity Edge and Bloodthirster done. Looks like he's working towards a Phantom Dancer here next, but his damage is just so ridiculous, and Expeke backdooring yet again, forcing someone to deal with him, which it's so hard to deal with any team that can split push against you, but Evil Geniuses, they gave their shot at it, they stopped him from doing it, but then they lost 3 people because of it.
Well, they tried to take the advantage the moment Soaz got caught out when honestly, they did get a bit of an advantage. They got a lot of damage on towards that inhibitor turret themselves, so as it stands, they only have an exposed inhibitor, but still, it's 7-3 in turrets. They need to maybe take down that bottom lane a bit, or the top lane, just do something, anything to prevent the push that Fnatic keep laying down. And look, every single time you look at the lanes, Fnatic just like, we're going to shove them lanes back on you.
That's why they can't, because now, I mean, they couldn't do it earlier, but now they really can't, because if they go top lane and try to get that single turret, if any single member goes up there, even Crepo, then they're just like, hey, we'll take your inhibitor turret bottom, we'll take our inhibitor bottom, your inhibitor turret middle, and just open up the game wide for themselves. So now Evil Geniuses is pretty much committed to going middle at this point, just to stay even to where Fnatic is. And yet another Dragon going to be going over to Fnatic, extending their gold lead to 13,000 now. And Baron still has yet to be taken. And remember, I mentioned earlier, Fnatic has not taken first Baron against Evil Geniuses yet because they didn't need it.
And they, honestly, I'm not sure if they need it again. They have a 13,000 gold lead. That's a pretty beefy gold lead, no matter how much in money we're talking. But as the game develops, as the game goes longer, which it's still doing, we see Froggen, he's got himself 1,700 gold on him there. We'll see what he goes back to buy with that. He's at 0-2-7, but Anivia stalls games out. And they are, so far, still not lost an inhibitor.
The one question I have is, though, can you stall a game out when you have an inhibitor open? Because obviously if you fight in front of the inhibitor, you can wall them out, but you don't have that security of the turret. So if they get in there, if they take the inhibitor down, that means someone's going to have to back away and defend against it. Even if you're Anivia, I don't think you can defend against a 5-man rush against you, but Fnatic, they're going to clear out the ward on Baron. They want to make something happen. Kripple's there all ready to put another ward down. But like I said before, Fnatic doesn't really need to go for Baron. They in 2 of the 3 games they won, they didn't take it once. It wasn't taken at all.
Where are they going here?
Oh no.
Snoopy's actually getting straight towards jungler on jungler there. Cyanide Soaz goes aggressive, and they do catch on Yellow Pete. Yellow Pete taken down. That's going to be Fnatic surely turning this fight around. The box comes down from Crepo in a surly defensive move, and that's going to be Snoopy trying to get away. The stun card comes out. Crepo's going to get taken out. One more card from Peek, but Peke will do that. We do see Snoopy also going to go down. There's another one. It's a double for Peke. Look at Froggen and trying desperately to get away from this one. The wildcard's getting thrown out. He does get the interrupt as well. Turns around, throws the stun card. Zonya's hourglass comes out, and now he's going to try and go towards it. Wicked tries to go aggressive on him. It's a 2v1, but he doesn't care. He does manage to get the egg out, but Wicked trying to get one more slap on towards him. Can he stretch that elastic goo? He does. He gets him down. He was very fast, but Baron is going to go to Fnatic nevertheless, and that was a massive fight for Fnatic once again. Oh no, they're coming in towards this one. They don't realize the Baron's gone down. Fnatic might be able to collapse on towards him. Froggen desperately flapping his wings, trying to get away from this one, and Fnatic, they're going to close the gap. Wicked is going to get caught down. He doesn't quite land the stun on towards him. Let's bounce actually still not available. Yes, it is Wicked bouncing around. Has he got enough damage on Soaz? Now it might buy him time to escape this one. And Rated puts the ward down, and finally Wicked gets the base.
And now they have everyone even just available now to go in for a fight here, but Fnatic, they're just going to back away off of that Baron. They're going to pick up some items. There's 4 members of them have over 1,000 gold, where Soaz has over 1,800. He already had the Zonias. He's going to be able to build pretty much anything he wants to right now. As you see, Wicked picking up his Haunting Guys and his Abyssal Scepter, so has actually a ridiculous amount of damage right now. Doesn't have Sork Boots, but still, that's a lot of penetration. And if he can sit in the back line just jumping on Yellow Star, he might have enough damage to take him down. However, N-rated, he picked up an Oracle yet again, pops it already, picked up more wards, and he actually has 2 GP10s, so he realized how hectic this game's been, and he's been trying to keep that ward coverage consistently, which has really been giving Fnatic quite a huge advantage.
The problem I'm seeing here is still Froggen's yet to be able to be given a kill. He's got the damage now.
He's nuked out from last game. He's support AP middle.
Support AP middle, yeah. He's been putting the damage down, but frankly, Crepo's got 4 kills, which are less than ideal. Nevertheless, Fnatic have the kills on the right players, and now with that Baron buff on 4 members, they are going to push through. But again, you see the wave. It does get wiped out again, and Fnatic, well, they have to keep every single lane pushed. It's going to be interesting to see how they finally break the siege down, because it's going to still be a hard nut to crack, despite the 16,000 gold lead they have.
I think they have that Nutcracker, though, because they keep going towards his bottom lane. Xpeke is sitting top, has his ultimate available. Yellow Star's nowhere here right now, or he's not even here right now. He's at red buff, so Fnatic needs to be very careful. They don't want to get jumped on right now. However, Evil Geniuses obviously doesn't know he's there, so they have to kind of give this away anyways, but Fnatic, you can tell, like, they want that bottom inhibitor. They're trying to push that, trying to keep that minion wave there, and Xpeke is actually teleporting into the inhibitor behind them.
They're going in for it, uses that ultimate to get in there. They really want to take this exposed inhibitor. Is it going to be enough? Are they going to try and defend it? There's the inhib going down. EG should just back away from this one, but instead they've gone the aggressive route, and I'm not sure that's the right route to take. Once that inhibitor's gone, they just back away from it. So that's putting a big burst of damage down on Crepo, and Fnatic realizes, so what are we doing? We've already taken the inhib.
Well, that shell still is cracked right now, and that means the rest of it's going to crumble if Fnatic can just wait the rest of this out. Let the super minion wave push up. They have an actually really good position right now. They could go for an engage. They can wall them out completely. but just not confident in that just yet. They don't want to go up against a Baron Fnatic, which is honestly in the end a smart play. But that middle turret, look at the middle inhibitor turret. It's down to like 200 health right now, and it will be taken from one auto attack out of Xpeke with his Lich Bane up, or even Soaz with 2 hits.
Soaz goes in, that's 1 Shuriken down. 1 more will do it. And I can see Peke, oh, we thought he'd actually thrown out the card there, came in but cancelled. Oh, they've done it again, Soaz has done it as well. So before the animation comes out there, just making sure he avoids the damage. This time it will go down, and now it means Fnatic are on towards the middle exposed inhibitor. Are Evil Geniuses going to fight for this one? No, it is going to go down as well. And honestly, like you said, you know, the fact that the Baron is on Fnatic, it's a close fight as it is. They can't afford to do this one. This one they have to defend.
Exactly, this is the point where it's do or die. You have to fight on this inhibitor turret, or if you lose it, the chances of coming back from losing 3 inhibitors is it's too low. It's way too low if you want to have hopes of winning this game. But you're going to pull into and rated. And EG, they're going to keep pushing this wave out as much as possible, though. Froggen, he's going to run out of mana eventually, as they do get the wall off on Xpeke.
They do, but again, they manage to get away from that one, and Froggen is just deleted from the map there. Yellow Pete trying to do what he can. Crepo boys out of the box, but Monsoon just blows Wicked back into the wall, throws him away from that one, and look at the damage they're doing out there. And then, oh, the shield came out, but Pete finally does manage to get on towards Peke, immediately slides in, Cyanide gets on towards him, the slow on Yellow Pete, the interrupt, that's a triple kill. Can he get the Quadra down on towards him? Crepo goes down. It's Soaz that picks up the kill. It's surely going to be Fnatic that will round out the match here. They have to back away because they've got simply no minions, but it's only a matter of time before they push him in there. Absolute tremendous play from Fnatic here. Ginormous gold advantages, and well, they just played and executed the perfect split strategy. Once again, you cannot allow Peke to have Twisted Fate.
Exactly. You can't allow Frog. Well, I mean, obviously they were able to allow Froggen to have an Nivea this time, but this is considering that Fnatic was behind the beginning of the game. They were down quite a bit, and they just snowballed like 1 or 2 fights and took the game from that. And Fnatic, they deserve that victory. Now they're 4-3, if I'm not mistaken, in the standings, and honestly, they're still looking like a top team, even though they have that ranking.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. So that takes Fnatic to 4-3, like you say, stretches them, gets them a little bit closer to Gambit. Of course, they're going to be playing shortly, but wow, what a game from Fnatic. Evil Geniuses kind of a little bit shell-shocked off that one. They got a few of the champions they wanted, but not quite all of them. And it was all about those ganks, all about the early kills, and all about the mobility of the team. Kennen of Soaz just rocking that lane completely, dominating it. Way ahead in terms of CIS. The moment Peke goes down and helps them out, they just managed to pick up kill after kill and just zipped around the map, taking down the turrets. And if you think back, it was simply every time they pushed the lane, they gained an advantage. You saw Peke die in the bottom lane, Tao went to the top lane, and that was really the story of the game.
Well, I really hope, though, that over the analysis test, Joe and Trevor can break it down for us. So let's head over to them and see what they have to say.
Thanks a lot, guys. And Trevor, an amazing game there. And let's start from the very beginning. It's a very good place to start, I once heard. But it all kicked off with that questionable play actually coming out of Fnatic, which was, there was a ward in the Tribus. Yeah, they put a pink ward down, and they were so determined to kill it that they died.
So the call came in. They were like, okay, look, Jarvan's coming to support. We can pick this fight. We know Nautilus is there. So they went in for their last auto attack on the ward, got double hooks onto Yellowstar's Draven, and the 3v2, because they just got jumped on first, they died so quickly. And, you know, we were looking at going, okay, fair enough, we get it. You want to pick a fight, you want to have the jungle support, but Cyanide was not close enough to make that play happen.
No, that was the miscalculation at the start. And it was funny because I was on Twitter and I asked people who you think's going to win this, and I said, does that swing it? And then when we got to 11 minutes into the game, we had a big team fight around about the Dragon, just to the top side of the Dragon.
Yeah, so it ended up trading 3-for-1 at the end of the engagement, and so many Fnatic members actually went very, very low, but they were able to, you know, sort of run around the outskirts of Evil Geniuses and put the damage down where they needed to, pick up the kills where they needed, and get away safely. That was one of the key things. And it wasn't the only time we've seen it.
No, and it was just 2 minutes later where we thought almost that we were watching a replay of the fight before. That's how close it was in positioning and in what happened at the start of it. That one was a little bit different in the outcome, though. And this is where I wrote on Twitter again, does that swing you again?
And it was basically, in this particular fight, literally 2 minutes later when they went back to the Dragon, Evil Geniuses were out-positioned. Wicked was down on the right-hand side, a couple guys up at top. He was forced to use his slingshot to get to safety, and then Fnatic just pretty much rolled over. What actually happened is, as Wicked was getting to safety, a wild card, the left-hand one from Beckett, just caught him off-screen, forced him into his passive. They then dove on him under the tower. Damage from that then led Froggen into his passive. They dove him under the tower, and it was just Fnatic literally steamrolling forward.
Yeah, and that brought Draven from, I think, 0-1-1 right up to 4-1-1 at that point, and obviously went even further on into the game than that. And then we kind of got what we expected from Fnatic, which was Xpeke playing Twisted Fate, putting the pressure down wherever he possibly could, and that actually leads us to our replay half an hour into the game.
Yeah, so let's actually jump into the replay right now. Fnatic are 14-10 up as far as kills are concerned. In gold, it is 10,000. Now, this whole play starts with Soaz being caught in the mid lane, but I definitely want to highlight the positioning of Peke. He's down here in the bottom lane alone. So we're going to run this replay at full speed, and you know, one of the things we were briefly talking to Aranea about it and saying, how do you handle this? What is the decision making? Because Evil Geniuses, they got the kill advantage. You'll notice Froggen immediately starts to recall to deal with Peke, who gets onto the tower. While he's focusing down that tower, the rest of Evil Geniuses try to stack up on this inhib. And Aranea was pretty much saying that basically when you've got this position, you'll have to run backwards, because once that Destiny begins to get channeled, Peke is literally just going to, jump into the fight. He's going to come and join this, four-man party, make it a 5 versus 4. And if you don't have a very, very quick kill under your belt of your Evil Geniuses, you basically just get, eaten from behind because you're out-damaged, out-positioned, and you just don't have the numbers to pick it up. So it was a brave call from EG. Maybe in the heat of the moment, in the heat of the game, playing from behind, they needed to have been more defensive.
And there's that question that comes up almost every time we see a player on his standout champion, which of course in this case was Twisted Fate for Xpeke. And we had this discussion a little bit earlier on, also yesterday, of with League of Legends and the amount of champions that we have right now that are so highly contested, a lot of teams are, especially as a red team here, letting a few more through because you get the first two choices from that. Twisted Fate was obviously left up there, and it seems to be a bad decision to not ban that Twisted Fate against Fnatic.
Yeah, it's a very difficult one, especially when you know just how good Peke is with that champion. I'm looking at the bans. Elise was banned out by Evil Geniuses, and the reason I was double-checking that, if Wicked had been able to play an Elise against the likes of that Kennen, he would have had a little bit more of an easier time, would have been a bit more mobile. And one of the things about the picks, Froggen and Nivea, he's 0 for 2 in the summer split. Froggen Lux, 0 for 2 in the summer split. Those are the Froggen champions.
Yeah.
But they're just not enough right now.
And the funny thing is, I was talking to Wicked earlier on this morning, actually, when we were just about to get the shuttle here to the event, and I said to him about this game against Fnatic and about Soaz's Elise and how incredible it was yesterday, and he said to me, yeah, I think it deserves a ban, to be honest. I mean, for him, that's easy to say because he's the guy that has to probably deal with the complete terror that is that Elise that comes out from Soaz. But now they took that one out of there. And Soaz, once again, he plays that Kennen, finished 7-4-6 in the end. But, that's not really a massive standout scoreline or anything. But the way that he played it and the chances that he took there were incredible once again. Soaz proving that you can't really ban him out of the game.
If we're going to be 100% honest about the Fnatic playstyle, talking about Soaz, he was actually caught once or twice. Enrated was caught once or twice. During the mid-game, from that 13 minutes where they built up that massive gold lead, Yellow Soul was off AFK farming. He was in one of the solo lanes, he had no support with him, and the rest of Fnatic were caught out from time to time, and it gave up a few more kills. If they'd actually grouped up and maybe pushed, they maybe could have done more damage, but they dragged the game out. I think they felt they had the map advantage, and even if they did give up a few kills here or there, it's not the end of the world. But even Fnatic, who were flawless at split pushing, still making mistakes, and the key is just to find out how do you exploit that? How do you convert that kill on the support into a tower, which is something EG couldn't do.
And that is a process as well that, you can win a game like this as Fnatic have done, but still realize, they'll probably not go back to that and look at it in terms of what they've done well, but in terms of what they've done badly, even though that they won that game. So this little thing here and there, they'll say, Yellow Star, look at your positioning right there. Shouldn't be doing that. You're too far away. Watch out for that. And the same, for other champions, for other players, I should say, in different positions. So it is a bit of a learning process to go forward with who you're really going to, or what area you target to really improve on there. But Fnatic again showing that when they have a plan, when they're in the right frame of mind, it seems they can beat anyone on any given day.
Yeah, it's the best way to describe it, and I'm very happy to see Yellow Star playing Draven. It's a champion that I would not have associated with Yellow Star. It's a very difficult and complex champion to pull off, and he did it perfectly. I mean, he finished that matchup 10-5, and he went the full IE Bloodthirster build, and we're saying how much of a difference there'll be between him and Ezreal, who's going that blue build and trying to play the kite game, and he just got out DPS'd completely.
Well, that brings us on perfectly on the topic of Yellow Star. We're going to head over to the stage where Shox is waiting with the man himself.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Yellow Star. Yellow Star, walk us through the game from your perspective. You had, of course, tons of early game damage with that Draven. You just kept on going.
Расскажи, пожалуйста, как тебе игралось с твоим чемпионом Дрейвеном?
Yeah, actually, we wanted to face 2v2 because Draven is known to be really good early game. But they surprised us because I didn't expect to get that much damage. So it really went bad because I was a bit baiting because we knew that they were coming because I stood a lot of time around the ward. So I called Cyanide and he was here, but I got hooked and I took lots of damage and I didn't expect it at all. But I managed to cash on CS. I even had more, I think. So it was really fine.
Знаете, как в особенностях национальной охоты непонятно дословно, но понятно настроение. Дрейвен очень понравился игроку, однако были и свои сложные подводные камни. Об этом лучше судить профессиональным геймерам.
Now, secondly, Yellow Star, you know I have to ask it. We have, right now, Reckless is in the Fnatic house in Cologne. What does it do to you? Do you feel any pressure with him waiting in the wings?
1 minute, please. Чувствовал ли ты давление со стороны Рейклса? Это игрок, которому вот-вот исполнится 17 лет, и он может потеснить твое место в команде. Не боишься ли ты его?
Okay. So at first I really had pressure, especially when I first joined Fnatic, because they did really good results and Reckless is an extremely good AD carry. He showed himself and I know that he's one of the best AD carry in the world, but it motivates me to play really good. I want to improve and I want to be among the best as well. And he's a really good friend as well, so I don't really have pressure right now.
Ну что ж, они хорошие друзья, и он стимулирует его для того, чтобы играть лучше, поэтому Yellow Star не боится никого, а надеется на плодотворное сотрудничество.
And finally, you've traveled around the world as a pro gamer. How are you enjoying Moscow and Russia?
At first, I really enjoyed the crowd because they are awesome. They cheer us a lot, and I really like the city as well. And I hope we'll come here again.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Now, you've already seen Lemon Dogs once today as they defeated SK Gaming in the first match. Can they keep it up as they take on Ninjas in Pajamas? We're going to find out after the break.
После перерыва мы вернемся и следующий матч заценим в полный рост. Друзья, будьте с нами.
I feel pretty good going into the summer split, but we have not had that much practice before the boot camp. But at the boot camp we played a lot, so we feel pretty confident going into it.
Hello everyone, and we're back live from Moscow's MDM Palace. And up next, we have the second game of the day for the Lemon Dogs as they take on Ninjas in Pajamas.
Всем привет! Это прямая трансляция из Московского дворца молодежи. И сейчас перед нами развернется вторая на сегодня игра для команды Lemon Dogs. Они схлестнутся с ниндзями в пижамах.
Now, last season, the Copenhagen Wolves made a name for themselves by storming back from an early 9-game losing streak. Now they've started the summer with a new team organization behind them, Ninjas in Pajamas. But why the change? We sat down with the team to hear their side of the story.
Ну что ж, друзья, это соревнование имеет предысторию, уже не первый раз встречаются эти команды. 9 игр проиграно. Ну что ж, давайте посмотрим на экран и погрузимся в эту историю целиком.
The team formed because the organization Copenhagen Wolves, they wanted to start a Danish team to reach top of the Danish scene. We came in like we were hopeful, but we didn't expect to qualify. We ended up having to face like the number 2 seed, and we ended up 2-0ing them, and we were so happy and surprised, and like it was pretty overwhelming.
Changing to NIP was a big step for us. After we qualified, we knew we had to leave our whole organization.
Like meeting the NIP management and talking to them, like we got the best impression.
My name is Kevin Lee, and I'm the head of League of Legends for NIP. It was no surprise that NIP were hunting or thinking of going into League of Legends, and we connected really, really fast. You know, we wanted those guys because we thought they were true gamers.
Being an NIP player is also fantastic. Being part of their brand and their like family. That's very, very big.
Obviously, it's a big hat to fill, but I think the guys, with our help and support, they bounced back from it and showed it on the paper today against Fnatic. Yeah.
Going into NIP, it did add some pressure for us to perform well at the start of the season.
Well, we definitely have a pressure on us, not from NIP itself, because they're very good at supporting us. It's more our own expectations to our play.
Like we weren't the underdogs anymore. We actually had high expectations for ourselves, and we had fans with high expectations for us.
like every day you just notice more and more that fans are everything in this business and they mean so much to us. So we just want to perform and make them happy.
It's a good feeling to have like all the fans thinking, hey, they can do this.
Yeah, we can definitely feel we have a bigger fan base now. We got these fans because they liked the story about the underdogs last split, they liked our play, they liked our characters, and that's also why the fans mean so much to us, because they didn't choose us for our organization, they choose us because we are the team we are.
I mean, even when we were losing, even when we were 0-9, we had all this, like all these fans backing us up.
When your fan base is growing, which our has been, the pressure gets higher, but also like the reward gets bigger.
We were actually like sitting behind our screens, we were like, what? Nobody expected that. That was awesome, like that helped us so much.
When we were sitting in DreamHack signing autographs and we had like
so many fans.
People just keep coming and coming. It was amazing.
Thanks to everyone supporting us, even through the losses. We had a rough start, but everyone's like right behind us and we can feel that. So just thanks to all the fans.
Great words there from Ninjas in Pajamas. Now we're going to introduce the teams on stage. First off, on the blue side, they already had one win today. Can they get two? It's the Lemon Dogs.
Бурные аплодисменты. Встречаем команду Lemon Dogs.
And on the red side with Björksen in the mid lane, give it up for Ninjas in Pajamas.
На красной стороне сражаются ниндзя в пижамах.
And once again, to guide you through this match, we have the delightful Demon and Jason for the English stream and Olsi and Fanka for the Russian stream.
Thank you very much, Shock. So let's get this show underway. I wasn't aware that, honestly, team names needed translating. Ninjas in Pajamas, NIP, it's pretty well universally known, especially in Russia, because Counter-Strike is massive in this country, but who knows?
And it's funny enough, actually, the head guy for NIP is now Heaton, who used to be a Counter-Strike player for SK, a very well-known SK player. He's still here. He's massive, so don't miss him.
He's a man mountain, yeah. Of course, let's check out the sides. On the blue sides, it will be Lemon Dogs. We saw them playing against SK Gaming earlier on, picking up a great result there. Zoro in the top lane, very dapper dressed in that picture as well, by the way. Dexter is in the jungle, of course. Nuke in the mid lane. He's a big lad for such a youngster, I tell you. Tabs as the tiny little AD carry, and alongside him is We Will Fail Up.
And over for NIP, on the red side, we're going to have Godbro in the top lane. Well, ideally, we'll be in the top lane. Svenskar in the jungle, Björksen in the middle lane, and the Tess and Efficio as the AD carry and support.
Well, this is another rematch, of course, of week one for you today. Lemon Dogs did take on Ninjas in Pajamas last time around, and it was a pretty strong result for them.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny, too, because they actually did a 2v1 lane against Nuke on Vladimir. I believe it was Varus, and I actually have it here. Varus Sona, yeah. So it unfortunately didn't work out too well for them. And we saw NIP yesterday against Fnatic. They didn't have that great of a showing as well, but I have heard from Heaton himself saying that they've been preparing a lot for this match, and they're really prepared to make something happen.
So what do we think is going to work out from this one? We saw Lemon Dogs. Obviously, they had the issue that they were late to arrive. You know, they played still perfectly well today, earlier on this morning. In fact, they were really strong against SK Gaming, landing wombo combos, as it were. But overall, you know, NIP, they did pick up a win against Fnatic, but I don't know how it's going to work out.
Yeah. Well, we saw Lemon Dogs earlier, and I try to make a point of it during that game, is that they're really good at objective controlling. That's how they beat NIP the first time, just constantly taking dragons, constantly taking turrets, and they have, you know, the most dragons in the entire of LCS at the split so far, or for Europe, sorry. And NIP, it's just, like you said, yeah, they beat Fnatic, but they still don't look really stable just yet. And they had that long time between, you know, the spring and summer split where no one's actually going to the All-Star match, so they had that time to sit down and practice. Unfortunately, they just haven't really seemed to have been there just, or, you know, to get to that point just yet where we saw them last season. But you heard in the video, like, they appreciate all the fans. They realized they started 0-9 last season. Now they're 1-5. They're going to do everything they can to get back in this.
And what do you think they do have to do? Because, you know, they are 1-5 now. They're bottom of the league. Alongside SK Gaming, there's two of them down there. But they were in this position before. Last time they had that shot of adrenaline, effectively, with Björksen coming into the team. They lost the first 3 games once he came in, but then they turned it around. They had that great streak, 13-6 overall since Björksen joined the team. Bearing in mind, 3 of them were at the start. So 13-3, effectively, once they had time to practice together. How do they do that again?
Honestly, I think if I knew, they'd know themselves. I mean, because you know, there's something that they need to work on, and they've had a lot of problems in different lanes. Like Björksen, he hasn't been able to become the carry for his team that used to be back in the spring split, where he would be the man to go to on his Syndra, on his Zed, on Kha'Zix. But this time, you know, he's been playing a couple different champions. Like we saw him on Kennen actually mid lane 2 times now. It doesn't seem like he's found that assassin champion he really likes to play now. And that was really the big key about that. Not to mention Godbro towards the end of the season was playing phenomenal on the Shen with 3, 4, 5-man taunts on him. I mean, his Singe was great during the end of the spring split as well. And also the Tessa and Diffuso, we saw just how impactful the test could be once the weight was lifted off his shoulders of Bjergsen finally coming into the team. But also another key point, which I've been noticing throughout the first week and a half, is that Sven Skjern, he was very present in the spring split. Like in the beginning, he was bad. I told that to himself. He agreed. Right? So it's not any bad words between us, but like he was not playing well. But towards the end, he picked up Jarvan. He really interacted very well. Like he really got all of his lanes really fed, and because of that, they were able to pick up some, you know, quite a few wins. But he hasn't been able to do that just yet in this split.
And we've saw Lemon Dogs, you know, how many results they've started picking up. They started off very strong, did get some losses though. Let's check out, of course, Lola Esports, see what you guys at home have been thinking. So far, it seems that, well, 69% of you are backing Ninjas in Pajamas, which is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I'm not sure if people saw the game earlier between Lemon Dogs and SK before they voted, but I don't know. I honestly think it'd be a lot closer. Like just hearing that NIP has been preparing specifically for this match, we saw how Fnatic did against NIP and how it turned out. You think it'd be a little bit closer, at least in my opinion it would be.
Well, picks and bans are about to get underway. What are we thinking here? What sort of bans are we aiming at? You know, Nuke Duck has been able to play just a multitude of champions. We've seen Malphite coming out a couple of times from Zoro's Zero. Thinking of Bjergsen, still, honestly, hasn't found a champion that's just gone in completely flowing. The only champion that he won with, if I recall, it was Kha'Zix.
I think see, I don't know. I mean, I talked about Sven Skjern maybe needing to come up, step up again, maybe take away his Jarvan, but he's gotten Jarvan before in the split. Hasn't done that well, unfortunately. I would assume you want to take Bjergsen out of his comfort zone, because if you hold him back, you hold the entire team back. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Lemon Dogs, will be on the blue side here. So that means that if they want first pick Malphite, they can take it. We've seen Godbro taking it before. And not to mention, like I said before, Godbro plays a lot of Shen, so maybe if NIP can get Shen, they can use that to their advantage and have Godbro just like become this or just sort of step up for his team immensely, which we've seen him do before, you know, in the end of the last one, the promotion series. So in terms of bans, I think Ahri would definitely be a safe one to take away from Nuke Duck, and maybe, I was gonna say maybe Caitlyn again from Tabs, but we just saw how strong on Varus he was earlier against SK, so it's kind of hard to ban things you want, but I think those might be a couple of champions they're gonna go for.
Well, we do see Nuke Duck on your screen there, just getting ready to go. Hopefully the Zoro Zero will be starting the game in just a moment. They've been given the chance to start off, and they will indeed go through it. Let's see what bans they do come out with. Lemon Dogs, of course, will be the blue team. And so they will have first ban, and well, surprise, surprise, taking Orianna actually away from Bjergsen. Not a champion he's been heavy on, but has definitely been playing very well.
Like we've mentioned before, he's more of like an assassin AP mid player where he wants to kill you, get out, make something else happen. We've seen it on Zed so many times, we've seen it on Syndra where he'll just kill someone outright. So Orianna, it's not really, in my opinion, up his playstyle, but if you're gonna become more of a team player, that's definitely a good champion to pick. But we do already see some bans coming in from the other side.
Well, we see Zed also being banned out. Interesting that we are on 3.7. Did get a nerf in 3.7, of course, as well.
Yes.
Nunu and Shen also the bans, so they're taking Shen away from Zoro Zero. Also technically away from Godbro, because Godbro does like that champion.
Yeah. That's why I'm kind of curious where they didn't want to go with Malphite first. Like they know Zoro Zero can play like pretty much, well, we've seen him play extremely well 2 champions, Malphite and Shen. So they took those 2, or they took at least one of them away from him right now. Maybe they want to force him into a Malphite pick and then kind of counter it. But in the end, wow, Lemon Dogs actually take it away. Even though they have first pick, they take it away. And remember, we still have a lot of champions open, like Kha'Zix. We have Twisted Fate still available. We know Bjergsen can play a fantastic Twisted Fate. I'm assuming Nuke Duck can do the same. And this last ban going to come in here very shortly. I'm trying to think exactly where it would go 100%. Maybe they want to take away Caitlyn just to make their AD carry support lane a little bit easier, assuming that maybe the test wants to play like Draven or something like that. But Twisted Fate, as you can see, was the man taken away.
Yeah, well, we just saw how devastating he can be in the Fnatic game. He just ripped apart Evil Genius's Peke, of course, doing that one. Malphite, like you say, interestingly, he did get banned away because actually Lemon Dogs say he is a terrible first pick. You would never first pick him. That was on the bus at DreamHack. They were telling me that exactly there. But Evelyn has been picked up. That's going to be Dexter in the jungle. So let's go and did try Evelyn, if I recall, last week.
Yeah, he didn't do well last week, but in the promotion series against their final, or in their final game, their third game against Samurai and Jeans, he actually won the game for them. He was like 5-0 at one point or something like that. So
the precursor to the ninjas.
The precursor to the ninjas. But it's actually been banned out quite a bit against Fnatic anyway. So looks like they will pick that up, and it'll be the first time seeing Dexter on Evelynn in the jungle. Though it always could go mid lane, but you would assume it would be the jungle.
And there is Svenskeren looking like he wants to get on that Jarvan. It was a champion that's done him so good in the previous split. He's got to try and find his feet in this one, and what better champion to go with, one that seems to work very well for you.
See, that's what's weird, is that, well, not weird, but from the spring meta to now, it's shifted from blow stone up right away and then kind of go 5v4. Now it's kind of, we want to engage you like 5-on-5, make this all-out team fight happen with initiates like Malphite, you know, with Orianna coming back into the mix, even Lissandra starting off fights. So Jarvan doesn't necessarily have as great of an impact. I mean, yeah, he can initiate on you, but he's still pretty easy to disengage from.
Well, Jace, 3-1 so far, apparently. And we'll see whether he does go 4-1 or 3-2, because he looks like he may well get selected. This, of course, could be for the top laner. We'll see whether Zora0 wants it or whether Nuke can keep sitting on that one.
It's really interesting to see that NIP right now, they're not really talking. Well, just to say that Tess starts talking, but I mean, they're not really talking right now. It's like trying to figure out what they want to pick up next. Obviously, they're just being very reactionary right now, but Kennen and Jace being locked in. So we've seen Bjergsen on Kennen 2 times in a row. Worked out well the first time. Unfortunately, the second time it did not. And I'm trying to think, where's that going to go? I'm assuming that would be top lane on Zora0, but I remember hearing that like Zora0 can't really play damage type champions in the top lane. He's mostly just plays tank champions.
Oh, well, I remember them saying he can't play anything but Malphite.
Well, yeah, I didn't want to say that exactly, but yeah.
That's his team talking that, by the way. We're not giving him grief there. That's his team telling us that. We'll see what Ninjas in Pajamas choose to go with. They've got that AD to be selected. I think that's probably where we're going to see. Is the test going to go for his Ezreal? Will he switch it up? Will he go for Varus, which he's played a few times lately?
I think it would be Ezreal. Yeah, I was going to say, I think it would be Ezreal because they lock Lulu in and they see a Kennen. So they need some way to disengage from Kennen, or at least to keep some people safe. And Ezreal would be like the perfect champion to do that, to kind of you get that gap.
And it leaves Caitlyn open, of course, for Tabs.
Oh, gosh.
Tabs on the Fizz. He's just having a little bit of fun there. It does, of course, leave Caitlyn open if he wants to go for it. But we did see him playing Varus earlier on, and 2 great effect. Those piercing arrows with effectively sniper rifles going off and catching people with headshots.
Yeah, he played extremely well on that champion. I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, I would be surprised to see a Vayne, since there will be a Jarvan on the other team. But if it worked once, why not go for it again as he's for Varus? I hate doing that when you see him. So I'll just talk about Nasus. Let's talk about that, because it's a Nasus and it's a Jarvan. So we've seen Godbro actually play Nasus against Fnatic in the bottom lane. It was him versus Kha'Zix, or Soaz on Kha'Zix. He did it really well. He kept up in farm, and he held him back enough to prevent him from roaming and really picking up kills. And his items late game were just devastating. He could 1v1 Yellow Star quite a bit. But it looks like Nami and Varus will be the lineup here. So you're going to have, as Kobe calls it, Kennen right in the wave, or surfing the wave into a team fight.
Well, we'll see whether he does manage to surf that wave. Looks like he will get locked in. We will fail, of course, playing Nami so many times. I think pretty much about 80-90% of his champion picks have been Nami so far. We'll see exactly how that works out. I'm sure you guys are probably checking that one right now. Probably like, oh my god, Demon's wrong.
You can never be wrong.
I wish that was the case. It certainly can get pointed out. It is the mid laner choice, so what is Bjergsen looking to play against? He's going to be against, I think, probably Jace.
Yeah.
So what would you go with to counter that?
He's against technically like 4 ranged at this point. Like 4 ranged. The thing is, Kennen obviously wants to be in your face, so he's going to have a tough time in lane no matter what, unless he takes a ranged AP middle. So it doesn't look like he's going to go for anything like cast or anything like that. But still, I like him playing assassin-type champions. Kha'Zix is up for him if he wants to play it. But then that would mean they're running a full AD composition.
Well, Elise. Interesting. Let's see if he locks it in first. It is. So, this is Nasa's mid?
No, I think that's Elise middle.
Nasa's top, Elise mid.
I was gonna say, because we've had actually people, Shusha in particular, talk about Nasus middle, very strong champion. But like again, doesn't seem like Bjergsen's playstyle. At least is a little bit more up that alley, since you can assassinate, you can get in there, and it looks like it will be staying there. So look at the lineups. I mean, you have a relatively tanky front line with Nasus, with Jarvan. Not to mention the extreme, tower pushing ability out of Nasus. But Lemondogs, they have so much damage.
So much damage, yeah. And that's actually a lot of poke from range. And, of course, he can get in your face, because Jace could switch to the hammer mode, which you saw so many times with Froggen just the other week, dropping the hammer. And with Kennen on top and Evelynn going in, this is a dangerous lineup from Lemondogs.
They have a very fast team. If you think about it this way, so you have Nami, who's going to give Zora0 a speed up, You also have Jace to give him a speed up, and then you have the wave for him to ride on. So he's going to be in your face. It's going to be very hard for NIP to keep him off the rest of the team. So you might actually see Svenskeren ult him and him only just to keep him off of his team while they kill him. It just kind of depends on how he ends up building the champion as the game goes on, if he gets held back at all. But I can tell you this, though, it's going to be a good game.
Well, the pressure is almost certainly on Ninjas in Pajamas. Lemon Dogs have come in here. They are currently 3-3.
Yep, 3-3 because they won earlier against SK.
So they could actually level up with Fnatic again here, taking them to 4-3, going into joint, I would say joint third, but technically it's joint fifth.
I think it's joint fourth.
It would be joint third. Top of the board is Ultimate MYM at 5-1 apiece. Gambit are on 4-2, Fnatic on 4-3, so it'd be joint fifth. Technically, fourth, fifth, whatever you like to call it, joint fourth. But nevertheless, we are into the game, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to go live. You can see here we are in the beautiful Moscow with the Russian crowd. And of course, Gambit are going to be coming out later on today. And don't the crowd absolutely love them. Good luck, have fun exchange between the two teams. And that doesn't mean, of course, Lemon Dogs are playing as the blue and Ninjas in Pajamas as the red side, playing from top to bottom. Let's see how this works out. Will Ninjas in Pajamas get themselves a second win, stretch themselves, just claw their way effectively off the bottom of that table, and actually will go equal with Evil Geniuses if they pick that win up. Meanwhile, Lemon Dogs, actually, they'd go 3-4 if they lost.
Yeah, so I mean,
it's tricky.
You can tell both teams really want this win, because it really can mix up the entire standings. But Damon, we're gonna see a lane swap actually happen here. A little bit surprised they didn't let Dexter go in first, since obviously he'll have that stealth ability to get in there. But one thing that made Tab so strong in their game versus SK, he was running 24-5 armor pen. He's doing it yet again. So whoever he's going up against is gonna be very, very painful. Like the damage he's gonna do.
Absolutely, we'll see how that works out for them. Pink ward, of course, from Deficio, making sure that they do take vision away in that bush. Very aggressive wards as well.
I'm actually a little surprised that NIP hasn't been doing any more aggressive ward. They've been doing defensive, because it's an Evelyn. So we've had people talk about there's no point in green warding or vision warding, sight warding against an Evelyn. If anything, you buy a pink ward. So you kind of need to get position on them as much as possible, and yet they didn't try to ward the red buff. They didn't try to ward, well, at least they got the ward. No, they didn't even try to ward the blue buff. So they have no idea where Dexter's going to be at all times, and this is going to be really painful for NIP if they misplay this.
They did pin on Nuke Dog, so he came around to maybe look towards those wraiths, realised that they hadn't started there, so did gain vision, knows exactly or roughly where that Svenskeren did start off. They know that he's going to be around that blue buff. God, bro, will he be given the blue buff? No,
no.
Be amazing now. He doesn't really need the blue buff in lane. It's going to be Godbro's taking that one. Dexter very low though on that red. Not going to be using the smite though. He's going to head off to the wraiths. He's going to get spotted by that ward if he steps any closer to it. No, he's not going to step close to it. He's going to go straight for his blue.
So NIP, I think got maybe outplayed is I guess is the correct term, is that they wanted the Test and Deficio to go top lane. They wanted them to have an easy lane, and they didn't want to go up against this Varus Nami combo. And the thing is, Tabs, with that 24 armor pen, he is going to hurt the Test and Deficio so much. So that's why Lemon Dogs end up switching them up there, because they want to make that happen. They want to make some plays go. And if anything, I think NIP, they're going to respond by leaving middle lane alone. I think just leave Bjergsen on his own island, and then make sure to help out the Test. Make sure to help out Godbro.
This is an early gank setup here. You can see Dexter, they put that pink ward in the bush to secure safe passage for Dexter to get straight towards that lane. They want to allow, and look at Tess and Deficio, they're like, yeah, you were just shoving us. Why are you allowing us to step that little bit closer? I don't think this is going to happen.
Oh, Dexter has made his way in, though. Gotta be very careful here. I mean, obviously NIP has a lot of escape mechanisms right now, so it's gonna be hard to pick up a kill, but they might be able to blow a summoner. Oh my gosh, so close to being spotted right there.
Very, very close. He has got in towards the bush, we see. Now he's going to get around the backside of them. It will be the hail of arrows that will trigger this one off. You can see he's going to hit level 2. He's going to have the piercing arrow. He fires it off towards the Test. The shield, though, from Deficio was enough to step him away. That was an unsuccessful gank by Dexter.
And right now, just took a look at the CS. I just glanced down there. I was like, holy crap, look at this bottom lane. 16-3 right now. Obviously, Godbro has a giant wave at his turret, but that is not what you want to see on Nasus. You need him farming really easily. Obviously, he's not going to have his Q stacked up for a long time here, but Svenskeren, knowing where Dexter was, is going to be going for a little bit of counter jungling here.
Yeah, and Dexter actually himself trying to use a drive-by smite there, but it also means that Svenskeren is going to use his own and take away that wraith. Dexter about to come around the corner. I think they know it as well, you know. Look at Svenskeren. He wants to try and maybe set something up on Dexter. It kills a little bit of problem towards him. They both got the double buff. would be a racy game to play, and instead it does mean they're going to back off. How is this mid lane going to work though? Jace versus Elise. We know that obviously it is actually Bjergsen winning out in the CS right now. He's had that little bit of a freedom against Nukeduck. Nukeduck just going to take a little while to get going, I assume. Wants to get that Tear of the Goddess on there first.
Well, if you look what he built, actually, it was a Doran's Blade. That's the first time he bought. You never see that on Jace's. It's usually the Fairy Charm mixed in with health pots and wards just to play safe. So he wanted to go for some really aggressive damage, but the thing is, though, how I see it, he has to poke Bjergsen down quite a bit before he can afford to go in, because once he goes in with the hammer form, Bjergsen has pretty much double the spells he has, because he can just switch into Spider, well, at least not double spells, but do a lot more damage than he can up close and personal, not to mention the cocoon. So if anything, it's just going to be a farm lane for now until the junglers really do interact, or maybe Nukeduck gets just enough poking.
Well, it's two champions with 7 spells.
Right.
It's a confusing fight, that'll be.
But the thing is, for Nukeduck, though, Acceleration Gate doesn't really give you anything in either form, not too much damage, so.
Yeah. As it is, this bottom lane, as you pointed out earlier, is the one that's being the point of farm. Dexter will see Svenskeren coming across there. Despite the fact that red buff has turned around, Nukeduck's going to go aggressive. Bjergsen's in with him, just flashes away from that slide, tries to turn aggressive on towards Bjergsen. Here comes Dexter. Is he going to have enough damage? Yes, he does. He picks up first blood. Now they're on towards Svenskeren. Dexter's going to force him away with those hate spikes. He's going to take him all the way to the tower. That's going to force him back there. Very well played by Lemondogs. They simply knew that was coming.
What happened? I'm sorry, I'm looking at the replay on my computer, and you did see that, Bjergsen, he actually flashed away, but somehow he still got hit back into Jace. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we'll pull up a replay of that on the analysis desk, but that was really funky.
Oh, with the hammer, you mean?
Yeah, it pulled him back. Somehow, even though he was out of range. I don't know, it was really funky, but hopefully the analysis desk does look at that a little bit later. But still, great job of them to pick up that first blood, and that was with Dexter turning that gank around because they knew where Svenskeren was.
They knew exactly where he was because Dexter was stood in that corner. So what have they done? What have they gone back to buy? Bjergsen's actually picked himself up 2 amplifying tomes. We'll see what he goes with that.
Spirit of the Ancient Golem.
Gonna go first item.
Not Ancient Golem, of the Spectral Wraith.
The Spectral Wraith. What did Jack call it? The
selfish lifesteal item.
Selfish lifesteal spellvamp item. That was the exact word. We've got to make sure we use the right terminology here. At League of Legends Championship Series. And what Jet says goes.
That is true. he is pretty much the guru here.
Of course, as it stands, we do see this top lane returning. Pink ward from Deficio, making sure that that tri-bush is cleared out. They don't want to get any sneaky Evelyns coming up behind them from Dexter. Does also mean that Svenskeren's taking another peek towards this mid lane, walking straight past the ward there, puts a ward of his own on towards the Wraiths, and the Wraiths are not there, so he's not going to be able to gain any advantage from that.
Demon, I'm going to be really ballsy here. I'm going to make a call. It's like 20 minutes ahead of time.
Twitch?
Oh, no, not that one. But we see 2 Spirit Stones already picked up. If Bjergsen goes for a Spirit Stone, I think we're going to see a very early Baron come out of NIP.
Well, we do see some very early aggression. It's going to be Godbro. Godbro's going to try and pop his ultimate. I don't think he's going to be able to walk away from this one. Dexter actually out of mana, does manage to flash from it and will escape safely. So Ninjas in Pajamas do manage to work the way out of a bit of a hole there.
And I sorry, but to go back, but I say this because Lemondog's actually the slowest Baron taking team, and NIP's the second slowest, so 7th and 8th place. I think that's really going to catch them off guard if they can pull that off, not to mention give them a huge lead for these fights. So we'll see if that happens. We'll see if I'm right or wrong. Hopefully I'm the former of those two.
Well, speaking of huge leads, just look at that bottom lane. Godbro is miles behind Zora Zero right now. He's over double the CS, almost up to triple, in fact. He's getting very close to. And that has got to be big problems. We saw it with Soaz on Kennen earlier on. He's a bit of a CS master, as it seems, in that bottom lane these days, or top lane, whichever you'd like to call it, in the solo lane. And he's causing so many problems. And, bro, you know, Nasus needs the farm.
Yeah, he does. And it actually might be time for him to maybe try to let his turret go, just so he can have a lane to farm out, though the rest allows Zorzo to roam around and be able to interact with the other lanes. But it's going to be very tricky. Only 22 CS, about 8.5 minutes in. And you're definitely, he needs to get something. He needs these items to really be effective. I mean, forget the farm. Like, yeah, his Q farm helps out a lot, but he needs the tankiness for these fights.
He needs the gold. It's simply put. He's triple the CS. How often do you see that? Not very often.
Only in the very beginning when someone has 1 CS.
And when you know that it's there, when you know that you do see them triple figures, it's generally going to spell some pretty bad times for the opposition. As it stands, though, it is the only difference really between the two. It's that 11,500 to 10,200. Top lane is not having too bad a time. They're pretty much even on CS, both AD carries and supports. We see Svenskeren trying to set something up, trying to create a little bit to help out his bottom lane. They don't want to leave him on the island, but I don't think they should do this.
I think Zoro Zero could 1v2 them right now, because right now Godbro finally does have his ultimate up yet again. But I think he could probably do this with his ultimate available, with the double Doran's blades he has. But Dexter is here. Like, he expects this. He's going to come in and try to counter this.
This is a big mistake, and actually Zoro is purposely keeping that position to try and bait them in. Look at Dexter. He's literally in his face. And I believe some angry words will be exchanged between these two. Svenskaren's kind of unsure whether to call this one. Now they're going to go into it. They're just going to tower dive this. Now they realize that Svenskaren's there, has got Cataclysm available instead. The Wither goes down, and they do cause him some pain there. And it's Svenskaren, just as you called. You know, the fact that he took, what, two-thirds of his hit points off there.
Yeah, it seemed like maybe a little miscommunication on Lemondog's side, where they potentially could have picked up that kill right there, but in the end, they still do push him back. They still deny Godbro a lot of farm, which was just the key.
Well, CS-wise, it's still Zoro0 that's ahead, and now he's going to get jumped on. Cataclysm comes out there and actually flashed right over it. There's the Wither coming out from Godbro. Going to try and get his Q in there. Has to use his ultimate. I'm still not sure whether the damage is there. Zoro0 does flash away, though, and just makes sure he is still safe. And that's going to buy Godbro a little bit of time to get some free farm to try and claw his way back into this lane. And he's just up to half CS now, so he is gaining it back slowly.
And we're seeing something right now that people really ask a lot of questions about, in terms of, like, if you're jungling in solo queue, if one lane is hurting this bad, is it even worth it to help them? Like, is it worth it to come gank for them, where you could get potentially 1v2? Is it better just go gank other lanes and get them ahead? But you're seeing, you know, NIP, they're reacting to it by sending Svenskaren down there quite a bit. I believe it's the second or third time, and he hasn't really visited any other lanes just yet. And they're really trying to help him get back in the game because they need that tank out of him.
But that's actually hurting Svenskaren as well, because if you look at CS 55 to 40, and obviously the kill on top, Dexter's stretched ahead in terms of gold between those two. We'll see what items that turns equate to shortly. Of course, the kill was from Dexter in that mid lane on towards it was Bjergsen, I believe, of course it was, that had that funky hammer drop on towards him. These top two laners, though, has been AD carries. Tabs and the Tess have been honestly keeping toe for toe in terms of CS. Who does that really help out there? Oh, Dexter's just thought about interrupting Bjergsen from going back there. Safe to do it. Instead, Godbro is going to get aggressed on by Zoro0, puts down that Spirit Fire, continues to farm. Once he gets to a certain stage, he's not going to be too worried about Zoro0.
Yeah, I mean, once he gets that tankiness he needs, he can just out-lifesteal the damage that Zoro0 can put out, unless, obviously, Dexter does visit the lane, but I don't think he's just at that point just yet. Maybe a little bit of lifesteal, maybe some Merc treads would help him out, but he'll almost be at that point, you know, relatively soon, the next couple of minutes, to, you know, be tanky enough to finally farm for free.
Well, we're just waiting for things to get going here. 12 minutes gone, piercing arrows shot across the Tess. And we do see Deficio maybe looking up to try and help out. The ward was placed in the river again, this time from Lemondog, so no actual vision if we do see Dexter heading up towards that top lane. If he was to go in there, as long as he avoids the tri-bush, he may be able to create something.
But Zoro0, he doesn't have flash, just like I said. He does have ultimate available, though. Spencer wants to make something happen. Dexter's nowhere near this right now, so it is a pure 2v1. But Zoro0, he's just not getting baited into this.
Well, the warning sign's coming down because Bjergsen passes by a ward, and that immediately gives the sign for Nukeduck and Dexter try and go for it. Meanwhile, it is going to be this bottom lane dive. They do manage to get the Cataclysm on towards him. Zoro0 may well go down. This could be the first kill for Ninjas in Pajamas here. Yes, it will be. Now Bjergsen's going in towards that mid lane. Let's see if he tries to get on towards Dexter, taking that turret down very low. Instead, he's just going to repel towards the minions and protect the turret. But that is all square now in terms of kills. 1-1, but that was such an important kill for Godbro.
Yes, it was. You can't stress that enough, because he needed that gold. He needed that freedom in lane. And we're going to see what he's going to go back and buy. They're actually pushing this turret. They might want to try to take it very soon, just to kind of get him out of that lane. But either way, he's still going to need that farm. And Dexter will be here to stop it.
Dexter does come down, puts down his ultimate actually, tries to turn it on towards Godbro, tries to turn the damage. I think he's got enough there. The Wither comes out. He's actually took them both very, very low. No teleports available, of course, for Lemondog, so nobody else to back him up. And he just forced him away from the turret.
And I'm trying to go back to that Baron prediction. If Svenskaren picks up some armor, I think they easily could do it in about 15 minutes, because Bjergsen's strong enough right now. He has the spell vamp for it. Even has that. Actually, I'm just curious what he's going for with that item, with that Kindle gem. I want to see some little bit of cooldown reduction, but we're going to see as the game goes on, obviously. And you look at Godbro, picks up a Negatron Cloak, because he realizes, just like we were saying before, he needs that MR, and once he gets that point where he's tanky enough, he can just stay in lane.
We'll see what that turns into. CS-wise, in terms of ADs, bang on even. Mid lane, pretty much even between the two. Bottom lane is really where it's all been happening. Zoro0 and Godbro, the little pokes back and forward. The Aggression, though, on towards the test. Hail of arrows coming out there. Piercing arrow will be up in a moment if Tabs chooses to go for it. Instead, he's happy to just farm out and continue the pressure on this top turret. In terms of pressure on turrets, it has all been Lemondogs. That bottom turret, that was under a lot of pressure early on. We see this top turret being pushed once again by Lemondogs, and the mid turret, that's almost down as well. So it's going to be Lemondogs that surely pick up the advantages, but Nuke's going to get dived on, has to drop the hammer, the repel comes out. Is it going to be enough? He does get the Fang sunk in there. Bjergsen picks up the kill, and look at that, he can't get caught by Dexter. He's managed to get away. In fact, he's setting up a trap.
That damage was just ridiculous. He's waiting for him to come by, and unfortunately, he's not in the correct, well, actually the right position to pick him up, but with Svenskeren coming around, they might be able to make a play off this. However, it's really hard to lock down an Evelyn.
They're going to try and come in there, and immediately forces him to back away from that one, so Bjergsen will continue that farm. So, advantage gain there, but Godbro, again, getting the wither down on Zora0. As soon as Zora0 goes aggressive on him, Svenskeren thought about going down that bottom, didn't know whether he had to go and help again. The ward in the river would have given his position away, and it's all back to normal once again. Very close in gold. This is a delicate game, balancing on the edge. Bjergsen gets a little bit of hate spikes from Dexter, turns it back around, sinks the fangs down, throws out some poison. Cocoon not quite finding his target though. Dexter will just take a little bit of a lane tax.
Yeah, I think he's pretty happy with that. Actually, he was trying to interrupt Bjergsen. Actually, they do. But I'm not going to chase him down. But still, anyways, you did interrupt him. You just have a decent amount of money to spend, sitting at 1,500. And, dude, I'm curious, is this the first time we've seen one team have every spirit item? I'm trying to catch my mind back if there's any other game that had one of each.
They have got one of each, and I'm sure there must be a stat there somewhere, but Bjergsen's actually going to miss out. He goes on towards Nuke Duck, this it, then Fang sunk in, and that's going to be the cataclysm. He will go down. Svenskeren picks up the kill. They're going to turn this back on Dexter. Dexter's got to be careful he doesn't run into this one. The Cocoon does land, goes on towards the turret. Bjergsen's actually taking the turret. He's going to go down, repels away. Brilliant stuff there. Gets in towards the minions and avoids the turret last hit.
And that's why Bjergsen's so damn good. He knows his limits. He knows when he needs to back off, and with Godbro coming around, they actually could take this turret down.
This could be the first turret of the game. It does mean, of course, Kennan's going to take the bottom turret. That's going to leave that exposed. But this turret in the mid lane is more important than any of those. It is going to be Zora0 picking one up, and that's going to be Godbro taking the mid turret. So one apiece. Top turret was also shoved down pretty heavily. Not too sure whether that's going to go down, but the duo lane back off. Godbro actually getting a little bit caught. Just walks away from the Aqua Prism from We Will Failure.
They all back together. That's like...
That's really triggering the game. We're going to drag it.
We're going for something. Yeah, exactly. Well, I was thinking for NIP said that they're grouping up for something here, but they are heading down to Dragon right now. But Lemondogs, they're already on it. They don't have a pink ward on it. Actually, that's NIP's. And Godbro, can you stall them 1v5? I don't think so.
They know they've got to go fast here as well, and you can see Godbro's going to try and come in, tries to get the Q, doesn't land it, and now he's going to try and keep We Will Failure there for longer, and he's just going to keep him away. He has got the Aqua Prism thrown out there. The rest of Ninjas in Pajamas do come down, and then they try and collapse into this one. This could be a 5v5 to a turret, but Godbro taking really low from that piercing arrow.
He's going to back away definitely off of that one, and that is a free Dragon for Lemondogs. And now NIP with the 4 members, looks like they actually might go for a little bit of a push on middle here. Do have pink ward. I'm still hoping they're going for Baron here. I keep looking for any step that might trigger a little bit more. They do have a pink ward, and they might. No, okay. Let's just go towards blue here, potentially take it away. But wow, Zora0 engaged on Godbro, flashes.
Gonna get on towards him. The stun's not gonna come out. It does back away from that one. Wither was enough to walk away. It is going to be a 3-man push on towards that top turret. So it looks like Bjergsen, the Tess, and Deficio will try and put the aggression down. We've seen Lemondogs reacting to it, though. They're going to walk straight past the pink ward, and they realized, maybe exactly like you did, they saw those items out there and they're thinking, is this going to be an early Baron?
Yeah.
Or will they simply come around, defend? They do catch the shock blast on Tess, and that's going to keep them away from the turret.
It looks like they wanted to take that turret, shove that lane, and then potentially regroup up. But Zora0, he's not letting them. He's in the bottom right now, still pushing it away. And Lemondogs are just reacting to it everywhere NIP goes currently. They are up in kills. Actually, they're not up in kills, but they are up in gold currently. And the next step for them, I'm not exactly sure what it's going to be. Maybe they're going to keep going for that split push because Zora0, look at his farm still, 139. He's way ahead of his counterpart. And even Tabs, 162 farm.
Well, it is going to be the top lanes back against each other. In terms of AD, they are very much even. Close in gold as well, just 100 between the two. Mid laners, very close actually, despite the kills that Bjergsen did pick up, and obviously getting towards that turret. Just 300 gold between them. 700 gold advantage for Dexter, meanwhile, and the top lane, Zora0. We knew that's where the main difference would have been, and it is, of course, just a 600 gold gap. So still very, very close between all of the lanes at the moment. Just so you can see 500 gold separating both teams. The mid turret, though, may go down here if Lemondogs do Lemon Ducks. Maybe they're going to be ducks as well. We're going to make a couple of names for them. To be honest, that is actually one of the nicknames that Panky gave them because of Nuke Duck. Huh. That was the game name.
Well, it's like your
Pretty
model
much a
cannon.
DreamHack.
Like
Yeah.
Team Solo Mebdu, Lemon Ducks. Anyways, they're going for a push in the middle here. That turret's already very low at this point. It looks like NIP might catch We Will Failure.
He does manage to get the Glitz Lance, tries to throw out the Aqua Prison and catches both of them in it, throws out the Tidal Wave. The Test can't ride it, but he does manage to throw out his True Shot Barrage and drops him down.
That was a great job by them. It was a great Aqua Prison, but luckily for the Test, he aimed that one perfectly, and it'll pick up that kill. They should be able to shove that turret down now. And so where's Zoe? He's trying to be aggressive, trying to keep control of this blue buff, but Bjergsen, he's coming around back middle. Might be able to pick up something here, because Svenskaren's already in middle right now. He's going to try to go for something. They are going to go in.
They're going in towards the Dexter. I'm not too sure whether they want to go aggression. They do manage to catch it. It's Nuke Dog now they're going to turn the target to, but it's going to be a 3v2 tight. They're quickly trying to evacuate this one. We do see the flash coming out. The Shock Blast lands on Svenskaren. The flash comes out, and Zoro, just as he was about to slide away, the Shuriken comes in and finishes him off, and Shuriken manages to get the kill.
And unfortunately, I bet Svenskaren facepalm right there because he queued before he E'd and wasn't able to get himself pulled away anywhere. It's a great turnaround by Lemon Dogs to just realize, hey, we know where Bjergsen's going to be. We know where Svenskaren is. Why not just go for a 3v2 engage and take a kill off of that? And that's exactly what they did. Now, items being built up. We have the Manamune now done for Nuke Dog. And we even have, well, the Spirit of the Ancient Lizard's already been done for Dexter for quite a while. But 2 Haunting Guys is actually picked up here. So he's going for that kind of true damage build on Evelynn. But they're going to have a lot of penetration already, especially if Zoro Zero goes for the Vessel Scepter.
Oro Zero.
Yeah, like Gold Zero, I don't know.
I'm not too sure either, but it's going to be Chain of Corruption. There's the piercing arrow. The Test tries to turn it back around. Barrier comes out, and the Test just bites him straight down. Jumps in, absolute aggression from the Test, and it worked. He still even had Barrier ready and waiting to go.
That Blade of the Rune King working, like paying dividends right there because of the heal it gives him. Not to mention that ultimate just completely shredded him because it only hit tabs, and now I'm just thinking about what's going to happen next, because now NIP, they're going to go for a push on this top turret, and still Godbro's been left bottom. The CS difference has actually been widening quite further right now, and they have to do something about that, because Zoro Zero is going to be a really big pain. But NIP, they're going to go for 3-man push here. The turret, not that low just yet, but we already have We Will Fail already coming in. Zoro Zero getting caught bottom.
Well, actually, Neo Godbro going aggressive this time on Zoro Zero. Haven't seen that one happen for a while, and does mean the top lane is going to continue getting pushed on here. They have the minions. They do throw out the cocoon. It doesn't land on there. Dexter will clear out with the hate spikes. That's going to be the Aqua Prison. Is going to be enough to turn it around. It was Bjergsen. Maybe it was a bit of a false trap there, catching a spider in the bubble. He was ready to pounce out of it.
And he got away. I mean, it was actually a really good idea because Jace could have jumped into him, knocked him back into his own team. They might have been able to pick that up, but now Taz is back. They're trying to defend against his turret push, but it's going to go down either way.
It is going to go down, and that's going to be 3-2 in turrets. And look at his bottom turret. That's not going to last long against a big NASA's thrown out those Qs, and he's going to take that down. 3-3, all square in turrets, and look at the gold. Just 100 between them.
And now's the time to see. Are we going to have that Baron come up, and is that going to be done, or are we going to have Dragon be done in about 30 seconds here? Because NIP, they have another pink ward down yet again. They're actually warding up Baron right now decently well. I mean, Lemon Ducks, they're the slowest Baron taking team in LCS right now for the summer split. And yet they're still warding up against it. So maybe they actually want to go for it.
Well, you never know when they're going to pull a surprise out. And remember the pressure that's on Ninjas in Pajamas here against Lemon Dogs. This new upstart team coming in. Ninjas in Pajamas are looking at desperately. They went 0-9 at the start before. They are 1-5. The last thing they want to do is go 1-6, that's for sure. And the pressure almost certainly on them. You know, they talked about how the management supports them, but at the end of the day, they've changed into a new team. They've got that on their shoulders. They're not the underdogs that they were before. They are now effectively an established team, and they've had a horrible start to the season.
Yeah, and considering it's off the back of like a fantastic season for them, where, I mean, obviously their score wasn't amazing, but to go from 0-9 to actually take 5th place was just a dream come true for them, because it guaranteed, well, it almost guaranteed them a spot. But they need to prove it. They need to prove that they were there in the spring split for a reason. They need to prove they're here for a reason. And maybe, I mean, this game, they've been actually playing quite differently. They're up in kills, tied in turrets, but down in gold. But they're still playing a lot differently, a lot better. And Svenskaren's really stepped up, I have to say.
Absolutely. So the spiders coming out. Zoro Zero looking towards it. It's going to be a dragon dance. A couple of pink wards coming out. And Lemon Dog's thinking, okay, we might be able to try and create an advantage and shove this mid lane, try and push the wave on towards the turret and buy in a little bit of advantage. But Ninja Pajamas, they're not really ready to accept that. Defisio does get in with that ward, and they managed to clear it out. Meanwhile, Bjergsen has started off the dragon down the bottom here.
And they should be able to take this quite freely because the rest of NIP is just defending against any sort of push. But in the meantime, you're seeing Lemnox actually respawn. They're going for a push on this middle turret here, and they might be able to get some good damage onto it, but NIP might be able to close in from behind and turn this around.
They let Bjergsen take it. That's going to be the true-shot barrage. Going to rattle in across. He catches 3 of them. Will they chase this one through? Yes, they will. Svenskeren hasn't used that Cataclysm. There it is, but he gets knocked out instantly with the hammer straight away. And then they can see Godbro. He's going to get in towards there. What will his target be? Oh, that was a great Aqua Prism, followed up by a Chain of Corruption. What an absolute marvelous combo coming out from the Lemon Dogs, and they're just turning this fight on his head. Quickly, they're getting straight on towards it. Svenskeren's going to back away. Still nobody going down. The Shock Blast comes out, and everybody backs away and says, whoa, guys, let's just take this a little slowly.
And that was after Lemnox took some huge damage out of the Test, who got that perfect ultimate onto 3 members. But that Aqua Prism, just like you mentioned, was perfect. It led into a perfect Chain of Corruption as well. It spread out through the team, and they almost turned it around and picked up 3 kills off of that. So Lemon Dogs, they lost the Dragon, but they didn't lose that fight right there in the end.
Yeah, we will fail at landing the perfect bubble. How many times have we said supports are saving the asses of everyone on that team? We saw it with Crepo and Enrated in the previous game. When honestly, we saw support week all last week in the Super Week. There were so many great players. They really are the unsung heroes of your team. If you're playing in solo queue, be sure to thank that player that said, hey, I'm going to play the support, because they are really doing a fantastic job. And it's just showing actually that everybody's stepping up to the plate right now across all of the teams.
Yeah, and you kind of have to. I mean, support isn't necessarily seen all the time as like a huge role or a huge impactful role, but just like I said, we've seen it be that role. You can do quite a bit with it because, I mean, let's be honest, a lot of the time you're not doing too much in lane, or at least in the laning phase, but you know, if you're timing wards, timing buffs, timing the enemy buffs, and really kind of seeing what you can potentially go for or what's developing in the game, you can really be like a strong strat caller for your team.
Oh, look at this. You can see actually the bottom lane there, Tabs is miles away. Aren't NIP going to maybe try and start off a Baron here, or try and bait Dexter into something? They do find it. The Test finds on towards Dexter. Dexter runs like the wind away from that one. Wheel Failer quickly covers him off. They could. It would have been a 4v5.
The problem for them is, though, if they went for Baron, that means they're in that cove, and that's where a Kennen ultimate's perfect. That's where Jace can poke you so easily. And Svenskeren is not necessarily tanky enough just yet, I have to say, to really deal with the damage. So it would have been a huge mistake, but they back away. They probably could have gone for the 5-on-4 engage instead of trying to go for Baron or anything like that, and probably won that one.
Well, that's what it seemed they were trying to do, trying to bait them into something, but it has bought time for Lemon Dogs to come in, sweep across with that Oracle and clear out all of the wards that NIP had just placed down there, effectively nullifying all of the gold. There is still a ward in there. Now, just looking across, you can see actually Bjergsen getting a little bit of poke, and they're going to push on down in the mid lane.
Look what Bjergsen has. I totally just noticed. I was like, what is that other Kindle Gem going to go for? He's a Spirit of the Ancient Golems. He has 2 of the items. Maybe he's going for like the Tri-Spirits or something like that. Yeah, and it like merges into one big item, but that's going to be really interesting because it's like a Rylai's, but it's a cheap Rylai's.
Maybe it's a hidden, unique passive he's found here that once you get all 3, it suddenly merges into it's an overpowered Triforce. Or is that just the Triforce itself? I don't know.
Freak will know.
Freak would know, indeed. We are going to see Ninjas in Pajamas getting the poke, continuing down. Actually, they caught a good shot on towards We Will Failure there. We Will Failure caught out of position here, has to use his Tidal Wave to try and cover off. Is the rest of the team going to be enough to cover off? No, because the Test puts the True Shot barrage down, and he has the damage to just wipe him off the map.
And look at the Test, 3-0 now on a semi-blue Ezreal build. I mean, NIP, they have the advantage. They can probably go in for a push here if they want to, but still they're being a little bit hesitant, even though it's 5v4. Then again, I mean, I want to say it's just a support, but they already got the ultimate out of them. They don't have the Aqua Prism available anymore, which was so big for them last fight. So it kind of shows that NIP, they don't feel like they're ahead, even though they are up 1,600 gold, which, you know, 27, 28 minutes in really isn't that much.
Well, considering the start, NIP have definitely brought themselves into it, because Zoro Zero was a mile ahead of Godbro, and actually he still kept that gap effectively, but look at that, Zoro Zero. He didn't go for a Zonya's Hourglass, he went for a Rabadon's Death Gap.
Yeah, because he wants that extra damage. He wants to be able to lock them down. And with the speed increase, he should be able to. But still, I mean, he's not tanky at all. So he could technically be blown up. If Bjergsen just attacks him... Oh, no, Bjergsen... Oh, okay, good. He wasn't looking at the buy menu, so he was quick enough to back away. But Bjergsen, he didn't go for straight damage, but he still has quite a bit. So he could potentially burst 0-0 down if the Test follows up with him. But we'll see if the fights actually do break out that way.
Well, we'll see how it works out. Let's have a look across the board. In terms of CS, honestly... 216 to 219. 243 to 255. Very, very close. And even the junglers actually is still kept that 30 gap where we saw Svenskeren, which developed as he was helping Godbro. So that's really the only difference. Even the supports, you can see Deficio's been picking up a bit of CS. He's got himself 22 CS in there. In terms of gold, you do see the first person to pass 10,000 is the Tess as well, which equates to items. And, you know, the blue buff Ez, we've talked about it so many times that if he falls behind, it's trouble. But he is actually ahead right now.
Yeah, he is. And so that means they have the ability to really poke quite a bit. But the thing is that what's perfect for the Tess, if he does pick up that Iceborne Gauntlet really soon, Lemondogs want to engage upon you. He is the perfect person, you know, with the right items to stop that. With that Glacial, or not Glacial Shot, wow, the Iceborne Gauntlet mixed in with Lulu, who pretty much gives you a stun because of that the Glitter Lance.
It is a bit of a stalemate right now. 2,000 gold difference. And honestly, they actually both know, they realize that this next fight is going to be a big one for them. Lemondogs, they want to keep their flow going and picking up 2 games in the day. What must be pretty tiring for them right now. We're at, what are we at, 8 p.m. here in Moscow. You know, if you have just joined in, we are live in Moscow, so Gambit will be coming up shortly, and you'll get to see just how wild the crowd gets when
oh, you'll hear it easily.
when they get vision of them. We will failure again, caught out with the cocoon. The spider comes down. Zoro trying to get some poke down on towards the Tess, and actually did get a good combo, and Dexter goes in. Full aggression on him, forces simply just an arcane shift away though. And the Tess, again, just life steals himself up, and the stalemate continues. Ninjas in pajamas, they feel confident they can fight for this one. They are kind of fought away from the turret here though, and Lemondogs maybe able to get enough damage down onto it. True Shot Barrage comes across, and straight away they back off.
The thing is, Flash trying to go in, but actually he might even be out of position as the rest of Lemondogs do back away. But you hit the nail on the head earlier talking about just at what point of the game is both teams very hesitant to fight, very hesitant to go for anything just now, because the game is so close that one major fight can turn it around. And we saw that with Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses, where Fnatic was behind, but because of one fight at Dragon, they're able to pick that up and able to turn the game around. But now NIP, they're pushing for this middle turret, and they want to get it back.
And what a great turnaround that was. That was simply gone from Lemondogs doing exactly the same to NIP gaining positional advantage and just shoving them back. Forced the flash as well out of We Will Failure, and again, they're turning it back around. You didn't quite have your acceleration gear up there, Nuke. You need that to get a little bit of a blast on them. Didn't quite get the poke down. NIP, they're going to get themselves positioned, and Lemondogs, it's like a back and forth chase up the mid lane. But the bottom lane, look at that wave. Look at that ginormous wave on the turret in the bottom. That's going to force Lemondogs back. Bjergsen actually was going to clear out that top wave, but instantly they've said, look at this. We've got a positional advantage. Nuke, they're trying to close on.
They could go for Baron right here if they spot Tabs, who just, you know, pierce arrows it. He realizes that, oh, I need to get up here really quickly as Dexter.
They've gone for it.
He used a smite on Dragon. That's very bad. He's not going to have it up for this if NIP wants to go for it.
Dexter can't get in and get the steal. How are they going to have the tidal wave is not available either. This is a great bit of play from Ninjas in Pajamas. They pick up the Baron. There's the Aqua Prison, but he's not going to be enough. We will fail it. Just getting melted down. He gets dropped. Zoro Zero. Cataclysm goes on towards Dexter. Zoro Zero is going to get popped there. Hasn't got his on his hourglass. Remember, he went for that rabbit on Deathco. That's going to be Dexter going down as well. Near Godbro putting the hammer down finally on that one. And now Nuke Duck, he's getting closed on. Tabs also, he gets dropped. Godbro picks up a second. Nuke just around the corner, but the Tess has found him. He's going to try and get away from this one, but it's not going to happen. Deficio picks up the kill, and just like that, we said it was a tense fight, but Ninjas in Pajamas pick up an ace for 1 death and the Baron.
And that is how quickly a game can snowball against you. If Dexter, I want to say if he wasn't there quick enough anyways, but not having that smite is so bad for your team. He maybe should have expected it, but NIP picking up 1 turret off of this. They're going to pick up a second one. They're going to get an inhibitor, and they killed the entirety of Lemondogs. They just got a huge gold lead, not to mention a huge amount of gold period to spend. Where Bjergsen picked up an easy large rod. He almost has a zone he's picked up, and the Test 2,800 gold. Even Deficio, the support, has 2,000 gold.
The gold difference was 2,000 before that fight. Now it's 6,000, you can see. So quickly they just built up that huge gap across them, and that is going to equate to a lot of items. We see the Runic Bulwark being picked up. Everybody's going back, popping those big items in. Zonya's hourglass almost ready for Bjergsen, but what a call. Whoever made that call on NIP, actually you saw Bjergsen, he was going into the top lane. He was about to pick that up. As soon as they saw them down the bottom lane, right, we got lots of minions down there. They're going to have to deal with this one. Guys, everybody gets a Baron now.
Exactly, and that's I guess the benefit to a bottom lane pushing is that you can catch a team off guard. How many times have we ever seen it that an AD carry or just someone goes bottom lane to clear out a big wave and they end up just going straight for Baron and taking it? Just too many. So, I mean, it's unfortunately what you have to do to pretty much push that wave out, but you just saw the outcome of how it goes wrong.
That is disastrously wrong for Lemondogs. It is 6,000 gold between the two, 5-3 in terms of turrets. NIP, are they looking at a second win for the day, which would, unfortunately for SK Gaming, position them right down that bottom of the table?
And we'll see what happens. I mean, they want to go for this win, and they have the items, they have the composition to go for it. Iceberg Gauntlet's finally done for the test, and it looks like they're going to go for push bottom here. So if NIP didn't get that inhibitor off of that push, off of Baron, like off the back of Baron, it would have been a lot harder for them to go into the space. But because they got that, that means there's super minions pushing in the middle wave, and they're going to be able to use this Baron buff for the entirety of this push, where they want to go for that second inhibitor turret, because they can just wait for the super minions to get there, and then they can dive if they want to. They do have everyone there right now. We even have Godbro picking us up as Iceborne Gauntlet, so he's 3-0-3, considering he was so down in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, he was absolutely bullied, and it just shows that, Svenskeren came down, sacrificed a fair bit of his own farm to get down and help him out. But Godbro, as we know with Nasus, once Nasus gets to that later game, he's going to be a beast however it works out.
Yeah, Tabs, who's pretty much not even built attack speed right now, realizes he just has to poke, become a caster. Wow, that turret is going down extremely fast right now.
And remember, Godbro's Q is going to work on that. He's just going to walk in, smack it, and that's going to be a big chunk of damage on it. The Test, of course, getting the poke, acceleration gate, keeping that shock blast, getting on towards him, but it's doing nothing, honestly. And the next wave, you've got to feel, once that conga line comes down here, they're just going to walk up and do damage to this turret and possibly take it down. Zora Zero had the slight wither on him there. We're going to see where they get this.
This is a tricky point, though, because if NIP gets cocky and engages right here, and Lemondogs turns us around, which they might do, as we saw Dexter going in, but they do back away in time. The Supermans are pushing the middle wave right now, and it looks like you might see a fight break out really soon.
True Shot Barrage goes down, and looks like that you're going to see Nuke Dog going down. He got literally nuked like a duck, and it was in a microwave. Instead, it's going to be the Zonya's Arc that's coming out for Bjergsen. They can't try to put the damage down. He just repels back away, still doesn't go down. That is going to be the ace, and that surely could be the game for Ninjas in Pajamas. They're going to turn this round in a fantastic style on towards Lemondogs, who honestly earlier on today made SK Gaming look amateur, but instead it's going to be Ninjas in Pajamas that do, after a hard-fought game, pick up the win. Both Nexus turrets go down, and Ninjas in Pajamas get their second win of the Summer LCS.
And Ninja Pajamas, who in the Spring Split had a really tough time closing out games, shows everyone right there that how well they've worked on that, where just that one Baron, that one fight can completely turn around a game, gave them the advantage. They pick up their second win finally of the season, which honestly they have to feel really good about. I mean, look at the scoreboard of the end of that game. Godbro 4-0-6. I can't stress how important that is, considering he was down triple his CS to Zora Zero.
Absolutely fantastic play, and just all across the board. I mean, even at the start of the game, you talked about how NIP, they wanted to switch up that lane. They wanted the tester to be away from the tabs on Varus, and honestly, it actually worked out pretty well for him. They kept up the CS farm, they kept up the kills, and so many times, We Will Failure just got caught a little bit out of position, despite landing that godlike glacial, aqua prison earlier on in the game. Nevertheless, it is going to be Ninjas in Pajamas picking up the win. We're going to go over to Joe Miller and Trevor, of course, because must go.
Thanks, guys. Don't want to rush through it, though. You can see there some great images on your stream, on your screen. These two teams very, very friendly with one another, and that's fantastic to see, Quick Shot.
Yeah, especially after both of these teams are under so much pressure, and there's so much on the line. Both of these teams want to make it to the World Finals at the end of the year, and just to see them hugging and chatting and really enjoying it, it is great. And you know what? It was a good game as well. Lemondogs came out the gate swinging very, very hard. They were in the advantageous position, and the pressure was on Ninjas. We started going, are they going to lose another one?
Yeah, and that's kind of the pressure they've been feeling for a while now, isn't it? I mean, they managed to pick up that one win at DreamHack. They came here, then they fell off it again, and I think they were feeling a little bit down. It's not quite 0-9, obviously. I mean, that is a whole different ball game, actually. And I think this position, this 1-5, actually hurt them more than they were hurting when they were 0-9, because this is their lineup. This is Ninjas in Pajamas and how they plan to go forward. So
they expected
I think it was
more
hard.
themselves.
Yeah, they expected more themselves, and we've said it before with other players that sometimes the players themselves are their harshest critics.
Yeah, no, it's definitely the case. And I mean, whenever we talk to these guys, they are so critical of their plays and their positioning, and every little detail that could be changed, they are thinking about, and it's probably keeping many of these guys up at night. The one thing I do want to touch on, Bjergsen, Elise mid, it's a non-traditional champion, and he built her in a non-traditional way, going that exposed to the Spectral Ray, so going for the Spell Vamp on Elise, and it actually saved him in that final fight.
Yeah, and we already, when we were watching the bans and the picks as well, we were like, this is a little bit different from Ninjas in Pajamas. You know, we've seen already Godbro playing that Nasus, and this time, honestly, in the early game, it looked pretty shaky for him. Like,
it was
he had some problems in CS. We don't even need to talk about that for Godbro's sake, because he was a mile behind. But it just shows you that once that Nasus gets rolling, it's really hard to stop.
And the thing that got him rolling as well was Fnatic coming to gank. So during the course of the first couple of engagements, we see Nasus falling behind and being shut down. Like we said, 60 CS to 20 at one point. Fnatic made 2 or 3 concerted gank attempts, managed to get a kill with one of them, and then pretty much went, okay, my presence and the jungle ganks has held out enough that has allowed him to catch back up, and basically they let him go. There was actually a question from Jason in the middle lane about the Jace knockback. Yeah, on the very first blood onto Bjergsen. He was knocked back, but because the knockback had come in before the flash, it hit him back to the position he would have been knocked to. And that is something that has been fixed and worked on 3.8.
Yep, certainly. So, congratulations to Ninjas in Pajamas. Definitely a well-deserved victory for them. We're going to head over to Shox on the main stage, where she's waiting with the Tess.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Tess. Now, the game was incredibly close for a long time. When did you feel the scales are tipping in our favor?
Скажи, пожалуйста, в каком моменте игры ты почувствовал, что вы действительно одержите победу?
Honestly, I'm not even sure. I mean, I'm so tunneled on doing my own job and farming and trying to get that odd kill. So honestly, I don't even know. Like, we reached a point where my team just said, okay, we're stronger, we can fight. We need to force, we need to get the control, and that's when I knew.
Что ж, он не думал о победе во время игры, просто делал свою работу, и вы видите, к чему это привело, когда вся команда работает слаженно.
And secondly, you started off the spring split being 0 and 9. Now you're 2 and 5, but I get the impression that you take it harder because you know we should be able to do this. Is that correct, or?
В прошлом сезоне вы поднялись от лузеров до практически чемпионов. В этом году вы 5-е. Скажи, как чувствуешь себя в этом сезоне?
It's correct. I mean, we take it really hard, but then again, it also just makes us more hungry for the next win. It always does. But we know we can do better than what we're doing right now, and we're working really hard to get to that level of perhaps more like what we saw this game, but every game.
Что ж еще можно сказать в ответ на этот вопрос? Ребята будут работать над собой и над своими соперниками для того, чтобы подниматься все выше и выше по лесенке успеха.
It's only the second weekend of the summer split, but how are you content with your own performance as AD carry?
Как ты оценишь свое выступление на этом чемпионате?
It's pretty much the same as the team performance. I don't feel it's been consistent enough. I feel like I need to reach the level of play, and I feel like the team needs to reach it consistently, and that's what I'm working towards with myself and as well as with the team.
Нет предела совершенству, нужно работать над собой, развиваться, и тогда все будет чики-пуки.
Thank you very much, Tess. Now, when we come back, we'll be hitting the 4th LCS match of the day as Team Alternate takes on Meet Your Makers in what promises to be a battle royale. Will MYM exact revenge for Team Alternate, breaking their winning streak in week 1? We'll find out after the break, and we'll also have Crippo on the analysis desk, so don't go anywhere.
Друзья, оставайтесь с нами, никуда не уходите, мы обязательно вернемся и увидите замечательную игру.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. It is almost time for the next game of the day.
Всем привет! Мы снова в Московском дворце молодежи, и время для следующей игры сегодняшнего дня.
But before we get into the next game, I'm going to let us check in again with the analysis because they have some interesting insights.
Ну что, дорогие друзья, было мало, наверное, демо диалектики, мы решили поговорить немножко о кухне внутри.
The water or water under the bridge, which would make a lot of more sense because then it'd be a viaduct.
I'm glad you know that because I didn't and I've just learned something. So we are on the caster desk, not on the analysis desk. We will, of course, do a little brief recap before we get into our fourth game, which is Alternate versus MYM. First and foremost, CIS matchup. It was 2-0 in favor of Gaming Gear EU. Good team multi-gaming went down. We had the pleasure of casting that. It wasn't as action-packed as yesterday.
Not quite as action-packed, but I still say, and I've seen a few comments about this on the interwebs, that everyone's really happy to see the CIS teams play because, and I'll be honest about it as well, I wasn't quite sure at what level we were going to see and what have you, but it has been really, really fun to cast those games. And of course, we've got still the grand final tomorrow, which is going to be all for a place at Gamescom as well.
I'm looking forward to seeing how well GG perform against Instruments of Surrender tomorrow, because they looked fantastic today. They played two very different compositions, very good communication and coordination. I want to see how they do up against this very aggressive Instruments of Surrender.
Yeah, they were aggressive, I think, to say the least. So let's dive into our LCS games for the day then. We started off with SK versus Lemon Dogs, a game which of course was supposed to be yesterday, was played today, and Lemon Dogs were able to win that one, which has really given SK another, almost a kick up the backside, I want to say, because they're of course going to be finishing the day here up against Gambit Gaming on home soil in Moscow. Not the easiest of games to be going in. And then, of course, Fnatic versus EG. That was a win in the end for Fnatic.
Yeah, so first of all, the Lemon Dogs matchup, very one-sided, to be fair. Casterden was incredibly powerful during the course of that matchup. Nukeduck just putting on such a performance. And Fnatic versus EG, EG won the early game. The first 5 or 10 minutes was all theirs, and they lost 2 team fights back-to-back at 11 minutes and 13 minutes, and just gave a Draven a quadra kill. Doesn't matter what AD carry you give a quadra to, but Draven in particular is one of the stronger ones to feed all of that gold.
And then we've just seen, of course, Lemon Dogs versus Ninjas in Pajamas. That one's still fresh in your mind. NIP coming out very strong in that one and picking up a crucial second win in their LCS Summer Split campaign.
Yeah, and it was a skirmish game because we didn't see massive team fights. We didn't see massive roaming around the map. It was just, I caught somebody here, I caught somebody there. They're out of position, let's do Baron. And it was a slower paced game, but one that played into the Ninjas in Pajamas' favor. They managed to get Nasus, being played by Godbro, to a formidable position, and then use the power of that Nasus to pretty much body block Elise and Ezreal, and it worked into their favor.
So we still have 2 more games to come your way, starting here next up with Alternate versus MYM. Didn't think I'd be saying this, but this is the top of the table clash. The winner of this one will be top of the league here in the summer split in Europe. And, well, Alternate, of course, did beat Meet Your Makers last week at DreamHack. That was the game which sent Alternate 5-0. It also made MYM 4-1. Then we saw yesterday Alternate losing out to Gambit Gaming here on the stage as well. So, you know, Meet Your Makers with their victory yesterday over Fnatic were able to bring themselves back up to that 5-1, and this next game is going to decide who's top of the league.
I'm going to bet money that Ari is going to be a high priority ban here. Both Pharrell and Lord and Charu like to play Ari. They both play phenomenal Aris. In the promotion tournament, Pharrell and Lord's Ari actually helped them get where they were, as well as that Orianna in the later matches. And of course, Lissandra as well. Another champion that we have to bring to mind, but we'll see how it plays out. 5-1 each of them, and rematch of last week. They were 4-0 last week, now they're 5-1. Maybe in week 3, week 4, when they play again, they're going to be 7-2, whatever it is, respectively. We'll have to see.
Who knows? And then we'll finally end the day. I say finally, I almost don't want to end the day here. We've seen some great games with Gambit versus SK. We know about Gambit. They've been looking great here in the game we saw yesterday on this main stage, this fantastic main stage with pretty much their fans behind them, because this is the first time that Gambit have had the pleasure of playing a tournament on home soil. They're going to be up against SK, who are in desperate need of a win here. And Gambit right here, right now, is probably the hardest opponent they could go up against, I think.
Because it's not 5 versus 5. It's 5 versus 1,605, because that entire audience is going to be screaming and chanting. I have to give props, though, because the people in the venue have been losing their minds for all the other teams as well. Yeah. Of course, you're going to cheer on your home favorites, your local boys, but they have been giving it stick for everybody else, and it's great to see.
Well, as we said, next game coming up here is Alternate versus Meet Your Makers. So let's get over to Shox to bring in the teams.
Thank you very much, guys. It is time to introduce the teams, of course. First off, on the blue side, with Aranea in the jungle, give it up for Team Alternate. And on the red side, can they beat Alternate this time? Give it up for Meet Your Makers. What a great match here, and to guide you through this match is going to be the commentators for the English stream, Joe Miller and Quickshot, and for the Russian stream, Aviartum and Yupiprox.
Thanks a lot, guys, and welcome back here. It's been all of 30 seconds to the Kastanesk here in Moscow, but it is time for another great game as Alternate and Meet Your Makers face off once again, and also once again for the first place in the summer split of the European LCS.
So let's have a quick take a look at those lineups for Alternate. Up in the top lane, it is Kerp. In the jungle, the very loud Spaniard Aranea. Pharrell and Lord, the Elo King in the mid lane. I don't think we'll ever grow tired of saying that title. And of course, Creatine and Jayuri as the duo in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and on the other side, for Meet Your Makers, all Polish lineup, of course. Kubon in the top lane, saw some great action from his Elise so far in the LCS. Makata in the jungle, Charu in the middle lane, being brilliant with that Ari. Also has the title of the biggest hair in European LCS. Makla the AD carry, and Libic the support.
So I'm looking forward to seeing how this match pans out. We've actually got some similarities in terms of the picks and champions as far as those two teams are concerned. Both like to play Shen, but in different roles. We know MYM can put Shen in the jungle, whereas we like to see Alternate, giving Shen to Kerp.
Well, last weekend, of course, we saw these teams meet at DreamHack when they were both 4-0. And it was an incredible game that eventually ended up with Alternate, of course, winning it and going that perfect 5-0 run, which I don't think they even realized or thought they were going to do before we started.
I don't think any team really thinks, well, we're definitely going to do it, but obviously it's what everyone aims for. And throughout the entire weekend, Alternate just looked so dominant, and against MYM, it was no different. Even though it was a good game, it was a good game for Alternate. And part of the reason that was so powerful is the very early ganks from Arenea's Hecarim. It just led to complete map control, and they just never relented that pressure. They constantly pushed at every map, at every opportunity, and behind that, they had Creatine going 7-1-12 and Pharrell and Lord going 6-1-11. they'll be looking to recreate that performance now, and we'll see if they get the respective champions, because I believe it was Vayne and Lissandra respectively.
So, although Meteor Makers, to be honest, weren't able to perform as they'd done previously over at DreamHack where we started the season, Charu was, of course, that shining light for him. He managed to pick up a few good kills with Twisted Fate's Destiny combined with his usual summoner spell of choice, that teleport, even with Twisted Fate.
Yeah, so I think his keyboard is broken and the number F key cannot be rebound to any other spell right now. The team didn't create opportunities without Charu. So I'm glad you pointed that out, because it was only his Destiny that really helped them get anything in place. And this week they're going to need to ensure that individually they all step up, because they're going to have to expect Alternate's very aggressive ganks. So the warding that we're used to seeing from MYM, maybe they'll need to ward a lot heavier, but defensively this time around. And then, as we said, you know, against Alternate, they learned, or they had to play from behind. They weren't able to do it. Maybe they've learned some very valuable lessons from that allow them how to position when you're lesser on gold, and how to force your opponents to actually jump on you under the turret.
So we're going to be getting to champion select here in just a second, and there's quite a lot to talk about on this front, because it's quite hard to say what's going to be picked up, what's going to be banned. There's a couple of things that we'll be looking for, you know. For Ellenlord, we talked about his Lissandra play. Amazing.
Yeah.
We should probably expect something to be aimed Lissandra's direction.
Definitely, and you've also got to think then as well, along the lines of that Uri for both of the mid laners, you'd have to think that maybe even Ezreal is something that's considered from both sides, and I think Shen would be one of the high points, maybe even seeing a Hecarim in the jungle for Aranea, but bans coming thick and fast here, and immediately Kha'Zix, Lissandra, Jace, Ezreal, so Shen and Twisted Fate still available.
Yep, Shen and TF still in there, and wondering if they're going to go for TF. And look at that, that's an alternate Twisted Fate ban, which tells me, you know, their first pick, they've only got that one single pick. Even though they probably would play TF, he's not going to be their priority.
Thresh is still available as well, so it wouldn't surprise me that as a first pick, Alternate decides to go, we like Thresh, we like Jerry playing Thresh, so let's go with it. And against MYM, he actually prevented First Blood on Creatine with some awesome Dark Passage Lantern ganks. So that's probably where my feeling's going.
And Nunu has been taken out as the third and final ban here for MYM. Been a bit of a terror with Aranea in that jungle. First pick, though, is going to be, surprise, surprise, Shen.
So Shen available, that's going to go straight to Kerp. He's going to try to redo what he did to Evil Geniuses, survive a 1v3 tower dive and pick up First Blood himself. I'm thinking about Libic, and when I think about Thresh, he has played it, and he did play last weekend as well. He stacked a load of HP. He went Giant Spell, double Ruby Crystal, had like 2.5 or 2,800 HP, and it looks like he's going to be recreating it.
Yeah, going to go for that one. And Makata taking that Nautilus that he's enjoyed playing so much in the jungle. Let's not forget here that Elise is open, and Kubon has been fantastic with Elise. Of course, I did say that Meteor Makers earlier on beat Fnatic. The correction, of course, would that be they beat EG, not Fnatic. That would be my mistake. Kind of flustered there as the camera switched to us while I'm drinking my water. But you know, it's all good. Alternate right now then on their second round of picks. AD Carry maybe coming in this round of picks because of that Ezreal ban. Alternate may want to secure that for Creatine.
It's definitely a possibility. We know Jerry has also been playing a fair amount of Nami as well, so that might be something to consider. Aranea was sitting on Lee Sin, and he has played Lee Sin before, but I feel like his impact in games is higher or more powerful with the likes of Hecarim. So we'll see what he does decide to lock in. If it is going to be this Lee, he has had some very good ganks, does like to buy that Ruby Sightstone and try to pull off some insect level plays in terms of dashing around the map and kicking his opponents into his enemies.
Yeah, and they'll be matching that up with the Varus for Creatine. Doesn't seem to matter what Creatine gets his hands on. This guy is a machine. So, what are MYM going to go with this next round? We talked about Elise already for Kubon, and Charu's actually hovering over that. They're going to leave their middle laner till last by looks of things. That was a quick switch out there to Ryze.
So that's probably going to be a top lane Ryze, and the reason I say that, I think they want to leave that last pick, that counter pick for Charu in the end. In addition, Kubon is sitting on that flash teleport. Now, Elise may have been a stronger matchup against Shen, would have been able to just keep him lower, keep him on the back foot. Now, Ryze can do well as the game goes on. The early level, Shen's going to have the advantage, going to have slightly more damage to put out, and obviously not being reliant on mana will play into his favor quite nicely.
So, Alternate then on their final round of picks here. What are we going to see from them? Sat currently with Fiddlesticks, which we have seen Jerry play before. Got one win under his belt with it as well, so a definite possibility there. And Creatine looking like he might be picking up a Katarina for Ellenlaw.
So that's actually a very good pick, because right now, the dredge line from Thresh, the pull from Nautilus and his ultimate are the only things that would interrupt, maybe the Flay as well. So if he does pick his engagement well and can jump over Thresh or Nautilus in team fights, he can get a very, very good Death Lotus up. There's no other interruptions. In the end of the last couple seconds, though, he does swap over to Ari and goes back to champion that he did so incredibly well with in the promotion series.
Yep.
Charu did so incredibly well with yesterday. It was a charming performance, as D-Man would say, and we'll see whether or not he can counter the Nine-Tailed Fox.
Well, let's have a look then. I mean, that Rise was locked in earlier on. Always a possibility, of course, of having that anyway in the middle. Syndra, though, is a champion that we've already seen played here for Meet Your Makers. And Charu, again, showing his mastery of some of those weirder champions. I think he was the one that really first brought out Xerath in Europe. He was playing a lot of that online. So it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever to see that Syndra coming down.
I also like the pick. The problem is when we did see it, he ran it with teleport, and you and I were both quite critical about the use of teleport. If he'd had Ignite, it would have been 3 or 4 more kills, and I personally would like to see him going that route. But against a Varus, a Fiddle, and a Ari, if he gets his combo off first, he'll insta-give them. If, however, he does not, Ari's going to jump away, he's going to get silenced and feared by Fiddle, and Varus is just going to hit his ulti and just walk to safety. So it's whoever sees whomever first will then win.
Well, if we look at the Meet Your Makers lineup currently, they're sat on 2 teleports there, one with Kuban, and it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen Rise with a teleport. We see it's a fairly common thing to have. Of course, Alex Ich in the Spring Split was doing that fairly regularly in the early stages, but to have 2 teleports in one team is something that we don't see very often.
And this is something that MYM will need to use very effectively. We've seen Charu actually using his teleport to prevent dives, to save towers, to prolong the life of towers, and if done in that regard, yeah, you're not winning objectives with it, but if you're defending objectives, you're denying 1,000 gold to your opponent effectively if you can make that work. Kuban on Rise is not going to be much kill potential against a Shen, especially in the early levels, unless Nautilus comes to gank. So that might mean, hey, let's ward up heavily on the bottom lane, teleport in behind them, and have a 4-man party. Even if Shen joins, it's still going to be a numbers advantage because we have 2 global summoner spells.
So we're going to get into game here shortly. Alternate versus Meet Your Makers for the top spot in the European LCS Summer Split. Both of these teams got off to a great start last weekend over in Jönköping, Sweden at the DreamHack. And now they're here on stage in Moscow, which Alternate, not had the best of luck on so far. They lost that game yesterday to Gambit Gaming, which we've already talked about it. They had a 1,600 strong audience behind them.
To be fair, they still put up a hell of a fight.
Yes, they did.
For the longest time, that game was very, very even. It was very close, and only towards the latter stages did Gambit really get that massive crowd helping them snowball to victory. And if Alternate can at least channel similar levels of play and perform as they did last week, they might be able to shut down MYM.
So here we go then. We are going to get into game. What can we expect here from level 1? We've got the hooks coming out there. We've got charms from Lord, the taunt from Kerp.
So basically, because of the hooks, I think Alternate may want to play a little bit defensively. If J-Ree does go for Dark Wind, the silence, it is a very powerful silence because it'll bounce between multiple members of MYM, and that silence it's one of the most frustrating crowd control effects to deal with. Does look like they're stacking up right now. They're actually going to be the ones that are moving in. That Sonic Wave just missing.
Yeah, just going in there, skimming past Makata, who was a little bit lucky for all of that, to be fair. And in the end, it doesn't connect, which he just walks away from and says, well, that's a good thing. Ward down by Red Bush in the Red Bush, and a ward over by the Golems as well.
That's a very good ward in the Golems, more so than the Red Bush, because you can almost estimate the time that Nautilus will be doing his jungle if you assume he's going a standard route. However, by putting it down on the double Golems, for example, now, Libic and Makata can have no idea that that ward is there, so they'll be able to have full knowledge and understanding of where Makata is in the jungle.
There was a laugh.
I take it back. Maybe he does know the ward's there.
There was a laugh afterwards straight away from Libby as he takes down the other ward and the crowd give a cheer. That's what you call playing up to the crowd, ladies and gents. So, pretty standard start by the looks of things here. Kuban right now is going to be doing the Wolves with Charu. You see the 3-man start up by the Golems. Nothing really to write home about. Krits and Jerry doing the golems themselves.
We do see the lane swap from MYM, so you're 100% right. It's now the standard, as in your duo for red side is now going top. And I tell you what, Cubon's Rise is going to be so tested this game, because if he gets caught by a Hail of Arrows into a Fear, into a Dark Wind, he's going to be silenced, he's going to be feared, and there's going to be so much time to put damage down. That little bit of luck factor in which way the Fear sends you could literally determine whether or not he dies or not.
Yep. Couldn't get lucky and it fears you under your turret. Can be really unlucky and it feeds you straight into the champions that are going at you. So we'll have to see how that one all develops here. And also that middle lane is going to be another interesting one, just for the fact that it's Lord playing the Ahri this time around. Charu going for his less conventional, less seen Syndra, but a champion that we know can put out insane amounts of burst damage.
And both of the champions reliant on landing all of their abilities, ideally on single targets. Syndra's got a little bit more splash, a little bit more area of effect damage, which plays into her favor. So the miss chance is a little bit more wider, as it were. Whereas Ahri, it's a single target skill shot. If you go like a millimeter off, it doesn't land, you don't get your damage.
And there we just see half of Kubon's health gone. That's a single piercing arrow with the Dark Wind flying through onto him as well. Not exactly the easiest lane that he's ever going to face here. But on the same time, Kerp, with that Shen, is going to be in that 1v2 lane as well. So we'll see how that goes. Right now, Makata coming down to this bottom lane. Not really a chance of a gank. It's more of a pressure relieving duty that he's going to take from this one.
Yeah, just keep him, as healthy as possible. But you see how powerful that Dark Wind is. It goes in range of Makata just as he's trying to land the likes of that Riptide. Just drop the HP of those minions if possible. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for him. Right now, though, 4 to 10, a very good taunt. Look at the top.
Oh, RNA are actually coming in onto that one as well. He's going to get hooked up here. He's got the double buff. He can't afford to lose this right now. The Ignite is ticking away. He does have that shield. He's going to be able to walk away from this one, but not with much health left.
No, that shield actually saved his life there. He dropped down to 45 HP, and the shield is a literally 40 HP shield. That was true damage of Ignite that potentially would have burned through that one. So managing to keep himself alive, but Aranea underestimating the damage of his opponents, and Kubon with a teleport into this bottom lane.
Yeah, getting in there. And one thing we should note from Meet Your Maker's side, as we'll note that in a second here, because Jay-Ree's in all kinds of trouble. He actually has to flash away from this one. Kuba going to flash in on top of him. Does he have the damage? No, nor the speed to catch up with him. And that first blood still waits.
Yeah, the speed of Rise at low level is very, very difficult to deal with. 345 base. He was unable to close the distance between himself and Jay-Ree, but Makata hasn't had enough yet, just missing Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, Creighton actually was locked up in the room prison there. Makata is still hanging around here, soaking up that XP from the lane, and we will surely be seeing him go back. 17 CS that Rise Kubon has right now. Compare that to Kerp, and it's a big difference.
Yeah, it's mostly just trying to help him out, and of course, if Jay-Ree and Creatin are now afraid of the ganks or lower on HP, it means they're less likely to get very, very aggressive. In the mid lane, Frenelor dropped incredibly low by Charu Syndra.
Yeah, he's not quite, in fact, both of them not quite up to level 6 just yet, so no ultimate available. Aranea is actually heading down, so we'll see if Charu actually gets baited into going for that low HP man, and in the end, it will just be Aranea doing a bit of counter jungling, trying to get rid of those wraiths.
Now, it's very good for Charu because he doesn't have Ignite. He needs to get his opponent low like that before he can actually pick up a kill, and he's about to hit level 6. Double checking his XP, maybe this wave should be enough to actually get him there, so we'll see if he does decide to go in. Puts a decent amount of damage onto Aranea, and he just dashes away to safety.
Yeah, landing skill shots onto Elysian has never been the easiest thing in the world. There's the fear coming down onto Makata as the hook has landed here on towards Kerp in that top lane. Do they have enough damage to take him? No, and not enough HP to risk going under that tower as they lost sight of Aranea as well.
Really good control from Libic. Not only did he land the death sentence, he waited until Kerp started to walk away, then he used the flay. So he didn't stack the abilities on top of one another, and it's one of the most important things to learn is as and when to use that crowd control, getting the absolute maximum out of it, and it's allowing them to keep Shen a little bit lower down. He's still, 10, 11 CS behind, and with a big wave in front of Rise, he should be able to extend that even further. And more importantly, his tower's about to fall.
Yeah, Meet Your Maker's going to have the first tower of the game here, just 6.5 minutes in. Fantastic push play from them. And maybe open things up now for Shen to get a little bit more CS back into this. He's now 13 or 12 if I could actually read the screen. Now it's 13. I've covered my back from that one. Makata is still down there at the bottom though. He's going to just dredge line back onto the turret to make sure that he doesn't get caught out. Lord had come down as well to maybe have a little bit of a look at some action.
Yeah, there were too many minions there, so even though both Fiddle and Varus were overextended, they couldn't afford to engage and lose that massive wave of experience and potential gold. In the mid lane, Charu flashes the taunts.
Yep, and the charm landing, missing there as well from Lord. And I want to go back to my other point, because we've got those 2 teleports in there here for Meet Your Makers. There's only a single ignite and no exhaust, since Graves has in fact got in for that cleanse, no barrier as we see over with Creatine. So see if that could actually come back to bite them later on when we've got a man chasing, or they're chasing for that fact.
So there's things that are good and bad about that. The good thing is the only target that they'd want to really exhaust would be the likes of Varus, of course. Lowers attack damage, lowers attack speed. Lee Sin and Shen not necessarily known for that AD. In the mid lane though, Acharu's going aggressive.
Yeah, and this could be bad news, because we are going to see Stan United coming in as well, and it will come down from Curb. Didn't really need it in the end, but it is Lord that picks up that first blood, and now Alternate, they've come in at the perfect time here to stop Meet Your Makers doing Dragon.
Great timing on that pressure. That actually got started by Charu being jumped on by Aranea. He tried to turn the tables, and if it had not been for that Stand United shield, Aranea would have gone down. So very good play and communication from Alternate. It looked like they were considering going onto the Dragon, but decided against it because Graves is very close to level 6, will actually just hit it, and definitely would have been a high damage threat for that burst combination.
So if you look at the goal, it's actually quite curious considering where we're at. Obviously 1-0 in kills, but the first turret going to Meet Your Makers. Now look at the CS as well, 67-52 between the 2 AD carries, 50-28 between the solo tops, and 57-46 there in the mid lane. So overall, Meet Your Makers are doing a fantastic job at keeping that farm up.
Well, MYM have been a little bit more in control of their laning phase. I mean, if you think about the top lane, Makla and Libic had complete control on Kerp Shen. In the mid lane, Charu was poking down Frenenor. He was low at 20% HP for a while. And in the bottom lane, you of course had Cubon being looked after by Mokate's Nautilus in those early stages. The thing that they need to do, though, is convert that advantage to more objectives. They've got 1 tower, but they'll need more, a dragon, or maybe some kills to really make that stick and become permanent.
Yep, and now that we've got this 2v2 lane, things could get really, really interesting. A hook here, or now an aggressive Creatine, which we've certainly become more and more accustomed to, throwing out his ultimate to lock down Meet Your Makers, could change things, especially since Fiddlesticks, you know, even without any AP build, he can still put down a lot of damage with that ultimate.
Yeah, and you see how much damage that Makla just took there in the bottom lane. So he took a tower hit, I assumed the Dark Wind bouncing the full 5 times between the two of them, and a piercing arrow. And he's been forced to drink through those potions. He still doesn't have sustain outside of that Doran's. Jerry's trying to set up for a good Crow Storm, but pretty sure MYM are going to be aware of Fiddlestick's tactics.
Yes, I should imagine so. And actually, he's just missed the ultimate down there, but Charu and Eleanor going head-to-head in this one. But there is the move from Aranea. Gives Eleanor the shield, and that will be a second kill for Eleanor on towards Charu in that middle lane.
So in the bottom lane, Creatine and Jayri tried to make a play happen. Crowstorm as well as that Chain of Corruption was used, and Makla and Libic only losing a little bit of HP between them. It's not all that much, and they have their ultimate still up.
So things may just settle down now, and they may not, who knows. Let's have a look at the items between those two mid lanes. See double Doran's ring and the tier coming in for Charu on Syndra. That just shows you that he's having to stack those Doran's rings, not being able to go any really any further than that. On the other side though, the Chalice and that Finnish Codex already picked up here by Lord.
And Lord doing his sort of standard Ari build where he opens with double Fairy Charm. Libic may flash Chain. I know that Libic actually says thanks to Crepo for teaching him how to do the flash death sentence. And the way he was poising there in lane, it would have been a perfect setup. They might maybe wait for Makati to come play. The fear is on. Here comes Aranea.
Wow, they are going to go in. There's the kickback. The box down by Limic, but he's not going to save him here. He is a dead man, and it's Creatine that picks up the kill. But here come the rest of Meet Your Makers. They've already got themselves one. Great taunt coming out of Kerp. May just be able to keep them alive with this one. Meet Your Makers have to back off. One for one.
Trade 1 for 1, but 2 teleports used as well as that Stand United. At any moment, this became times a massive, massive party because everybody is so incredibly mobile. MYM pick up their very first kill thanks to that teleport coming down from Cubon, and now they have the numbers advantage as they try to siege up this bottom lane tower.
Will they be able to do it there? Lord, in the meantime, will be pushing through the middle lane, so they need to be a little bit worried about how that one's going to go. There's a stun on towards Aranea, but those minions taken away very, very quickly here by Meet Your Makers, and that halts MYM in their tracks. Meanwhile, Lord is still pushing that middle lane out, and he's just got a fresh wave of minions there.
So he's going to be able to do a lot of damage. Actually, with that minion wave, he may even be able to take it down. What is going to happen for Alternate, it's going to take about 2 minutes and 10 seconds for that Stand United to become available, and it's going to be about 3.5 or 4 minutes for the teleports. So we do see Charo getting taunted up, depth charges out, but Jerry's going to get to safety. What it means for Alternate, they've got that 1 and a bit minute window where they can challenge with the use of that Stand United and not be caught out.
Oh, there's Aranea getting hooked in actually by Makata, but doesn't, of course, have that depth charge available. It's going to mean that Aranea can get away. There's a ward down for Lord. He's coming around the back. This could spell trouble for Meet Your Makers. He does have his ultimate and a flash available if he needs to get properly involved in this one. He's a little bit wary, though, of Charu off to the side, and in the end he decides, let's recall, let's play this one safe. We've taken the mid turret, and Creaton most likely is going to have this top turret away.
The one thing that I really like about Charu's champion choice here in this matchup, Syndra has the ability to do a 5-man stun. If she gets a very good scatter the weak, knocks those balls of power into her opponents, she can stun every single one of them that's hit. What that means is if Charu is on form and firing like he was yesterday, he has the potential to completely turn team fights in his favor. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. He is 0 for 2, but that's thanks to very good ganks from Aranea, not necessarily bad play from Charu.
Aranea currently sat with 3 assists, as does Kerb have 2, both actually coming in from using his ultimate to get involved, and the Ruby Sightstone picked up as well now for Aranea, which now an important part, I think, of any good Lee Sin's kit there, to have enough wards to really use your mobility to its full potential.
And not only that, all of the bonuses that they gives you, it's not just for him moving around, it's also going to allow every member of Alternate to make more informed decisions. So MYM with this 1 tower advantage, if they start grouping like they are now, they will be able to see it. Blue buff actually went to Makate. He flashed and smited for that. They really didn't want Lord having that additional power.
Yeah, really putting a lot into that one. We can see that Shen gone for Giant Spell here, but a Hex Drinker as well coming out from Kerb. So now it is double AP after all. So not really the biggest surprise here, but the fact is he's not going full-on tankiness here.
Yeah, it's a very non-traditional item, especially on somebody like Shen. The attack damage is going to benefit him, but you tend to see a little bit more focus maybe on some attack speed, which is why Wit's End was so popular in Season 2. You get his passive up a little bit more, get those key strikes down. Right now, though, Alternate, they've grouped up as 4. They want to reply the blue buff steal of their own, and it does look like that goes to Lord. So that flash was not used, but there's Creaton caught.
Oh, he's caught out completely in a horrible place here. Stan United's going to come in, but he goes down to the depth charge from Makata, and I'm not sure if they can pull one back. Yes, they can. It's Lord that gets that. Jerry will die, but look at Lord. He's right in the midst of him. He does land a charm, but he is going to get caught up and finished off by Rise. Double kill Kubon.
So they trade 1 for 3 in that engagement, and so crucial, killing Creaton before the Stand United finishes channeling. So Shen left alone up in that top lane. That window that we talked about of Stand United, that was exactly it. Arenea's coming in, he doesn't steal it.
And he's dead. Yeah, comes in there with the Q over the side. It was kind of an all or nothing move, honestly, from Aranea there. And he was just a little bit too slow to actually get himself over. And I have to say, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Aranea is the biggest stealer that we've seen so far. We've seen him taking, I think, 2 or 3 dragons at DreamHack himself. So now he's definitely up there. I don't have on paper the official
Was he not stealing the blue buffs as well from EG, if I recall correctly, just walking in and smiting it? It might have been Makata, but yeah, he's doing incredibly well, performing a lot more consistently than we've seen out of Aranea towards the end of Season 2. And in that fight, in that engagement, because they knew that the teleports weren't down, Alternate made a power play. They're like, we know we've got Stand United. We know they stole our blue buff. There's no smite, there's no flash from Makate, so let's go take theirs. And the first of 2 teleports has been used for a whole lot of CS.
Yeah, and Creaton is there. He's trying to get that turret down here. Jerry's going to be coming in from the side. Let's see if they can actually lock down Charu with this one. Here he goes in there. He knows that he's going to get a silence off at least, so what's the worst that could happen?
He basically does that awkward fiddle waddle into lane. Good stun onto Pharrell Lord, changing a little bit of damage, but the Charms and Charu, he's low.
Yeah, down to half HP. Couldn't put out quite the amount of damage that his opponent put in there, but look at this already. The ward war that's going on. There are so many on the map at this point.
And this is something both teams did fantastically well at DreamHack against other opponents. They controlled their vision very, very well. If you look at Alternate's wards down towards Dragon, I mean, that's the entire Dragon River, as well as Blue Buff, as well as entry toward Wolves. There's one defensive ward from MYM, which is fantastic. It's what they didn't do last week, and it's basically what cost them a lot of kills where they could have avoided them.
Well, let's have a look while we've got a possible quiet few minutes. I'll say possible because you never quite know when this game's going to really heat up. We've seen the Rod of Ages picked up for Shen, and an Infinity Edge there for Graves. You can compare that to the Blade of the Ruin King done now for Varus, and that Hex Drink Giant Belt combo that we talked about earlier for Shen.
So when this build does eventually get towards completion and Kirp's got a lot of HP and he picks up something like that, more of Malmortius, it's definitely going to help him be a bit more of a damage threat, which is great for Alternate, but not necessarily the strongest. Brennan Lord is hooked up, does get a Rune Prison, and that's basically one of the problems. He got the first dash of the ultimate up before the Rune Prison went down, and he was just locked up after that first cast. It's difficult to lock Ari down.
Yes, definitely is. But at least forcing that ultimate to come out there, which is not the longest of cooldowns anyway, but still a cooldown nonetheless, as many makers stack themselves up as 5 here by that middle turret. Will they be able to take it down with this push, though?
It doesn't look like it, primarily because of how well Alternate are defending that one. The Piercing Arrow, good for wave clear. Dark Wind, powerful, as well as Ari. Her Orb of Deception, the Q, just spams through and clears waves out very, very well. Got that Athene's Unholy Grail, and I'm not quite sure if this is going to go straight into a Void Staff, but it's either going to be that or a Rylai's Crystal Scepter, so additional HP or additional penetration, depending on how Pharrell Lord feels. As right now, MYM are finally sieging up. Arena has been hit.
Yeah, putting a lot of damage down there as Pharrell Lord getting involved as the ulti comes out off Creator, but a flash away from Makata will actually lead him to safety. And again, a lot used in one big fight that ends with no kills.
And Makata panicked there. The Dark Passage was right in front of him. All he had to do was click the lantern. It's on the loading screen if you read it. Click the lantern. That's a flash hook!
Yeah, that is a flash hook as a box go down as well. Pharrell Lord caught out. Depth charge coming in onto Creaton. He could be going down from this one as well, using his barrier. Charu coming in from the side. Unloads for a double kill. And that is a 3-for-1 with them only losing their support.
What was so great from Charu, he realized how low Creaton was. He used that ultimate unleashed power on J-Ree. Now Makla's going after Aranea.
Yeah, but he is Lee Sin, a slippery person that he is. Always a pain is that Lee Sin, and a lot of people hate Lee Sin. I don't think it's justified. Makla here and Makata.
Real talk with Joe Miller.
Not going to hold back on that one. Turret is going to go down, and that will be the third one of the game for Meaty Makers. Incidentally, tied on turrets
and
here with Alternate.
All thanks to Libic. Yeah. Libic was recalling. He was low on HP, and he's seen an opportunity. He realized there was no enemy minions between him and Pharrell Lord. He did a flash chain, and even though Pharrell Lord had his flash up, he did not expect that aggression. I didn't expect that aggression. Landed the flash hook, held Pharrell Lord in place. That made Creaton stick around, which meant the depth charge followed him for 10 years. And looks like up in the top lane, Pharrell Lord's gone on Charu.
A big 1v1 here is going to come out on top of this one right now. It's looking like Pharrell Lord. Charu is going very, very low. Couldn't quite get him down. And that will be Pharrell Lord pretty much saying, well, I can do this kind of thing, especially when he's got his ultimate available.
He dodged practically everything.
Yeah,
I think Pharrell Lord ate one ability, one of those little balls being tossed at him. Everything else, he literally hopped, skipped, and jumped away from. So very, very good positional play from Pharrell Lord to not only survive the engagement, so to pick up kills of for himself. Makate is a little bit late.
Yeah, just a little bit. And now he could be in trouble here as he gets taunted up. He's going to dredge line half a way away, but we have got Aranea coming in. Can he get in front? He can if he uses the flash like that, but I don't think they've really got the damage, especially not Kerp there. And now they're going to try and turn this one around onto Aranea. This could be really, really bad. There is the collateral damage used. They hook Kerp in as well. Can Kerp get away from this one? Actually, Makla came away with a lantern in that scenario. They're a little bit scared of a rebuttal from Alternate.
Good play from Libic as well to put the shield down. If the kill had landed, he would have picked himself up an assist in that particular engage. So good awareness on that one. Dragon will be coming up in 5 seconds time, and Meaty Makers are making it very clear they know. Oh, the hook misses on J-Ree. Mokate, that was wide. He pulled it and the anchor didn't land.
But the dragon is there. Meet Your Makers are going to start things off. They spot that ward at the back there, just finished off by Libic. Alternate now working their way in. He's going to be taken down. The hook will land actually on towards Jerry, and they're going to go for this one. For Unload still at the back, bided his time here until they get a little bit lower. Jerry going to go down in the end to Makler. Here comes Aranea finally back into the fight. Makata is going very, very low. Will falter for Unload. Kubon may suffer the same fate. Yes, he will. Double kill to for Unload. Creatine is there at the side. Stan United use. That keeps him alive and gives him the kill on towards Graves. Can they now get in all towards Charu, who turns it around himself, but I don't think that he's going to be able to escape this one. Not now as the Q lands, and it's actually Kerp in the end with a Vorpal Blade that finish off, and that is an ace for Alternate for just one death.
What a fantastic fight from Alternate. I have to question Charu using his ultimate in that particular fight on Kerp. He did not have Aranea or Pharrell Lord or Creatine to hit with Unleashed Power, and he used it on Shen. You cannot afford to use that ultimate on a non-damage dealing target. You cannot hit the tank with it. So they end up losing all of their members. They did pick up Dragon, but that's not worth it because it does look like they're going to lose yet another blue buff.
That blue buff is going to be belonging to Pharrell Lord here. So let's have a bit of a stock take and see what we've got here. 32.3 to 32.6 thousand gold. Pretty much bang on even. Turrets are even. Kills are 11 to 9. That's pretty even as well. And if you look at the spread, 4 for the AD carry, 6 for Ari, 1 for Shen in that top lane. On the other side, 4 for Ryze, 2 for Syndra, 2 for Graves.
This is the game we wanted last weekend.
Yeah.
This is the game we were expecting when we had 4-0 and 4-0 because both teams were just playing so confidently and so, they were on their game. And it looks like MYM just faltered a little bit at DreamHack. Now, they had the early pressure. They're still in control of the gold, and they're still moving around the map as if it's their plays to make. And as long as they don't lose that confidence, they're still in a good position. But it's all going to depend on these upcoming fights, because obviously the later we go, the more damage and the more it's going to actually impact your team.
So here's Creatine down at the bottom. Needs to be careful here as the Lantern comes in. This is going to be a big push as he gets the ultimate down. Great taunt coming in. There is a teleport as well from Meet Your Makers coming down here. They have seen Syndra go down and they may lose Libic from this one. Libic does get that kill on towards Creatine. Well, there was Aranea in the tri-bush ready and waiting. Now it's going to be Makler versus Pharrell Lord. Can he get in there? He's already used the active... actually, I'm telling you a lie, he's the one with the Infinity Edge, not with the Blade of the Ruin King. Stop making things up, Joe. He had the red buff, which it was that got the slowdown onto Pharrell.
He's still got his ulti.
And he still does have his ultimate, but he might not need it because he's got Kuban here. Flash over from Pharrell Lord. There is the move away from Makler, and this should be a dead Pharrell Lord if they can actually land things onto him.
He's one more
great job of it.
One more overload, that should be him to go down. Now, I want to ask Kuban. Oh, Crowstorm misses completely. Jerry was anticipating Ryze to continue the chase. But what Ryze did in that previous engagement, he cancelled his teleport to the bottom lane. Now, it eventually led to Cubon picking up a kill, which is great for Cubon, but his team ended up losing that engagement quite significantly. They lost 2 on the bottom lane for 1, and they picked up 1 in reply in the top lane. But I'd love to know from Cubon, why did he cancel a teleport? Was it a team call? Did he realize he could kill Ari? Was it just that he knew the bottom lane was lost? There were so many possibilities for why he decided to do that, and ends up putting him 5-1-3. He's sort of the hard carry that MYM are going to look to.
So right now Makata and Libic headed up towards his top side. Aranea is in their jungle right now, and Makata's going to get a swift kick. Can he get away from this one? Jerry actually coming in there, and in the end he gets pulled back to the middle by the Lantern. Should stay safe from that one, but now that's the kick down for a little while for Aranea at least. He's not going to be able to get in there and cause trouble with that.
Yeah, it's not the longest of cooldowns, so even at rank 2, which it is now, it's a little over a minute in terms of cooldown, so you're quite happy spamming it out, and I really like the idea. Kick Makate into Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks will then fear and silence, and the theory is then someone will kill him. But there was no one else around, so they simply didn't have the damage to burst out Makate, who's fairly beefy with that Aegis's Ninja Tab, but he's got quite high resistances right now.
There's a blue buff for Pharrell Lord. See, he had his last one stolen away and stole the enemy blue buff. So that blue buff of his being pretty highly contested so far. Meet Your Makers here just trying to steal away that big Wraith. And there's going to be a battle for it. I thought Libic was getting ready to throw that hook there over the side. In the end, decides not to. Makata actually throwing the hook out as well, which connected onto the wall. Aranea He's going to be spotted taking that ward down. He's a bit of a juicy target here with that red buff on.
Yeah, as well as the Oracle's Elixir. So not only would they be able to steal those buffs away, they'd be able to get down that Oracle's, clear out the ward. What we've been seeing the entire time the siege is going on, Stand United is available, and Kerp being played, or playing Shen, is of course split pushing on the side. The charm hits Libic, it's not the ideal target. And right now, Alternate are going to need Shen to join the party or wait for that Chain of Corruption to land.
Here we go, straight in on towards Makata. He gets charmed up as well. He's a dead man. It's Creaton that picks up that kill, goes 6-4-5. But what can they make of this one now? They've got the jungler down.
And not only that, they've still got Shen split pushing. So now you have Alternate with the numbers advantage in the mid lane. They have Shen on the inner turret in the bottom lane. The signal is for Baron, and they do have vision of the jungle. So if Cubon does decide to come and challenge, they will be aware of it. But they're going to be leaving Kerp to split push. The rest of Meet Your Makers are trying to set up a 4 versus 4. Whoever catches the other players first will win this engagement. And you got to remember that Jerry can Crowstorm at any point. He's channeling it up. Here comes the Crows.
Crowstorm coming in. Kubon feared directly into the rest of the team. He is going to be a dead man from this one. Does manage to get the Rune Prison down onto Jerry. Not really the target that he'd have wanted for that one. And they push straight through for another kill. It was a trap, of course. Baron not really started off from that. But look at the gold here, quick shot. 300 the difference. And we're still tied on turrets.
Yeah, it's very, very close. And it's showing in terms of items. Each team has the ability to kill one another. But Alternate have been winning the last 2 or 3 team fights. They're now setting the tempo of this game. A very, very good bait, as it were, onto Baron. They pulled the members of MYM up. Jerry was hoping for more MYM guys to be in his Crowstorm, but it was only Cubon that they could jump onto. But they got his killing spree, got a couple of gold off of that, which will obviously play into their favor. And a very failed flash from Cubon. He tried to get closer to the Lantern to get to safety, and unfortunately, as he got there, he was just feared and silenced, and he could do nothing about it.
Not good news for him. Let's have a look down the items once again. Both Pharrell Lord and Charo now with a death cap in hand. See the Void Staff and that Athene's for Pharrell Lord on the other side. Just the blasting one and that tier stacking up for Charu's Syndra.
So we'll most likely see that become a Seraph's Embrace. It'll give him that additional shield that'll help survive any burst that comes out from Pharrell Lord if he's caught out by the charm. And of course survive any of those auto attack damage that's coming down from Creaton. I most likely think that Pharrell Lord's going to go into a Deathfire Grasp next. It's an item we see picked up on Aries all the time. Get that cooldown reduction and just get that burst. Land a charm, followed up at DFG, then followed up everything else. So you still get that massive, massive burst as the damage and charm isn't necessarily the greatest. And then everything that follows up gets all that damage amplification thanks to the item.
So, what's the plan here for Meet Your Makers? We're going to see Maklo securing his red buff. Libic now with that Oracle on is going to be trying to clear some things out. And it looks like Shen is going to be going after all, after what we said earlier, towards our wit's end.
So that's very unique. This is something that we haven't seen from Shen's in an extremely long time. I mean, I'm thinking back to before IPL 5, Season 2 times when Shen's were built with those wits end up in the top lane if they did get ahead. Kerp at 1-0-11, you can't blame him. A stun onto Jerry. They've caught out Aranea.
Yeah, a lot of damage there onto Jerry. Here comes the teleport as well. Aranea knocked up by the depth charge that was going through onto Creaton. But there is that Lee Sin almost getting away. Libic actually gets the final tick of damage coming out. But look at Creaton. Makata going very low. And Pharrell Lord coming in from the backside. Makler is dead in midair there. It was halfway gone into his jungle, into the jungle via the Lantern. Oh, but Pharrell Lord, wow. That's a big face check coming in. Stan United will come down, and the taunt comes in as well. He managed to land it on all 3 of them. Libic's not going to have the damage here, I don't think, to get rid of Pharrell Lord. He will die to Pharrell, and it's now Kubon versus Kerp, and Kubon is basically headed into no man's land right now. He's going to go into the top side of that jungle. Might be lucky enough somehow to get away from this, but I doubt it.
But we do see Creaton moving through the jungle, but what a fantastic fight for Alternate. They were caught out 4 versus 2 in the mid lane. They managed to not only get away with it a little bit, they lost 2 members while picking up 4. It was just perfect positioning and placement. Now Creaton still thinks he's going to be able to cut him off, actually decides just to steal away the Wraith Camp. Manages to get to safety, and a very good fight from Alternate. They landed the abilities they needed to. We lost track of Makla as he was flying through the air on the Lantern because he was being killed by Uri and flying through the air while he did it.
Yeah, and the funny thing is about all this fighting that we've had going on here, I mean, it's 19-13 in kills at this one. It's still 3-3 in turrets. they've not been able to push down any turrets recently.
And it's basically because of the farm numbers. Rise, because he's been sitting and had so much time alone in lane, he's 50 CS over Shen. You've got Graves, who's 30 CS over Varus. And I've just noticed on that last back from Lord, he's picked up a Hextech Revolver and a longsword. Livic's been caught.
Yeah, Libic caught out here. He's going to get kicked back by RNA, but he flashes away from it, and now they turn around on towards RNA. The snipe almost catching him from Creatine from that backside. Lord's charm misses. He just dashes in there, but they're not able to pick up a kill. And again, a lot burnt on that one, with not a lot coming from it.
This is something we love to see from teams, that they are not afraid to just use their abilities. Albeit they weren't able to pick up the kill, it does show an intent to do anything possible. Jairi might be in trouble if Charu gets a good stun. But he doesn't. So nothing happens.
Not quite. And Jerry just saunters on back in.
The burst plus the damage from Baron would probably have been enough to kill Jairi, even with that HP he's got from the Kindle Gem. Just want to quickly touch. It looks like Lord is making his way towards the Hextech Gunblade. Because of that longsword and the Hextech Revolver, it's the only logical thing I can think of that'll eventually upgrade out of that.
Well, let's have a look then, see where he decides to go with that one. Right now, going to be clearing out. He's up to 270 minions almost. That's a good chunk away from Syndra, but we get into that point of the game where, you know, the farm numbers, well, of course they mean something because it means the extra items coming in there at the end of the day, but now another 10 minutes in this one and everyone's going to be pretty much fully built anyway.
Yeah, and the fact that both teams are still so incredibly close, even though Alternate have been winning the previous team fights, MYM just needs to pick a better engagement. They're trying to catch out Alternate, and with a Shen on their team, anybody they catch just gets Stand United and joins the party and they carry on fighting. So I don't think that's the right way forward, and I think MYM are talking right. How do we catch them out? What do we need to do? Where do we need to position? And I think wards will be the key here. Put some wards down, get vision control, and then jump on Alternate when they're not expecting it.
There we see it. We are going to have Curb going back into that bottom lane. So try and get that turret down, being the split
pusher. Oh, they've caught Lord.
They've caught Lord, and they're going to go straight in on top of him, but Libic taking a lot of damage there. He got a good box down, but now Kerp is in there with that Stand United, and it's going to be a double kill coming out for Creatine. Can they get any more from this? Aranea does land the Q onto Charu, but decides not to follow through.
So the way they were fighting, the minions were able to pick up the tower. It ends up trading 1 for 2. So again, MYM losing out that engagement. Another thing is that they've lost the tower as well, actually. So we'll see how this pans out for them. That split pushing Shen finally paying dividends. Took a very long time for him to get that bottom lane tower down, but it is down now. And I think Lord's going to go for a Lich Bane after he's gone for this Hextech Gunblade. He's going to have some additional attack damage, combo with the movement speed and the proc that Lich Bane's going to give you. That's a pretty big bursty champion in that regard.
Definitely scary, and if there's anyone who knows how to play, probably would be Lord. I don't know how many times he's been in this position with an Ahri. Maybe not quite at this magnitude of play with Alternate versus Meaty Makers playing for the top spot in the LCS Summer Split here in Europe. Let's have a look through some of the other items then. Runic Bulwarks on both sides. The AD carries now both have an Infinity Edge and a Blade of the Ruin King each. However, if you look towards Varus, Phantom Dancer is done, only a Zeal on the other side, and he's already got the workings of what will be, I'm guessing, that last Whisper.
Yeah, so 250 attack damage on Varus to the 230 on Graves. Varus, of course, will be able to deal more sort of prolonged burst damage. I know it's a terrible term, but he's going to hit blight stacks on multiple people and then hit them. Teleports coming in from Cho. He's motoring.
Oh, he's got the Home Guard boots on there, and he's going to try and get in on top of Lord, but look at that. Popped.
He missed. That's the whole thing. Charu jumped in there. He tried to use Scatter the Weak to stun up Lord, and it didn't work. It's not over. Libic's been caught too.
Oh, that charm not quite landing, but Aranea does land the Q onto Cubon. He's got a Banshee's Veil, but Mokata, he's going to go down. It's Creatine that picks that one up, and that's 3 men dead. This is surely a Baron for Alternate.
Now, MYM tried to make a play. They tried to make something stick, and it backfired. It did not work. Charu 3, 7, 9, somehow not able to have those epic performances against Alternate. At 35 minutes on the clock, the Baron buff has been secured, and that's pretty much going to hit a big now what do we do button for MYM, because Alternate have won, I think, every single team fight for the last 12 or 15 minutes.
Yep, and now with that Baron buff on, they're going to be starting to push things out here once again. Let's see what they can actually do with that one. Funny thing is, in that last fight, which we didn't really see, Kubon teleported in to the backside of them, ran through the alternate jungle, realized he wouldn't get anything, then ran back towards his tri-bush. It was a bit of a comedy of errors coming out there as the hook does land on towards Limbic, but he's going to go down here for Ellenlord. Not scared of getting right in there inside the base. Now he has to get away. He leaves Kerp. He's pretty damn tanky, though. He's taking a hell of a beating.
Unleash power.
And he will survive that just about.
So the shield from Lee Sin managing to keep him alive. The safeguard then followed that up with a feint of his own shield. J-Ree is getting very, very close to having that Locket of the Iron Solari completed. So with that shield as well, even if you get close enough to killing Alternate, they're going to have those survival mechanics. They're going to have those shields to help them out. And that is a full Locket ahead of his opponents. There is no Locket sitting on the side of MYM.
That would be then 2 Lockets ahead, because we've seen both J-Ree and Aranea pick up a Locket there as well. We did see the Phage being picked up by Shen on his return home. So just overall, a very, very scary Alternate right now. The Sheen is there as well, which I'm not sure if that was there before and I just missed it, but he's obviously working himself nicely up towards that Trinity Sport. It's kind of refreshing to see a Shen that's going this path as well.
You know what, when you're 3-0-15, I said this a little while ago, if you're in a power position, if you're comfortable with your team playing, comfortable with the decisions you're making, you can build damage. You can afford to go that route, because if your opponents aren't killing you like that yet, you're just going to be able to keep control of the matchup, and it's something that the entire Alternate team is doing right now.
Well, another big pick up there. A Guardian Angel for Creaton's Varus. He's 11-4-8. He was romping ahead in the KDAs as we came into this week at 28.7. That's gone down a bit, obviously, after that
Gambit
loss
have
to
crushed his
Gambit.
dreams.
Yeah, they crushed his KDA dreams, but he's doing a good job of actually pushing it back here.
So take a look at the positioning here for J-Ree and Aranea. They're wanting to set up a play. We're talking about the champions and sort of how they're going to scale. Yes, Ryze and Syndra will do very well as we get later and later in the game, but Shen's going to become unkillable. Aranea on Lee Sin maybe falls off a little bit in terms of the damage front, but will become a very beefy, tanky person. And Varus is always going to offer more to a team than Graves. Basically, because Graves and Syndra can't pop somebody instantly with all those shields with a GA, it's very, very difficult for MYM to win team fights now.
So here we go then. Frownlord actually getting stunned up there by Syndra. The ultimate comes out, but most of it dodging. Only half of Frownlord's health gone by that, and that is not a good sign for Meet Your Makers.
Also, in just one single camp of Wolves, Frownlord goes from 45% HP to full, thanks to the Spell Vamp.
Spell Vamp, you say?
Yep, Spell Vamp from that Hextech Gunblade, from her passive on every 10th proc of damage dealt, etc., as well as now Lifesteal. So it's going to add that as well. Sitting on a BF sword, so that'll most likely become a BFG. My prediction for items has been way off for Frownlord, because hell, who builds a Gunblade on Ari?
Well, apparently Ellenlord doesn't. As I said before, if anyone knows how to build it in this position, probably would be him. 10-3-8 currently, with the most farm in the game at 331. Right now, Alternate looking to get in on towards his bottom turret. The hook actually did land there onto Ellenlord, but not followed through by Libic. Probably a wise choice.
Yeah, even though they got that ability to land, they don't really have that insta-gib potential, but look at that. Charu is in insta-gib range.
And he's dead. That's another one. I feel like I've said that a lot today, because these compositions that we have between these two teams. Makata gets hit there with the charm. The piercing arrow comes through, and look at J-Ree. He's right in there. He gets the fear onto Kubon, who's kicked back by Aranea. Then they switch off and go towards Libic. Kubon's running for dear life. Ellenlord, though, wants to get the kill on this. Libic did go down to Aranea. Can Ellenlord track him down? He knows where he is. And it's just a case of trying to catch up and getting health back from the red buff as he goes by.
Plus 80, plus 40, plus 40, just on, every single ability used. Kubon is taking us on a wild goose chase. He's very shortly going to get his ultimate up, which will give him a movement speed boost. But while that is happening, the split push is happening in the mid lane. The tower is down, as is the inhibitor. And now they're going to jump onto this bottom lane inhib turrets.
Yep, going in for that one. Kubon is still running, but there's the ultimate for Ellenlord. And there is a dead Rise. Frelnlord really, really, really wanted that kill. Probably would have been better for him if he actually just came back from that, because he was the one doing more damage than Kubon could have put out to stop that push coming in. But either way, this is going to be inhibited turret number 2, as they managed to hook J-Ree in there. Want Alternate turn it round. Makata loses a third of his health, but now Alternate finally do back away. But here comes Charu, teleporting for him. He's going to nuke down J-Ree, but he's a dead man himself. It's Creaton that picks up another one. Makata now right in the thick of them. Makla's going to come in. Guardian Angel of Creaton is popped, and Meet Your Mate, Alternate have stayed their welcome a little bit too long, and now they fix their attention on towards Kerp. He goes down. Triple kill for Makla. But is it going to be too much, too little, too late?
Here comes Lord. No ultimate available, but it will be very, very soon, and I have to feel that it is too little, too late. Even with all of that gold that was just picked up, they used absolutely everything in their power to get items down or to get kills down, and it just didn't feel very important. Libic now caught by Lord.
Yeah, Lord has picked up a Zonya's Hourglass. We've seen the Trinity Force of Shen finished, a Twin Shadows for Fiddlesticks. There was one more in there somewhere, which I can't quite put my finger on right now.
Last Whisper for Varus.
Yeah, Last Whisper for Varus. That's the one. Which, yeah, just another 3 or 4 items that just make them even more ridiculously strong.
So the one thing that does play a little bit into MYM's favor is that now they have the Void Staff picked up on Rise as well, so he's already very beefy and tanky thanks to that Seraph's Embrace. All the mana can help build him up his shield. He's got the HP from both the Banshee's Veil as well as the Rod of Ages. Now he's going to deal more damage thanks to Void Staff. We also see a Runic Bulwark and Phantom Dancer picked up for MYM. But they're 10,000 gold behind. They've lost an inhibitor in the mid lane, the tower in the bottom lane, and they're going to be forever in base defending until those super minions stop shoving them down the middle.
Yep, we do have Baron, of course, up here in just 5 seconds' time, and as such, Jerry got it pink-watered, and Libic misses. One of the easier hooks that I think he could have this game. Obviously having full vision of that one. Creaton going to get himself the red buff, and he's going to come back up because this Baron may just end up in a fight which could end the game. We're 43 minutes into this one right now.
In addition, the mid lane for Alternate is pushed all the way down to the inhibitor turret. So if MYM were to win a convincing team fight, in and around the Baron pit, they're close enough to the inhibitor to actually shove it down and rush it down, especially with all the attack damage that Graves will be dealing. Right now, they're looking for Lord. Look at Aranea. Stand United is up, and maybe deciding to pick a fight. They've caught Lord.
They're going to get Lord here. Stand United does come in onto him, but look at the damage that they're putting out here. Libic going to go down, surely. Charu is going to be chased in. Lord going for that one. Makla will die on the return of the Prism, and now it's Charu being chased. Will he die? No! The Rune Prison from behind Lord somehow staying alive. Aranea shields him up. Kerp will dash in there for the kill, for the double kill, and that is the ace here for Alternate, and surely the game.
And Kerp does that for style points too. The flash into Taunt plus Vorpal Blade, landing all of the damage down Charu, closing it out, even with an awesome hook from Libic onto Lord's Ari. It was not enough. He was able to get those shields, get that lifesteal back, and dive the hell out of that fight with his ultimates.
Fantastic game coming out, and that's, as you said, the one that we were expecting last week when they met, when they were 4-0 apiece. But now Alternate, well, they've won another one here. They are now 6-1 at the top of the European LCS Summer Split, and they can be very happy about that. Who would have thought it that at this stage in, after 7 games, they'd have 6 Ws next to their name. And, well, what a performance it came with as well. The stats don't lie, I'm afraid. Creaton 14-5-9. Lord 13-3-11.
I tell you what, whoever has to face off against Lord will be thinking about those performances, will be thinking about how much of an impact he's had. We've been talking about Alternate MYM and how their games have been. I think in the EU LCS, Alternate have got the strongest team fights out of all of the teams.
That is a very brave statement, but they have the stats to back it up right now. Top of the league, 6-1. I guess we can't really argue with it at this stage, but we've still got a long way to go in this season. But that's it from us here on the caster desk for now. We're going to head over to the analysis desk where Demon and Jason are going to break it all down.
Thank you very much, Joe and Trevor. Wow, what a game. Craziness for a while. I mean, first of all, I just want to look through my notes because I can see 4-for-1 to MYM, Dragon, Flash Hook, 2-for-0, 5-to-1 to Alternate, Dragon for MYM, back and forth action, another Baron gets taken, Kubon goes down, Dragon for Alternate, 4-for-2 for Alternate, win Dragon fight, MYM land the hook, 2 go down, it's just back and forth, non-stop action, and for Lord against Sharu, what a battle for the ages.
It's like two of the strongest mid laners right now in Europe. I'm a little bit bold to say that, but going head to head right there with Charu, with his teleport, using that very well with his not boots, home guarded boots. There we go. Yeah. It was on the tip of my tongue. Home guard boots to really open up some plays, which unfortunately didn't work out, but Hextech Gunblade, wow. Whoever thought it would do that much damage?
Well, I mean, it seemed to work well, and it's interesting because obviously, you know, Charu was kind of known for being on Ahri, who seemed to have worked very well for him, but Ferelden's just turned around and said, I can play that champion just as well as you can.
That's one of the champions he used, getting up to 3,000 ELO in Season 2, so...
the thing is, I mean, that was ballsy play from Sharu because he picked Syndra last, and Syndra into an Ahri. Well, there wasn't really a pun in there, but I can see where you're going from. But I mean, that's a tricky game because that's skill shots versus effectively someone that's going to dash into you and all those balls are going to be on your face. That was not intended either.
So first he plays with this. No, that was whatever. But anyways, so I think what the idea of their composition was actually to hook someone. Go in.
Keep it together, come on.
Go in, have Kuban lock someone down with this Rune Prison, and then Charu just blows him up.
Yeah, absolutely, because there was the double hooks. There was the Thresh and the Nautilus going to try and throw all the hooks in there, which we have actually seen already working out for them. We've seen some absolute tremendous team play from both of these. I mean, picks and bans, I think they kind of had it right. They took out the Sandra, so they had to take that away. But honestly, I mean, I thought Meteor Makers actually had it for a while, but Alternate, and again, Aranea, we saw him in the mid. He was... you know, essential in a couple of those kills for Ferelden early on to Charu to get that ball rolling.
Right, and the thing is, we saw them meet last time, obviously last week, and they were very aggressive towards each other. They were really heavy into fighting. We saw Meteor Makers, they would ward up the enemy jungle of Alternate, then Alternate was like, okay, well, we're just going to fight on your side of the jungle anyways. And then we saw Gambit play Alternate yesterday, where how did Gambit beat them? By taking their aggression and just matching it and then surpassing it just as well as they could. And Alternate, they kind of went a little bit of, in my mind, of Giants, where it's control chaos.
Yeah.
Like back when Giants beat Gambit, you know, I believe it was in week 1, the spring split. It's just control chaos. So you see them constantly fighting, trying to make these plays happen. And it's just every single time that you think, oh, this person's caught on Alternate, or oh, this person's caught on Meteor Makers.
There's a counter.
Well, the whole team comes out of the woodworks for them, and they just like completely turn it around on you. So it was really cool to see that, because it's really hard to have communication like that and to understand like what you're gonna do or what my other person's gonna do, and to be able to back that up, because I guarantee like they just know how each other play now, and they're able to make that work for them. And
we saw it. We saw it also when Alternate played Gambit yesterday, just how that controlled aggression. It seems to work in their favor. But what a crazy, crazy game. Actually, Meteor Makers kind of go that way, and we actually discussed it before. If I remember rightly, the Meteor Makers game when they did pick up the win earlier yesterday was how they like to get a little bit of control. They like to take the towers. They like to push you early. They didn't get a chance to do that against Alternate.
Yeah, it's. If I remember correctly, Meteor Makers took like every single first turret of the game, except like 1 or 2. Well, obviously in the matches they lost now, but yeah, they like to have that control.
Scatter the wards.
Yeah, and they like to take the game relatively early on. They like to control when they get out of the laning phase. But Alternate just said, all right, well, we're not going to let you. We're not going to let you get to that point where you can control us, because you want the team to react to you when you're playing like this, when you're being really aggressive. You don't want to react to how the other team's playing, which both teams, we saw this, what game is it? Actually, it was Gambit and Alternate yesterday, where both teams were constantly trying to push that boundary of, no, we want you to play reactive, and then the other team's like, no, we want you to play reactive, and they kept butting heads consistently. But it just seemed like Alternate just had a little bit more awareness, I don't know, like a little bit more game sense, where they just got like 1 or 2 extra plays in, like in terms of positioning, they're in the right spot, and they're able to snowball that really well. And like you said, you're going through your notes, just fights back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and yet it was still a very close game the entire time.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. And of course, as always, we are going to have an interview, and it will be, of course, with Shox. This time, of course, he used to be the KDA master. Not quite sure he's still there, but it is going to be Kraton.
I thought it's from you.
Okay, so Kraton, who is the current KDA king, congratulations on that. So how did that matchup go for you? I know you're good friends with a lot of MYM, so how come you're able to stop them in their tracks once again?
Первый вопрос о том, что же все-таки креатор думает о команде соперников. Они друзья или настоящие соперники?
Yeah, we are nice friends with MIM. I'm always sad when they lose, but someone has to win. For us, it's good, but I'm really sad for them because they wanted the revenge so much. But about the game, I don't know, but I feel like we have a good plan versus them, and even in scrims, before the LCS qualifier, we did really well versus them at scrims.
Right.
Ну что ж, они действительно друзья, и он каждый раз расстраивается, когда его друзья проигрывают, но в этой схватке должен был быть победитель, это команда Alternate.
Now, tomorrow you have a match against Team Fnatic. How good of friends are they, and how do you think you'll do in that matchup?
Ну и какие у тебя ощущения перед следующим матчем с командой Fnatic?
Fnatic is really friendly team, and they are also so good. I think they are one of the best teams in the LCS currently. So we need to prepare really well this night to be ready tomorrow.
Я думаю, все понятно. Нужно очень серьезно готовиться к встрече с командой Fnatic, которую креатор считает командой очень и очень сильной.
Now finally, Creaton, who is louder? The Russian crowd when Gambit's playing a game, or Aranea?
Вот такой вопрос. Кто громче, наш зал, наша аудитория, или все-таки Aranea?
Yesterday, Domoy was so loud.
Давайте покажем, кто здесь громче, друзья.
Very well played, sir. Thank you very much. Now, coming up next is going to be the final match of the day as Alex Each and Gambit Gaming take on Ocelot and SK to end the day. I'm sure everyone here is excited to see this one. It's all coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
Друзья, не переключайтесь, вы увидите самый интересный матч, финальный матч сегодняшнего дня. Алексеевич и его команда Gambit Gaming, которую так поддерживают все наши зрители, встретится с командой SK. Не переключайтесь.
Our goals for Summer Split is obviously to get top 2, but we go game by game. We want to win everyone. Our first day was a pretty mess up. I think we kind of lacked strategy a bit, but we will improve and we will give our every best for every team.
Welcome back, everybody, here to Moscow, Russia for the last match of the day, and it's going to be an exciting one.
Друзья, последний матч сегодняшнего дня – это матч, которого все ждали. Давайте поаплодируем немножко, чтобы зарядить наших игроков.
Time to introduce our teams. First up, on the blue side, your home crowd team. Give it up for Gambit Gaming! Red side, give him some love as well. Give it up for SK Gaming. Fantastic atmosphere here. So let's go over to our commentators, Joe and Quickshot for the English stream, and Avi Yartum and Yuvi Frax for the Russian stream.
Cheers, Shocks. Our final game of the night is, of course, going to be Gambit feeling confident here on home soil against an SK who, honestly, are in desperate need of a victory.
Yeah, there's no other words for it. They're sitting at the bottom of the table now, and it was actually good to see the camera on them because there was a lot of smiles on the team, and I think when you've got your back up against the wall, you really need to find some energy to put on your best performance.
Yeah, and it is energy sapping here, not just the fact that they have lost already here and they're not looking in good shape in terms of the league table, but they're in front of a big audience. The lights themselves, we know it as well as anyone. They literally sap the energy out of you as well. And these guys have to be so concentrated throughout this game that they must be absolutely cream crackered by the end of the day.
There's the added pressure of dealing with those 1,600 people. I said it earlier, it's the 1,605-man Gambit team that they're dealing with.
That's a big team to go up against. Let's have a look at the teams then. We're only 5 this time for Gambit. We couldn't fit all the names in there of the crowd. Of course, their top laner here, Darian. In the jungle, we have Diamond Prox. In the mid lane, Alex Ich. And their bottom lane of Genja and Darker.
So I like Darker as well. He's actually been darked out of the photo based on his nickname. Down for SK Gaming, of course, Kevin up in that top lane, Hercubot in the jungle, Ocelot with his Raw, Scream, and Candy Panda and Nif as the duo lanes.
Well, last weekend, Gambit had 2 early losses before bouncing back and winning 3. This is the second time that these teams are going to meet, and last weekend, an out-of-shape SK Gaming put up their first real fight of the campaign against Gambit.
Yeah, that's the best way to put it, because they, SK Gaming got off to a terrible start, losing 4 of those games, and while they were still losing, each consecutive loss was less severe than the one before.
Better.
Yes, they got better at losing, if I can use that term. So one of the things that they were able to do is able to overcome Gambit in the final game of the weekend. It was a close game and back and forth, etc. But it's one that we'll have to see how SK actually managed to play from then till now. Having to transpose that performance, having seen what everybody else has done, and having to deal with the losses they've already got. That's another big psychological battle to overcome.
Yeah, and Gambit, if we look back into the spring split, they had this brilliant record against SK Gaming actually coming. I think it was 11 or 12 for 0 before they actually won that one. So bit of a revenge game here, I think, for Gambit. And you have to imagine that in front of this home crowd, this amazing Russian crowd, they've been brilliant all weekend. They, honestly, I can attest to this, they love Gambit, like really love them. We went outside for dinner, which is actually in the lobby here of the venue, and Diamond was actually on stage doing basically an AMA kind of thing where they all threw questions in a box and he read some out. And there were, I think, 1,000 people just stood there.
It was massive.
Watching and cheering for Diamond as he read out their answers.
And it was so encouraging as well, because while they were busy, while he was on stage chatting, Diamond just had this great presence that we don't actually see in him when he is speaking English. He's not as confident because it's not his native tongue. And the audience was just soaking it up and absolutely loving it. So they won their lost their first 2 games of the split and jumped back to it. And we'll see how well they do as we're getting very, very close to jumping into Champion Select.
So let's have a look then at what you guys at home think here. Of course, you can still vote for the team that you think is going to win this one over on lolesports.com. And there's still a little bit of time to get those votes in there right now. 81% to 19% in favor, of course, of Gambit.
I think it's a little bit one-sided, but I think rightfully so. You're talking about a middle-of-the-table team against one of the bottom-of-the-table teams. So we are almost ready to get this underway. Just taking a look at the lobby. Most of the players are in there, so we should hopefully be getting up to par soon enough. And one of the things that we're going to have to keep an eye on in terms of this matchup is how well Darker performs. It's his second to last game of the weekend, I believe, and there's a lot of talk saying we'll see how he does it at DreamHack, how he does in Moscow, and then Gambit will decide if they're actually going to put him in play. And his Zyra is his most outstanding champion.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's not technically confirmed as a Gambit starter just yet. He's come in here for DreamHack for the first weekend, here in Moscow for the second weekend. We're actually talking to him a little bit earlier on and saying, you got it lucky, Darker. You're coming in here after 2 weeks of playing for Gambit and playing in front of a local crowd. The other guys have had to wait years for this privilege to get here to Moscow to play in front, against big international teams.
Yeah, it's definitely something that's going to play into their favor as well, because as the new guy, not only has he had to acclimatize to this massive, professional scene and these LAN environments, having the home crowd is going to play into your favor. It's going to make you a little bit more confident, and it's something that Gambit have actually tried. They tried out AP Master Yi last week. I'm not 100% sold on that from Alexic, and I know it's being reworked as well, so it's not going to be around very long. But I had to apologize to him last week for questioning his Orianna. It is something I will never do again, and my bad for even bringing it up, because he went 4-0-10 against the Lemon Dogs. Unkilled, and if you remember, the dramatic command protects right near the end.
Yeah, and this, of course, as I said before, is that rematch from the Spring Split where SK finally managed towards the end of the season to take down Gambit. Something that's been a long time coming. But if you look at current records and, where we stand at this stage of the tournament or of the leagues in the Spring Split, this is where it really matters. This is where it all comes down to it, because, quite frankly, they have to win. Their position in the league table says they have to win here against Gambit. You can see there some interesting fan-made signs and what have you. A lot of fan-made signs, to be honest with you. And as we said, a lot of Gambit fans here in Russia. Who would have thought it?
Yeah, who would have guessed? That's unheard of from where we are right now. The lobby is filling up, guys, so we will be jumping into the final game of the day in just a few moments' time. And I definitely want to see what Gambit are going to pull out from their sleeves, because we've seen a couple of different champion compositions from them. Remember that this is SK's second game of the day as well. They lost to Lemon Dogs earlier. They managed to get Jace, and while it did work very well for them, Kevin just didn't have that same destruction of everyone impact that he really needed to have with that champion to control the mid game.
Yeah, and that's funny you should say that about Gambit, because they've had some picks which I wouldn't have predicted. Darian pulling out Lissandra was definitely an interesting choice there. Not an interesting choice, Lissandra's a fantastic champion, but I didn't expect Darian actually to bring that one out. We saw Alex play in the Lissandra as well up till now, and Genja has had a really good record. He's actually really high up the table coming into today's play, I think in 4th position in the KDA stats. So he's had, for me, a very good start, considering the fact that he's lost his long-time support player, Edward.
Currently sitting on 6.7 KDA, as you pointed out, and very interestingly played that Ashe to great effect as well. It is probably one of the most famed Season 2 champions. It's probably a champion everybody learns to play on, who you play in the tutorial and whatnot. And I'll see what he does pick up this time. Listen to that crowd.
Are they cheering SK there? I can't quite work it out.
I'm sure that's what they're saying. I'm sure that's exactly what they're saying.
It's a disco in there as well.
If we have any epileptic viewers, I apologize right now. The flashing lights will end shortly as we bring up the champion select screen. We are into picks and bans. The first ban is for Gambit on home soil. First pick, first ban. A lot of support for the local team.
A hell of a lot of support. And we shouldn't forget, before they were called Gambit, they were Moscow 5, a team born and bred, I guess we can say, here in the city which we are currently in. But we are going to get into picks and bans then. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty of this game. The first ban's coming out. Twisted Fate for Gambit, Evelyn for SK Gaming.
So one of the things that is very interesting is then Nunu follows that up. Nunu, a champion that is very, very powerful on live on 3.8. But we're not playing on 3.8, we're playing 3.7, but we've seen a large number of bans targeted at him. And I think that's just a testament to how many games are being played on live on 3.8. It's the comfort pick. So even though he's not OP in this patch, so to speak, we still don't want to deal with him because you have so much game time with that guy.
Well, let's not forget that the jungle buffs are still in there for him at this point, so he's still pretty strong. We saw that at DreamHack as well, which is why he's still drawing a few of those bans. Thresh was the final ban here for Gambit. Lissandra taken out by SK. They're like, nope, 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 don't want to deal with Lissandra.
So Shen and Elise are still free and available, as is Jace. So I would expect some of those to be maybe the high priority picks here for Gambit of SK, as is Jarvan as well, another big one. So we've been seeing Diamond Proc sort of falling back to the likes of Xin Zhao as his jungle. So if he goes that route, we'll see the Jarvan coming in most likely.
Yeah, I could imagine that as well. And it will be the Xin that's taken out here by SK Gaming. But will they go for a Jarvan first pick? Hercubot is another jungler who excels with that Jarvan. And indeed, Shen is still left open there. So that is another possibility for Gambit.
Depending on how Gambit want to play this, they could even go for something like that Zyra. Because it is free and because they know how impactful Darker is in team fights.
Yeah.
It is an aggressive support. It is a defensive support. It is, you know, it is reactive as well as proactive. So it's a fantastic champion that fits practically any composition. I don't know if Gambit are going to value it highly enough to be first pick, though. So that's the thing. I think Jarvan, Shen, maybe Zyra would be talking points.
Well, let's have a look. 15 seconds Gambit still have here to lock in their first choice. And, well, I wonder how much pressure they're actually feeling from this crowd, because it can work both ways. Looks like it's going to be the Shen first in there, but that pressure can happen to be, you know, oh no, it's Jace. Last second switch, you'd already written it down there.
I shouldn't have.
Throwing the spanner in the works at the last second.
I had to scratch my notes. Not cool, bro.
That pressure of the crowd can obviously work both ways on you. It can sometimes load a little bit too much onto you.
It can, but one of the things that does play into Gambit's favor, they've never really been a team that's cracked under pressure.
That's a very true fact.
Admittedly, they do have a slightly different composition, but I think out of all of the teams, they're one of the few that actually thrive in this environment when there's this many eyes and this many people judging them and going, how are you going to do? What are you going to do? I think they're a team that likes to stand up and say, I baited and outsmarted my opponents and, you know, scream from the hilltops at their sirens.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
We've got 20 seconds still to go here for SK. They're taking a little while getting their picks in, and they say, well, you're not going to go for that Shen, but we want it. They're going to take Shen straight in there. Obviously, a big pick there for Kevin. Played a lot of it over in the spring split. We're also going to have a Sona. We talked about Nif earlier on and how in the spring split you hit a lot of 3-4-man crescendos, which won a lot of games for SK.
Yeah, and it's one of those champions that if you can do well with, can help you win team fights, but if you fall behind, there's very little you can do. You know, that crescendo ends up being used very defensively under towers, and unless you do a flash crescendo that your team then follows up on, you're practically, you know, you can't really help as much in team fights. Whereas a Thresh, whereas a Zyra, they can continue helping out. We do see that Diamond is hovering over that Jarvan, so not only denying it from Hercubot, but also picking it up for himself. It's one of the champions that he's been quite outspoken about, Jarvan and Zed, and talking about their relative power in the pro scene.
Well, he's not got his hands on his mouse, on his mouse or keyboard. He doesn't play with two mice. That would make him an even more incredible player, I assume. But it looks like it will be that Jarvan here just from that, and the Varus pickup as well for Genja. As I said, done really well with Genja before this weekend's play was actually 4 games played, 3 wins, so fantastic record.
He had a pretty good KDA, if I recall correctly, as well, 7.5, so that's higher than his average on Varus. So a good champion, and you've got some good combinations here. Demacian Standard is going to give some attack speed to both Jace and Varus, which means if they're attacking towers, it's going to get shredded in an instant. You've got great long-range poke from Jace and Varus, you've got good initiation. So I really like the synergies. Right now from SK, you've got defensive lineup, so we're going to need a lot of damage. High DPS mid laner, high DPS AD carry, which tells me Ocelot may go for the likes of a Kha'Zix or a Zed, because his Kha'Zix worked very, very well last weekend.
Right now, SK are cycling through AD carries with Candy Panda. He's stopped on Ashe here.
I don't know if that's the right choice. And I'm even less convinced about a Volibear as well. Because now you're going to have, fair enough, Volibear can finish people off, right? So if you jump in there with that Frenzy, you get that munch onto somebody, you will deal damage based on their missing health. But if you're not able to get missing health in place, the Frenzy's not as effective. So there's going to have to be a high damage dealing champion from Ocelot, and Orianna might be the pick if it's not taken from Alexic. It's a champion that we know Ocelot can play. It'll work well with Shen. It'll work well with Volibear. And I think that's maybe what he's hoping to go towards. And we'll see if Alexic wants to steal it.
We'll see if he lets that one through. The Volibear, just to mention that statistically, we did see Hercubot, of course, playing that pretty regularly, actually, in the spring split. Was his most played jungler. 5 wins out of 6 games in the split itself. So, again, really good statistics from that. But, of course, he has had changes since then as well. So we'll see how that one all goes. Right now, Darker is cycling through himself, and we've already talked about this, Sarah. We think that will be his champion.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident on that one. I think he's had very good performances on LAN with it, and I think he's been very happy with how he's played. We do see the Elise has been locked in, so that'll be Darian playing Elise. It'll be Alexic playing Jace, so we'll see if he can replicate the performances of Froggen from last weekend. We don't have a traditional tank from Gambit, and while Jarvan is, tanky, junglers, they're not going to get as tanky as like a top lane tank, like a Shen will be, for example. And he doesn't have the innate survivability that Volibear does. So if Gambit get caught, if an Ashe arrow is followed up by a fling, followed up by a taunt, there's a good chance they'll die. But it really means SK have to hit their skill shots.
So then, what are SK going to finish off with here? We've talked about it before, is that mid lane for Ocelot. Speculating with a possible Kha'Zix here, would be up against Jace, which, automatically means that he can farm, of course, with those Void Spikes, but
after 6,
Jace is going to be putting in a bit of damage onto him the whole time if he tries to get in there for those last hits.
Yeah, the opening levels are going to be so difficult, and we'll see what they decide to do. Now, he's actually gone for different pick, not damage and not survivability utility that a Orianna was going to offer. Kennen is very popular in the current meta, and I do like it against a Jarvan and a Jace that'll jump at you with the hammer form and the dash. But it's a bit of an all-in champion. I also think it's lacking a little bit of damage. I don't feel like SK has got a true hardcore damage dealer like a Jace poke, like the percentage HP on Elise, like a hard carry like Varus.
Yeah, and Candy Panda, I'm really interested to see how he brings his Ashe to the table as well. We have seen it from him previously, but it's not a champion that he brings to the table very often. And this may be a bit of a challenge set by Genja yesterday, who played a fantastic bit of Ashe. To be honest, the thing is, I don't know if this was brought up yesterday, but he actually got to, I think, 1800 elo playing Ashe only, did Genja. So he certainly knows his way around that champion. Whether Candy Panda's on the same page, we'll find out.
Well, I want to find out how he's going to build Ashe in this game, because Genja went Tear of the Goddess into Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, and Mirror Mana. So didn't go for any additional attack speed yesterday, just really getting all the mana to practically have his Frost Shot on permanently. That will work quite nicely against the likes of Elise, the likes of Jarvan who want to jump at you. But the key is definitely going to be on those enchanted crystal arrows. If a good stun lands, Zyra, Varus, Jace, Elise can all go down incredibly quickly, as that is actually the crowd, but the light doesn't give it justice, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Glow in the dark. That's what we're going for here. Although our monitor's darker, so maybe you guys at home can actually see more than we can here. I can just see someone's glasses glaring.
The reflection.
The reflection of the colours from behind the players. So here we go then. We're going to jump into game. It's our final one of the night here, Saturday night in Moscow. Gambit versus SK Gaming. And well, we've talked about it. Two teams in two very different situations when it comes to the league table itself. SK really need a win.
There's no other situation for them other than picking up a victory. We've seen some strong words from lots of different people in SK Gaming, and Ocelot himself, when we were saying good luck, have fun, just before the game was saying, well, we don't have a choice, man. We don't have a choice. So we'll see if that amount of pressure, if that amount of eyes on his team will help spur him on, or if it's going to be too much pressure and it's going to cause them to crack.
Well, we shall be finding out here in the next 30 to 50 minutes. Hopefully a little bit longer. That'd be, I'd like to have a classic here between SK and Gambit. But early starts, pretty standard starting items here across the board. Crystalline Flask for Elise, that Rejuve Bead for Shen. Doran's Blades across the board there as well. Support items are all normal. Nothing really crazy.
There's going to be pressure on Darian in this top lane because he is going to be able to bully around Shen a little bit in that lane. He's got more upfront damage at these lower levels, slightly more effective sustain that doubles up as damage onto your opponents if he switches into that spider form and gets his little spider babies to attack Kevin. If Kevin gets some assistance from Hercubot's Volibear, it can go the other way. But effectively, there's going to be pressure on Darian to try and 1v1 out that lane.
So, a very pensive start, I think we can say here. Not really a lot going on, and that just shows you SK can't afford any mistakes. Gambit don't want to show their fans on stage here any mistakes, that's for sure. They want to come out and play a flawless game, and it'd be the best possible outcome if they could stomp SK before the 20 minutes are up here, to be honest. But I don't think that's quite going to be the way that it goes. See the start here for the junglers. Diamond going to be kicking it off with the blue buff on the other side. It is, of course, Hercubot doing the same.
So we'll see how well this transitions into the rest of the jungle and then eventually into ganks. We are going to see straight up lanes, so we're not going to have any of this lane swapping shenanigans. And with Genja and Dark here doing the double golems on the bottom lane, they're going to hit that level 2 a little bit sooner, get those grasping roots out, and basically just try to catch Nif out. One of the things that Nif is going to be so careful of, 1 or 2 little bits of, poke could result in him being dead if he gets caught by this grasping roots, because Sona is so squishy at these lower levels.
Super squishy, and once they hit level 2, that might be it. It's actually down in the bottom here. Genja taking a lot of damage, has to use his barrier. SK can't quite get through, but there you saw Candy Panda hitting level 2 first, instantly piles on the pressure.
Basically because of the wave. So because Genja and Darker didn't kill the wave as quickly as they needed to, they didn't hit that all-important level 2. Diamond Prox is a level 3 Jarvan. He's hanging around behind. There is no barrier on that Varus. He's on 105 hit points. If he gets hit again, he's in trouble, but there's Diamond on Candy.
Yep, going in onto him. Actually goes for Nif, who was hovering over that flash key, I'm sure, there as he flashed away from it. Diamond taking a bit of damage as he goes, but that is, flash down for SK Gaming, as we are going to see Diamond go back in here onto Candy Panda. Apparently the rest of Gambit's bottom lane didn't get the memo, though. They were walking back to the turret. Bit of confusion between the Russians.
Now, maybe for the first time ever, the crowd speaking in Russian is going to distract the players on stage if they're yelling and screaming loud enough. But Genja going so low again. 70-odd hit points, playing very brave, sitting on that Doran's Blade. As far as sustain goes, that is all that he has. 0% lifesteal, but sitting on 17 and then 8% armor pen. He really is going to hurt hard with that piercing arrow.
He's going to hurt hard, but he's got to survive through it. And right now, he could do with a bit of lifesteal, to be honest. He's got no sustain like his opponents have from that heal of Nif. And you can see that Gambit already are leaving that lane. They decide it's not going to be worth it. Volibear coming down into the bottom, and SK main try and put down a bit of early damage onto that first turret.
Yeah, the key here is going to see how much CS can be denied by the tower, because even with all that pressure, Genja is still only 3 creeps behind. So you got to give credit to him. Up in the top lane, Kevin was struggling at these lower levels against Elise. He took a lot of damage, but right now that Darian's running a little low on mana, he's also been focusing more on harass than on farming, which you can see with that very small difference in the big wave pushing into Kevin.
Oh, see Ignite actually used there by Darian. think he was feeling a bit of pressure there as Diamond is going to come into this top lane as well, just stabs away at the minions, then walks back out, just to show Kevin if he wants to walk into this top lane, he damn well will do and make an impact.
Be aware I am here and I'm willing to fight you is basically what Diamond Prox is signaling. That's the second time he showed his face on the map, once in the bottom lane to help out and actually got the barrier and flash from Candy Panda and Nif, and obviously the second time just to keep Kevin on the back foot. We do see Darien once again using his Ignite very early on in the laning phase, and it's most likely just to give him that additional +5 ability power, which makes him a little bit more threatening, gives him a little bit more pressure and presence in that lane, but it's not going to be available if he does get Kevin low.
So on that last trip home, both AD carries actually picking themselves up a second Doran's Blade, pots, and a ward here for Ash as well, just going to prove that it doesn't have to be a support player that picks up those wards the entire time. 32-35 CS though. Funnily enough, Genja actually ahead on that front as a grasping root is going to land here onto Nif. There goes a piercing arrow through, and you see the damage that you were talking about earlier.
So much damage, and all of that armor penetration from Genja is just going to stack up with the power of that piercing arrow. It has been reworked in 3.7, so the damage has been taken from the E and into the Q for Varus, and it is what Genja is leveling first. 2 points into his piercing arrow and a single on his W and his E.
Right now, Volibear is there. Jarvan was actually waiting over the other side as well, and that hawk shot of Ash obviously could prove to be pretty vital. You never quite know when that's going to be called into action when you just, all right, well, just check out over there, and oh, they're actually inside of the brush. Good job we didn't actually just walk forward. This top lane though, Darien and Kevin continue to hammer away at each other, keeping the CS actually very, very even on this top side.
So it's definitely playing into their favor. Neither jungler has really had a very big impact in this top lane. Diamond Prox gently showed himself in lane, pretty much, you know, telling Kevin that he's there and preventing him from going aggressive at all. But what we do see is that Kevin has backed already. He's got that second rejuvenation bead as well as a null magic mantle, whereas Darien is still sitting on a fair chunk of change, 700 gold right now. Actually, he's picked up a Doran's ring as well. He had the flask, pots, and ward as a start. So pretty passive top lane so far.
One thing that Darien didn't do is buy a ward, and that's allowed Hercubot to sneak in here. They're going to go for Darien. There is the repel coming out. There is the flip back, but can they lock him down? Good taunt coming in here, and this could be it. There's a flash away. Darien, though, is burning down from the Ignite. He's going to have one more tick. No, not quite enough. Darien escapes. Close stuff. The crowd, breath of relief, I think.
44 HP, and the fling from Volibear from his Rolling Thunder was just in the wrong direction. It flung Elise to the side instead of backwards, and if one more auto attack had come down from Kevin, that would have been enough to kill him. But unfortunately, just not being in the right angle when he flashed cost Hercubot that potential first blood.
So, bottom wave pushed up here on towards that turret as Alexich is actually going to go in on towards Ocelot here, but he turns it around. But I think Ocelot is losing this one in general. Shock Blast not landing though. And Ocelot finds himself safe, pops a couple of pots on, says, I'm back in action.
And this is the first time we've actually looked in that mid lane at all. So, trading that Slicing Maelstrom down in the bottom lane though, Genja is taking a lot of damage from Candy Panda, but Nif is the one that ate the Ignite.
Yep, Nif eating that Ignite up there. He has his Ignite available, so a good volley, and Nif able to get in position to get that Ignite down would be interesting. Here is Diamond doing what Diamond traditionally does so well, which is trying to steal away those buffs. Actually, is going to get taunted up here by Kevin. I'll tell you what, Diamond needs to be a little bit careful about this.
Hercubot is not interested at all. No. He just went straight onto the red buff and was like, Kevin, bro, no. Kevin, no. Kevin, dude, I don't want to fight. And he just picks up his red buff and does go continue on his merry way. You're talking about the bottom lane. The Ash Arrow is available, so like you said, a good Crystal Arrow into Volley plus Ignite should actually be enough to take Genja down. The question is, are Candy Panda and Nif brave enough to make that combo happen? Ash does have enough mana. Oh, no, does not at the moment. Sitting on 110, needs to get 150. So Candy Panda biding his time, waiting until he is able to do that combo.
Yep, and we'll have to have obviously a bit more in there for that volley to come out as well afterwards. So let's have a bit of a wait for this one. There's the piercing arrow going through. Hercubot is just going to be starting off his blue, and actually will finish his blue here as well, of course, with that cannon in the middle lane for SK Gaming. Nif just pops the plants away, says, nope, Darky, you're not going to bring them to life. We'll leave them as they are.
Yeah. Standing on those seeds, preventing them coming up. While the blue buff is being taken by Hercubot, Diamond Prox picked up his red buff. So that's the second spawn that are up. That's a flash crescendo into Arrow.
Oh, this is going to be brilliant. There's a flash from Genja. Is a Stranglethorn's going to be enough? No, not quite. First blood for Ash. Hercubot going to take a good couple of tower hits there, but SK chain it together. That's exactly what this combo needs to do.
And the order was swapped around. So instead of relying on the Ash Arrow into crescendo, they went, the likelihood of a flash crescendo is significantly less. It's gonna catch them off guard. They're not gonna be able to react. And SK pick up the first blood in the game. I actually think I heard the crowd cheering that on.
I don't.
It could have been cries of pain or could have been cries of joy. I'm gonna be optimistic here and say they were supporting the foreigners.
There may be some non-Russians in the audience today here that are...
not anymore, there's not.
Yeah, they've just got thrown out by security. No crowd trouble here, please. There goes the arrow, the flag from Jarvan over into the blue buff. Just seeing that one is gone, which if you looked at Volibear a little bit earlier on, he would have realized anyway. But as Kennen comes back into the mid lane here, able to defend off, we can see that Ocelot is behind on the CS now by round about 20. We have the Man Immune already done for Jace with the Doran's Blade and Boots. On the other side, Kennen going straight in for that Haunting, guys. Got those couple of Doran's Blades earlier on just to get that auto attack damage down.
If I remember correctly, it was SK beating Evil Geniuses last week to pick up their first victory.
Yeah.
And what ended up happening in that matchup, Ocelot was behind Froggen's Lux and he was playing Kha'Zix. He fell 20 to 30 CS behind, but didn't give up any kills, was not outplayed totally. We'll get back to that as Kevin is going to pick a fight here with Darian.
There is the repel coming in. Of course, he's going to come down right on top of him. Diamond actually tanking up the turret here, and he's gone really, really low from that one. But look at this, Jace is coming up. Kennen's coming up. We could see a big amount of action here on this top lane. 11 minutes 40 in.
Yeah, Flash and Ignite is available for Alexic if he wants to pop that down, and as soon as Ocelot is going to be spotted in vision here, they might jump in.
Oh, but the Shock Blast actually missing here. Darian going very, very low. Here comes a slicing Maelstrom. That's going to stun Alexic up. He somehow gets away. That is a master troll from Diamond. Gets a Cataclysm over. Kevin actually taking a blast there. Diamond decides not to go in. But what a move coming out of Diamond. Cataclysm flashes out. Says see you later.
Cool guys don't look at explosions and cool Jaces don't stay in their Cataclysms. He flashes to safety. Kevin is blown up. Kevin face checks a Shock Blast accelerated combo and dies.
Lost for words on that one. That was probably didn't need to happen from their side of things, as Alex is still actually around this top lane here. His Shock Blast did land on toward Ocelot as they tried to push this lane out. But let's have a look at things here, because things did happen in that bottom lane. Of course, SK took the first turret of the game. They're going to be stealing golems here. They are 700, 800 gold in the lead, give or take, after 12 minutes 50, tied on the kills.
And that kill in the top lane, the one that was evened up for Gambit, was blind. That was just a prediction Shock Blast coming out of Alex. They had no wards up there, and it managed to catch Kevin. You have to think he should have backed off. He was very, very low. He took a lot of damage from the lane as they were trying to chase. Nevertheless, SK pick up the first tower. They're now on the Dragon. They get the Dragon as well, and that's going to give them a 2,000 gold lead, which is a great position to be in at this stage of the matchup.
Yep, and this is the team that we feel like I'm almost repeating myself, but their situation right now is so that they are bottom of the table. They need victories, they need points, and they need, honestly, probably a confidence boost as well, and this would give it to them if they can beat Gambit in front of their own fans.
Yeah, especially because their only other victory was against Evil Geniuses, teams that traditionally they had a bit of difficulty with in the spring split. So, you know, if they can find their form and do well against the other bottom four teams, it'll play into their favor, but it all starts by picking up wins here and now against the big boys of the league, as it were. Gambit, I think, are sitting in third position, unless my memory is completely off. And with that small early deficit, they're still looking good. They're still 1,100 gold behind, and that's thanks to some very good CS numbers across the board.
Yeah, very good indeed. And if you look at them, Candy Panda actually is 10 CS in the lead there. But other than that, Gambit looking good.
And you have to attest that, first of all, to the level 2 damage that they were able to put down, forced Genja out of lane, then later on the kills that they picked up as well. So there's been more ganks and more pressure on this bottom lane. In addition, oh, beautiful smite. Hercubot just strolls around the corner, smites away the big Wraith and says, you will not take my camp. I will use my summoner spell to pick that one up. And as you've just pointed out to me as well, it's the second, or no, this is the third time that I think we've seen Genja go the triple Doran Blade. I'm still not entirely sold by it, and I'm starting to think he goes this route when he's behind in lane. Because when we've seen him winning his lane, he doesn't go that route. So this may be a defensive, reactive build, and I'm sure somebody on Reddit or Twitch chat will be able to help me out with that one.
Well, maybe we can even get a word with the man himself at some point throughout the weekend and ask him about that one. Right now, SK are in the Gambit jungle. It's not something Diamond takes lightly. He does not like people in his own jungle, especially not stealing away his buffs. In the meantime, though, Alex has said, that's fine, we're going to go in for your mid lane turret. And look at this, they're going to come through the crescendo, actually landing. Hammers Ocelot away. There's the acceleration gate down, but Ocelot picks up the kill. Diamond is in there. He will try and get out. Darker's off to the side of the Strangled Thorns come down. Hercubot can't quite get in there for the fling, though. And that will be just a 1-for-0. Good kill, though. It's Alex Hitch that dies.
That was a whole lot of ultimates used just to catch Alex out. I don't feel like Ocelot's slicing Maelstrom was really needed in that particular engagement, but the rest of the ultimates, I completely agree with. Another great flash crescendo from Nif. He's hitting multiple targets. They've lost the top lane tower, but now SK Gaming putting pressure in the mid as Darian and Kevin go head-to-head.
They go head-to-head, but with that Giant's Belt and the Ruby Crystal on to Kevin right now. He is pretty solid here when it comes to being able to take all that damage from a Darian who's gone Negatron Cloak as his first medium item, I guess we can call it there, along with those 2 Doran's rings. So he's not too much, he's not too damaging right now, at least.
I imagine he's going to be working towards the likes of that Abyssal Scepter because Elise's base numbers are so good. You do tend to just build penetration as quickly as possible, and we actually usually see the likes of Sorcerer Shoes and Haunting Guys, but this will do a similar position, and when you're going up against a Shen who does a fair amount of magic damage and a cannon, the extra magic resist is always going to play into your favor.
Right now, Alex is trying to push this advantage in turrets in the mid lane even further. I say advantage, they're of course tied up now after SK pushed it back just a couple of moments ago. He now has that Brutalizer in there, so his poke's starting to stack up in terms of damage and how much of a possible impact it could have on especially this kind of situation on sieging those turrets.
Now remember as well that Ocelot was 20 to 30 CS behind. Now he's only 10 or 12, so exactly the same as we've seen him doing against Evil Geniuses, and unlike what we've seen him doing against Fnatic. He struggled against Fnatic, but he was losing 1v1s, and Peke was able to continually kill him. Ocelot is not making those same mistakes now, so he's definitely stepped up his game from last weekend to this weekend, and his ultimates are going to be very, very crucial in these team fights, because if he doesn't lock people down with Nif's Sona, they're going to be in trouble. The Ash Arrow is out, and it is not going to connect. Field gold for SK Gaming.
Yeah, gold. Not quite.
Not quite.
Straight through the middle of them. Points for style, I think, is what he gets for that. But that obviously doesn't really count to anything when it comes to the outcome of this game. So, Dragon, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Who is going to be set up best for that one? We see a couple of wards down from Gambit. However, no pink ward in position, and SK have a pink ward with Nif, so that's something that they can sort out.
Oh, there's 2 members of Gambit up here in the top lane. Ocelot is about to get dived on. He's about to dodge the cocoon. Here comes Shen.
Yeah, Shen going to get involved in this one, and Alex is now the man that's going to be in trouble. He gets stunned up there, and Shen actually didn't make it up there. The crescendo will be enough, and now they're going to look for kill number 2 on towards Darian. He takes a turret hit. There's the rest of the team from Gambit just underneath him. Candy Panda, can he get the slow off? Not quite, but the rest of them are fighting underneath. Darker goes down to a chomp of Hercubot. Don't think he's got what it takes to get over to Diamond, who will slide away, though. Crazy stuff.
Fantastic, fantastic call coming up from Kevin. That ultimate was actually interrupted there. I think he cancelled it himself, and what a good call. Nif said, I'm here, I'm top, I can help. You don't need to be there. Continue split pushing. They managed to pick up 2 kills up there in the top lane, and now they're pushing down onto the mid lane. Actually, they might even roll around to Dragon, because I don't think it was picked up.
Nope, 10 seconds to go until that Dragon is back in play, so that should be theirs. They've had that that earlier Dragon as well, so if anyone's going to have the timing on it, it will be SK. There is Diamond off to the side. He says, I fancy a piece of this action. There is Genja firing the piercing arrow through, and you can see the caution here from SK Gaming. It would actually be a 5 versus 4 there, but they don't want to fight.
And they've got no ultimates left, so they'll know that the Stranglethorns is down, but they'll also be fully aware that Genja did not use his Chain of Corruption. So you've got 2 AD carries with very heavy crowd control ultimates. However, Varus's will spread like a disease if you are stacked too tightly together. Candy Panda needs to aim much better than his previous attempt in order to land anything.
Where is that arrow going to go in? It is actually going to land on towards Darian. He's a target that they're willing to go for. Ultimate, Varus is actually completely whiffed off to the side there. No kill just yet as Elise goes up into the air. Finally finished off by Kevin. Are SK going to keep chasing for this one? No, they're happy with that 1 kill. They lost out on the Dragon, of course. That was picked up by Genja, who got the final blow to it. And that will be 5-1 to SK in the kills. 27 to, let's call it 26,000 gold now.
So still 1,000 gold difference. That single Dragon has now evened out the score. They're sitting tight on towers, and SK are just making the right decisions to make picks. They were so tightly knit as 5 that I think if they'd played a little more aggressively in the river and said, look, Alex is in our face, go, they may actually have been able to pick up the kills because Gambit were already backing away. They were splitting up. But defensive, smart play from SK. If they keep up this pressure, they're looking very, very good as we go into this roaming team fight stage.
The biggest difference in gold right now lies between those 2 AD carries. The extra farm that Candy Panda has there, 6,500 to 5.8. That's actually slowed down a little bit as Varus just pushed those waves out in the bottom side. And let's not forget those 3 assists as well. Always like to give the assists a mention for Candy Panda in this one. But, you know, his arrow this time around landed onto Elise, which for me is a fine target anyway in that fight.
Elise, Jace, or Varus, those are the 3 that you want to hit because those are the scary targets. And very crucially as well, Genja threw that Chain of Corruption wide. He threw that to the right. That hit nobody. SK was so tightly knit there in that little, Dragon's Pit entry that if that chain had spread, they probably would have gone down. It would have been a lot more difficult for them to get that kill and escape as unscathed as they actually did.
So here we go then. Gambit trying to force the pressure onto SK, push them a little bit back into their own base. As we do see lots of wards down. And look at this. This is typical Gambit now. That turret's down. They realize that they need more control on the map. They're going to steal away the blue buff, which, not the end of the world because of, the fact that Kennen is not there with that mana.
In addition, they just stole the blue buff themselves for SK. So not only did, they lost their buff, they've stole one already. And exactly like you said, they've got 2 energy champions on their team. So blue buff is less important. What it also means is they may actually be donating it to Ashe or Volibear, which means more Rolling Thunders, more Flings, more, chomps, or more importantly for Candy Panda, 1,000,000 times more volleys, just non-stop volley spam under the tower. Right now, Diamond Prox does get that acceleration gate. Nif is way, way, way out of position. He may be forced to flash over this wall. Hercubot's coming to just man-mode it up and say, I want to play. Look at Shen's position. He's toying with Genja. SK are very out of position here.
Yeah, a bit of a bear blockade coming out from Hercubot saying, you're not getting over to my squishy zone. I'm going to protect you like a real bear should. But yeah, that was a bit of a weird positional face-off as they kind of figured that they were both not in the ideal position, that the AD carries down on that bottom side of the map. So probably best just to back off from it, not really go for too much.
I'm glad you pointed that out because when Gambit played Evil Geniuses and lost, it was partially due to the fact that Genja was AFK farming the top or the bottom lane almost exclusively in the mid game. So he was never with his team when he needed to be. Now you see they've been sending Genja to deal with Kevin Shen. He's the man they've appointed to deal with the split push. And while, that's fine, your AD can probably do that relatively well, even though your opponent's got a Sunfire Cape, Kevin's going to join a team fight with Sands United. And Varus is not going to be able to interrupt it. Right now, Hercubot has flash and fling Diamond Prox backwards. He has a big fight.
Diamond goes in and they're going to get Nif really low. He does get a crescendo off before he dies here. In fact, he's not dead. He's still alive there for a good couple of seconds afterwards. But right now, it's pretty even. 2 for 2. Alex is right in the middle of them. Double kill coming out for Genja. Can they finish off here? There's another one. In the last man alive here is Kevin. He's dunked down by Alex Sidge. And that's an ace for Gambit for 2 deaths.
They could not focus the right target. Genja is untouched. I just said he needed to be with his team when the fights happened, and Genja was there. He has full HP, and you can hear that crowd erupting. They love that fight. Managing to ace SK Gaming. The inner tower's going down. Alex is just going to push the top lane and keep the pressure onto SK.
Yeah, and let's have a look here at the gold now. Let's see what Genja has got himself up to. 8.2 to 7.6. That gives him the lead now. He brought the CS right back because of the fact that he was down in that bottom lane. And we see that so often from these AD carries. It's, as you said, just about decision making as to when you leave it and when you join the rest of the team. This time, it was a spot-on decision from Gambit. They're now 2,000 gold in the lead. Got one turret up over SK, still behind in kills. But after that one, Genja's going to get a nice burst of power to come and play.
And so importantly in that engagement, the Ashe arrow hit Jarvan, first of all. The crescendo, yes, it did catch Jarvan and interrupted Zyra's ultimate, actually. It delayed that coming down, which was great. It wasn't the right targets. They need to stun up Jace. They need to stun up Varus. Then you've seen Kennen jumping in there. But you see Kevin has been latched onto by Darian, but he's going to taunt him away. Does eat a cocoon. He should get to safety.
Yeah, he's got the heals here from Nif as well. They're just going to speed off, and you just see how scared they are of Darian at this point. I mean, got that Abyssal Scepter in there, got a Chain Vest now for a bit more extra protection. They throw those spiders in, going to be chipping away. That piercing arrow going to be a bit of a pain in the rear end for SK. They've got decent poke on their own side thanks to that Ashe volley, but can't really compare that with piercing arrow and the shot blast through the acceleration gate of Alex Ich.
No, not at all. In addition to that, the wave clear that it's going to offer you is so much better than SK's. This is something that I completely missed during Champ Select. Other than the volley, there's practically no safe AoE wave clear, which means defending towers is going to be so difficult for SK Gaming. The range of Jason Varus plays into their favor. SK have said, we want Dragon. The rest of Gambit have said, well, you take it, we'll have Baron happily. Look for a long-range arrow from Ashe, most likely to start this engagement.
Well, Crescendo is up there as well. Stan United will be off cooldown here in a second, but they might be too slow to come in. The arrow coming across will manage to land. Ocelot going to dive in there as well. Baron going very, very low. Actually picked up though by Gambit. There's a Crescendo coming in. Ocelot going to go down. They switch over towards Hercubot, and Nifu are trapped inside of the Cataclysm, and it leaves now just Candy Panda knocked up in the air, and Kevin again at the back of that Baron pit. He will flash away, but he's the last man alive for SK.
4 for 1, they couldn't get onto Genja. They couldn't make damage stick. Genja just played so well in that pit. He backed away when he needed to. Alex Ich gave up his life, but for an enemy ace and Baron buff, he is going to be happy with that trade. He is 2-3-4 right now, and Genja, triple Doran's 4-1-5. You hear the crowd erupting as they see him stealing that red buff. 2 members of Gambit are now on the inhibitor turret, while you see Darren going up top to try and shove that lane down. He may even try to pick a fight with Kevin.
And Kevin he's pushed that lane out there. He's a little bit in the middle of nowhere. SK, of course, are going to start to all spawn back in here. But after that Baron, after all the kills, once again, Gambit must be sitting pretty when it comes to cash that they've got to spend on this next trip home. Blue buff's going to be coming with them here as well. That went over to Diamond, I believe. And yeah, that's it. They're all going to recall. And Bob's your uncle, they're going to have more gold to spend.
As if their sieging power wasn't, difficult enough to deal with. Now with Baron, it makes it practically impossible for SK unless they all in. Look at Darian coming from the side. There goes Alex. He's caught Ossa.
Going straight in on towards Ocelot. Darian coming in from that side. Can they land it? Shock Blast was all over the place there from Alex. And now we are going to see Hercubot coming in. He's going to get the fling back onto Darian. The arrow comes across the map as well. And Darian a dead man. Gambit getting a little bit too clever there.
So a little bit over-aggressive. They thought they could jump onto Ocelot quicker than they actually could. Ocelot actually played that very smartly. He still had his Zhonya's Hourglass available if he wanted to use it, get away from more damage of his opponents. Nevertheless, that is now a 4,500 gold lead in favor of the locals, the Russians of Gambit, and they're definitely looking good. That first Doran's Blade has been sold by Genja, picking himself up another BF sword.
Yeah, and the other items that came in on that last back, Runic Bulwark finish for Diamond Procs, the Locket of the Iron Solari for Darker, along with an Oracle as well, to make sure that they can keep a hold of the control that they have here on the map. Ashe with Candy Panda just picking up a static shift and an elixir here, so they're expecting a bit of a final fight coming in as well.
That's also, I need power now. I need statistics now. Get that additional on hit. I think it's 100 magic damage from the static shift passive, and just get that now as quickly as possible. Get that additional movement speed, and more importantly, use that elixir of fortitude to give you that additional plus 15 AD. Candy Panda is feeling the pressure, and if he gets a couple of lucky critical hits, it can work out for him, but if not, well, it's a very scary Gambit team to be dealing with, who's got all that regen from Baron.
Just seen a Warmogs finished off here by Kevin as well, so he is super tanky right now, but as we saw in the last two team fights, they don't care about him. They leave him to do whatever he wants and they'll finish him off, or even just leave him to his own accord later on. Right now, Gambit pushing without response, taking down the inner turret on that top lane. Still one remaining in the bottom lane, but they want inhibitors.
Now what SK did very well in the Baron Pit fight is they got a 3-man crescendo, only missing Genja and Darker, and they managed to focus down Alexich very, very quickly. If they get the same 3-man crescendo, but catch out, say, Alex and Genja, or Genja and Darien, it plays into their favor. They have the ability to burst down one target very, very quickly. They're just going to make a better choice because they left Genja for too long in the Baron Pits.
Now we see the shot blast come flying through. A piercing arrow knocked Candy Panda down to about half HP, and these minion waves do not last very long here. As another shot blast goes firing through, the volatile Spiderling's been thrown in there as well, and Gambit just looking for that way in, just looking to push that one man low enough that says go.
They're also waiting for Nif to run out of mana. All the poke that they're putting down, hitting as hard as possible. Nif on Sona is pretty good at actually healing up teammates from slow poke teams, but from this consistent non-stop shock blast, Spiderling, piercing arrow, it's actually very difficult to consistently heal through that. So what they were looking for is an opening. Is someone going to overextend? Is someone going to go low? Or is Nif going to run out of mana? None of those things happened, and instead, Gambit decide, we're going to fall back, make sure all of our waves are pushing. You can see the bottom lane was not, and then they'll decide to siege up again. They still got a little bit of time. Actually, Baron has just worn off, so it'll be up in about 2 or 3 minutes' time.
Yeah, Baron in there soon. Alex just pushing that bottom lane now. SK trying to use this opportunity to clear their waves as much as possible as well and slow this one down, try and soak up as much farm in the process. Genja there has just taken that red buff, and that's going to help with the poke, of course, having the reduced cooldown coming through on that piercing arrow. And they must be sat on decent amounts of gold here once again to go home later and spend. SK actually starting to put out a few more wards in their side of the jungle so that they know where Gambit are actually going to be heading and what their plan really is.
In addition, whatever Gambit's plan is, Alexich has got an extra lease on life. Guardian Angel is going to bring him back to life. You're talking about money and how much they had to spend. Varus has just completed his Infinity Edge. So, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Lost Whisper. Genja is deviating from the Genja build. I'm not sure what to make on that. His Guardian Angel is an item late.
Where is your Guardian Angel? Obviously feeling like he might not need it at this point, but no, 4-1-5, it only takes a bit of mispositioning, and that could be all changed. Dragon is up. Gambit feel the need that they want that one. Bit of extra gold to spend later on, maybe. But with the Baron coming up in 1 minute, it may just be a bit of a delay as they waste time and get ready for that Baron, which may just propel them to the victory.
And look at SK Gaming's wards. It's all around the Baron Pit. They've got little to no vision on the Dragon or the blue on their side. So you can see they've just lost Dragon. Now they're going to lose blue buff as well. And that looks like it's going to go to Genja, actually. So it does go. So piercing arrow spam, once again, they're really going to be relying on this long-range poke under the tower. And as soon as somebody goes down low enough, Jace, Varus, and Jarvan are just going to destroy those structures.
Right now, SK are actually coming out of base here to try and defend this bottom inner turret, which, honestly, not sure that they can really contend with whatsoever. They're happy to do the damage that they've done and back away. Shen is actually split pushing here out of the base, and, well, I don't think Gambit needs to be too worried about that, to be honest. He's not going to get there fast enough. You know, that if they just start pushing up middle, he's going to have to come back anyway.
Yeah, in addition, their damage is just so much higher. Elise, Jason, Varus, if they all hit the same target, like a cannon, even with that Zhonya's Hourglass, he's going to go down very, very quickly. So Gambit are pretty much saying, well, you can split push, but whoever you put the shield on, we're pretty confident we can burst through that quickly enough. And thanks to him being out of position, Gambit now stack up as a 5-man and start to try force their way onto this inhibitor, which had respawned a very short while ago. A recall from Kevin is coming out, and there goes Ocelot.
They're going in here, but he gets knocked back by Jason. That's going to throw it off completely here for them. Cataclysm goes down in the middle. We see the crescendo not doing too much. Candy Panda going to be taken out by Darien. There goes the bear, and this is not good news for SK Gaming. Ocelot going to pop the Zhonyas. He's going to get pounced on as soon as he comes back up. Double kill for Alexich, and it's once again Shen that's left to his his own devices. Gambit could win the game right here, right now. 30 seconds on the Sona spawn, and Gambit are going to go for the victory.
Look at the HP bars there for Gambit. They are so low. Simply put, the damage threats from SK were not enough. Kevin gets a good taunt onto Alexic, probably the strongest tower-taking member, but it's not going to be enough. He goes down to 4 more members of Gambit. That is an ace coming out for Gambit, 15-10. They pick up their second victory here in Moscow in pretty convincing style once they got to the mid-game.
Solid performance, and as you said, the early game, not the worst, not the best that they've ever had, that's for sure. SK came out strong, set plan, went about their ways well in the start of it, put Gambit here on the stage. You can see what it means to them to win games like this in front of their fans. And, well, they just proved too strong here for once again for SK Gaming, who, well, their woes continue here. Quick shot.
Yeah, there's it's something that they're going to have very difficult team talks tonight. You've seen the crowd giving them a standing ovation, and congratulations all around for the game. SK looking better and better with each game, but unfortunately not good enough to pick up victories.
Not good enough indeed. We're going to head over to the analysis desk where Demon and Jason are going to break down that amazing matchup.
Yes, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And just look at that standing ovation, as you mentioned. You see Gambit out the front there. A round of applause. All of these players have actually been effectively answering questions as well on the community booth that Riot have here. And no surprise that they did come back and win there. You know, SK Gaming were taking it to them for a while there. It was 5-1 up in kills, but it was all about that dragon fight. It just turned everything horribly on its toes. And then SK, as the advantage got, and I was talking to you off air, and it's just like, SK seemed to get ahead, and they kind of try and rush to win.
Yeah, the thing about Gambit is you can beat them in the laning phase. Typically what I saw in Spring Split, like you'll have more kills than them, but you'll never have more gold than them. Like they always go even with you just in terms of how they farm. They always keep up with you, and they like to focus around certain objectives. But the dragon fight, I mean, you're right. Like SK, I guess they thought they were a little farther ahead than they actually were, went into it and paid the price for it. And I'm actually not sure how you fix something like that. I don't know if it's the call, or maybe it's just a mistake, or maybe it's just the fight you're not playing it correctly, but something's got to give. Like, something's got to be fixed.
Well, let's not hang around. Let's get into the replay in a moment, because this was effectively the game-changing fight. And I honestly question Hercubot's target. He went in and flipped in and effectively threw Diamond Procs in towards Nif.
Yeah, it was... Okay, so we've seen this happen quite a bit in terms of teams. They don't... Well, okay, they know who to focus. I'm not going to say they don't. But it's whether or not they have the ability to actually do that. Like, to be able to get to them or something like that. You know, we mentioned a game earlier where if you leave them open to attack, they're going to... Like, especially the AD carry. If you leave him alone, he's going to attack your team even 23 minutes in, which is where our replay is going to be about. They're going to constantly attack you and make you pay for it. So, yeah, 23 minutes in, 1-5. SK is up right now. They're up about 900 gold, 2 turrets to 2. But it's the big fight that changes the game around. So let's get the replay on screen and show you exactly what happens and show you what Demon means about Hercubot flipping Diamond Procs in and kind of how it unfortunately didn't work out too well for them. So we'll just play it here. SK did have positional advantage over him, and Hercubot flashes for the flip. See, that's where we're both confused. It's like, if you're going to flash here for the flip, why not just flash maybe there? Or there, or something like that, or maybe just save it for a little bit. So they go in, and it's like Diamond's like, all right, I'll take that. As he decides to go in for the fight anyways, he gets right on top of Nif, who almost blows him up instantly. And Trevor points out the arrow actually hits Diamond Procs. It doesn't hit Genja, who's sitting back here attacking for free. It doesn't touch Darien, who's sitting there attacking for free. And they try to kill Diamond Procs, but they just don't have the damage. The crescendo, it doesn't touch Genja, it doesn't touch Darien, it doesn't touch Alex, who just arrives for the fight. And you're going to see them you just kind of pay for the price for that. And you know, Chain of Corruption was very well put down. Genja still not being touched here. Neither is Alex. And SK looked like they had a very strong team fight here as they do chase him down. But just Alex like, hey, what's up? I have a hammer. We're going to kill you. We're going to turn this around right on top of you. And it's... I don't want to criticize SK about in terms of, you know, what happened there in the fight. Like, it's very hard to get a position to attack the back line. It really is.
But I would question... actually going in, it's like, if
the decision
he went into the charge and it was like, well, you're not going to get it, so just back off.
Right.
But instead it was like, go, go, go.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it's like...
It's a split-second decision, of course.
Yeah, and it's like a big play can make a big opportunity for you. It's like, what's the phrase I'm thinking of, Demon? Help me out.
I don't know what is the phrase you're thinking of. How do I know what's
high risk, high reward. Yeah, you have no idea what's going on in my mind. Most people don't.
No, nobody does.
But high risk, high reward is what I'm saying. That was high risk, high reward.
Oh, high risk, high reward. I can make out your words.
Okay, well, yeah,
you went all American on me.
Oh God. Well, that's what I was saying, and it's one of those moments where if you pull off this high risk move and it works out, you get such a big lead from it, and you can kind of snowball it. Then the downside, if you mess it up, you can lose the game.
Absolutely. Well, without further ado, we want to get over towards the main stage because, you know, there's a big old crazy Russian stage out there and they really want to see their main man. This time, though, it is going to be the support, the temporary support, who I think may well be making his place cemented in that team. It's going to be Darker alongside Shocks.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Darker, the support player for Gambit. Another great victory against SK Gaming, but an applause first. I think that is in order. But the early game was not easy for you guys. A lot of pressure there. So how did you turn it back in your favor?
Well, we picked kind of weak lanes. We left Sona, for example, on purpose. And we already know that bottom lane going to be hard if they send 2 against 2. So early game was like really hard for us, yeah. We were behind in CS. And we were forced to back often. But later, when we started to grow up, we did some reasonable trades with them. For example, like we took Drakes for one first turret and stuff like that. And we kind of got better position from it. So, and in team fighting, we just kind of outplay them. That's it.
Thank you.
Даркер, скажи, пожалуйста, в прошлом сезоне вы занимали первую позицию в рейтинге, однако весной спустились до второй позиции. Вы намерены вернуть лидерство к концу этого сезона?
Ну, команда Gambit в прошлом сезоне играла с другим игроком, с Эдвардом. Я сейчас заменяю его, играю на его позиции. Естественно, мы приложим все усилия для того, чтобы показать высший уровень игры и стать первыми в этом сезоне. Для того, чтобы представить Россию на мировых финалах.
И зрители в этом помогут команде Gambit Gaming.
Finally, Darker, it must be some 2 weeks for you. You just got into the summer split, and in the second week, you get to play and win in front of the home crowd. What does that do to a man?
Well, it's really important, and I'm really happy to play with such an amazing crowd in front of my own Russian citizens. Like, it's so amazing. I love Moscow and I love pretty much all Russian crowd. It's like just, I can't even describe my feelings. It's too hard. Like, it's really amazing feeling. Спасибо за поддержку всем. Gambit чемпион, мы еще всем покажем.
Thank you very much. Now time to go over to Demon and Jason one last time to recap the day's action.
Thank you very much, and well, it's great to see as a bit of emotion kicking in for Darker there. He's happy to finally get some words out to the Russian crowd, who have honestly been magnificent. They were tense for a while, you know, back in the team was like 5-1 down, and honestly, the crowd had started to quiet a little bit once that kill, once that Alexit shot landed onto Kevin in that top lane. Blind shot got him, and the crowd just went exploded. Absolutely, everyone went mental, and that was it. You know, Gambit just took the bit between the teeth, and as Crepo pointed out, you give them the finger, they'll take your arm. We've pointed it out many times, but that is exactly what's happened. Let's have a recap, though, of today's results, because there's been some pretty incredible matches today, and you can see there, first game of the day, well, it was SK versus Lemon Dogs, and Lemon Dogs, after a grueling journey here, honestly, managed to pick up their first win of the week. And of course, then it was Fnatic versus Evil Genius, as a pretty wild affair that both you and me covered. And Fnatic, well, after pretty much a lot of back and forward action, Fnatic finally managed to close out the win.
And look over at Lemon Dogs versus NIP, a very close game where we talked to Bjergsen after. He even said they probably should have lost it just from the get-go, but they pull out a win and take let's just be honest, a much-needed win. And that was followed up by Alternate versus Meteor Makers, which was ridiculously action-packed, probably one of the best games of the day, I have to say. And of course, after that, as you just saw, Gambit took the win over SK, and honestly, a really explosive match.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. So let's check out how that makes it all work out in the league. As it is, at the top of the league, there it is, Alternate 6-1, but we now have new joint second places. Gambit, after that win there over SK, have managed to join Meteor Makers at 5-2, but honestly, I don't know what's going on between those guys because everybody is playing so well at that top of the table. How is it going to develop over the week? Fnatic, they managed to pick up that win over Evo Geniuses, which took them to 4-3.
And of course, right behind that, Lemon Dogs 3-4 after their victory and loss today, which you have to give Tabs credit for. He was up at 6 in the morning as he arrived and was able to play extremely well. And then EG 2-5, Ninjas Pajamas with their win bumps him up to 7th place at 2-5. And unfortunately for SK, 1-6. And honestly, looking back before the season started, I did not expect EG, NIP, SK to be at the bottom.
I mean, you're thinking SK, they had a pretty solid season. They finished third overall and then came 4th in the playoffs. But wow, I mean, they have been hit hard. And we were just talking about this while that match was going on. It's like, there is no easy matches. Not one of these teams can look at this and go, you know, that's an easy win. Because even SK then were taking Gambit for a run for their money.
Yeah, it's like, who do you play against to have that like breather room, like or the breathing game, where in terms of if you have 3 or 4 matches play that week in a super week, you need that time, I guess, a little extra time to prepare for certain teams, and no team really has that. And you really have to say that the teams in the spring split of LCS right now in Europe are just the best of the best. Like, it is ridiculous how good these teams are.
It's great to see the summer kicking up, of course. World Finals at stake, why not? This is the time you really should be hitting that form. Thank you very much, though, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be it from here in Moscow. We will be back, of course, tomorrow. We are going to get across to the main stage, though, with some vital final thoughts from Shox.
Great day here in the MDM Palace in Russia, where we saw Alternate grabbing first place, but also that this is truly Gambit's house with 2 victories for the home team.
Ну что ж, друзья, сегодня на домашней арене команды Gambit мы увидели замечательные игры. Это был 2-й день, это были полуфиналы. Финалы будут завтра.
Yeah, Gambit already racked up 2 victories. We'll see what they can do tomorrow. Be sure to tune in tomorrow as we bring you our final day of LCS in action live from Moscow. We'll be kicking the day off with the title match of the CIS Regional Championship between Instruments of Surrender and Gaming Gear EU. And then it will be right back into our final 4 LCS matches of the weekend as SK goes up against Ninjas in Pajamas, Lemon Dogs take on Evil Geniuses, Alternate battles Fnatic, and Gambit finishes the day in a match with Meet Your Makers. It promises to be a great day of games and you won't want to miss it. The show will start at 2 p.m. Moscow time, that is 12 p.m. Central European Summer Time and 3 a.m. Pacific.
Ну что ж, друзья, завтра будет замечательный день. В финалах столкнутся все команды, которые только что назвала моя очаровательная соведущая Shox. Друзья, увидимся завтра и обязательно посмотрим финал.
All right, that is us. That is it from us here today in Russia. It was an amazing day. Once again, we'll be back tomorrow for our final day from the MDM Palace in Moscow. До свидания!